and the team has to argue on behalf of why you're not good, it's a weird thing. But I think Rich Paul's trying to get this number out there to be like, look how they're treating my guy. Any takers? And if I'm an opposing team, if I'm the Hawks or the Bucks or the Clippers or one of these teams that was reportedly interested in Deshaun Watson, wouldn't one of my first questions be, why don't they value him higher? Peyton Watson. Did I say Deshaun? Peyton, sorry. Haven't had the coffee yet. Peyton Watson, why wouldn't they value him higher? And that's part of it. Like, part of this is, if the Nuggets truly wanted to get a deal with Peyton Watson done, if they were supremely motivated for it, they would do it. And they would figure the rest out as they went. There's also some discussions and rumors out there, one from Jake Fisher, who works with Steinlein, and they've kind of been the one all over this story. Here's the quote. One source briefed on Watson's situation said Monday they want to see that they see the Bucks as the most likely external suitor to swipe Watson away from Denver. The Nuggets' overall financial outlook certainly became a bit more complicated after the decision Sunday night to match OKC's 2-year offer for Spencer Jones, which hauled Denver into the second apron. Sources say Denver is still holding out for the equivalent of at least 2 first-round picks in any sign-and trade in which it loses Watson. Here's my thought. With where the Nuggets are at, if this is strictly about being competitive, anything that loses Peyton Watson, any scenario in which he walks in free agency, any scenario in which Peyton Watson gets dealt in a sign-and trade, feels to me a lot like you went the less competitive route to save some cash. Because there's nothing about PWat, and again, I feel like I've said this 100 times, but the story it has been stagnant since the beginning of the offseason. So it bears repeating again. Everything the Nuggets are looking for the immediate future and for the long-term future, Peyton Watson fills the boxes on each one of the things that you're looking at. He brings youth. He brings offensive potential. He brings great defense. He brings the hustle factor. He brings athleticism. He brings length. He brings positional versatility. He brings, like, all of these things that you're looking for to find younger pieces to build around Nikola Jokic for the next few years and still have a championship window that's wide open. He fits into it. And I don't see any scenario in which he walks out the door and you leave thinking, wow, we're better now. You wouldn't be. But now that you've been sort of sucked into the second apron, a move to retain Peyton Watson, unless you want a luxury tax bill that is through the bleeping roof, I don't think there is any scenario in this in which Peyton Watson returns and everybody else on the roster stays there. You need to get somebody, even if it's Zeke Naji out the door. That would take you, at least for the moment, back under the second apron. And then if you sign Watson, there's got to be a subsequent deal afterwards. But this is just kind of where they're at. Couple of texts coming through. Texter says, would PWat ever be in this position if the Nuggets didn't take a huge chance on him, who had pretty much zero college experience? He was a total unknown, and the Nuggets took a role when they scouted that when they saw something they scouted that no other team saw. I mean, yeah, I don't think that's loyalty or whatever, or we found you first is not in contract negotiations. I mean, that's not, you can't put a dollar figure like, oh, that's worth $2 million in negotiating because I found you. Not the way it works. I mean, the Nuggets found / took a chance on Nikola Jokic, and then Jokic did the rest. I mean, it's still about working hard. Yes, you can develop talent, but this is part of what comes with it. When you develop the talent, then they earn more money, and then you have to pay them that money, or they will make that money elsewhere. It was, I believe it still is, the only, well, how would I put this? The least points per game for any first-round pick in the history of the NBA draft, I believe. Because I think he had like something 3 points per game or so. He just didn't play. But yes, they found it. They took a chance on it. And it worked to the tune of he is a coveted piece in his first free agency. But then it comes time you got to pay the piper. Texture says, there are injury concerns? I don't think there's injury concerns with PWat. I mean, he had the hamstring, tried to come back, had the hamstring again, but that, I don't know. It's way too early to be like, this is going to be a chronic issue for him. I mean, he's a young guy. I would assume he can heal up a little bit quicker than dudes who are, pushing 30 or in their 30s. So it's a bizarre situation. And I don't think that leaking this information, whoever it's from, but I would assume it's from the Rich Paul camp. If you leak, hey, they offered 4 years, $70 million. Look how cheap they're treating my guy. Wouldn't somebody just jump all over the opportunity to pay him a little bit extra? You would think. Let's get a quick call from Nick. Hi, Nick. Hello,
hey,
Nick.
Brett.
Yeah.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Just wanted to see what you thought about the Spencer Jones offer from OKC. Obviously, Spencer Jones is a good player, but how much of that was OKC playing chess and forcing us into matching that versus them actually being wholly interested in Spencer Jones?
Oh, I think it's both, and it's a good question, Nick. It's something we discussed a little bit yesterday. It's the idea that worst case scenario for OKC by throwing that offer out there is that they get a player who would be in their rotation for cheap, for $6 million a year. Worst case scenario for them. But they also get the opportunity to force the hand of the Nuggets and push them into the second apron. I think it was genius by them. They had the ability to go out and do it. And by the way, if there's one positive to this, OKC's roster, for whatever you think that is now, we talked about the idea that last year, how many guys in the Nuggets bench rotation would play for OKC. Like Tim Hardaway Jr. was certainly one. But I don't think, if I asked people last year, would Spencer Jones play for the Thunder, I think people would tell me no. And then here's your answer. The Thunder were like, yeah, he would play for us. And I actually think he's undervalued. He's one of those examples of guys, because of the circumstances of how he entered the league, you think of him differently. If Spencer Jones had a first-round tag next to his name and he played this way, I think he's valued higher. And that's just the nature of sports, I suppose. But for a guy who plays tough defense, who hustles and knocks down 40% of his threes, given that it's a weird-looking shot, but if you knock down 40%, you knock down 40%. I don't care if you underhand it into the hoop. That's a good player. That's somebody you would want to have on your team. And for $6 million, I think it's a great deal. And I'm glad the Nuggets matched it. I think they took so long because they were trying to offload another contract and couldn't quite do it. So 303-504-0925 as we broadcast from the Backus and Shanker Studios. Serious Lawyers for the Seriously Injured. Back after this. All right, I got some Broncos news that we'll get to in just a second, but another texter says, Brett, my gut tells me PWat is strictly in it for the money and probably doesn't care much about championships. I also believe he's an incredible risk to get injured often. I would be nervous as you-know-what to give him huge money. I don't think that Peyton Watson's in it strictly for the money. I think that Peyton Watson sees an opportunity to get paid, and what you guys think about something here? This is how bizarre this sport is. You look around a roster, and if Peyton Watson is considered one of the upper tier players for this Denver Nuggets roster, and he very well might be. Like, if he comes back this year, honestly, there is I think, high-level probability that he is your third most important player on the team. Given the injury history of Aaron Gordon, I think it goes Joker, Jamal, and then maybe him. Then look around at your coworkers, and you tell me for a second. And this is where I don't fault Peyton Watson at all. If I look to my left and I saw Vic and he's getting paid $60 million a year, and I saw Moj and he's getting paid $45 million a year, I understand that maybe I don't have the cachet of those two, but I want money too. I don't want to be lowballed, if that's how I perceive it. So I don't think he is strictly about the money and doesn't care about winning or anything like that. I just think that it's his time. Like, you put in the time for a rookie contract, it comes time for an extension. This is your opportunity to get paid. Another text coming through. He's starting to remind me of Bones Highland. He's thinking he's better than he actually is. I don't think that's the case at all. Peyton Watson was getting playing time because Peyton Watson earned playing time. And then with that playing time, Peyton Watson played great. And now he wants to get paid for it. Like, all of these different things, I think that it's frustrating because this has been drug out for so long. And whenever you get something that drags on like this, it gives people opportunities to take sides. And I think people just start to get so sick and tired of waiting that it becomes a very negative thing. And I don't think that's the case with Watson. I think that people are confused as to what his value truly is. He might think he's more valuable than he is, but I think some teams see an opportunity to skirt maybe a few $1 million a year. And the Nuggets are in a situation where they cannot afford to make the wrong choice here. They cannot afford an overpay. They can't. You know, when Peyton Watson says he wants to get paid at least Christian Brown money, if that rumor is true, I don't think that would be unfair. If you guys had to pick, if you can only pay one guy for $25 million a year, would you pick Peyton Watson or Christian Brown right now? I think most of you would pick Peyton Watson. And you can correct me if I'm wrong, but again, looking at your peers, knowing what they make, and then knowing what you're being offered is less than that, and if you think you're better than one of your peers, you would probably be like, well, what the hell is this about? I bet you would have a longer negotiation with your job too. So again, we'll get back to this in a little bit. 303-504-0925. There is one bit of news. You know, we talked about this yesterday. Some stories to watch in Broncos camp as we our first day there will be this Friday. I gave sort of a list of things that I think will fly a little bit more under the radar when we get to camp on Friday. The obvious ones are what does Jalen Waddle look like in this offense, and Davis Webb taking over play calling duties, and how does Bo Nick's ankle look, like all of that stuff. But I think the underrated ones are this. Number one, it's going to be Jonah Ellis, who probably fills in the Jonathan Cooper role. But who is behind him? Is it Q Robinson? Is it somebody else? Who's going to step in and be sort of the depth for your edge rushers? Second story, which I do think is again, when you talk about things that fly under the radar a little bit. The tight end room has about 8 different guys. I think the only one that is clearly still going to be on this roster is Adam Troutman, because he just signed a contract, and I don't think you sign him to that deal and cut him afterwards. Is there a world that exists in which Evan Ingram isn't on the roster by the end of training camp? I think so. I just think it's highly unlikely. But if you get some sort of meteoric rise out of one of these rookies that you didn't expect, perhaps it puts him on the table. But I do think like the 2 guys that are for sure going to survive this are going to be Evan Ingram and Adam Troutman. From there on out, I wonder if Lucas Kroll and Nate Atkins, that were brought back on 1-year deals but very, very cheap, they're in a battle right now to stay on the roster with the likes of 2 different rookies that you've drafted in Justin Jolie and Dallin Bentley. But also, what Jeff Legwold has told us from Broncos players, an uncoverable guy at tight end, which is Caleb Lohner. 6'7", 39-inch vertical. So how do you fill out the tight end room? I do think I want to look at Marvin Mims and where he stacks up in the reps. Is Marvin Mims running with the ones, or is he running with the backups? He changed agents heading into this training camp. He's in the final year of his deal. He's got one last year to prove it before his only real shot at making money in free agency. If he's not running with the top group by the end of camp, does he request out and say, if you aren't going to play me at wide receiver and you're going to make me exclusively a return guy, then let me play somewhere else? Because that room, it's Cortland Sutton, it's Jalen Waddle, it's Troy Franklin, it's Pat Bryant, it's Marvin Mims, Lil Jordan Humphrey. It's a bunch of different guys there. So I think that's a story. Along with, the Broncos drafted somebody last year, not this year, last year, in the first round, in Jahdae Barron, and he didn't really play. And the secondary seems to be as loaded as it was before. Everything that George Payton, Sean Payton, Vance Joseph has told you about Jahdae Barron is that he's everything that they thought he was when they drafted him. Well, at what point does that start to hit the field? At what point does he make his mark? For a rookie, first-year guy heading into year 2, you would think that guy's got to play, but where's it going to be? It's not going to be over Zertan. It's not going to be over Riley Moss. It's not going to be, well, I guess it could be, but they brought back Jaquan McMillan because Jaquan McMillan's a really good nickel. And I know he serves as good depth for the roster, but I wonder, do you find a way to mix him in a little bit more? Texter says, is Franklin, Mims, or Bryant getting dealt this year? I think so. He says, similar to Vailey last year, and that's exactly right. The Broncos entered camp with the same sort of odd amount of wideouts, where it looked like, despite all of these guys having some talent, one of you is just not going to get on the field. And Devon Vailey last year netted a 4th-round draft pick. Could you find a similar situation in which some guy is stacked at 5th on the depth chart, but you get an offer that's somewhere a mid-round pick that you're like, yeah, I think I just got to do it? Because it helps out in 2 fronts. It helps out with you acquiring some draft capital, but it also stops maybe a malcontent, someone who's not happy with their amount of playing time, from becoming a potential issue. But there's just something about Mims that it's been there forever. It's like he gets on the field, he makes plays, but he just can't find a way to consistently be on the field. You know, the impact that he had in the postseason, it's given the moment, I guess I should say, you need to go out as a 14-win team, prove that that wasn't a fluke, and win a football game. And do it against the league MVP, multi-time MVP, and Josh Allen. And it was a game in which offense was absolutely the key thrust in winning you the game. You do not win if your offense does not play as lights out as they did, because your defense wasn't doing anything to stop Buffalo. I mean, Josh Allen finished that game with 283 yards and 3 touchdowns. He also, combined with James Cook, they ran for 183 yards on the ground. They picked up 10 of 15 third downs, and they picked up the only fourth down that they went for. Like, they were unstoppable until they stopped themselves with turnovers. The only way to win that football game was to go out and score. And then you have early in that game, Franklin goes down with an injury, Pat Bryant goes down with an injury, and then it becomes, oh, God, now what? Well, then enter Marvin Mims, 8 catches, 93 yards, and a touchdown later, caught every target that he saw. I mean, as responsible as anyone else on that roster for your playoff win. But can he crack that lineup and snap count consistently? And I don't think so. Because it never has happened. I mean, you went from 22 catches his rookie year to 39 his sophomore year to 37 his third year in the league. If that's the case, then I think there's a real opportunity towards the end of camp that one of these guys gets dealt, especially after, you're going to have injuries across different training camps in the league. Perhaps somebody's looking to fill a spot that's left behind by somebody who's hurt. So I don't know. Those are just sort of the underrated ones to keep an eye on. Vic also mentioned this, and I think this is worthy of note, that the Broncos' offensive line widely respected across the league. When Alex Palczewski came in and played well last year, you have somebody who is making a lot of money on this Broncos offensive line that plays that same position, that maybe if you could get similar production for a lot cheaper, it would be worth it. Well, then the news comes down from Mike Kliss yesterday that Ben Powers has taken a pay cut. And maybe he saw the same things that everybody else did. This from Mike Kliss. Ben Powers not only returned from torn biceps last year, an injury that is normally season-ending, he suffered Liz Frank in the first game back and played the final 5 games with it. I mean, that's the ultimate tough guy there. Nothing against Ben Powers, but if you're looking for ways to save money, okay, well, maybe this is the way you can do it. He agrees to a restructured contract that opens up a couple of more dollars for him. And I think that he saw, if I don't do this, I could be a casualty of some sort of veteran making too much money. We can skimp out on the price here and use it elsewhere. But that's just a number of different things that I think when camp rolls around and we're there on Friday that we can keep an eye on. I am very excited after hearing Jeff Legwold last week talk about Caleb Lohner of what that's going to be. I want to see it. 6'7", 39-inch vertical. It's got to at least be some sort of red zone threat. Has to be. But 303-504-0925. Another story in the NFL, and I'm not sure what to do with this. I keep hearing stuff about Aaron Donald potentially coming back. And here's what's tough. Aaron Donald is retired, and what happens when you retire, if you come back into the game, you're still under the same contract. You're just living out the life of what's left of it when you retired. Do you know how much Aaron Donald was making? It was $30 million a year. And that's not something you just bring back and fit in between your cap, especially with the moves that the Rams made in the offseason. I mean, would it not be the most terrifying thing in the world putting Aaron Donald in the middle of a defensive line that has Myles Garrett on the edge of it? It'd be horrifying. But I don't, even in the cap tap dance that a lot of NFL teams play, how you would fit another $30 million onto a roster that has Stafford and Puka Nacua and Devontae Adams and Myles Garrett and the host of other people that are making big-time money on that team. But part of me wants to see it. Like, I think that Aaron Donald, if he was put back in the lineup right now, maybe not to the level of what he was when he retired, like greatest of his generation. Maybe he's not that good anymore. I'm sure he could push people around still. So 303-504-0925. Garth Brooks. I love Garth. He's coming to Ball Arena on September 4th and 5th, and your next chance to win tickets before you can buy them is with PhD today at noon. So don't miss your shot to beat the crowd before tickets go on sale Friday morning at 10 o'clock. Back after this. All right, I was reading this article on ESPN.com from Ramona Shelburne, and it was LeBron signing with the 76ers, NBA coaches and executives react to it. So there's a whole bunch of different nuggets in here of, depending on who your team is, what could be interesting. But we do have an answer to something that I was dying to know. And I'll give you that in just a second once people tell me what the bit is that I'm missing about. I was just telling you, Garth Brooks is coming to Ball Arena on September 4th and 5th. You have a chance to win tickets with PhD at noon today. Why are people telling me he's a serial killer? What's going on here?
It's a thing from Tom Segura's podcast. They have a running joke because sometimes when Garth Brooks is talking in videos, he just has a very serious and intense demeanor.
Yeah.
So they have a running joke that he comes across like a serial killer. It's that podcast with Tom Segura and what's his wife's name? She's also very funny.
Christina
P. That's right. Yeah. It's the Your Mom's House podcast.
What was the alter ego that Garth Brooks had?
Reigns. Somebody Reigns, was it?
Chris Gaines.
Chris Gaines. That's it.
Yeah, I'll tell you, that's some serial killer stuff. Let me just change my identity and try and fool people. I mean, I guess I could see it. All right, so it's just I didn't know what the bit was. Now I got it. To this LeBron article, though, something that we wanted to know forever from this story was when the Heat's YouTube page had the scheduled LeBron James introductory press conference that all of these internet sleuths thought they figured out that he was going to Miami. And I wondered, was that real and that forced LeBron to change his mind? I still don't know if that's the case or not. All I'm saying is you can't say it isn't. The only one that truly knows is like LeBron and Rich Paul. So I will go to my grave believing that LeBron was going to the Heat, got pissed off that video was scheduled to come out, and then he changed his mind. That's my way of looking at it with no information. But the reason that was out there is, this is from the article, but even he said he had no idea which direction James was leaning until the two spoke in depth Thursday evening, and a final decision was made at 1 a.m. Eastern time on Friday. Which is why the saga of the poor Heat staffer, whose sources told ESPN had scheduled vacation for this week and was trying to get ahead of work that could come up if James indeed chose the Heat, was so amusing to Rich Paul and a small group of people James confided in during the process. Quote, "Did anyone really think LeBron was doing a press conference?" said another league source close to the process, pointing out James didn't make his first appearance as a Laker until training camp in the fall of 2018. So, turns out that guy's just trying to get ahead of work of what potentially could be happening if he were to be on vacation. Now, again, what I would tell you is, even if I had vacation scheduled, maybe it's something that, like, unless you are totally off grid and can't come back for, if your job is to be the YouTube person for the Miami Heat and you're on vacation and LeBron James signs with the Heat, that does feel like I have to get on a flight and head home, doesn't it? Or you're going to wherever you're at. If let's say you're in, I don't know, Tahiti, staying at a resort. You're going to the business center of that place and you're hacking away. Sorry, honey, I got to this. LeBron's coming to Miami. It's a huge thing. And I think they'd all understand. I think my wife would understand. I'm trying to think, is there any scenario in which news of that magnitude would come up in which you'd be like, sorry, I'm on PTO?
I guess the only way it could get sticky is if you're traveling overseas and you've got to figure out how to do the time difference.
True.
Like when I was in France, I was 8 hours ahead of Denver. So that means I was 6 hours ahead of Eastern time. So this poor guy's already had a few Aperol spritzes, and now he's going, okay, hold on. So if the press conference is 5 p.m. Eastern, that's 11 p.m. where I am. So I got to, and your computer will automatically convert, right? So it takes your whole calendar, and it shifts it all the time zone of where you are.
Right.
So maybe if this guy was going to a different time zone, he figured, I don't even want to mess with that.
Could be. And that would be tough. I just think, I'm trying to think of a scenario. Like, if it's your wedding day, maybe you're like, I can't do anything about that. I'm sorry. We're getting married. We've paid the venue already. I'm not losing out on this cash. We got to do it. Like, maybe that's. But if you're sitting on the beach having a couple, I don't know, mojitos, and you're like, hey, LeBron James, you're the Miami Heat YouTube person, and LeBron James comes to the Miami Heat, that's immediate. I got to stop what I'm doing. It's go time. Time for work. But we got an answer to it, at least a little bit. Again, I was trying to, parse through here if there was anything Nuggets related in this. And I can't see it. It's another one of those, it's not quite, I would say, a Seth Wickersham article, but it is long. It is long. So just to get to the end of this, it says league rules prohibited the Sixers from even issuing a statement confirming the signing until James, officially signed on the dotted line on Sunday night. I'm just glad this part of it is over. I'm just hoping that the other thing, which is Peyton Watson, will not take forever. That's it. Like, we've gotten this bit out of the way, and so now it's, I guess, floodgates have opened for other things to start. I do think there's a real opportunity that this Peyton Watson thing could, take far into this. I'm talking, right before camp, potentially. Because if he's talking about, I might play on the qualifying offer, well, then you're still a ways away from getting a deal done. In other Nuggets news, they did hire longtime NBA coach Dave Yeager. He's agreed to become the lead assistant coach for the Nuggets on Adelman's bench. I love that. Adelman's been a coach for a long time, but being a head coach is something brand new. Having somebody that kind of can shepherd you through. I heard a coach talk about this once where he was an assistant who was brought to an interim head coaching spot in the NFL. And in talking to him, he said the most difficult part of taking that job, because you're excited for the opportunity, you're like, hey, I get a chance to prove that I can do this. And it's basically a job tryout, not just for the job that you're doing at the time, but for the other 31 teams in the league to see what you're made of. He goes, the things that you don't factor in as head coach, because the basic details. It's I got to set meetings. I got to go talk to my coaches. I got to set when practice is. I got to set up when film study is. You're doing the whole schedule for every day. He knew that part of the job. What he didn't take into account was, well, I have to do press conferences now every day. I got to do radio hits on the local affiliate that covers our games. I got to do a TV hit every Tuesday. I got to do this and that. It's that stuff taking up their time that is more difficult because you don't know that part of the job. Like, I was going to do film study at this time, but I got to do a radio hit on with Weenie in the Butt on 102.5 The Wolf. I don't know, whatever. Weenie in the Butt, by the way, is a Family Guy reference for those who don't know. But when you have all of those things taking up your time as well, it becomes a lot more difficult to keep your time managed. And having somebody like Dave Yeager, who has been someone who's coached in this league for a long time at the head coaching spot, I think it's an asset to put on the bench and help David Adelman, who is still relatively new to the job. One other thing from Shams yesterday from a Nuggets front is they're interested in DeMar DeRozan, which I think they should be. Now, DeRozan is older, but still, he's got the type of offensive game that will always work in this league, which is I will get to a mid-range spot and knock down the shot, and there's not a lot you can do about it. You know, he's 37 years old, been in the league since 2009, but even last year in Sacramento, still averaged 18.5 points a night on almost 50% from the floor. If you can get him in here, you know, especially at a vet minimum, which is where you're at second apron-wise, it would be, I think, fantastic. But it's a matter of what he wants. Remember, he was the guy who was shipped out just before Toronto won a championship and does not have one yet. So a lot more to get to with that. You can always watch the show live on Twitch, twitch.tv, search Altitude SR in the search bar. The Altitude TV simulcast can also watch on YouTube. Subscribe to the channel so you don't miss anything from Denver's #1 sports station, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. A lot to get to this morning. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane starts next. The longer this drags on, and I do think it's going to drag on a lot longer, the more that I can see this tide turning in regards to Peyton Watson, of some of the texts I was getting during the appetizer were not very nice to him. And I think people are just, when something like this drags out long enough, you start to pick a side, or you get so tired of it, you kind of hate everybody involved in it. But there's more and more info that continues to leak, from yesterday, whether you believe the 4 years, $70 million extension offer, 4 years, 80, 5 years, $70 million. I don't know what it is. It's pretty clear to me, though, that I think this is Rich Paul and Clutch Sports leaking this stuff, and they're doing it in a way like, look how they're lowballing my guy. But I also wonder this. If that's the intent in doing it, and another team hasn't seized the opportunity to up the ante, that's weird, number one. Number two, is it the wisest thing for the team who knows Peyton Watson intimately, seen him in practice every day, watched every game that he's played, and to say, here's what they think of him? I don't know if that's the greatest thing for him either. So I don't know. I'm horribly confused by a lot of this stuff. But this is going to drag on forever. I don't see this ending like today. So I don't know, Vic. What do you think?
I think it's going to go to the deadline, October 30th. It has to get done October 30th, which is the exact date that Christian Brown got his extension, October 30th of last year.
Well, when does the friggin' season start?
Preseason starts, training camp, first week of October. So preseason games will already have been played.
Well,
there'll be a couple regular season games.
If it wasn't for the leader of Clutch, the founder of Clutch, we would already probably have the damn schedule by now.
True.
I do have, I'm not going to lie, I do have a bit of an issue with everybody making enemies out of people that are just doing their jobs. Clutch Sports is trying to get the most for their client.
Of course.
Peyton Watson is simply trying to make his bag, just like Christian Brown
Absolutely.
made his bag.
100%.
Just like Nikola Jokic and Jamal Murray and Cam Johnson and Aaron Gordon all got their bags.
Yep.
So for people to cast Peyton as, oh my God, he's unsupportive, he's not loyal. No, that's a bunch of bunk. And let me get one thing out of the way right now, because I've heard this from a lot of people. If he could have played in the playoffs, he would have played.
I totally agree.
Okay? So can we please stop with this, he's just doing that to save himself for free agency. He's a competitor. These guys are barbarians. These guys are out. This is what they do. You don't think he wanted to prove to the league, to himself, to his teammates, that he could be of service in that time? He just
probably could earn more money. If
exactly
he played well.
right. I want to talk a lot about what is happening and what I think will happen. But there's no evildoers here. Everybody's just doing their jobs. The Nuggets are trying to do the right thing. The Nuggets are paying the penance right now. Let's be honest. The Nuggets are paying the penance for signing a couple contracts that, frankly, are overpriced. Okay?
Sure.
So now they've painted themselves into a corner where they cannot afford to do that anymore. They just can't. They've got the highest payroll in the league right now. They're the only team in the second apron right now. They have to cut corners. They have to. And for those of you who say, well, just pay them all, that's not how this works. There's a reason all 30 teams avoid the second apron. It's
Like
not
the
about just being a spending.
They don't just avoid it. They avoid it like the plague.
Exactly right. So everybody's doing their jobs. Now, at the end of the day, can they meet halfway? Can they meet at a point where everybody's happy? I don't know, because there are a lot of moving parts here. I do know this. If the Nuggets had their choice, truly their choice, Peyton Watson would be signed and a member of the starting five on this team.
Yeah.
I don't doubt that for a second. And you're right. They find themselves in a very difficult position.
So what's stopping that? So let's just think about this for a second. If they value, and I think most Nuggets fans would say, he is a fundamental piece that could be a starter on this team. So who's not? Who's not a starter then, if he becomes a starter? Is it Cam Johnson?
It's going to be Cam Johnson.
Okay, so if Cam Johnson is, by that definition, expendable, Why can't he be dealt and open? My God, are you okay?
Not really. My allergies are killing me, and it's going everywhere. You want to? I'll tell you what. I invite you during the break.
This has been something this
Stop.
morning.
I invite you during the break. This is a clear invitation, dear Vic. Yeah. Please meet me in the hallway to look in all of my orifices for snot.
All right. So
Love Moj. Here's the invitation.
If it seems clear to everybody that Peyton Watson is the guy they want, and they would prefer to trade somebody else, ask yourself this question. Why haven't they traded somebody else?
I think that Cam Johnson is insurance in case they can't come to an agreement.
What do you think it is?
I completely agree with what Brett just said.
I think there's more to it than that. I think it's hard to trade contracts in the NBA when the rest of the league knows that you have to trade contracts.
Sure.
Well, that's true.
If the rest of the league is under they know that they've got the Nuggets in a place that, hey, you're in the second apron. You're in cap hell. Why would we give you this or that to help you out? We're going to take advantage of you right now.
Yeah, but at the same time, he's still a valuable. I understand what you're saying. But can Cam Johnson help another team at that price?
At what price?
$22 million.
Sure. That's not the point, though. The point is, why would another team just willingly take on $22 million without getting something?
Because you want the player who can help you win.
Oh, really? Well, then why haven't they done it?
I don't know, Vic.
Well, I just answered the question for you. Because they know that the Nuggets have to unload it. And unless you add, this is the big asset in today's NBA. Every trade that's made, take a look at every trade that's made. What goes along with every trade?
Picks.
Picks.
Kickers.
Very rarely do trades happen anymore where it's just player for player. There are picks involved. What are the Nuggets low on?
They don't have picks. They're lacking picks.
Dude, they're stuck. And right now, it's going to be hard to get out of this. You got to make some very difficult decisions here on how to get out of this. You may lose one of these deals just for the sake of getting some picks.
This is where you go back to what you said, let's basically call it 2 months ago. You said there's a couple of ways that this offseason can go, and I was in complete agreement with you. You may have to take a step back to take a step forward. The further along we get with this, and you're talking about potentially to October 30th, which drives me insane, the further along we get, the more I'm thinking it's time to step back, clean some stuff up, get some wiggle room, some elbow room, and then go forward
But
again.
Moshe, here's the problem, though. If you were to trade, like everybody says, what about AG's contract? Do you think there's a team hanging out there with $30 million extra
Nope.
just saying, hey, we'll take that on. Give
Nope.
us 30.
No, because they want to shed their own salary
Exactly.
to take that one
and
on.
so what happens if that team sheds their own salary?
It comes back to you, and you're still
And
in
the
the second
Nuggets are in
apron.
the same
You're
spot.
still screwed.
They can't do it.
That is correct.
The only way they could do this with Peyton is to sign and trade and get picks in return. So why isn't that happening?
Or it would take one of those 4-team deals where it's like
Exactly.
he goes here,
Exactly.
you get
If
this.
Steph Curry gets traded from
yeah.
Golden State. So yesterday I raised the question on the show, and I did it all morning, and I got some answers
That's
to
why
this.
That's why you also get 3 teams involved in some of these trades.
I got some answers to this yesterday. I said, why is nobody offering a qualifying offer on a sign and trade? And I asked that question time and time again. And the answer is simple. Because teams don't have $30 million lying around. Not many. There are a few, not many. And if they do, they're going to want you to take some of their money too.
Sure.
Yeah.
And those that don't, and those that say, we'll give you some picks, well, they look at the Nuggets situation and say, why would we do that? We're not here to help you. We're not a charity. We know that you're in cap hell. We'll just wait it out.
Well,
That's what's happening here.
This is another report, and this is like, it's one thing just talking about the negotiations and is somebody else going to make an offer for Peyton Watson. The other thing that I've heard growing louder and louder is this is from Jake Fisher. He works for Mark Stein's company, and Mark Stein's company's been like all over this story. One source briefed on Watson's situation said Monday that they see the Bucks as the most likely external suitor to swipe Watson away from Denver. The Nuggets' overall financial outlook certainly became a bit more complicated after OKC's 2-year, $12 million offer sheet for Spencer Jones, which hauled Denver into the second apron. Sources say Denver is still holding out for the equivalent of at least 2 first-round picks in any sign-and trade in which it loses Watson.
The other issue that Denver's dealing with right now.
Can I say one thing about that? That's the one thing that I think would be, the biggest letdown is even if you netted two first-round picks in a sign-and trade for Watson, you are willingly admitting we are not going to be good this year, or not as good this year as we were last year. And
what's the alternative? What's the alternative?
The thing for me has always been Peyton Watson is one of the best assets that you've had really in the Jokic era. Since Jamal and Joker were little puppies growing up, he's the closest thing you had to it. He is somebody that doesn't just help you now. Sure. He can help you 5 years from now.
Brett, who's easier to trade, Cam Johnson or Peyton Watson?
Yeah, I know it's easier to trade Peyton Watson.
So what choice do you have? What choice do you have? I'm asking you again.
Here's the thing, though.
What are you going to get?
There can't be. Hang on. There can't be zero. There can't be zero market. Here's what I'm telling you. I am much more willing to take a gigantic loss on a Cam Johnson trade than I am a Peyton Watson trade. That's what I'm telling you. Like, if it means that you trade Cam Johnson for cash considerations or something like that, or whatever.
You can't. You're in the second apron.
But hang on. Everybody knows there are ways you can get around this stuff. You can. Sure. It's difficult, but you have to. I don't think the option that you have here is let me just let go of this gigantic asset that we have for now.
I know what you're saying. If you're going to cut ties, simply cut ties with Cam over Peyton. Here's the problem.
Or whoever.
Here's the problem. Let's say you replace Cam's contract with Peyton's contract, and Peyton's going to get a little more than Cam. Mm-hmm. Guess where you still live?
You still live in the second apron.
So what does that accomplish?
Keeping Peyton Watson is what it accomplishes.
At what price?
Well, I would assume, considering the rumors are 4 years, let's just say the higher one, 4 years, $80 million, somewhere in there.
And that's assuming that there are teams out there that willingly want to take Cam Johnson off your hands.
Cam Johnson's still,
Can I raise
Moser's point? Cam Johnson isn't this isn't trying to get rid of a Zeke contract in which you're basically begging, or what they did with Dario Saric last year. They're like, please, just take this guy. Cam Johnson's still a dude who can play. I mean, Cam Johnson I would want back on this team, if not in the financial situation they're in right now.
Yeah. So what Christian Brown did for me, good golly, he showed me a lot, especially in the postseason run, but really in the 24-25 season. Averaged over 15 points a game. He's becoming a better player than we paid him. Boom. Fine. PWat showed plenty this year in limited action. So when you talk about, hey, so-and-so got his bag, so-and-so got his bag, my only question to you would be, and I don't blame him for wanting to get paid at all, but is it a little bit too quick to get a bag, Vic?
Well,
is it a little bit too quick to get a bag?
But this is the NBA. This is what it is now. You're
understood.
You're casting aspersions that this is what the NBA does. It's pretty much the way of life.
You bet on the come. Correct.
Exactly right.
Yeah.
You bet on potential. Sometimes you win them. Sometimes you lose them. And this is where you're at. If you don't pay him, somebody else will. I guarantee there are teams.
Okay, well then why isn't somebody paying him right now? Where's the offer sheet?
I think I just told you that. Because they know they don't have to pay him, and they're waiting. They're basically saying, we can pay Peyton Watson, but your little deal that you want to make with us ain't going to work.
Brett, you want a 6-pack of IPA, stupid IPA, bitter-tasting crap that you drink.
Sure.
You're in the grocery store, and let's say it's going for $8.99 a 6-pack.
That's the cheapest IPA 6-pack ever.
$10.99 a 6-pack.
Still cheap, but okay.
I don't drink that crap, so I don't buy the expensive beer.
Going.
You're like, it's Safeway. You know what? You know what? I'm not betting nobody's going to buy that beer. I'm going to wait till next week when it goes down to $9.99. Well, do you want the beer or do you not want the beer? Do you want the player, Milwaukee Bucks, or do you not want the player, Brooklyn Nets? Do you want the player or do you not want the player?
Maybe
because this guy has the potential to come in And if you're paying him 25 per or whatever he wants, somewhere around there, this guy may play to a $40 million a year level.
Maybe they do want the player, but they don't want to give up 2 firsts, and they figured we'll just wait till the offseason. We're going to suck this year anyway. So if you're Milwaukee, who cares? We'll wait 9 months.
Well, then you know what? And here's the bottom line. I don't want another team to bail the Nuggets out. I want them to figure this out themselves.
But you see where I'm coming from there?
No, I see where you're coming from.
So why would Milwaukee go out of their way? See, this
this dog sniffing around the fence stuff. Either jump the fence or don't jump the fence.
Well, Walker Kessler's deal actually is bad news for the Nuggets because now the expectations are that you can do this for any restricted free agent. That was a special, unique deal. You know that Walker Kessler was offered that same money the Lakers gave him by Utah. You realize that,
yeah,
right?
and he turned it down.
And he turned it down. Why?
Because he wanted to get out of Utah.
He wanted to get the hell out of Utah.
Yeah.
And Luka wanted him in L.A. And the star player pushed for that deal. And guess L.A. got it done. L.A. got that deal done.
Well, they also had first-round picks to send the other way.
And they had assets, exactly. The Nuggets don't have assets. They need to build assets somehow, some way, and still remain in this prime era of Jokic.
Okay.
It's a balancing act that is incredibly difficult.
Let me get this straight. It's 7:16 in the morning on July 28th. Let me get this straight. Vic's just spent the first 16 minutes of this program saying this. We're effed.
No, I didn't say that. I said, I'm wondering what shoe drops. And the shoe that I see that drops, I think what's going to happen is we're going to have the same conversation until October 30th.
Peyton Watson signed and trade October 30th.
Either that happens or someone else is dealt. I think October 30th. I think we're going to be singing this song for a long time.
Quite frankly, I'm getting sick of this already.
Yeah.
I don't know about you, Brett, but even talking about this gets my blood pressure up and I get pissed.
I told you.
I'm getting pissed.
I'm already feeling some fatigue with it, and I don't think it's going anywhere. I think it's going to be like this for a while. So, a lot more to get to with this. 303-504-0925.
That being said, I will say this. I heard on NHL Network Radio, my good friends, Jay Kahn and Victoria Matiash, they were going over the Avalanche report card, the GM report card. And it got me to thinking about the Nugget situation and compared to the Avs situation. And I'll give you some insight on that sometime if you request it.
We'll do that a little bit later, along with Vic mentioned something yesterday regarding Broncos camp, which we're going to be there on Friday. But you brought up a potential camp battle, Vic, that could be happening. And I think somebody recognized the same thing you did. We'll get to it next.
All right, here is the website, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. I talk about it every single day. Guys, if you're feeling not yourself anymore, you feel like you're getting a little bit older, call the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Go online and book a consultation. Whether you're dealing with low testosterone like I was, maybe you've got some ED going on, maybe you just want to partake in their brand new advanced medical strategies featuring TRT, GH peptides, NAD+, GLP-1, and more. See, treat your low T and other hormonal issues, and then it also helps you shed pounds and have more energy, enhance your body composition, better sleep, better sex drive, better everything. Help you get back to feeling your best. So do yourself a favor. Don't wait any longer. Do what I did and give them a call. The telephone number is 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. 5 locations, Fort Collins down to Colorado Springs. They're going to help you. They are experts at this, and they've successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Again, go online and book it today. RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Brett, remind me why I don't come into the studio.
Moser's volume during breaks is
It's just
What
untenable.
was significant that time?
It's untenable.
Because
You're
you
just
walked
on
in
a
here
different
today.
level of spaz. You know
walked-
the definition of spaz? You are that.
I appreciate that. You walked in here today dictating.
What do you mean dictating?
Dictating.
What did I dictate?
You banged open the door like Kramer on Seinfeld
That's true.
and said, I ain't doing no golf at altitude today.
That is
I'm
true.
going to the Broncos, period.
Yeah,
I ain't doing that.
you guys
Your silly little show, Moj.
You guys both do that. It's one of the weirder things. They do come in. It's exactly right, Moj. Like Kramer from Seinfeld. No hello, no nothing. It's just whatever the grievance is of the moment. Boom! I'm not doing golf today. I'm not doing it. It's like, okay.
So anyway, that fired me
Moser,
up.
boom! You know who I hate? And I was like, all right, I guess that's something that should bother you at 6:57
What's
in the morning.
happening today at 11:30 a.m.? What's happening
Broncos
today?
can't-
Broncos kickoff thing.
And I got a grievance with the Broncos, by the way. How about this? How about you give us a little more than maybe 8 hours notice when you're going to hold freaking press conferences? No, I'm dead serious.
Yeah.
I'm dead serious about this. I'm not laughing.
No, it's true.
That's ridiculous.
Maybe they should get.
Hold on a second. Hold on a
Yeah,
second.
cut the music, Nelly. He's mad.
I'm not joking. Every year this happens. They have this press conference on Tuesday, which they're going to have today. Their first of the. How about letting people know a couple days in advance instead of the night before?
I would say that's better practice. Yeah.
Am I off my rocker for that?
Well, typically, Vic, you have the announcement the night before if you're going to make like a big announcement, like so-and-so's getting fired or we signed so-and-so and he'll be available tomorrow, that kind of thing. It's a spur of the moment type of situation. If you have had months to plan out training camp, you said, oh yeah, by the way, show up tomorrow morning. We'll, that's a little different.
Maybe they should use the Miami Heat YouTube guide to schedule these things days in
Maybe.
advance. I have more on that story that we'll get to later, by the way.
Let me lay it out though for the people. So during the commercial break while I'm spazzing, I got a phone call from Kyle Keefe and Mark Rycroft. So golf at altitude, I guess now requires a 3-person show because Vic.
Yeah, that's the other thing. We used to do golf at altitude with one person. Now it's like the entire ensemble.
Okay, my turn.
Yeah.
So Vic, because at the last minute he said, "Screw it, I'm out of here." They had to pull Riker out of bed, and Riker is not a super good morning person sometimes. Nighttime, he could be a good nighttime person, but sometimes early morning Reich dog, that's a little tough. So he was a little perturbed at old Vicster here because he's being drugged by Kiefer down to Plum Creek.
I'm very
to do the
sorry
show
you had.
today.
I'm very sorry you had to work one day this summer, Riker. That is our fault.
And you got to go to your bedroom 2 minutes for being bad.
The single day of work that you've had since
Right.
June or May, whatever.
May. Yep.
Vic, you mentioned something, though,
Mm-hmm.
speaking of Broncos camp yesterday, that is interesting. We're talking maybe some underrated storylines heading into camp. And you said one is the Broncos have a good offensive line with veterans on there. Many of those veterans highly paid. One of those guys is Ben Powers. Ben Powers will enter this training camp in a battle with Alex Palczewski, who played really well for him last year after he left with the torn biceps. Let me give you a little backstory, though.
Yeah, I thought
on Ben Powers.
I do think Palczewski came in and played. He played above expected in my eyes. Go ahead.
So you mentioned this yesterday, Vic, and then late last night, Mike Kliss has the news of Ben Powers is going to return on a restructured contract. He took a pay cut going into this year. But do you know what Ben Powers did last year? So he played in the Week 5 game against Philly, and in the middle of the game, he tore his biceps. Finished the game, finished the comeback. Then everybody went to London. He stayed in town to get his biceps fixed. It's usually a season-ending injury, but his doc said, hey, we can figure this out. We can get you back before the end of the year. So he returns for, I believe, was the final 5 games, including the playoffs. But do you know what he did in the first game back after tearing his biceps? Suffered a Liz Frank and played the rest of the year on it. So this dude's a warrior. Like, he's willing to lay his body on the line to go out and play. But I do think the battle between him and Palczewski is an interesting one because He makes $13 million, or he did before this restructure. I don't know what the price is now. $13 million isn't crazy, but it's not nothing.
His cap hit was going to be 18.
So he took a cheaper deal to try and stay in the starting lineup,
Right.
I think, this year, which is smart on his part. But that's just one of these things that you're going to see once camp starts up. And you get some of these battles in camp that, again, most of the Broncos spots are pretty solid. We aren't going in being like, wow, there's 8 jobs up for grabs. There's
And
really not.
they're really that's a rarity anymore anyway. In any NFL camp, even the bottom rung teams, they have things pretty much ironed out. A couple, but there's not like, oh God, we got 5 starting jobs open. That just doesn't happen.
You know, the whole thing with Ben Powers that always alarms me, and it stuns me, to be honest with you, because not only did he have the biceps issue, but apparently had a Liz Frank injury.
Right, we just said that.
And then everybody wondered why he wasn't performing up to standard. Well, he had a broken foot.
Yeah.
Why isn't this made? Why doesn't he let people know that he's playing on a broken foot? Because all this does is ruin his rep.
I mean, you could get D linemen stepping on your foot and stuff like that intentionally. I mean, that's something that I think I like the way that hockey typically does this. The Avs didn't do it, but I like how hockey, when the year ends, they're like, these are the injuries these guys were suffering when they were playing in the postseason, and it does give you better context to it. I think it's probably smart to not say it in the moment, but I mean, they have injury reports where they have to have these guys listed with something, and they don't get so specific like Liz Frank, but they'll say foot or ankle.
That wasn't listed.
Was it not at all? Because
The
I'm
Liz
pretty
Frank?
sure
I think you have to.
I'm pretty sure it's illegal for teams not to list injuries if guys are hurt.
These players, they play with these massive injuries, and we kill them. Oh, he didn't perform. Oh, he did this. We kill them. And the perception of the player goes in the toilet. And I've always said, just tell people what's going on. And there's more room for at least empathy.
Yeah. I still think people go by the judgment of, I can only judge you by how you're playing, though. So it's like, I'm sure, what about the guys who are really hurt who also still perform well? I don't know.
Was Christian Brown 100% last season?
Of course
Obviously not.
I mean, where was he, do you think?
I think he was so hurt that he was unplayable.
He couldn't elevate at all.
Like
one leg was dead.
From what I watched in the playoffs from Christian Brown, I would not even have him in uniform. I don't think, and that's no disrespect to Christian Brown. I think he was that hurt, and I'd be like, this isn't helping.
I can honestly tell you, there were several Avalanche players dealing with something pretty decent or really tough. But if you're on the ice, if you're on the court, if you're on the field, and you're available to play, then nobody's going to be talking about, well, he's playing with a whatever. It's either you can play or you can't play. And so for these guys that are dealing with something major, I don't know what it took for Ben Powers to actually put his cleat on and get taped up, get taped up and put his cleat on and then get taped up again and then get his butt on the field. But I'm sure it hurt like hell. But he still did it.
So Lance,
you're playing hurt today. You can't speak without your throat, so you let people know what's wrong, right? Otherwise,
I told you my nose is full of snot.
Look, I don't want to.
You want to look, Brett? You want to see it?
No, hang on a second. Lance, who is a writer for the Broncos, listens to the show every day. Appreciate you, Lance. He said he just looked it up, the Week 17 injury report, that he was not listed on that injury report. And I am almost certain that if a guy is injured on your team, he must be listed with some sort of injury designation, or you will face a fine or potentially loss of draft picks.
He was listed with a biceps injury, not a foot injury. That's the difference. He broke his foot. He's playing with a broken foot, but he's listed with a biceps injury.
I think you have to list this stuff, though.
Hey, Brett, stop it.
What?
Stop it. Seriously, you're being very. Do you think Josh Allen was hurt in that game against the Broncos?
Yes.
Probably.
Do you think Drake
Josh
May?
Allen?
Do you think Drake May was hurt in the AFC?
He
But
definitely
do you
was
think
hurt.
Drake May was
he
hurt?
definitely was.
Yes.
Were those injuries listed?
I think Drake's was. Here's the difference, though. The difference is, look, we don't need to harp on this. All I'm saying is, when the guy admits out loud and says, I had this at this time, and then you can go back and check and be like, that wasn't listed. I'm just saying potentially you're putting yourself out there for stuff. That's all.
It's
probably
little
why
knock from Roger Goodell. Hey,
it's probably why Sean Payton, whenever somebody asks about an injury, is like, stop asking me. Like, that's probably a reason for it.
I just think, man, they don't. I understand what the rules are, and I get
That was
the
all
rules,
I was saying.
But if you think they don't play fast and loose with those rules, then you're kidding yourself.
Well, I'm fairly certain that Tom Brady was listed as questionable every week of his career, despite the fact that everybody knew he was playing. But he was always questionable with something. Speaking of, with camp coming up.
This makes sense, though. Hang on real quick. So the 1554, Powers wouldn't let them take an MRI, so they didn't know about the Liz Frank until the end of the season. So maybe that's, if the player himself is hiding it and you're not doing an MRI, then he comes out after the year and says, yeah, by the way, I've been playing with a Liz Frank. There's your answer. Don't try to.
He takes his shoe off, and his foot stays in the shoe.
Right.
And he's like,
Yeah,
fine.
I've been playing with this. Can somebody get my foot out of the shoe, please? Thank you.
But see, now you know why those injuries and how you announce your injuries is so sensitive. We've seen this before with Avalanche players, with Nuggets players. How hurt is he? Is he really hurt? Is he hurt beyond? Can he play? Can he give it a go? This happens in every sport, right?
Yes.
This is why.
And in baseball,
well, that was Val's injury when they won the cup, right? Didn't he has Liz Frank?
Well, the inside bone, the very inside bone of his foot, the long bone, was in half, literally in half.
I thought that's what Liz Frank was.
No, Liz Frank is just. I thought it was the. No, that's not. Where did Liz come up with this anyway?
Damage to the bones or ligaments in the midfoot arch.
Right, the arch.
I don't have an arch.
You're flat-footed?
Yeah.
That's too bad.
Yeah, flippers.
I have one single arch in there.
Somebody says, oh, by the way, Vic, you're right. In baseball, if a guy's got an injury, you can't go for it. Like if a center fielder's dealing with a shoulder, you're not running out to center field and banging him in the shoulder and saying, hey, how's that feel? I guarantee you, the way because hockey is the way it is, if somebody knows you have something in hockey, they are absolutely going to target that.
Well, that's not nice. I'm out there and be like, that's mean.
Ow! You know my hand hurts. Why did you hit it with your stick?
Is that why? I mean,
what is wrong with you?
Is that why Kadri in the Cup run had nails sticking out of his skin? Right? You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Cogliano's playing with a broken neck. You don't think they're trying to rough him up? I'm telling you, that's the way it is.
Trying to put him in a headlock.
Right.
By the way, with
how you like that, huh?
With all this news coming in, I just got confirmation. Brian Windhorst is going to join us at 9:30. Talking about Nuggets offseason and LeBron. So
cool. All right,
9:30 for Brian Windhorst.
All right, Windy at 9:30. Copy. And last thing. So it just, yeah. I mean, in the NFL, if Ben Powers is dealing with a Liz Frank, is it defensive line? I don't know that a defensive lineman's going to try to step on him any more than he normally would.
Yeah.
But maybe. I do know in hockey, if you've got a wrist, I guarantee you're going to get slashed several times.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Training camp kicks off this Friday, and Altitude Sports Radio will be there covering every second. Our coverage is powered by Ramos Law. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. RamosLaw.com. So we'll see you live from training camp on Friday starting at 6 a.m. We're doing the thing where we see leaf blowers, maybe Brandon Jones walking barefoot out there for a little bit. And then at 9:45, we'll see guys stretching, and then our show will end.
You know what's interesting? Vic, you know what we used to see out there that we do not see anymore at Broncos camp? We do see leaf guy, or blower guy, mower guy.
He's a listener to the show, or at least that guy was.
Back in the day,
lots of wasps.
At Broncos camp, when we came from Greeley down to Dove Valley for camp and whatnot, there were a lot of rabbits.
Oh, bro. You know Roxy? My little dog Roxy.
She nailed one?
She mangled one last night.
Yeah, good girl.
Dude, it was savage. This is a cute little puppy. It's like little pup. And then all of a sudden, it went down. Darwin.
Vic,
yeah.
Let me tell you something. I have a 60-pound German Shepherd mix, and I have a 14-pound Shih Tzu Bichon.
Wait, Mitsubishi?
Yeah, a little Mitsubishi.
Shih Tzu Bichon.
Wait, what did you say?
I got a 14 horsepower Mitsubishi.
Shih Tzu Bichon.
What the hell is that?
It's a Shih Tzu and a Bichon Frise.
It's
All right,
put together.
It's two little white dogs that got it on.
Correct.
It's just stupid.
It's just a tiny little white dog.
Calm down with all your names. You have a
Imagine
dog.
everything you would think. It looks like a little white,
I don't
fluffy,
even
little
know
angry little
what are my
bastard.
dogs? I don't even know what the hell they are.
So I have a German Shepherd
Coco's
mix,
good.
and I have a Mitsubishi. The 14-pound Mitsubishi, that's the murder. That's the one, if there's an animal in the backyard, that one gets him.
Yeah.
My German Shepherd couldn't care less.
It's always the small ones.
Except for squirrels. Squirrels are different, but if it sees a rabbit, it's like, yeah, whatever. The tiny one is out for blood.
Bro, this thing, the rabbit was bigger than the dog, and he's mangling. Wait, is Roxy a she?
It's a she. They're both
it's a
she's.
she.
Both your dogs are she's.
It just hit me. She's going to town. I don't want to even get into it.
All right, a 30-second story. I'll give you a prime example. These birds, my exhaust fan from my kitchen, they like to build nests in there.
Right.
And I can never close it up before baby birds are in. And I don't want to trap them in there so then it's too late. Every once in a while.
Well, in the middle of the winter, you go.
Yes,
take
I
care
know.
of it.
I just need to remember to do it. But every once in a while, one of those baby birds thinks it's time to fly. Not time to fly. Splat. I go outside one day, look at my Mitsubishi. It's all white. Moj. Red all over the white fur on the face and front paws. And I went,
She's a killer. She's an absolute killer.
I couldn't do it. I had to call in my wife, relief pitcher. I'm like, that's your dog.
Rick.
You deal with this.
Rick brought in a dead rabbit to the bedroom about 2 months ago. Dropped it on the carpet.
Sweet. Here's a prize, Dad.
Yeah. And they do look at you like, aren't you proud of me?
Yeah.
Look what I
Here's
got.
dinner. I
You
brought
brought
home
a
dinner.
dead rabbit in the house, bro. Get it out.
Yeah.
So here I am getting a plastic bag, and when you
I
pick up
know.
a big
Yeah,
dead rabbit,
No. See, that's
it's
exactly.
squishy.
Yes.
It's all squishy.
No.
Fix its throat.
And it's got slobber all over it too, so it's extra wet.
Come on.
It's awful. Yeah. All right, good talk.
504-0925. Back after this. Hey, this is Brett Kane from Fanatic Sportsbook, America's fastest online growing sportsbook. And why? Because of their rewards. Their rewards are just better than everybody else. They have fan cash. It's the ultimate sports currency. And betting with Fanatics lets you stack that fan cash with up to 10% fan cash back on your wagers, win or lose. So if you want value for your bets, Fanatics will always have your back. Don't forget about fan cash draws. It's simple. You choose your draw, enter for fan cash, or enter with fan cash for a shot at no sweat bets, casino credits, premium sports experiences, tickets, and so much more. Extraordinary prizes await. Did I also mention they're giving away millions in fan cash this year with games like Fan Cash Drop? Tap in every Friday. See what it's all about. Switch to the book that always gives you more to play with. Download the Fanatic Sportsbook app today. Winning hits different here. Must be 21 and older. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. Offer not available in all states. Terms apply. See the Fanatic Sportsbook app.
2, 3.
This from Pete Thamel. Hang on. There's a misspelling. I want to make sure I don't get got. This was sent by Nelly, by the way. I see you. This is trusting your teammates. I'm reassuring it's fine.
JP Morgan Chase?
Yeah, Ohio State is entering a new corporate sponsorship, or partnership, I should say, with JP Morgan Chase that includes jersey patches for all 36 Ohio State teams. This is expected to yield Ohio State $17 million per year.
All right,
for
so
a patch.
think about this for a second. Think about this. Think about how underperforming the deal that the Big 12 made with Monster Energy Drink.
That is it Monster Big 12 Conference, or is it Big 12 Conference presented by Monster? You have to say that now.
Whatever it is, they got $20 million for that, which is going to be shared for the entire conference. This team got 15 plus per year just for a team.
Yeah.
Just for a team.
I think that can buy you a couple players.
You think?
I think so.
How soon before I'm thinking about every team in college football and where perhaps their corporate money would go. Like who would sponsor Alabama? Who would sponsor Penn State? I'm thinking about Penn State as a steel. I know it's not Steel Town, that's Pittsburgh, but close enough.
No, it has to be this. It doesn't matter what like your values are as your community. It matters. Banks.
It's
Banks.
Am I on TV every weekend? When Bama's playing, are they seeing Steve's House of Crabs across the top of the jersey?
Funny, like this is all it takes. I want you guys to watch something. You know what's worth $17 million a year? Just That's all you do.
Yeah.
Just put something on your shirt.
Pretty much.
$17 million a year. Thank you very much.
These teams are on every single weekend on the big national network.
Well,
so what's that worth? What's that? I call it free advertising because everybody's going to see your company's logo on the front of an Ohio State jersey or a Bama jersey.
I've always wondered this with marketing. Does that do anything for JP Morgan Chase? A patch on Ohio State's uniform? Does
they think it does? Otherwise, they wouldn't pay.
But are like Buckeye fans who are, I don't know, they're using Give Me Another Bank, whoever, BMO or something like that.
You're just now you're basically tearing apart the entire concept of sponsorship. Does sponsorship do anything?
I've never understood. Well, I think
you're wearing a free hat from Chili Ones right now.
Yeah.
Does that do anything?
that could, like, I think it works for businesses like, if people didn't know what Chili Ones was, maybe they'd be like, what is that? And they go, oh, it's a beer made by Tyson Berry. Like, I think that would work. I've never seen JP Morgan Chase been like, what's that? It's like, I know who you are.
Yeah.
You have plenty of money. You're a bank.
I was going to say, you got my money.
Yeah.
I was going to say, they already have a lot of money.
Is Ibotta, right?
Yes.
I didn't know what Ibotta was before they were the jersey sponsor. That makes sense to me.
So you say...
Wait, I bought or you bought?
Because
Who bought?
Because JP Morgan Chase is already an established bank and everybody knows what it is and what they do, there's no need to throw a patch on a jersey. It's over-marketing.
I just think they're paying $17 million a year to be like, hey, that's cool. We're on Ohio State's jersey. I think that's.
I won't dispute that. I mean, it's like, what
does that make sense?
So
though?
What does that accomplish now?
Yeah, where do they see the money back for $17 million a year?
Is that going to make some Ohio State fan want to walk into JP Morgan Chase and say, hey, we're all Buckeyes now. I'm shopping here.
Like, I love the Nuggets. If the Nuggets were sponsored by, JP Morgan Chase, if that was their thing, like, I don't think I'd switch banks.
I like this, though.
You know what I mean?
I like this from Coley. Tide should sponsor Alabama.
Oh, that would be good.
See, those are the ones you got to do. If you get these ones where it's like,
that's a
you can tie it in,
that's
I like
so
that.
good.
You know,
see, now that makes sense.
That does make sense.
We only wash our uniforms with Tide.
Yeah.
Because we're the Crimson Tide. Roll Tide. Roll Tide.
I like that one. That one's cute.
Yeah. Have you been in a Ted's Montana Grill lately?
I've been there, but not lately.
I went a couple of months ago. It was pretty good. But I'm saying,
what the hell does it have to do with anything?
Well, what's on the menu there?
Bison?
Yes! A buffalo. So Put a little Ted's on the Colorado Buffaloes jersey right there, huh? Like if Ralphie don't kick it into gear, she's heading up at Ted's?
Seems like a big stretch.
That's a big stretch.
You're promoting cannibalism, man. I can't go eat a Buffalo burger before a Buffs game.
No, the Buffs would be Buffalo Wild Wings or something.
Oh,
like
yeah.
That's an
see,
easy one.
That would way better.
Yeah.
Way
I mean,
better.
come on.
Well, why do you think I'm on the radio and TV instead of friggin' marketing?
I mean, good Lord, Moj.
Deion Sanders already has a deal with Depends. Could see you get Depends patches and say something like providing coverage on and off the field.
Yeah.
Moser needed 6 sentences to describe his marketing scheme. You just said Buffalo Wild Wings. I was like, yeah, that works. Way easier.
Yeah, tried to reverse engineer it there, Moj. It didn't work.
I know Ted Turner also died, so it's not going to really work. So, never mind.
What?
What is wrong with your brain?
Ted Turner is the one that started Ted's Montana Grill, you idiots.
Well, I know that, but what does that have to do with anything?
Well, he's dead, and so the
What does it
company's
matter
probably
if
going
he's
away.
dead?
So what?
Okay, never mind. Never mind. Forget any of that happened. Wipe it all out of your brains. None of that happened.
I swear to God, sometimes
None of it happened. It was a good idea at the beginning, and it all went to crap, and now I'm getting crap. So no. You don't even get to say
No, hold on.
We're not talking about that anymore.
Yeah,
No.
think about this.
No,
for a
Moser's
second.
absolutely right. When Henry Ford died, so did Ford Motors.
Just think
Yeah.
about this. We were talking about Ohio State jersey patches. This guy chimes in and goes, "You ever been to Ted's Montana Grill lately? Yeah, Ted Turner died. Yeah."
It was jersey patches, and Moser goes, Ted's Montana Grill was pretty good. And Ted Turner died.
But if there weren't a lot of people in there, though, I think my point is that it's kind of, I don't think it's a thing anymore. That's what I'm getting at.
I hadn't been in one in
Again,
years. What does that have to do with this?
Put the friggin' Buffalo on the Buffalo's jersey.
I just love the idea, Moj, that you think because the guy who founded a company died, the company also dies with
Well, that's
him.
what happened with McDonald's and Ray Kroc.
Oh, yeah, you're right. McDonald's is shutting down
Yep,
everywhere.
Everywhere. Yep. Montana.
You're right. Ever since Colonel Sanders passed.
Yep.
Jesus.
Can't get no chicken no mo.
What about Dave from Wendy's? Can't find a Wendy's anywhere in this town.
That's a different story.
Why is that different?
I never liked Dave. I guess he's a great guy, though.
Why?
I just thought his commercials were kind of corny.
He named a restaurant after his, was it granddaughter?
That's his daughter.
Or his daughter. It's very cute. All I'm saying is, so to bring this back around, I was just wondering what JP Morgan Chase gets out of this other than them saying, it's cool that we're associated with Ohio State.
Yeah, just brand recognition. Maybe somebody in the higher-ups an Ohio State fan, and they decided we're going to throw our money there. Who knows?
Yeah.
I mean, usually it comes down to that, right? If you get enough fan base there.
What are some other ones we can think of that would be good jersey
But
sponsorship?
think of the brand.
Ted's Montana Grill in Colorado. I already gave it to you.
Think about the brand names in college
I don't understand
football.
anything that you said.
Well, who are some of the brand names in college football? Like Miami.
Yeah.
What would Miami?
Well,
the
somebody
Hurricanes-
already texted in and said Raising Cane's chicken.
Stretch can happen.
Stretch. Moser, I can't stop it. Moser's killing me. Somebody said Apple died the day Steve Jobs died.
Do you admit that your brain is sort of like?
Ted's Montana Grill.
Would you admit your brain is different than most?
I would absolutely admit
It's like-
yes.
It's like turned to its side sometimes.
Oh,
Like
Vic, for your school,
Mhm.
Irish Spring.
Easy. I already buy it. I have Irish Spring.
Yeah.
Am I the only one who still uses Irish Spring?
Yeah, I'm a Dove guy.
I love Irish
Do
Spring.
you? I'm
Oh.
a no tears Dove
And
guy.
I love cutting it with a knife.
Well, yeah, like the TV commercial. Oh, but I like it too.
You ever done that?
I swear to God, the only bars of soap I think I've used in my life are hotel bars of soap.
You use the.
I do the
Oh, I like a good bar soap.
whatever liquid, whatever you want to call it.
Oh, yeah.
You wash your feet.
Gotta be honest. I've started doing it recently in life. I kind of was of the thought, and this is embarrassing to say, when I
Well,
stand in the shower,
It's
the
just
soap's
it all
going
goes down
down
there anyway, right?
I don't
yeah.
understand
Why
it either.
put a
It's
loof
all
on it?
pooling at
Right.
my feet. But then a lot of my shoes started to smell, and I was like, maybe I got to loofah my feet a little bit to get some of that bad stuff
Well, as you
off.
guys know, in the summertime, I wear flip-flops every day.
Oh, we know.
And so Brett, you got to keep up with, you got to keep those suckers on point. You can't just be letting them go.
Yeah, it was just kind of hair, pits, privates, and then everything else is you're going to hit that water and soap at some point. The center of my back has not been touched by a loofah in my life.
Oh,
Not once.
There's this dude I know.
Could have lived without that.
Dude I know that lives in Boulder. Doesn't wear shoes. No socks, no shoes.
He's like, who was that, Mac Hollins in the NFL?
Yes, exactly, like Matt Collins. Doesn't wear shoes anywhere.
Disgusting.
Restaurants, anywhere. Like not shoe.
Well, that's illegal.
You just said you don't wear shoes in the summer.
No shirt.
Yeah.
Well, no, but I
no
don't,
shoes.
I don't walk around
no service,
barefooted.
Nick.
I got at least something on the bottom.
Are you telling me this guy walks into a steakhouse
I don't know if he goes
with bare feet?
I don't know if he goes to steakhouses, but the point.
Do you
I'm
know
trying
this
to-
guy, or is this just a guy who's known by everybody to walk around town?
I know him,
Okay.
but I know you too, and I'm trying to discern that. What's the difference? You don't wear shoes.
I have something under my feet that protects me from the actual ground and grime and crap, cigarette
true.
butts and all that kind of thing.
That is true.
But your feet are still exposed to the world.
Yeah, it feels good. My feet's just flapping in the wind.
Dude, I wear socks in my house. I'm almost never barefoot. I'm barefoot when I sleep and when I shower. That's it.
I'm totally with you.
Oh,
I
you
never,
wear slides all the time though.
With socks.
with socks. I never.
socks.
Yeah. I just think.
And you
it's-
calling me boomer?
It's comfortable.
Oh,
I
jeez.
just don't want to see another guy's feet. It's just.
Okay, Boomer.
I just don't want to see him.
Picture says, barefoot guy walks into Ted's Montana Grill. Now Ted's dead. 303-504
That's funny.
504-0925. Back after this.
All right, the only reason I bring this up is because I know I'm not the only one that's going through this. Brett, you mentioned it too. And I don't know if it's something in the air. I don't know if it's some sort of sun-moon thing. Why, for the last month, have I awoken at 4:15 or around 4:15 every single morning, lay there for a good 45 minutes trying to get back to bed, unable to really get back to bed, just slithering around, and then finally just give up and get out of bed around 5? What is going on?
Mine's
Because you're doing the same thing?
Mine's 3:30. And I'm having weird dreams.
But it's just the ultra early wake up. Is anyone else experiencing that? Is there something happening in the universe? Are you going through that at all? Or no?
I'm waking up before my alarm virtually every day, including the weekends. I can't sleep past. My body will not sleep past basically 6:15 a.m. on the weekends.
Ridiculous times, Moser. I'm talking 4:15, bro.
3:30.
There have been times I've woken up at 2 in the morning, 4:30 in the morning. I mean, I don't know
Okay.
what it is.
And I'm awake.
Okay.
I'm awake.
Correct.
All right,
Correct.
Here's what I need to get out there. For those of you who all work mornings, all of us do. You're listening to the show right now. You're probably working in the mornings. I'm going to send a letter to management. It's a known fact that working morning radio takes years off your life. We will die young. We will die earlier than most.
1,000%.
Don't you think we should receive some sort of bonus for that? Something?
Yeah, I
death
completely.
bonus?
Yeah, I completely. We're meeting with the boss today, right? So
Yes.
let's bring it up.
Are we in agreement?
I like death bonus.
All right.
Yeah.
Good. Yeah, see, other people on the text line have said the same thing. That they're getting up early. This person says 2:30 a.m.
People are
says,
saying this. This isn't, by the way, I'm not getting up having to pee or anything. It's
No,
not like
no,
that.
it's just
I
That's
wake
correct.
up.
Just waking up.
100%.
Yep.
100%. Another person says, I just sit there before dawn and look at I sit there and just look at the windows. And I'm like, what is happening? And it's dreadful because you wake up, you're like, not again. Tonight was supposed to be the night where I just sleep. What is happening?
I don't know. And it's interesting you say that because there are times I'll wake up and I'm determined. I'm going, okay, it's got to be this amount of time because there's no light peeking through the window whatsoever.
Yes.
No?
It's still dark. And I'm like, well, it's got to be like 3. You know what I mean? Or it's got to be 4. But there are times when I'll wake up. Let's say my alarm is set for 5:35. Let's say. I can tell it's about 5:27. Like my alarm's going to go off, but
Yeah,
I'm awake.
But Moj, that's different. That's your body clock is anticipating this is what
No,
time we
but
get up in the
there are
morning.
times when the nighttime is still happening nighttime. Heck, I did it one time. It was like 1:30 in the morning. I'm like, I feel like I've been asleep for 10 days.
So,
Weird.
Moj, you said you had a comparison between the Avs and the Nuggets.
Yeah.
By the way, Brian Windhorst is going to join us at 9:30 to talk about the offseason,
Right
the
on,
NBA,
Windy.
and the Nuggets. So,
Oh, man. I was listening to NHL Network Radio, Jake Kahn and Victoria Matiash. This is my old guy, Jim Boomer Gordon, who passed away. Jake was his co-host. Victoria sits in a lot of days with Jake. But they still do what Boomer did, and that's GM report cards for every team in the league. And I was listening to the Colorado Avalanche report card, and basically it was for Chris McFarland. And I think Jake gave a B. Victoria gave an A because she knows the injuries that she's like, everything's going along swimmingly until that game 1, and you've got guys, and at that point, the difference between winning and losing is minute. It's crazy. But that being said, I was going through the contracts in my head of the Colorado Avalanche. And Vic, the Nuggets are in trouble. Why?
Because of the salary cap,
But
the luxury tax,
correct.
the second apron.
That's right. But I was looking at the Avalanche contracts, and I thought to myself, you know what? There is not an untradeable contract on the roster right now. Not one. Now, you may not get back, as much as you want for that player on that contract, but if Joe Sakic wanted to, he could spin off any contract on the roster like that.
Nas would be pretty tough, wouldn't it?
At 5.6, not with the cap going up, no.
What about Gabe?
That's an interesting one because how many teams would take a chance at $7 million per for 3 more years? That's an excellent question. I don't know, that is a really excellent question. So maybe Gabe, but that wouldn't happen obviously anyway. But I tell you what, with the cap going up and you see some of these prices, Bowen Byram getting over 12. Bedard just got 15. That's about 10 million. That's 10 million more per than Nas, who's obviously getting up there a little bit at the age of 35, but still, the guy's still productive enough at that price tag in today's dollars with the cap that's a tradable contract.
Well, you got two big ones that are coming up after the season, and that's Kale
Right.
and Lehkonen. And I don't know what Lekkonen's going to command, but I would assume it's not going to be cheap, especially with the cap going up.
Yeah, but it's not going to be one of these break the bankers either. It's not going to be 10 or anything like that. I mean, he's making 4.5, so I'd feel comfortable right around there.
At 4.5 again?
5?
You don't think he's going to want more than that?
I'm sure he probably is, but at the same time, he's north of 30. So, look, GMs now are starting to get Play-Doh money, monopoly money, because the cap is going up and they feel
that's what I'm saying.
They've got all this wiggle room.
I would assume that his contract steps up at least a couple $1 million a year.
Okay. I don't know, but Taves at 7.25. Is he tradable for the next? He's got 5 years left. You're damn right he is. He's an Olympian.
Yeah.
What a gold medal. Malinsky, Kulak. Somebody said Kulak's the worst contract on the roster at 4.5. Well, what's a valuable, shutdown, responsible defenseman worth nowadays?
Yeah.
Manner's making under 4. These are all incredibly tradable contracts. So it just got me to thinking, with the NBA, when you overpay, you put yourself in a real pickle, like the Nuggets have.
Is there anybody?
The Avs would have absolutely no problem if they wanted to moving any of these guys.
Outside of Joker, who's the most tradable Nugget? Contract involved.
That's a great question.
Is it Jamal?
Contract involved right now?
Contract involved.
Peyton Watson.
True. We don't know what the contract is.
Well, I mean, if you take it by its qualifying offer.
Right. Well, Vic, you've been saying that in today's NBA, you've got to throw in the breadcrumbs or maybe even a cake to send a player away.
If it's a big contract.
In the NHL, these guys now, every one of these guys, you don't have to include a damn thing. You're looking at what the return is going to be.
Take a look at all the big contracts in the NBA that switch hands. Along with the contracts come picks.
Yeah.
Because if you're going to ask a team to take on 30, 40 million, they're going to want some insurance.
Right.
So
I mean, it's obviously the numbers are way different because there's so much more money and a smaller pool of players in the NBA. But you have to attach things for the most part to get these deals done. In the NHL, you can do that as well. You know, take this guy and we'll throw this. But when I'm looking at the Avs in terms of tradability of anybody that
there's a lot of tradable players that
a ton.
That's a great question.
So don't screw yourself in man. Now we've got this guy like Jonathan Huberdeau for the Calgary Flames. What's he making? 10 per?
I think so.
That contract is untradeable, in my opinion.
Well,
he went from 100 points to 50.
I'm trying to figure out who's tradable, who's the most tradable deal for the Nuggets, and I'm struggling. You tell me.
Outside the obvious, yes.
Well, Joker, you could trade him to
Well, here's what you
anybody
got.
at any time for any amount.
I don't
Jamal's
even want
got-
to talk about that.
Jamal's got 3 years left with like $160 million owed to him still. AG has 2 years and a player option left, where that is right around $100 million, a little over $100 million.
And I want to say something before you move on. Just because these contracts that you just mentioned haven't been traded doesn't mean they haven't talked to teams about trading them.
Right.
It means that the deals weren't beneficial. That's all it means.
Christian Run has 5 years at 125 left. Cam Johnson's got a year at 23. And then you get to Zeke, who has a player option. God, he's got a player option after this year, too. But he's going to be owed $15 million still. Spencer Jones now is at 12 over the next 2.
Zeke is he's an $8 million a year bullpen catcher.
Then everybody else is essentially either a vet minimum or a rookie contract. Strother's got a year left. Deron Holmes has 2 left. Both of those are,
So those are probably incredibly tradable because
$4 million
they're
a year.
making nothing, and you can still, bet that they're going to become even better players. We don't even know a damn thing about Deron Holmes. But
Zeke has a player option still after this year?
Crazy.
who did that deal? Tim?
Booth. No, Booth
That was
did.
Calvin.
Calvin?
Booth.
And the last thing is, I think I just made it look too easy.
No, you made it look too dumb.
I mean, if I had to choose, Vic, I would assume that Cam Johnson on an expiring deal is probably the easiest. Not to say that it's easy, but easiest of this bunch?
Yes. I would say, but again, you have to find somebody then.
Or Jamal. I mean, Jamal's an all-NBA player. I mean,
But
I get he makes $50-some million a year.
Again, remember where we're going with this. Remember, everybody needs to understand something. Rosters, when the season starts, rosters are going to be set near the apron, some of them near the second apron, right?
Mm-hmm.
So no one is just going to take $23 million, inherit $23 million without moving money out.
Yeah.
Why can't the Nuggets take money back? Because they're in the second apron.
Well, yeah,
So who's going to go above the threshold? Who's got $23 million in room to make that happen? Not many teams.
Only a handful.
I guess this is their only option that's left if they want to do this.
Send Cam back to Brooklyn?
They got to find a team, two teams that are already doing a deal, and try and weasel their way into the deal. And just be like, hey, guys, what if I threw this in there?
Well, how do you see that playing out, though?
I don't know, Vic.
Because all you're doing is because even in the three teams, you're just shuffling stuff around.
Save that question for Windhorst because it's not an easy situation. But you know what? That's why people get paid. That's why people are in this business, and I can't wait for them to find a way out of it. To be honest with you,
I totally agree.
And I have total faith they can. I do too.
I do too. It's going to take some maneuvering, but it can be done.
Even with the Peyton Watson thing, even if they let Peyton Watson go, they're still in the second apron.
Yep.
Even if they do a sign and trade for 2 first-round picks, they're still in it.
Yeah, the Spencer Jones situation didn't do them any favors for when it happened because they were dealing at a point of, okay, we can take some money back with Peyton Watson until they signed Spencer Jones. That changed things when they signed Spencer Jones. And I don't like the fact that Spencer Jones is cast as like he did something wrong. He didn't do anything wrong.
No, he did everything totally right for him. That's everything he was entitled to.
Guess what? Spencer Jones did the same thing Joe Sakic did many years ago.
100%.
He accepted an offer sheet.
Yep.
There's nothing illegal or wrong about that.
Did you know that, Brett?
Hang on. I'm asking ChatGPT something.
Dude, we are a show that does not want to focus on dealing with artificial intelligence. Let our intelligence be artificial.
I'm just going to see if even they can do it. I said,
Hey, cutie.
give me a realistic trade that allows the Nuggets to get out of the second apron. Here's the first thing that popped up. Well, you know what, ChatGPT? You already lose. They have both Tim Hardaway Jr. and Hunter Tyson in this trade.
There you go. Hey, did you ever watch Saving Sakic?
Nailed it.
Did you ever watch that, Brett?
Great.
Because we lived it, and so it's really cool to go back and it's cool to watch it.
Okay,
Joe
Sakic.
Sakic.
Here's one. Okay. Royce O'Neal goes to the Nuggets. Zeke Naji and a second-round pick go to the Suns. Again, I don't know what year we're dealing with here. Is Royce O'Neal still a player in the league?
Royce O'Neal no longer plays for the Suns.
You know what, ChatGPT, you're terrible. You're terrible, ChatGPT.
Your platform is dumb.
I mean, how does... These robots are supposed to help.
He's arguing with the robots.
It doesn't even say that. It says Nuggets receive Dorian Finney-Smith. Opponent receives Cam Johnson. They don't even know the opponent.
Finney-Smith just got traded. Got picked up. I mean,
look at this. You know, what a failure. What a failure by ChatGPT.
Do yourself a favor.
I'm glad it fails because I don't want it taking people's jobs. There's some good people working on these trades right now.
Yeah.
Using real-life situations.
I think it's worth a shot that we call the Suns and ask for Royce O'Neal anyway.
And then send him Zeke and say, oh, we don't need anything back, right? Hey, do yourself a favor. Watch Saving Sakic if you haven't watched it. It goes back to when he was signed with the... Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, then...
It's great.
Why are you playing dumb?
I was just arguing with robots about who's on rosters and not right now.
You can't defeat the robots.
I thought you were playing dumb.
Wine Time is coming to Elitch Gardens Friday, August 28th. Sip your way through 14 different wine stations with artisan bites and live music. Get tickets at altitudesportsradio.com/wine.
I saw a video yesterday. I don't know if you guys want to get into this, but it's on the top of my head. With Marshawn Lynch relaying a story about his teammate Russell Wilson. And I was shocked.
I'd love to get into it just by the way you sold it. You
Yep.
sold it really nicely.
Well, then stand by, mother.
Okay, you don't have to do that, and we'll just
Yeah.
get to that next. Is what we'll say.
Okay, sounds
Yeah.
good. Back on the program. I'll handle it. You guys just keep doing your screen time thing or whatever it is you do.
I'm reading something for the show.
Okay.
Brian Windhorst will join us at 9:30, by the way.
Sounds good. Nelly has
So-
the video. Nelly has the audio and the video.
Well, I need
It's Club,
I need
it's
you
a
to
Club
wait.
Shay Shay thing. Okay.
I need you to wait.
Okay.
Because here's what Moser said. He goes, I have this video of Marshawn Lynch talking about Russell Wilson. He sends the video to Nelly, and he goes, Nelly, I don't think there's any cursing in it. And my first reaction was, it's a Marshawn Lynch clip. What do you mean there's no cursing in it? Yeah. And sure enough, Nelly goes, there's a million things I need to bleep out in this. It's Marshawn Lynch.
Good point. Well, when he's doing the Subway commercial, he does it pretty good. He holds back pretty well.
It probably took 800 takes. I mean, you like a bleeping foot long? Anyway, what does he say? We don't need to play the audio. You can just explain it. Explain it to me.
Okay, so basically he's talking to Shannon, and he says, look, he says, we had this game against Tennessee. We're supposed to throw the ball for 500 yards or some blank like that. Russ didn't have the game that he wanted after the game. I did pretty good. 2 tugs, 150 rushing, another 50 receiving. He says, listen to this. This blows me away, Vic. I reached out to our player personnel dude and was like, hey, man, let me get Russ's number. He said, all right, I'll call you back. He called me back and said, did you get a call? I'm like, no. He was like, well, Russ just said he tried to call you. And Marshawn says, well, I got a call from a blocked number. And he says, oh, yeah, that's him. And Marshawn says, like, I don't know if he blocked it or how it worked. I just know I got a call from a blocked number. So when I call back, I'm just like, bro, I'm calling you as a teammate. I'm telling you straight up. I'm calling you on some real blank. It's the first time we actually had a real conversation. I know you didn't have the game you wanted and so on. His response to me was like, what the blank? So I told him again, no, bro, I'm here for you. I want to rock with you. You know what I mean? Anyway, the point is that Russ wouldn't even give Marshawn, his own teammate,
His number?
his telephone number.
Jesus. That's rough.
Can you believe that?
Yeah, that's rough.
Can you believe?
What is a blocked number? I don't understand. How does that even work?
Well, when he makes a call out from his private cell phone, the number is blocked.
How do you do that?
Didn't you ever dial *67, Brett?
Oh, I did do that. Yeah. So
Yes,
that's
you block the person from seeing your number when you call them.
Anyway.
What was the purpose in that?
Well, you could use
Surprise
that to prank call someone. You could
Well,
hide your number.
Yeah.
Can we do that?
Does that still work? I doubt
Can we
it.
call Kyle, who's on the course right now,
Prank him.
and just not let him know it's coming from Altitude
I
Sports
have
Radio?
your daughter. 10 grand now.
But that's does that not strike you as just bizarre and weird? And
Stop shooting that damn golf show.
Yeah, it is weird.
Russ is so big and so he's too big to take a call or to let Marshawn Lynch have his real number. I just think I find
Yeah.
that to be weird, man. I think that's crazy.
It is weird. It's very weird. Now, I noticed something else. If you guys didn't see this, this is potentially a big deal if something comes of it. So Vita Vea requested a trade out of the Bucs yesterday because they can't get together on a contract. Vita Vea is remarkable as an interior defensive lineman. Now, I mean, I'm not doing this like, hey, can the Broncos get Vita Vea? But I'm saying this to tell you, when a guy like that comes on the market, we know the value of somebody that is an interior defensive presence, especially in the pass rush game. If you can collapse a pocket from the interior, there's nowhere for a quarterback to go because he can't step up. And if he runs outside, you're running into an edge rusher.
Aaron Donald.
Well,
Which
JFM,
brings me-
JFM.
To Aaron
Zach
Donald,
Yeah.
who it's now intensifying a little bit whether he's going to unretire and come back and play with the Rams. Here's a big problem. When you retire, your contract remains intact if you're in the middle of a contract. So if you unretire, that contract then just starts from where you left off. Do you know how much Aaron Donald was... Do you know how much Aaron Donald was making when he retired? $30 million a year.
How do the Rams fit that in?
Yeah. Like, even if he's like, this would be a lot of... Think about a D-line that would have whatever version of Aaron Donald you're going to get now a couple years out of football. But he's in the middle. And on the edge is Myles Garrett.
Yeah, it's insane.
That's the scariest thing I've ever.
That's insane.
That pocket would be collapsing a lot.
Oh, my God.
Yeah. Well, here's the answer. The answer is you work with him on a deal that makes sense for both sides. That's
It
what
would
you do.
have to.
They would have to trade somebody, cut somebody, make room for him. Incentivize the contract somehow.
I want to see this so badly. I want Aaron Donald unretired, and I just want to see what
I
that
think
would
it's
look
going
like.
to happen. I mean, it's already out in
Do
the
you?
open. Sean McVay talked about it. He said, he's ramping up to see if he's willing to do this. I wouldn't be surprised if he just takes a couple more weeks off of camp, and then if he feels like doing it, joining the team halfway through camp just to get a platform to start the season. You can't just go 2 years and not play.
Yeah.
Has it been 2 years or 1 year?
He stopped in 24, so it's been 2. A little over 2.
I mean, he's obviously in great shape, but football shape is different than shape.
He's 35. I would suspect if there's one human being on the planet that can come back and just wreck offensive lines, it's probably that guy.
Yeah.
Who was the Dallas tight end who came back after
Jason
Witten.
Yeah.
After being on Monday Night Football.
Yeah. That was crazy.
Yeah, but he was a boat anchor.
Dude, let me tell you something.
Vic, he was
I know.
towing a boat anchor.
But
When he came
Still
back
did
and
it.
played that final year after being in the broadcast booth, he was one of the guys I physically hurt watching him run. I'm like, this doesn't look fun for you. What are you doing to yourself
His
here?
knees were dust. It's a mess.
So I was reading, by the way, this is a great story. Yeah, we got time. So I have convinced myself I will take this to my grave believing this, even though it's probably not true, but I want it to be true, so in my head it's true. That LeBron James changed his mind and went to Philly after the Heat put out that press conference thing.
I completely believe that.
I got the real story on this. Ramona Shelburne had a big story about LeBron going to Philly, and there's 2 details in this that I was unaware of. First of all, did you know that Bob Myers is basically the lead person in charge of that Josh Harris ownership group?
The former GM of the Warriors?
Yeah, he is the president of Harris Blitzer Sports and Entertainment.
I had no idea.
So Bob Myers is now responsible, and in this article, he's quoted, he's saying, if you're not getting better, you're getting worse. And he went back, he goes, like when we signed Kevin Durant with the Warriors, that's a no-brainer. If he says he's interested, you go, okay, you're on the team.
Right.
Because it was the same thing with LeBron here. And first of all, what hit me was, how bleeping lucky is this guy that he just happened to be right place, right time for gigantic free agent to be just sitting there waiting for you. And there's not a lot of pitching you have to do. Now, to his credit, I don't think Philly's chosen without a Jaylen Brown trade. If he doesn't go to Philly,
I agree.
I don't think LeBron's
So you
choosing
do that
the
deal
76ers.
first. You do that deal first. The pot's that much sweeter, and then
Right.
there you go.
But secondly, in the story about that Heat staffer, the YouTube person. So here's the section of this article. It's talking about Rich Paul. And Paul became constant public and private voice throughout the months long. I didn't know that was one word.
what did you just try to say? Did you just try to make that all one? You tried to make that all one word.
Did you guys know months long was a single word and not separated?
No, there's a hyphen there.
Not in this article. That's
Well,
why I
they
got
messed
confused. Come look, Moj.
They messed up.
Then somebody didn't do the editing right. That's why I got confused.
They didn't mess that up.
Mouth long. Anyway, so they're talking about the whiteboards, blah, blah, blah. But even he said he had no idea in which direction James was leaning until the two spoke in depth Thursday evening and the final decision was made at 1 a.m. Eastern time on Friday. Which is why the saga of the poor Heat staffer, whose sources told ESPN had scheduled vacation for that week and was trying to get ahead of work that could come up if James did choose the Heat, was so amusing to Chris Paul and the small group of people, or Rich Paul and the small group of people James confided in during the process. One league source says, did anyone really think LeBron was doing a press conference? Which is funny.
Yeah.
When he signed with the Lakers, the first time people saw him was at camp. But it says this guy had a vacation that was scheduled. Let me tell you something. If you are in charge of the Heat's YouTube page and you have a scheduled vacation, outside of what? A wedding, the birth of a child, or a funeral, you're probably cutting vacation short the second that LeBron chooses Miami.
If you're in the Bahamas, they say, hey, listen, LeBron's coming. We need you back. You jump on a plane, you come back.
No doubt, right?
Right.
With only the few exceptions that I gave you, a child, a wedding, or a funeral.
Correct.
And probably like your wedding.
No, man. Sorry, I got this tour scheduled at Machu Picchu. Can't make it. Oh, you come back.
Vic, what happens if...
Especially if you're like somewhere... we're going to New York for the week. Whatever.
You're out of the country at your beautiful baby girl's wedding.
Mm-hmm.
And Nikola Jokic gets traded that day.
Mm-hmm.
What do you do?
I'll jump on Twitter and say, I'm going to miss the big fella, and then get back to the wedding. What do you want me to do?
I want you to get on a flight back here. I mean, this big things. You're the king of Denver.
No, that's a wedding. That's his daughter's wedding.
Wedding.
It's the first. It's the first wedding of any child of his, so it's a big deal.
Can you imagine though?
If
you haul out to vacation and you're like, you know what? If this LeBron thing happens, I have to be prepared. And you're like at the airport when you see all of the sleuths online accusing you of leaking LeBron James signing with the Heat. You're like, no, that's not what I meant. It's not what I wanted to do. Just saying. Would be tough. Tough day for that guy or gal, whoever it was. But it's not quite Seth Wickersham level of detail in this story, but it is a long story.
You say it's from Ramona?
From Ramona Shelburne. Okay. And I just did the Control F because I tried to see if the Nuggets were in here at all. They were not. Not a single
What's
man.
Control F?
So
you're finding keywords in an article.
So
I didn't even know that existed.
Yeah.
So she literally did not include Denver at all in the entire article.
It's just clearly that Denver.
Well, then why were we even brought up in the
broaden?
Why
make it more intriguing for the entire country? I mean, I think we both got the feeling as soon as that thing kept going and going, it was over, right? Like Minnesota and Denver dropped out.
Well, I thought Golden State dropped out too, but everybody kept talking about Golden State.
Do you think, first of all, the LeBron James was interested in the Knicks and the Knicks said no thing? Not a great look. And maybe they were just trying to add teams in it to be like, look, LeBron could go wherever he wanted to, but we've narrowed it to these teams. Maybe it wasn't all that much interest. Maybe it wasn't all 30 teams in the league would have taken LeBron if LeBron chose them.
Did they say no before or after they won the title recently?
Well, it would have been after.
Okay, then. Then you don't, you just won a title.
Okay. If the Nuggets won a title and LeBron goes, I'll play on a vet minimum deal, I'd be like, yeah, I'd think about it. Wouldn't you?
I suppose.
Yeah.
But maybe they're thinking, hey, look, we don't need the headache. We don't need the TV cameras in every single space in our facility.
Who's doing Hard Knocks this year? Is there a Hard Knocks team? Did they do away with that? Because as much as we poke fun at Hard Knocks, I do like to watch it. I do like to see what's happening.
When did this get announced?
What?
It's the Seahawks. The defending champs.
Wait.
I thought this was always about a team that like missed the playoffs or something.
You realize the Broncos are one of the few teams that have not done Hard Knocks.
They're going to have to at some point.
Well, they keep saying that, and they haven't.
I thought if you were a champion, you didn't have to go through that stuff. Have they changed the rules?
This was announced all the way back in March. So it's like they just won the title.
Can you give me a list of the teams that have never done Hard Knocks? Can you look that up real quick? I'm just curious how many teams exist. Because the thing was designed for every team to go through this. And I think at some point it's healthy to go through it, for crying out loud.
All right, here's what it says.
Wrong with it.
Broncos, Packers, Jags, Titans, Niners, Vikings, Panthers, Saints, Eagles, Steelers.
A lot more than I thought.
I don't have the Steelers on mine. I have Panthers, Broncos, Packers, Jags, Vikes, Pats, Saints, Eagles, 49ers, Titans.
Wait, if they already decided in 2027 it's the Patriots? That's already a done deal?
Excuse me.
It seems odd to decide that already for next year.
What's happening to the show I loved?
I don't know.
I thought that whole show was about the little engine that could story. Like, oh, they're down, but maybe this is the year they come back. I don't know. But yeah, it's the Seahawks. And the first episode is August 4th. So next week already. Or a week and a half from now.
Damn.
Fix your face. Fix your face. And if you sneeze like Betty Rubble ever again. Wait, here it comes. Let's see. What is that sound? How is that a legitimate sneeze sound?
I don't know.
Cannot wait to be in my comfortable confines home studio for the rest of the week.
Vic Treats coming in here is paying a penance.
It is. I mean, you're dealing with this fast.
Oh, by the way, next.
Vic Lombardi here for Flatirons Fire and Design. If you want something to decorate that outdoor patio, time is running out. Only so many more weeks of these Colorado summers that you can enjoy, whether that be a hot tub, a cold plunge, gosh, could use one of those, or a sauna. Right now, all available at Flatirons Fire and Design, along with what they do best, and that is fireplaces. 10% off if you tell them we sent you here at Altitude Sports. 10% off. Visit the showroom today off 53rd and Bannock, North I-25, or go online, flatironsfire.com. Best online showroom around, flatironsfire.com.
Oh, by the way, stories around sports in the world we feel like you should be aware of.
Let me start this thing off. Vic, we were talking earlier today that back in the day when the Broncos first came from Greeley back to Dove Valley to do training camp, I mean, out there, Dove Valley was still kind of the Wild West a little bit, right?
Sure.
There's still fields and all that kind of thing. And there used to be rabbits. We'd get there in the morning, and there were rabbits running all over the field. Well, they're all long gone now. They've been eradicated or moved. We're going to relocate this rabbit, to the dumpster. Anyway, they're not there anymore. But I do love a good animal story. And so when I'm watching the highlights of the Orioles at the Tigers last night, and that friggin' squirrel got loose all over the field, right? And so what you've got an outfielder and then like 15 grounds crew trying to corral the squirrel. So you got like 16 dudes surrounding the squirrel, and that squirrel is like Barry Sanders.
Too quick, man.
That squirrel is Barry Sanders. And by the way, they're just trying to contain it. Nobody wants to touch it or grab it because they don't want to get bit, I'm sure. So finally they threw the towel over it, they got him, and so on and so forth. But I love a good animal. What was that game where the squirrel, the squirrel's at the 30, he's at the 20.
Oh, that was a Kevin Harlan game.
Yeah, and then
Harlan.
he made it to the end zone, and the crowd goes insane.
But I believe that was a cat, though.
No, that was cats too, but cats usually get loose at baseball. This was a squirrel at baseball, but squirrels get loose. Cats are baseball.
What in the hell is happening?
What does that even mean? Cats are baseball. What does that mean?
Like you'll see a cat on the field, it'll run and jump the outfield fence and get away.
Did you hit your head?
I must have. I'm sorry. Again, it's the lack of sleep thing. I'm up and down all night. But watching these idiots try to corral this squirrel was awesome. I love that.
Nelly, at the end of the show, I got to hear whatever cats are baseball and squirrels are what?
Football.
Squirrels are football.
But this squirrel did baseball, yeah.
Well, are you thinking of the time that I guess a cat broke the laws of nature and ran on the field during the Cowboys-Giants Monday Night Football game? Because this was Kevin Harlan's famous call of that.
Who brought the cat? He's walking to the 3. He's at the 2. And the cat is in the CDW red zone. CDW, people who get it now, a policeman, a state trooper has come on the field, and the cat runs into the end zone. That is a touchdown.
Do you remember the cat that was hanging from the balcony at the Miami Hurricanes game?
I do remember that.
And they had
they caught it.
They caught it, yeah.
The best animals at any sporting event are the mutton-busting episodes at Mile High.
Oh, yeah.
When the sheep get crazy and get loose. One of those sheep got loose last year, and they couldn't bust that mutton.
What do they do if sheep poops on the field?
Clean it up. Yeah, they got cleaners. Clean it right up.
We didn't mention this yet. Dave Yeager has agreed to become the lead assistant coach.
Oh, yeah,
for the
you're
Nuggets.
right.
Yeah, we haven't talked about
We haven't
that.
even talked about that. A veteran with a defensive mindset. He's focused on defense for the bulk of his career, and he will do the same here in Denver.
I always think it's good. Look, I know that Adelman's not a rookie head coach anymore, but he's a young head coach. And I heard a quote from somebody who was an interim head coach in the NFL. And he goes, you're grateful for the opportunity. You get this stage. It's not just a tryout for your team, but for 31 other teams to show that you got the goods to do the job. But he goes, what you don't understand, the trouble in becoming a brand new head coach, it's not the game planning. It's not planning meetings. It's not doing practice. You know all of that. Because what I didn't realize was I'm going to a meeting and then I get hauled off saying you have to do a radio hit. You have to do a press conference. You have to join this TV show. You have to do this and that.
Time.
He goes, that sort of time management was something you don't know until you do the job.
I wonder if there's a complimentary move that will be made now. I wonder if they'll go with the same staff intact and he'll be the lead assistant because he was welcomed in as the lead assistant, right?
Yeah.
Lead.
Yep.
So what does that mean for the other two guys who served in that role? J.J. Perea coached the summer league team. You
Right.
figure he's here, right?
You'd think.
By the way, I really liked your sit down with him.
Well, thank you.
I watched that again the other day. I thought it was really thoughtful and good. Good job, dude.
Well, thank you.
You're welcome.
So
Who's the other assistant? The other lead assistant who is the defensive guy? The former Phoenix Sun, the former player,
Dudley?
Jared Dudley. I wonder what it means for him. I don't know. We'll find out.
There's an advancement to a story involving scandal, and it's not Kawhi Leonard. It's in the MLB. There's a 6-episode series from 30 for 30 podcasts on It's called The Betrayal of Shohei Ohtani, and it's about his interpreter, that Ippei Mizuhara guy, who allegedly stole $17 million from Shohei. So in this, it sheds a little bit more light on the gambling scandal. And Mizuhara said, I asked him if he could pay my debt off. He had to give it some thought. And then it turns out, I haven't finished reading this story yet, but he admitted to stealing nearly $17 million from him and now serving a 57-month prison sentence. But if you remember, that story started with, it sounded like Mizuhara was covering up for Shohei, right? That's how it kind of started. Turns out this guy is just siphoning money off this guy.
So he's just ripping him off and really doing the bets.
Here's my question, though. How do you take 17 mil from somebody and they don't really notice?
That's making a lot of money.
Even if you made a lot of money, $17 million disappearing is like a different level of cash.
That's like me seeing $100 go out the door. Like, hey, where'd that go?
Yeah.
I'm paying attention.
I mean, we know. We had money in here that was stolen.
Yes.
We had money stolen here. Not a single dime remains from the sports fund.
Thieves.
Oh, by the way, you may have seen it. We talked about it earlier. Ohio State just struck a deal, monumental deal, with J.P. Morgan, the bank, jersey patches that will make Ohio State upwards of $17 million a year. Jersey patches with J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, which goes back to the deal that the Big 12 made about a month ago when they did a deal with Monster Energy Drink, all jersey patches for Big 12 teams wearing Monster Energy Drink patches. The entire league gets $20 million. One league gets $20 million. One team gets $17 million.
Because they're Ohio State, dude.
Yeah, but dude, when the league did that deal with Monster, I still thought it was a little. That's not enough money.
Little low,
right?
Yeah, for an entire league. For
That's
16
going to be on
teams
TV every single week.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now look at it. Now look at that deal. It just pales in comparison
Sure.
to what
Yeah.
other teams are
It
going to get.
looks, it looks really crappy. Oh, by the way, if you had to guess which NFL team has the best odds to go from worst to first this year, what do you think it would be? Who do you think it would
in
be?
the division?
Yeah.
Yeah, let me see. Don't you say a word. I love this game. So last year,
This is odds-wise.
your choices are the Jets. That ain't happening.
Nope.
The Browns. That ain't happening.
Nope.
The Titans. I mean, I would say no, but it's not
Chance.
like that's an amazing division. The Raiders. That ain't happening. The Giants.
Yeah.
The Eagles are there, though. Oh.
Who's most likely?
Detroit, probably.
Yeah.
Detroit.
Yeah, that's most likely. 100%. Detroit finished last?
They're tied for last. They're 9-8.
Did not know that.
I mean, that entire division was over 500. Then the other options are the Saints, which maybe New Orleans. I mean, that's a crappy NFC South. They won that. Every team in the NFC North was above 500. Every team in the NFC South was below 500.
You are getting really hot, baby.
But then it's the Cardinals, and that's not happening. So it's got to be Detroit.
Detroit's number 2.
Saints?
They're currently at plus 180.
Saints?
The New Orleans Saints
Yeah, I'd see it.
have the best odds to go from worst to first. Only because I think the division stinks, and I think people think Tyler Shook's pretty good.
He played well towards the end of the year.
And so
I don't think people realize they won 4 of their last 5 games, and they finished 6-11.
Yeah, when he was
When he took
under
over.
center, yeah.
Yeah.
So that's the team. There you go.
Yeah,
Good
that
job.
team was 6-11, but in games that Shuck started, they were 5-4. So I get it. Plus, that's just a crappy division. I mean,
Crappy division.
the Carolina Panthers won that with an 8-9 record. And then just quickly here, it says, according to Shams, the Nuggets are interested in acquiring a player.
DeMar
That player
DeRozan.
being DeMar DeRozan. Other teams interested are the Heat and the Cavs. Now, even in the second apron, you can sign vet minimums. That's allowed.
Yeah.
So
And that's another guard. There's your guard.
If that's what he wanted to do, was sign a vet minimum contract, the Nuggets could make that work.
He's more of a small forward.
Another forward.
Yeah.
I mean, clearly.
But he's a guy still, I think he's 37 or something like that.
Yeah, he's at the end of his career, but he would give
Average
you some
18 and a half
Yeah, I
last
was going
year.
to say, he'd give you some buckets. If you need buckets mid-range, he'll give you buckets.
What I like about his game, by the way, it's one of those offensive games that even if you're struggling to knock down a shot, his game finds it.
Hey, Vic, you got the D on you?
Huh?
Said you got the D on you.
No.
You got some D?
Uh-uh.
I need some D.
Can you tell people what that is?
Zyrtec D.
Yeah, I don't have any.
I need a Zyrtec D pill. My allergies be booming.
You'd like that, wouldn't you?
I would, dude. It would help me out right now big time.
By the way, Brian Windhorst joins us in 30 minutes to talk about the NBA offseason and the Nuggets. Stick around. Hey, this is Brett Kane for Fanatics Sportsbook, America's fastest online growing sportsbook. And the reason is simple. The other books, their rewards are the same old, but Fan Cash, that's what Fanatics has, and that's the ultimate sports currency. You can get up to 10% Fan Cash back on your wagers, win or lose. So if you want value for your bets, Fanatics always has your back. And don't forget about the Fan Cash draws. It's simple. Choose your draw, enter with Fan Cash for a shot at no sweat bets, casino credits, premium sports experiences, tickets, so much more. Extraordinary prizes await. Did I also mention they're giving away millions in Fan Cash this year with games like Fan Cash Drop? Tap in every Friday, see what it's all about. Switch to the book that always gives you more to play with. Download the Fanatics Sportsbook app today. Winning hits different here. Must be 21 and older. Gambling problem, call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. Offer not available in all states. Terms apply. See the Fanatics Sportsbook app. Hey, college football is not that far away. About 3 weeks for that week 0 games to start up. You want an early lay it down, Moj?
Time to rule the MAC. Sac State going all the way in the MAC, baby.
You didn't know Sac State was in the MAC until last week.
Exactly right. You're an embarrassment.
Would you like an early lay it down, though? I can give you one if you'd like. You can use this.
Hold on. If we're gonna do it, we got to do it.
No,
right.
we don't need all the lead up to it. I'm just saying. I got a tip for you. I got a hot tip. Would you like my hot tip?
Yeah, but we're gonna do it.
Okay.
Nelly hit it. Let's do it right. If we're gonna do it, yeah.
Why do you lick your fingers before you start playing the drums?
Habit.
Yeah, I've seen where those fingers have been today.
All right, here's your early tip. There's an early betting line for Georgia as they open up their season. And you might think to yourself, well, Georgia opening up the year, is it against a good team? Is it against a so-so team? Is it one of these gimme games? What is it? Well, let me tell you, the Georgia Bulldogs, who are perennial championship contenders, open up their season September 5th against Tennessee State. In that game against Tennessee State, the early line has it at 48.5.
Take the over.
What's so easy about that?
Here's what's easy. Yeah. Here's your hot tip. You ready? Kirby Smart does not care about your point spreads.
Oh, he doesn't. He's proven that.
Not the way you think. Georgia is 0-15-1 versus spreads of 38 points or more.
Oh, really?
They have failed to cover during Kirby Smart's tenure when favored by more than 37 points.
You're kidding. That stat blows me away.
He calls off the dogs and he plays his third stringers.
Remember that one, Mo.
See, that's the so you're taking Tennessee State plus 48.5. Lay it down!
Yeah, there you go. So just an early little taster.
Thanks, Nelly.
Just a
Thanks,
little,
Nelly.
Little chips and queso, little nibble.
You know,
nibble
that's
for you.
It's
the bread coin.
Bread coin. That's completely opposite. Do you recall, Vic, what Steve Spurrier at Florida used to do?
He would
run it
obliterate you. Yeah.
He would say, "All right, boys, we're up by 45 here in the third quarter. Let's go over the top." I mean, he would. That guy had zero regard for man nor beast when it came to running up scores.
See if I can get an answer on this. I want to see the most ruthless coaches in college football. Yeah, I can't find it right now.
Oh, yeah. Spurrier was notorious for it. Jimmy Johnson didn't care.
He
didn't care about your team. Didn't care about your ethics,
feelings.
Didn't care one bit.
Can I ask you guys a question? So last year in college football, you had the Georgia Tech Bulldogs, who at the time, especially at the beginning of the year, they looked like a really solid football team. Year goes on, they finished 9-4. They were 6-2 in conference play. They were very good. That's who the CU Buffs opened up the season against, if you remember.
Yeah.
And it was a hard game to judge because you're like, Georgia Tech is at that time, we thought they were an okay, middle of the road Power 5 team.
But no,
was pretty studly.
Haynes King.
Yeah.
Haynes King. He's a hell of a dual threat.
If the Buffs had any semblance of offense in that game, they would have won. They would have won the game.
27-20.
Yeah.
Correct.
And they had a chance to take control of that game. Remember all the turnovers that Georgia Tech had early?
Yeah.
And the Buffs just could not take advantage of them.
They play Georgia Tech to open up the year again, this time in Georgia Tech. It's going to be on a Thursday at 6 o'clock on ESPN.
Mm-hmm.
How much do you put into your hopes of a bounce-back CU season in that opening game?
What would you define as a bounce-back season?
Bowl eligibility at a minimum.
I agree. Make a bowl game.
It's a 7-point spread in favor of Georgia Tech, by the way.
Make a bowl game. 7 wins? 6-7 wins? Yeah.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
It's got to. I'm telling you, it has to be. If they don't get at minimum, and I think this is being pretty conservative here, in year 4, if you don't at least get to a bowl game, what's the goal? What are we trying to do? What are we trying to be? Deion wasn't hired to make CU middle of the road 6-6 every year. He was hired to be a contender, especially in the Big 12 conference.
I'm anxious to watch this new offense, new offensive coordinator. I don't know who plays for the team because there have been so many changes.
See, there's
college
Vic,
football.
I was just going to give you credit because you keep repeating it. It's finally sunk into me. I agree with you. I don't know what you're going to get because I don't know who these guys really are.
Nobody knows.
There's supposed to be a big influx of talent
coming
to play for Coach Prime, but it's not really showing up on the field.
But this is college football. There isn't a college football fan out there unless you're like really, really into it.
Into the weeds.
And you're reading depth charts and you're reading. There are people that are like that, but the bulk of college football fans for their respective teams, they don't know who plays for them anymore. I think I told you this. Which team had the highest retention rate going into this season?
Was it Notre Dame?
Notre Dame.
Was it Notre Dame?
The highest retention rate of
and that was only like
62%.
I think
it was close to 70% of its players retained.
So
they're taking on a Wisconsin team that completely gutted.
Yeah.
I mean,
and you're talking to this is a Big Ten team out of Madison, Wisconsin.
Yeah.
Running back,
don't know who they play. Don't know who plays for them. Don't know who they are.
And their roster retention's like 20%. It's insane.
There is a distinct advantage, I think, in this era of college football that I think CU actually does possess, though, which is a quarterback coming back for another year.
Yes, that's important.
Having a guy in the same system.
But, no, he's not in the same
system's
system.
different, but being in the same environment, let's say.
He's only, as we speak right now, though, Juju Lewis, as we talk on July 28th.
He's now a freshman.
He's only 18 years old.
Yeah. So
he won't be 19 until you get into the season.
Here's their season. I'll just run through it real quick. Georgia Tech to open up the year. Then I should know this.
It's
with
Weber.
Weber State.
If you say Weber, dude, I was going to kick you right.
I was about to Ron Burgundy myself. Yeah. Northwestern, Baylor, Texas Tech, Utah, Okie State, Kansas State, Arizona State, Houston, Cincinnati, UCF. That's their schedule. What do you think the over-under win total is for the CU Buffs, according to most odds makers?
What do they have them at, you say?
I'd say 4.5.
4.5.
Okay.
4.5.
That was a guess.
All right. A successful season will be six wins minimum. That's a successful season. It has to be. I mean, if you
got to get to 6, man.
If your expectations are below that, what are we doing?
Exactly right.
Help me out with this.
What if we're in?
What are we doing?
And here's
help me out with.
I'm
this.
gonna hang on, Moj, because I'm gonna say something, and I said this in the middle of Lincoln, Nebraska, where they love their Huskers, and they especially love their Husker legends. Scott Frost came over. Successful run at UCF. We're going in like year 3. And I was doing this exact same thing. And here's the question I would ask. If they don't get the bowl eligibility, or if that's not your expectation at a minimum for Deion, if I changed the name Deion Sanders as head coach and I made it Joe Johnson, and your expectations change based on that, there's a problem. You can't make excuses because you like the name of the head coach. That's what was happening when I was in Lincoln during that awful run with Scott Frost. And if you don't have a minimum expectation of a bowl game here, then you're doing the same thing.
If you accept mediocrity, that's on you. That's on you. Because one thing that's been proven in today's college football, you can get better in a hurry. In a hurry.
Immediately.
Exactly right. It's happening everywhere.
And you can get really bad in a hurry,
hurry.
But you need to have the get better years to make up for the we're bad years.
So on ESPN, when you look at a team's schedule, it'll give you the opponent, the time, what network it's on, and so on. Then it has the tickets thing on the side. There's one of these ticket companies has bought these games, right? And they bought the grid.
Oh, I know what you're talking about, Moj. That's interesting.
September 19th at Northwestern. Now, they have the brand new joint, right? Isn't that why Chip Kelly was wearing all the gear, right? They got a brand new stadium. So dig this. Georgia Tech, tickets as low as $101 versus Weber State, tickets as low as $43. At Northwestern, tickets as low as $577.
What?
$577.
What?
And I just went on the site. If I just wanted 2 tickets.
How big is that stadium? Like 14
It's-
people?
No, it's. Have you seen the new stadium?
I've seen it. I don't know the capacity.
Nelly, would you bring that up again, please? The new Northwestern Stadium.
I mean, that's a bit much for a college football game.
I agree.
Mid-season against
At Baylor,
come
as low
on.
as 82. Home against Tech, low as 91. Versus Utah, 137. That's Utah people will come here. At Okie State, as low as 128. K-State, 71, 55 for ASU. But Northwestern at 577. I know it's northern Chicago.
Is it not open yet? I don't think it's open yet.
So is that going to be like the
It says
opening game for the stadium?
It's going to be at Northwestern Medicine Field at Martin Stadium in Evanston.
That's
that
where
only
the campus
holds.
is.
But it says this only holds 12,000.
Well, that's why. It's a mini stadium like the one. That's why.
Okay, so it's not.
I was going to say, I was looking at these seats. This looks like a soccer field.
It's like the one we saw with the Broncos and Chargers years ago.
Okay,
yeah.
so
that makes more sense.
Okay, there you go. I thought the new joint was open. My bad.
I wonder if
Still, am I going to pay $570 to go watch Northwestern football? Really?
You know what will tell the tale up in Boulders? How many sellouts will they have this year versus the past 3 years? Right? Like, where will the ticket revenue come from? Will they have sellouts like they did for a couple of years there, where it was so tough to get a seat?
It was tough.
Well, I mean, that first year was unreal. It was remarkable. Like night and day.
Yeah, it was tough.
The next year, remarkable. And then it tailed off a bit last year, if you recall. There were a couple of games you're like, students all left at halftime. Do you remember that?
Yeah. Look, no matter what your excitement level is for a team, you also need to have a product that is worth your time and your money. If you're going to invest and you go to a college football game on a Saturday, that is a full day investment in that. Even if the game's at, 10 o'clock in the morning, you're getting down there a couple hours early. You're probably staying a couple hours, having a drink or two, whatever. You need to have a product that fits that one was better, by the way. It wasn't a yell. But a product that fits the investment. What happened? Was he leaking? Did we have a leaker? By the way,
I have okay. You know what? I'm out.
I'm gonna say something because the
just
texter
funny.
says it'd be cool if you guys talked about CSU literally ever. I'm gonna tell you something, and I'm just being honest.
I
I'm
think
being honest
Jim
with you.
Mora is a hell of a coach.
I do too.
I don't know who plays for the team because it's college football and there's transfers galore. I know he's got a lot of UConn transfers in there. I don't know who plays for the team.
I think that Jim Mora is an amazing hire for you guys.
Yeah.
I think that he is going to make the team competitive. Here's my problem, though. I don't know what to do with your conference. It feels a little bit like you're playing a different league because you aren't allowed in the big party. Even though the Big 12 and the ACC are clearly beneath the SEC and the Big 10, they're still fighting for the same thing. At the end of the year, Texas Tech or Miami or SMU or whoever, if you win your conference, you're in the dance.
I tell you what it does, though. CSU opens the season with the border war. Usually it's later in the season. They open against Wyoming.
Yeah.
That makes that game a must-win game for
huge.
CSU.
Huge.
You can't be switching conferences and lose the border war to Wyoming.
Well, and think about if you get a brand new head coach that you're excited about and you win that game to open up the year, you can build a lot of momentum immediately out of the gates.
All right, Rams fan.
But honestly, I don't know how to really discuss where you're at as a school because I don't know what the Pac-12 is.
Rams fan. Stop being that way. We had Jim Mora Jr. on when he was first hired. I would say that's one of my favorite interviews of the entire year.
Good guy.
He was great. We were just talking about him, a week ago we were talking about how awesome we think he's going to do at CSU, that this is a perfect landing spot for him, and I think he's going to kick ass.
I do too.
But I don't know what to do with Texas San Antonio. I don't know what to do with Texas State. I don't know what to do with some of these other schools that are in the quote new Pac-12. I don't know what to do with it. I don't know how to.
Well, Moj,
align them up. I don't know what it's supposed to look like. I have no idea.
Here's the problem.
Zero.
Here's the problem with college football. You ready? And I'm not trying to dish you guys here. This is just human nature. Hey, Brett, name 3 players who play for Colorado State football.
I don't know. You could do that with every team in the country.
Hey, CU. Hey, Moser, name 3 players who play for the CU Buffs.
No, I understand exactly what you're saying.
Hey, Nelly, name 2 players who play for Indiana, the national champion, Indiana University.
Gene Hackman.
Yeah.
And Bobby Knight.
That's where we are, guys.
Yeah.
That's where we are. The season's got to get going. You got to familiarize yourself. Gone are the days where, and that's why it's so hard to talk college football in the offseason. It's made it harder. It's made it harder, this new system in place where you can transfer as many times as you want. The portal is always ripe with player because we don't know who plays for whom.
College football!
I have no idea.
Yeah.
Until the season starts.
I know Arch plays for Texas.
Hey, good job. No,
I know
I'm looking
Trinidad
here-
Chambliss plays for Ole Miss.
I'm looking here, Southern Utah. What conference are they
I know
in?
that Brandon Sorsby does not play for Texas Tech.
They're still in the Big Sky. Okay.
Right to jail, right away.
Why are you looking at Big Sky team?
I used to do Big Sky football and basketball back in the day.
Cool.
You know, it was a pretty decent little conference back in the day.
Are you sure that UTSA is in the Pac-12? The new Pac-12? I thought it was in the Mountain West.
I didn't say anything about that.
No, they're in the American Conference. I'm sorry, they're American Conference. Well, how many schools has the Pac-12? You know what? Stop it. Don't be a P. Huh? Texas State. Okay, here's the entire Pac-12. This sucks. Everything's state. It's the state conference, right? Boise State, Colorado State, Fresno State, Oregon State, San Diego State, Texas State, Utah State, and Washington State. It's the state conference.
Yeah.
Yeah. Everybody's a state. San Jose State in there?
They are not.
Garth Brooks is coming to Ball Arena on September 4th and 5th, and your next chance to win tickets before you can buy them is with PhD today at noon. Don't miss your shot to beat the crowd before tickets go on sale Friday morning at 10 o'clock. Brian Windhorst in 15 minutes. Stick around. We will be joined by Brian Windhorst here in a few minutes once he wraps up with First Take, as I'm watching him right now. Jump off that show, jump on our show. You know how this works. Oh, and he's talking about Joker right now. Should Nikola Jokic trust the Nuggets' vision? So there you go. We can just
ask that question.
back that up here in a couple of minutes.
Good.
So Brian Windhorst will join us shortly. In the meantime, I was reading an article earlier. It's Bleacher Report, and they ranked every starting 5 in the NBA. I'll ask you the question. You know what I'm going to ask you?
Where are the Nuggets rank?
Where are they?
I bet you they're top 5. Got to be.
I would say
They got a great starting 5.
if they're all healthy,
Yeah.
I would say, they've got to be top 5, top 6.
I would
Have
say
to be.
right now, off the top of my head, the best starting 5 in the NBA, Philly's going to be up there. Obviously, San Antonio, Oklahoma City, the Knicks, and then Denver.
The Denver Nuggets are 5th.
There you go. That sounds just about
Are the teams I mentioned in front of them?
Who'd you say?
Knicks, Sixers, OKC, Spurs.
Sixers are 1st.
Mhm.
OKC is 2nd. Knicks are 3rd.
Yeah. And Spurs
And
are
in
4th.
4th.
Yeah.
No, the Spurs are 6th.
Who's 4th?
Who's 4th?
They have the Indiana Pacers.
No.
Halliburton back healthy, maybe.
Yeah.
It's Halliburton,
No.
Nemhard,
No.
Naismith, Siakam, and Zubats. Here's the thing. If you're in the second apron, you better pray to God you're starting 5s.
Well, that
in
means
the
you're
top
top
5.
heavy.
You better pray to God.
You better be.
Yeah, exactly right. If
Well,
you're
so-
doing the second apron game, you
So maybe we're looking
Sure
at
as
this
hell
all,
better be in
okay,
the
we're
top
looking at
5.
this
That's a
all
good
wrong,
point.
though. We're looking at this all wrong. Okay, second apron, that sucks. They probably can't stay there.
You don't win any awards for being in
I
the second
understand. I
apron.
understand that, but what I'm saying takes also in the fact that they've got a top 5 starting lineup in the entire damn
They
league.
had one last year.
But there are mitigating circumstances that took them down.
Injuries.
Yes. But let's do some glass half full type of stuff. They got one of the best starting 5s in the entire league.
As much as I agree with that, and I've said it, they have a great starting 5. The league has now gone to depth. It's become a depth league, especially in the playoffs.
Sure.
What wins in the playoffs?
Depth and health.
Numbers, bodies.
Yep.
Throw body after body, unless you stay healthy. If the Knicks didn't have the depth that San Antonio or Oklahoma City had. They didn't have that
But
kind
their
of depth.
starting 5 was
But
healthy
they were
as hell.
healthy.
Yeah.
You got to get lucky.
Here's the problem,
You're right.
though. I was just writing this question down to repeat to Windhorst when he jumps on with us in a second, and I just type should, and the first thing that pops up on Google is, should I marry a murderer? What is that? How many people are Googling this?
How much money they got?
Well, let's go ahead and do it. Oh, it's a TV show. Okay, got it. But see, now I blanked. I blanked on what I was going to talk
Should
about.
Nikola Jokic trust the Nuggets' vision?
But it's more about the Nuggets on paper, even being in the second apron, you're like, that's a good roster that will win games and should be in contention for a championship. What the second apron does is limit you from making adjustments mid-season. So if you can't trust your players to stay healthy, then you have a real problem. Guess what? The Nuggets can't trust their players to stay healthy, especially the key ones. That's why this is an issue. If I gave you a guarantee, I guarantee you, Aaron Gordon's playing every game this year. And so is Jamal Murray, and so is all the important players in this thing.
Then they're going to win 63 games and be a top 2 seed.
But then you talk about the second apron, you're like, well, yeah, it's not someplace you want to be, but if I know that, then it's not as bad. But
It's pretty bad.
I think we all sit here and we're like, playoffs roll around, I have no idea if I can trust anybody to stay healthy. Outside of Jokic. I mean, Jokic is the one. Think about this. Outside of Jokic, who is the most healthy player on the Nuggets over the last, not including last year, the previous years before that, maybe a couple years? It was Michael Porter Jr.
Yeah.
Who was the legitimately most untrustworthy health person on the roster the years before that.
I know. Unfortunately, the health bug has hit every player at some point. It's hit Christian Brown, who was very reliable, and then the the weird ankle injury. Everything about that.
Even
weird.
Even Joker.
Yeah, Joker for the first time in his career. I mean, just think about this for a second. Last year, Joker's first real injury. He's never had a real injury.
Yeah.
That was his first real injury. Christian Brown's first real injury of his life, not just NBA career. He's never had anything like that. Aaron Gordon can't shake the hamstring issue. Peyton Watson, 2 hamstring pulls. That was a ridiculous amount of injury losses.
By the way, people are talking about this in the appetizer. What do you think? Are you concerned with the hamstring pulls for Peyton Watson, or is that just sort of bad luck? He's young. It's not like he's 32 years old.
Well, if he has another season of hamstring where he plays half the games because of a bad hammy.
Let me turn the question around. If you're an Oklahoma City fan, are you concerned about Jalen Williams and his injuries with his hamstrings? He had 3 of them this season. It kept coming and going and coming.
Well, there's a guy who can answer those questions. That looks like he's joining us right now. Nelly, let me know when we're all hooked up and good to go. Brian Windhorst, ESPN.com. We'll head to the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. RamosLaw.com. Let's bring him in. Brian Windhorst, ESPN. Brian, how you doing, buddy?
Good morning, guys. How are you?
Hey, very nice of you to join us. They just showed you on First Take.
It's a good suit.
You've got a very busy day. I do appreciate you throwing the Denver background on us, so that's very nice of you. Did you guys notice that?
Yeah. I see the cash register building right there.
In an absolutely crazy turn of events, because we talk about the Nuggets on First Take like about 4 times a year. We actually just had a Nuggets topic 4 minutes ago.
We saw that.
I wanted to ask you.
It was absolutely. It's kind of a weird cosmic thing. I'm actually going to go play the lottery because that's a strange circumstance.
Well, Brian, with that, because we can't listen to the television and do the show at the same time, the question was, should Nikola Jokic trust the Nuggets' vision? What'd you say?
Well, look, the Nuggets are in a very tough spot right now. And like what they're trying to navigate is one of the toughest things organizationally. I mean, the toughest thing to do as an organization is win a championship, right? Like, so that's, that's the hill you got to climb. And it takes years and it takes luck and it takes incredible talent and all this stuff. And the second toughest thing you have to do in the NBA today is to stay at the top, because all of the rules have been put in to try to keep teams from being dynastic, to try to keep teams from staying at the top. Like all of those rules are put in. And those rules were not put in to target teams like the Denver Nuggets or Oklahoma City Thunder. They were put in to target, teams like the Lakers or, the concept of the Bulls or the Lakers or the Celtics, being able to stay on top for 10 years, because they were put in by mid-market teams like Denver. There's more of them than there are big market teams, and they structured the CBA. And so this is what the Nuggets are fighting against is the wins of the league. They're going against the league is not designed today to be relevant, to be a championship contender for 7, 6, 7, 8 years. So what they're doing is they're fighting against that. Okay. They're also fighting against a couple of decisions that they made. They made a decision, for example, to extend Jamal Murray at the max. And, the man was a championship player. He had an incredible run, but he was probably not a max player. And a generation ago, 10 years ago, if you gave a max player who'd won a championship another max contract, if he wasn't a max player, it cost your owners some money, but it didn't prevent your team from competing. That's not true anymore. And so right now, the Knicks have got this real difficult situation with Karl Towns because he's a championship player. Mm-hmm. If they pay him the max, they're going to have a big problem in a year or so, because that's just the thing. That's why the Thunder are giving away players right now. The Thunder gave away 3 rotation players this summer. They literally gave them away. I know they got second-round picks, but they handed them away for nothing because they're trying to manage the idea of having a championship window. Yeah. And so now it's flying in the face of the Nuggets. They're trying to manage it, okay? It doesn't mean they're bad people. It doesn't mean that they're dumb or whatever. The Bucks, it broke the Bucks. And the Bucks didn't really have to even deal with the second apron for the whole time. But the Bucks were championship contenders for, I want to say 6-ish years. I think from 2018 to 24, They looked at themselves in the mirror and said, we're championship contenders. Look at how long have the Nuggets, what was that first big high win season? Was that like 2018, 19 or?
I think it's the bubble, right?
It was 19.
2019
Yeah.
is when they got to the second round. And then, of course, the next year, Jamal Murray gets hurt, and it leads to some issues.
That was the Golden State series.
Hey, their window actually started in 19, Windy, but they had the bad fortune of having an injury to one of their best players. Otherwise, we could be talking about two titles here.
And that's what happened. Well, first off, they win Game 7 a couple years. I mean, I thought that team was good. Whatever. I don't want to go back down. But you could say the same thing about Milwaukee, by the way. Milwaukee had a 60-win team or like a 57-win team I thought was going to go back, and Middleton hurt his knee. And then Giannis hurt his calf or whatever. Like, they had bad luck. I mean, I feel okay about it because there's a banner hanging up there, and I'd say the same thing about Denver. There's a banner hanging up there. I have this big belief that you win a championship means never saying you're sorry. But the Nuggets are battling the grain of the league. And so, look, you guys know the numbers. They're right now, they're sitting at about $70 million in tax. They've paid $50 million in tax in the history of the team. Do we honestly believe that they're going to pay that $70 million in tax?
Well, and that's not even Peyton Watson being factored in either.
Right.
Yeah.
Of course. I think we all here, Brian, feel that I wouldn't want to pay it. I mean, I was telling the guys that you have the best teams in the league. I mean, the Celtics went in. They're like, we're not second apron in that thing. Boom.
That's right.
You see, like, it's just so prohibitive. Even if you had $200 million sitting around that you're going to write a check to the league, $200 million and no, it for the payoff, it just doesn't make any sense.
Right. And then we have the cloud on the horizon, right? So sometimes the cloud comes over and we get thunderstorms. Sometimes the cloud passes. So I know what Nikola Jokic has said. I'm very well aware. I know what kind of person he is. I was there the night they won the championship. I understand all that. I acknowledge all of it. Okay. I'm also a person of actions over words. Okay. He did not sign the extension. I know what he said. I know who he is. I'm not saying he's not going to do anything out there. But if you ran a team in the NBA, if you were running a team and you had the opportunity to open cap space next year and you thought you could get Jokic's attention, would you fill your cap space?
No.
Based on, I mean, what do you, I mean, like it's not meant to be. I'm not saying anything negative. I'm not saying he's not being truthful. I'm not saying it's not in his heart. I'm not saying it doesn't make sense for him to want to add money onto the back of his career. I'm not taking any of that, not at face value. But you got to admit it's a cloud on the horizon.
But can't you? Here's how I look at it, Windy, because I know Nikola very well. Can't you send a message while at the same time understand that you're not going anywhere? You could do both. Listen, if he lost a limb, the Nuggets would sign him to the Supermax contract. So
agree.
Nothing matters for him. So for him, it's not a roll of the dice. The most money he can make in the NBA is via the Denver Nuggets. It's not moving to another team. Money matters. People may not agree, but money matters to him. He's not going anywhere. But at the same time, he's sending a message. And I think that's powerful. And I think that's what he's doing.
I agree, because by the way, I agree with every syllable that you said. This is not your first year with the league, right?
Yeah.
You've been around a little bit, right?
Of course.
And you've been with Nikola since he was, the second round pick, that they weren't sure he was going to make the summer league roster. Okay.
Sure.
That's what Michael Malone told me once. He goes, we weren't even sure he was going to play on the summer league team. Which is why it's maybe a kind of little tiny bit disingenuous for him to worry about what his salary is going to be at age 35, right? Mm-hmm. The Nuggets are always going to pay him. Mm-hmm. So
no matter what.
For him to look at you and say, I'm waiting a year so that I can make sure I get paid at 35. You're kind of like,
nah, you're going to get that anyway.
Nikola, you're going to be able to put up triple doubles when you're 43. I honestly believe he could play his. We don't think he could play till he's fit. I honestly believe if he played at 50 years old and only played one end of the court, he would have put up triple doubles. The guy's game is predicated completely between the ears, and he's the smartest basketball player I've ever seen.
Brian, let's pivot here a little bit. Excuse me, I'm sorry. Because I know your time is valuable. We are sitting here every day talking about Peyton Watson, and it's driving us crazy because he's an asset for sure. So a sign and trade would have to be it. You can't just let him walk. But at the same time, you know, they've qualified him. Why is he not getting an RFA offer from one of these teams that has all this cap space? Is he overvaluing his value to the rest of the league? Because we think, 17, 18 million is probably fair, and you're still in your second apron and so on and so forth. But why is there nothing coming in on this player?
All we hear, Wendy, is that, the Bucks are interested and the Clippers are interested. Well, if you're interested, why isn't there an offer?
What are we doing?
Correct. Yeah. Well, first off, the Clippers right now are in a limbo. They don't know whether they're going to be able to make this big trade or not. So I have to take the Clippers out of the conversation. In the situation of the Bucks, yes, they can do this deal because they've got this big trade exception where they wouldn't have to send anything back to Denver theoretically. But they're like $4 million from the forest. Maybe it's, I don't have it off the top of my head. It's single digit millions away from the tax. Is that team going into Peyton Watson is your fourth or, for the Nuggets too, like he's your fourth or fifth best player. You going into the tax for your fourth or fifth best player? You are not. The same thing with Jonathan Kuminga is the same thing. People are like, well, what are the Bucks going to sign Jonathan Kuminga? They're not going into the tax.
It better be a home run if you're going to do that.
Yep.
Right. So, look, it's hard for me to talk about stuff like this because this is my 25th year covering the league. And I have spent hours of my life listening to agents who have restricted free agents who are frustrated in July. And I'm just a calloused SOB at this point. And I'm just like, I know restricted free agency sucks that you're in the stalemate. Call me when you've taken the qualifying offer because that's really the saber rattle. We're going to take the qualifying offer. We're going to take the qualifying offer. You better watch out. I'm like, sounds good. Call me when you've done it. Have a nice summer.
Yeah.
I'm going on vacation. I know that if you're a Nuggets fan, you haven't had this happen. You're probably like, what is the update? What is the update? I've just been around this too long. I've seen this happen too much. It sucks as a player because you're like, well, why can't I get an offer? Why can't I get this? It's purgatory. And, it might get resolved in 3 days or it might get resolved in 70 days. And he can take the qualifier. And frankly, the Nuggets would be fine with him probably taking the qualifier. They don't want to lose him in a year, but, with where their salary is. And the thing about it is I was talking to an owner recently and he was talking about extending one of his players and he was using a poker reference. You guys play, I'm not a good poker player, but he's like, sometimes with the player, you want to see another card. Okay. He's talking, you've seen the first 3 cards or maybe even seen the first 4 cards. You want to see another card. Sometimes you're willing to make the bet when you've just seen 4 cards. But I was talking to this owner. He's like, yeah, on this guy, we want to see another card. I think with the Nuggets and with some other teams, they'd like to see another card.
That's fair. That's totally fair.
Right.
Totally fair.
And so when you're a restricted free agent and you're a player that is trying to get paid on potential, it's just a hard thing to line up.
Last one for me, Wendy, and I told these guys earlier, tell me if you agree. The rest of the league knows what the Nuggets are mired in right now, salary cap hell. They're not going to do the Nuggets any favors. People say, well, why can't they just trade one of these big contracts? Well, who's going to take on $30 million from Aaron Gordon or $50 million from Jamal Murray? These ridiculous numbers. Not many teams are, first of all, able to do that. And in this day and age, do you not have to send assets, picks along with these trades to make them work? The Nuggets don't have any of those assets.
That's right. So this is what happened with the Bucks, and the Bucks ended up, I called it mortgaging their mortgage to buy a sports car with what they did with Damian Lillard. And boy, you do not want to do that. Where they waived and stretched him, and now he's on their books for years when they're in a rebuild. Let's just be honest. That trade last year for Cam Johnson for Michael Porter, there was a reason why the Nuggets put a pick in that deal, because that was a salary dump. Mm-hmm. Because of the differential in the salary that Cam is making this year versus the salary that Porter is making this year. That was a salary dump move. and it was a creative salary dump. It was a nice piece of business, even though I know Cam didn't have the year that everyone wanted. They've been trying to do this. In the case of Aaron Gordon, Aaron, because of how much he's owed, I mean, he's owed around $100 million for the next, and you have to assume he's picking up that player option. He's extraordinarily valuable to your team. But when you call, if you were to call and try to trade him, people would be like, well, he's owed $100 million and you're in trouble. We're going to hold you up. So it's impossible to get value for that.
Plus his hamstrings are bad, right? Oh.
Of course. And so like you can't, obviously I know that there have been some conversations with Aaron Gordon, but it's a very, very hard trade to make because he's so valuable to your team and you can't get value for him. So that's why you're hearing a lot of Cam Johnson stuff, because at the end of the day, he's still an expiring contract and you can move off of him. So the question really is going to be is this. I think the whole league, and I could be wrong. Just because I say the league expects this doesn't mean what I think the Nuggets are going to do.
When you put your hands up like this, Wendy, I start,
I don't know for sure what the Nuggets are going to do. I wish I did. I wish I could tell you that I've infiltrated their meetings and this is what Josh Kroenke is making edict. But the league obviously believes they're going to cut salary, right? And nobody would blame them if they do cut salary, quite frankly. The real question is how bad is this going to bleed? Because like if you look at what the Thunder did, like they just traded away a starter. Okay? They bled a little bit with trading Lou Dort. Now they've got backups and whatever, but they are bruised right now. But they can survive that. No one's looking at the Thunder and saying, boy, their horizon changed. The question is, can the Nuggets figure out a way to the bruise that they have, that's going to happen when they cut a player, probably, it's not a wound, and that you can recover from it. And this is a hard thing. This is not a referendum, again, on the quality of the people in their jobs. It's the reality of the modern NBA. And I will tell you this. You're much better off having this type of problem looking up at that banner than you are if you're the Washington Wizards. Or you're the, name the team, you're the Utah Jazz who have just taken it in the teeth for 3 straight years. And you're saying, maybe we can get in the play-in. This is a Cadillac problem. It's going to require a lot of solutions and some pain, and it's going to be some stress, but this is where you want to be. You want to be the team that's trying to get back to the championship after you've still got your ring. And that's the reality that they've got right now.
Wendy, last thing for you. Appreciate your time. I'm sure you're aware there's a very famous tweet about LeBron when he turned 30, where somebody said, LeBron just turned 30. This bleepery won't last too much longer. Yeah. How much longer is the bleepery going to last in Philly?
If he picked Philly, I don't know. If he picked Philly, you guys, I don't know if you know this, but like 7-8 months ago, I was thinking about him as a Nugget.
You mentioned that on a podcast, yeah.
And I refuse to say it out loud because I know it would have blown up. And I watched how LeBron engaged with Nikola so much during Vic, did you notice that? Was I out of my mind?
No, you're exactly right. Listen,
he had never treated Jokic like that before.
Yeah, I've seen it behind the scenes too. Listen, they're the 2 smartest players in the league, and I think you were thinking what we were all thinking. Can you imagine those minds together on the court at the same time, Wendy?
I love watching Jokic play so much. You guys know that I cover a lot of international basketball. I've seen Jokic play in China. I've seen Jokic play in France. I love watching the Serbians just in general. I love watching him play so much. I don't ever want to make the mistake of trying to get into LeBron's head. But when I saw him engaging with Jokic the way I did, I was like, he's got to be thinking the same thing. He's got to be thinking about the possibility. And if he was willing to go to Philly, would he have been willing to go to Denver? And it just, at some point I'll do some interviews and I'm sure when he comes to Denver next year, he'll get asked about it. Because by the way, Minnesota was a really good fit too. Like Minnesota, I don't think I would want to play with LaMelo. I would much rather want to play with Jokic. But I even mentioned it. I'll just be honest. I mentioned it to Rich Paul months ago. I was like, Rich, if he's ended up willing to take the minimum, I'm like, what about Denver? And he's like, well, we haven't talked about it. But I really liked that fit. And, obviously beating San Antonio or beating Oklahoma City, it's a beast. And I get why he wanted to go east, and he can spend time in New York City. I get it. But picking Philadelphia, I mean, if he picked Miami or Cleveland, what? That's home. I get it. But if you're going to go off the board, Denver made a lot of sense off the board. Plus the relationship with the Kroenke family,
Yeah.
plus it's closer to California. I don't know, man. There was a time where I was letting my mind go there. I know that's not productive. Now it doesn't matter. It's moot. It's stupid. But I did spend time thinking about it.
Wendy, you're the absolute best. Thanks for the time this morning. We'll chat soon.
Have
Thanks,
a great
Brian.
day, guys.
Thanks, bud.
Take care.
Brian Windhorst, ESPN, back after this.
Vic Lombardi here for AAA Services, plumbing, heating, electric. They do a little bit of everything, and they've done a lot for me in all of those categories. In fact, probably heard most recently, we got a flooding issue in our crawl space, could not find where the water was coming from. I've had a couple people out there. We found the source, and we found it quickly. We fixed it. Boom. AAA plumbing, heating, and electric. Call today. Get a quote. They will be fair. They'll be out there on time. They won't give you these massive windows. They'll make sure to get to it. AAAtoday.com. Pretty simple. AAAtoday.com.
All right, big thanks to Brian Windhorst for joining us. Vic, you said something stuck out about that interview with you?
Yeah, I mean, listen, I'm not trying to say that Brian said the same thing I said earlier, but essentially the Nuggets are in one because it's hard to trade these contracts.
Yeah.
And the assumption going into this offseason, and I've heard from a lot of Nuggets fans, I'll just trade one of those, trade one of your big players and free up some money. Is it that they didn't want to trade him or they can't trade him?
Good question.
Because you heard the man. Is Jamal Murray a max contract? Is he worth a max contract?
Well, he's an all-NBA guy now. He's an all-star.
It depends.
So
Well, does the league...
he wasn't at the time.
Does the league believe that, though? Is it tradable?
Probably not without incentive.
Well, reading between the lines, here's what he said. Is he a max contract player? Probably not, is what Windhorst said.
But he is to Denver.
Denver.
Because in Denver, he did something that's never been done before.
Right.
And I have no issues with them rewarding him with that deal because he did something here that's never been done. But just because he is to Denver doesn't mean he is to the other 29 teams in this league.
Right.
And therein lies the problem for being so top-heavy and being in the – this is where you are. This is where you live.
Like AG's value when healthy with the $35 million or whatever he's making in Denver is a lot different value than it would be to somebody else.
Yes.
We know the value of Aaron Gordon to this specific team and what he brings to the table. Like, was Aaron Gordon more valuable to the Denver Nuggets right now or to the Magic before the trade? I mean,
the Denver Nuggets right now.
And I think that's part of the problem that you're facing is then when you win a title, you aren't like, well, I'm not going to let you walk over a few $1,000,000. You're too important. Okay, here you go.
I think at the end of the day, value is relative. It depends on the team and the needs. So it's much harder to just say, oh, we'll just dump a big salary. Just dump Cam Johnson. Just dump that salary and make room. Well, there's a reason why
you got to have somebody to dump it to.
And you got to get something back for it,
Well, and I think that's part of the problem too, Vic, is even if you wanted to trade one of these contracts, you're like, I know I'm probably willing or I'm probably going to have to take a little bit of a punch, but you don't want to take a bath.
I love the way he said it, though. The Milwaukee Bucks are bleeding. The Denver Nuggets right now are bruised, but it's how you manage that bruising.
Well, what you can't do is do what the Bucks took that bruising and made it bleeding when they went out and signed Damian Lillard. You can't. I mean, now they're screwed.
Yeah.
Now they're paying that off for the next 4 or 5 years. I do want to say this regarding the Nuggets and the way they're trying to navigate this, which is not easy, right? The Nuggets last year, I disagree with him on the MPJ deal. I still consider that a good deal because he called it a salary dump.
But it unlocked so many things.
It unlocked some salaries to allow you to add players you desperately needed.
Then
a salary dump means you're not getting anything back for the player. A salary dump means you're throwing the contract out there and you're not getting value in return. But that contract allowed them to get Tim Hardaway, allowed them to sign Bruce Brown, allowed them to trade for Jonas Valanciunas. Otherwise, they would not have been able to unlock that door.
I suppose that's true, but I get what he's saying. If him and Cam Johnson made the same amount of money, they wouldn't do the trade.
Of course not.
So it was to dump some of the salary,
but to dump
but you
the
did
salary,
get
but
something
you
in
unlocked
return.
you unlocked a couple doors.
Understood. Yes. Yeah.
So that's part of the CBA, man. And God, I would have done that same move 10 out of 10 times.
I would too.
Nelly, quick fact checker, please.
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker. Fact Checker. Presented by Backus and Shanker, serious lawyers for the seriously injured.
Moser offered us some clarification about the wild world of wildlife. I'm just going to let this one speak for itself.
What was that game where the squirrel's at the 30? He's at the 20.
Oh, that was a Kevin Harlan game.
Yeah, and then he made it to the end zone and the crowd goes insane.
But I believe that was a cat, though.
No, that was cats too, but cats usually get loose at baseball. This was a squirrel at baseball, but squirrels get loose. Cats are baseball.
What in the hell is happening?
Cats are baseball. Cats are baseball.
If you learned anything today.
Until they're football.
Cats are baseball. Just remember that. All right, iTunes, Spotify, Moser, Lombardi, and Kane will have the Windhorst interview if you missed that up shortly. He was great, so stay tuned for that. and have a wonderful Tuesday. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Love you. See you.
Yeah. Catch or baseball.
It's backpack day at Dove Valley. Veterans report just 3 days away from the public being out there at Broncos camp. Football is here. It is back in full force as we welcome you to the morning sprint. Alex Ryanemi alongside the coach, Mike Sanford. Steve Nelson is behind the glass today, filling in for Chris Mitchell, producing the heck out of the show. We will hear from, if you just missed this, by the way, Brian Windhorst was on with Moser, Lombardi, and Kane about 20 minutes ago. So if you missed any of that, we're going to have some cuts from Wendy's time, talking about the Peyton Watson situation, talking about how he very seriously thought LeBron James was going to fit perfectly here in the Mile High City. They go over the second apron and the cap. We'll talk about that all in just a little bit. But we go back to the Broncos and we start with the offensive line.
Interesting.
Ben Powers, the news comes out that he played through a Liz Frank injury and a bicep tear during the season. What also comes out is that there is a restructure of Ben Powers' contract, drops his cap hit down this year, gives the Broncos a little bit more wiggle room, plays through Liz Frank and a bicep tear, and was just still a pretty serviceable guard.
A very good guard. However, what is the thing that I've been telling you for the last 7 months, essentially in this offseason, that there is a very capable and ready left guard replacement in Alex Palczewski.
You love Alex Palczewski. You also love Frank Crum.
I also think that because Alex Palczewski was so serviceable, in fact, at times played, my eyes would tell me he was the fourth best offensive line player for the Denver Broncos, lineman, for the Denver Broncos based off how he's playing. So that forced the Powers camp a little bit because I know Ben Powers, like here's the thing about Ben Powers. Complete football guy, complete tough guy, unbelievable, selfless, badass offensive lineman that you want on your team. I want to make that very clear. I don't think Ben Powers should be replaced by Alex Palczewski today. But Alex Palczewski has played himself as a swing tackle guard and then starting multiple games in the absence of Ben Powers because of the initial injury, which was a biceps tear and a bicep surgery. He had to come immediately home. Do you remember this? He did not fly over to London across the pond. He came immediately back for an emergency surgery with Kareem Mayer, father of one of my players. Just read it today. I'm like, oh, that's one of my freshman quarterback stats. It's pretty cool. And he got that surgery. That surgery and that injury, Raj, that is a brutal injury. Tearing your biceps as any player, any human being, let alone as an offensive lineman whose most valuable assets are their arms and hands. And you have to reach out and grab human beings and then hold on to them in awkward body positions. The fact that Ben Powers came back from that injury and was as effective as he was is super impressive, let alone. Then you add the fact that he had a Liz Frank injury and he did not tell at least the doctors or the team, the staff, because if you do, you show up on the injury report. He never showed up on the injury report. Therefore, NFL rules would say that he never essentially told anybody. He just played through it. He just toughed it out. And you know what? That's a guy right there that you want on your football team. However, he's clearly the body's starting to give out a little
So he's
bit.
getting more guarantees with this pay cut, but it's doing the Broncos some help, right? This is the final year of his contract. McGlinchey's got this year and next year left on his contract. So you can see the changing of the, for lack of a better term, the changing of the guard on the offensive line. Thank you. Appreciate that. Stumbled into that one.
Is this a bad
guard? Thank you. Yeah,
that's
you go.
Really
there you go.
good.
I was waiting for you to give me a
God,
spot.
that's good.
Yeah. Radio professional here. Shut up, Kawhi. Is this a bad look for J.K. Dobbins?
No. Two completely different positions, brother.
Same injury.
Yeah. How many offensive linemen are going to be in the open field and violently cut from 20 miles per hour, stop on a dime, and then accelerate to try to get to 18 miles per hour?
The shuffle thing.
I mean, it's impressive. However, J.K. Dobbins could not have functioned with a Liz Frank injury and a surgery. There's no way. It's just two completely different worlds, O-line and being a cutting athlete as a running back or a wide receiver.
Why take this pay cut? if you're Ben Powers.
Because I think Alex Palczewski's right there to start.
Yeah, but you're going into the final year of a contract anyway. You didn't have to do this. Is it just because you've seen the injuries, right? Like, he went through both of those injuries. He sees the final year of his contract. He's getting a little bit longer in the tooth as a guard. You get the guarantee going, oh, my body might break down again.
Guarantees.
Okay.
Because if you get replaced as a starting left guard in training camp by Alex Palczewski, and your guarantees of that $13 million are way less than what your percentage of guarantee is based off the top end dollar of that contract, the Broncos could very easily just have moved on and taken the cap hit. They could have cut him. They literally could have cut Ben Powers. And in this current iteration, this shows that Ben Powers, I want to be the starting left guard for the Denver Broncos in the 2026-27 campaign. I want to play out the terms of my deal in an updated way. I want to guarantee the money, but I also want to show that I am exactly who I've been on the field. Tough guy, selfless guy, team guy. And I'm going to do that for this team for at least the 26-27 season. We'll evaluate after the year. Because I think that Alex Palczewski's put enough out there to say, I could be the starting left guard. And I don't necessarily...
On a team that has Super Bowl aspirations.
Correct.
And that's a lot to say. That's a big proclamation.
Think about when he played this year, bud. When did Alex Palczewski play? It coincided with an unbelievable ascent in the way that the Denver Broncos were playing. Remember, this team started out 1-2. When did Ben Powers do his biceps? Was it week 4? Week 5, right in that area?
Week 5.
So
the Liz Frank was 2 or 3 games left in the regular season.
Yeah, he played through Liz Frank. So we're talking about when Palczewski started football games for this team. I believe it was like week 6 on.
Bicep week 5.
So week 6 was Palczewski. And go ahead and read the results, like just win-loss of week 6 on for the Denver Broncos. A team that did start last year, what? Was it 3-2?
They started off 1-2 last year and then rattled off that crazy win streak. So starting after week 5.
Yep.
Win against the Jets, win against the Giants, win against Dallas when they hammered them at home, win on the road at Houston, win at home against Vegas, win at home against Kansas City, bye. Win in overtime at Washington, win at Vegas, win at home against Green Bay, get smacked at home by the Jacksonville Jaguars to go 9-1 in that stretch through December 21st.
Pretty good stretch, right? So Ben Powers, let's talk about what he did last year, kind of in his overall season. He ended up playing, I believe, his first week back was when, Raj? Do you have that in front of you? ESPN.com's being a little finicky right now with me. Doesn't give me a game log. Maybe it's just because they flat out don't have stats for offensive
I don't know why
linemen.
your default's ESPN, and you got to get rid of that, by the way.
What do you do?
Pro Football Reference.
Oh, that's what I just did.
He comes back in week 16. Week 16, the loss to Jacksonville.
Isn't that crazy? So Alex Palczewski started what?
He didn't lose a game.
He was 9-0. I'm not saying that
he didn't lose a game.
So Mina Kimes and Ben Solak would argue that what quarterback win-loss record is not a stat. I would argue that it is a stat, and in addition to that, left guard win and loss record is a real stat.
He comes in week 6 against New York Jets. Which, by the way, did you see the Plaxico Burress quote?
I did not.
Oh man, I gotta find this for you. The Plaxico Burress quote on his time playing as a New York Jet is phenomenal. Here it is. Or I had it moments ago. Oh, I liked it on a different account. I'll find it in a second. So back to Ben Powers. I know. I'm logged into both my Twitter account and the Altitude Sports Radio account, so I can't remember which one I have liked tweets from.
Nelly loves being back with a couple humble lads that he can make fun of openly with keys on the hot. He has his hot keys ready to go to make fun of him because he's been wanting to play some of these sound effects for Moser and Lombardi, and he can't because
they're not going to improve his DNA
because they're so much more established and they're legends in this area, and so Nelly just doesn't feel like he's worthy of making fun of those cats.
Here's the quote: "Going to prison every day, you wake up feeling like a loser. It felt like playing for the Jets."
Oof.
Says Plaxico Burress as an inmate.
Oh boy, that's not good.
Yeah. So he walks in week 6 against the Jets and rattles off 9 straight victories before Denver finally loses to Jacksonville, a game in which Ben Powers returns and takes over the starting job once again, and then gets hurt the following week.
But plays, right?
But plays.
He did play, didn't he?
Played through it. Powers played 23 offensive snaps against Jacksonville, 41 offensive snaps against Kansas City, which was good for 57%. And then he played the entire game against the Chargers, the entire game against Buffalo in round 1, and the entire game in the 3-point loss at home in the AFC title game to New England.
Pretty remarkable stuff. Alex Palczewski and Ben Powers, I believe, are actually fighting for the left guard spot. I do. I think we have a position battle.
Yeah, but don't you get, with the pay cut and the guarantees, don't you get the head nod of like, yeah, you're the starter.
Who's better? That's going to end up being. I'm not saying that Alex Palczewski right now is a better left guard than Ben Powers, but he was healthier. He was available. The team was pretty damn good with him playing left guard. They didn't miss a beat. So I think we have a real. Who's better right now? That's going to be the case as they arrive in their backpacks. They're coming in.
It is backpack day.
It's backpack day. It's never felt better in my life than today. Best shape of my life day for the individual and for the team. Well, we're going to find out.
Do you feel the same way as the best shape of your life day today?
For me?
Yeah.
I have a brace on my right knee in case you haven't noticed.
I
Look,
actually haven't seen your knees today.
I've got a knee brace on. It's an unloader for old men that are fighting arthritic pain.
Patrick Mahomes.
Yes.
Where's the atrophy?
I'm good, man. I've been working on my quad strength. We're going to be just fine, but I don't think this is best shape of my life day for me. It might be backpack day. I did walk in with a backpack.
The anti-inflammatories, man.
Okay, but this little puppy right here,
It's
let's see.
two-strapping it, man.
Let's see here. I'm trying to get it on the Twitch cam. If you're watching on Twitch, you witness radio and video gold.
Garth Brooks is coming to Ball Arena on September 4th and 5th, and your next chance to win tickets before you can buy them is with PhD today at noon. Do not miss your shot to beat the crowd before tickets go on sale Friday morning at 10 a.m. Restructures around the Broncos offense. Could it open up cap space for Denver to make a trade for a disgruntled star? That's next. Wine Time is coming to Elitch Gardens on Friday, August 28th. You can sip your way through 14 wine stations with artisan bites and live music. Go get your tickets right now at altitudesportsradio.com/wine. That is altitudesportsradio.com/wine. Raj alongside the coach and Steve Nelson coming back with some bowling for soup, my dude, on a 2K Tuesday.
How cheesy is that? Nelly is wearing a Bowling for Soup shirt and then plays the music as well. Like that's just doing the most.
It is.
Just relax, Nelly.
Also,
we get it.
fantastic Bowling for Soup shirt, which happens to be the Tootsie Pop Owl. A 1, a 2. No? Not a fan of those.
Can you give me the, oh, brother. I need that soundbite after that. Jeez, cringy, McCringerson over there.
You're not a Tootsie Pop guy?
You didn't like those commercials, Mr. Owl?
I did. I just didn't want to hear it on radio.
Oh,
brother. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Yucking a Tootsie Pop? What? A Tootsie Pop is a heck of a lollipop.
Blow Pop is so far superior to it.
Blow Pop's a good one.
It's a good one.
Blow Pop better than a Dum Dum?
Dum Dum has nothing in the middle.
Yeah, it's just like it's a quick snack.
It's a bad
Candy.
haircut. It's a really bad haircut.
A blue raspberry Dum Dum?
Not bad.
Pretty good.
You know what? You know what just doesn't hit the same like it did when I was a child? Jolly Rancher.
Watermelon doesn't do it for you?
Just doesn't really do it for me. And then it kind of you get pretty deep into it, and then it starts decomposing because the saliva breaks down the Jolly Rancher and it starts cutting your mouth a bit. Not a fan. Not a big Jolly Rancher guy.
Gets caught in your molars.
Lifesaver, just the Lifesaver ring, the mint Lifesaver rings. Dude, superior candy. Have you ever had those?
Tell me you're 42 without 44 without telling me you're 44.
Thanks for taking 2 off, man. I appreciate that. Give me 2 the hidden
You're
years.
going to the go-to candy is something that it's actually a breath mint.
Lifesaver breath mint?
That ain't a candy. It's a breath mint.
So good. Nelly, help me out here.
It's not a candy.
I just don't know why Raj's hockey coach and your Gruden came out. You're going, Blow Pops, Dum Dums, what's better there? Oh, geez, Raj, which one you like there? Some Timbits?
We got to be honest. The Starburst lollipop is something that is now elite. Caramel apple sucker. Those things in the green cellophane wrappers that you can get at Halloween.
You ever
really good.
You ever been to Ike's Sandwiches? They have one on Hoff Highlands Ranch Parkway.
Oh, yeah.
That is a Bay Area staple, Nelly. They actually had an Ike's sandwich shop on Stanford's campus, and it was just a Bay Area place. Now they've expanded to the Colorado area, a couple other states. It comes with one of those caramel apple pops. So in the sandwich bag, however many sandwiches you ordered, you also get that many caramel apple pops.
Did not know that.
Pretty good.
Have to go back to Ike's a little bit
Great.
more.
And get yourself a number 18, the Matt Kane. The greatest sandwich the world has
Did
ever
he throw
seen.
multiple perfect games, or did he have a perfect game and a no-hitter?
I think he was 1.
He definitely had a perfect game.
The Giants had some
summer 2012
stellar pitching.
So good.
In the 2010s.
I mean, even their bullpen, man. You got Sergio Romo and you had
Brian
Brian
Wilson
was the beard, was out there dealing. Madison Bumgarner was appointment viewing, in my opinion, as a pitcher.
Oh, he was
historic.
historic. He was historic in the World Series.
And he was a dog.
Matt
Tim
Kane, Tim
Lincecum.
Lincecum. I would pay to go back and watch vintage Cy Young Tim Lincecum.
Jonathan Sanchez threw a freaking, but he threw a perfect game. Or no, he threw a no.
Yeah.
A 2 maybe. Come on, man, take it easy on my guy Sanchi. Jeez, I can't believe it. The last time some of these cats played was 2013. Holy cow, that was freaking 13 years
Those
ago.
were really, really good teams, and the pitching carried them. I mentioned with these restructures and the cap space that the Broncos have, which is around $29-30 million that they have to actually play with this season if they want to. $29.4 million according to Over the Cap. Did you see that 31, soon to be 32-year-old in February of this coming year, Vita Vea, has requested a trade out of Tampa Bay, and it's not the only player in Tampa that's having issues with not being paid, because sources as of this morning on ESPN were saying that Baker Mayfield and the Bucs are not even close on an extension. So the former number 12 overall pick, we go back to the nose tackle in Vita Vea, wants either more money or more guarantees, and he has requested a trade out of Tampa Bay. Would you sauce like a couple of thirds or a second-round pick for Vita Vea? Do you have a need for him? Could you use him?
Yes. Yeah, absolutely.
The guy's a
Especially,
dog.
he is you become the most feared defense in the NFL without question if you had Vita Vea. Because you have Zach Allen, who's not a true, he's not a nose tackle.
Nope.
He's a swing 3 technique to 5 technique, meaning he can play head up to outside of a guard to head up to outside of a tackle, and he can even be a stand-up player from time to time. That's the versatility of Zach Allen, whereas Vita Vea is the quintessential nose tackle that moves the center into the lap of either running back or quarterback.
6'4", 350.
And twitchy. And then if you get him involved in a defensive structure that isn't boring like the one he's been playing under Todd Bowles, it's like, hey, let's just play over cover 2 the entire game. Vita Vea would love all the movement and packages that a guy like Vance Joseph throws out there. I mean, that'd be so good. You could have him and DJ Jones as interior defensive linemen. You could rotate packages, where Zach Allen can play opposite of Vita Vea in the interior. Why not do it? Why not? How much cap space do you have?
$29 million.
Who do you need to trade? Like, what do you think would you need to trade 2 pieces or futures, or what do you do?
I don't think so. I think you need, so his cap hit this year is 22.1. You could trade for him, extend and restructure to bring that cap hit lower this year if you need to. But if you just want to trade for him for a single year,
can you do it right now?
You could do it right now.
That's crazy.
You could do it right now. You could bring him in.
Oh, that's a little bit like, wasn't that about the timeline of Michael Parsons, or was it even later?
You could bring him in. I think Parsons was a little bit later.
Was it in the season? Or was it right tail end of preseason? I'm trying to remember. It was a weird timeline. It was not your typical.
Parsons was later than this.
Yes, it was without question later than this. I mean, if you can make that happen.
He was traded on August 28th.
Oh, 1 month from now. That's all right.
It really would not cost you that much to get him, right? So he'll turn 32 at the very end of this season. What he's looking for is more guaranteed money, certainly another 2 or 3 year contract. How far do you want to pay a nose tackle in this league? Do you want to pay him through age 35? Can you afford to do that, knowing that if you get to the promised land this year, a Bo Nix extension is inevitable and it will cost you a whole bunch of money? You're not going to have to make the Dexter Lawrence trade, right? So the Dexter Lawrence trade was a first-round pick, number 10 overall. You don't have to give up a first-rounder. Lawrence is younger, slightly more dynamic, certainly can get after the pass rusher a little bit, or the passer a little bit more.
I got a piece that I'd be willing to trade.
I don't think you need to trade a piece. I think you can just part ways with a second-round pick. Part ways with the pick that's going to be number 60-something this year.
I was going to say you could have Troy Franklin a part of that deal.
Sure, if you don't want to give up a second or even a couple of thirds.
I do want draft picks.
You wouldn't trade a late second rounder for Vita Vea?
No, I would. Oh, yes.
Right, because that's what we have to now change.
I don't know if that would do it, though.
It would.
Really?
It would 100% get it. That would get it done. His values, he's valued as like a $20 to $25 million player at this point. That equivalency is like a high third or a late second round draft pick.
What's the reason that Vita Vea wants out?
He wants money, and he wants a little bit more guarantees in terms of term on his contract. He's going into a contract year right now.
So would the Broncos need to do anything restructuring his contract?
You would probably need to extend him. Now the conversation,
immediately?
Yeah, probably. You can't trade for the guy and be like, oh, hey, we're going to do the same thing that Tampa Bay was doing with you, play on the contract here. Now the question is, do you want to extend him past Bo Nix? Or do you just give him a big 2-year
31.
deal?
31 years old. I say, yeah, I mean, I 3 or 4 year deal.
I give him a 3-year deal today.
Yep.
And I would trade a second-round pick for him because you have to change the thought process on where Denver's picks are now. Right? You can't get back into the thought process that Denver's picks are top 10 or 10 to 15. No. After getting to the AFC Championship game last year and not getting to the Super Bowl simply because your quarterback was injured, and if you have competency under center in that game, you are the AFC champion. Your draft picks are now essentially one round behind what their designation is. A second-round draft pick is essentially a high third now for you. It doesn't carry the same weight, the same gravity that it did 3, 4, 5 years ago.
You know what the Broncos are kind of missing? They're kind of missing Polynesian interior D linemen. I kind of miss the good old day. You know, like if you don't have an interior D lineman that his last name and even first name is dominated by vowels, you don't quite have the same just teeth. I'd love to see Vita Vea as a Denver Bronco. And he's from the West Coast, man. The guy played his college football at the University of Washington. He would love to get closer to home. Grew up in the Bay Area, Milpitas, California. There might be some competition with, like, say, San Francisco. I don't know what their cap space. I'm guessing their cap situation's not great with as many superstars as they have, and retooling Brock Purdy's deal of course last year and a half.
They've got enough space to bring him in.
I mean, that'd be he's a hometown kid, so there would be some competition. So therefore, like, you talk about just a second round pick. Well, if there's a lot of competition, then you're going to probably have to you're going to have to sweeten the pot a bit. But having moved on from John Franklin Myers, I know they're not the exact same player, but they are both interior defensive linemen. They are both disruptors in the pass game.
The pedigree of Vea is higher than JFM.
Yes, and different body types too. Vita Vea is a bona fide run stopper, but he's also a guy that has had 6.5 sacks, 5.5 sacks, 7 sacks, and 4.5 sacks as a nose tackle in the last 4 seasons. Be a lot of fun. Be a lot of fun to watch that player.
Jonathan Franklin Myers is 6'4", 288.
Yeah, this is 350.
Vita Vea is 6'4", 350.
Yeah,
and every ounce of 350 pounds.
To my point, like, different player, but both interior defensive linemen. John Franklin Myers, his big attribute was he gave you interior pass rush.
And Vea is a run stuffer.
He's a run stuffer that also gives you interior pass rush.
I wouldn't hate bringing a run stuffer into this division with Ashton Genty and now Kenneth Walker and what Omarion Hampton did last year for LA.
What Jim Harbaugh wants to do, right? He wants to run the football. Take a few hits off of his QB.
Like, that's just in the division this year. Look at the other teams that you have to go through. Like, you have to go on the road to San Francisco. And I'm not saying that Christian McCaffrey is a, run it between the tackles type of guy. He's obviously far more dynamic than that, but you have to see San Francisco. You have to go on the road to a crappy team in Arizona, but Jeremiah Love is nothing to scoff at, right? I would bring in Vita Vea for a second round pick and not think twice about it. You do have to square that circle, though, with you let JFM walk, and he is again, different player, but a younger guy.
JFM felt replaceable because of, obviously, number one, who Zach Allen is in terms of versatility.
He also outplayed his contract and outplayed his draft pedigree.
You were talking about
Franklin Myers.
Franklin Myers, yes. Now, he was drafted by the Jets.
Drafted by the Jets in the fourth
initially,
round.
Yes, in the 4th round, and he became a very, very good overall. I mean, a very good an incredible 4th round.
Like, is he gonna replicate what he did in Denver and Tennessee?
The guy that to me was, I believe, the Broncos saw as an opportunity to really replace what you had in John Franklin Myers is last year's draft pick, as in the 25 draft, Savion Jones. Because once again, what was Savion Jones in college? He was an edge.
Edge that they saw with the ability to play interior. And was Q interior that they saw?
No, Q was the other. Q was like a safety.
Okay.
Became an off-ball backer, then became an edge.
I knew that they drafted those two like tweeners that year and wanted to play them in different roles that they had played in college because they saw the body type.
Yep. And Savion Jones right now, size-wise, 6'5", 289.
He's John Franklin.
John Franklin Myers. And then, of course, like a Wazirike. This is a revelation coming off of the suspension that he had. Yoma Wazirike, a little thicker, a little bit more of like a little bit more in the DJ Jones, but 6'5", 320. You don't really, like DJ Jones is your run stuffer. He is 6'1.5", 305. You don't have 350. Eating up essentially A gap to A gap. You don't have that right now. It's not on your roster. Vita Vea is a unicorn. Go get him.
Dude, looking at trade comps, I'm telling you, a second rounder would be enough to get that player.
What if you get into competition, though? Because he's going to be a highly sought after player.
Okay, if you get into competition and you need to add more than a second rounder, you could look into the wide receiver room.
That's where I think
you could look at Marvin Mims and go like, it's very clear Marvin Mims doesn't have a home here in Denver past this year.
Don't do it.
What about this regime in Denver says differently? Nothing.
I want to win this year, though. And I think he is a explosive playmaker at the slot that when you have Cortland Sutton at X outside, single receiver side, you've got Jalen Waddle, full route distribution, incredible screen player. And then you have, just think about that image of Bo Nix in his rookie year, backed up on his own goal line, essentially, ripping a seam ball to Marvin Mims Jr. I believe that was against Cleveland. It was that unhinged Jameis Winston game against Cleveland, ripping that ball down the middle of the seam and then Marvin Mims taking a crib because he's got the speed to do that. I just don't want to move on from that. Have you seen that from Troy Franklin? Have you seen him catch the ball, take it the distance, 30, 40 yards run after catch? I have not seen that.
But he's the guy that can blow the top off the defense. He can get behind safeties.
But
We've seen that.
You've got that now in Waddle. Like at Z. They're two different body types. Like John, what you get in Troy Franklin is much more of an outside wide receiver, which I think is very redundant right now. You've got that in Cortland Sutton. You've got that in Patrick Bryant. And I think I think you have that like as a replaceable value. You have that in Lil Jordan Humphrey outside as well. They're all guys that can do that on the outside, bigger body types.
Does Tampa need, in this scenario, a wide receiver of a Troy Franklin stature? They've got Emeka Ibuka as their number one. They've got Chris Godwin as their two. That's basically it.
Jalen McMillan, who was a fairly high draft pick, third round pick from, last year had 12 catches for 178 yards. UW, University of Washington wide receiver.
They could use Troy Franklin. I don't know if they could use Mims. They could use Franklin. All right, I could see that. If you get into a bidding war, Vea would just fit wonderfully here. It would make that front terrifying. That would be the next biggest move this offseason outside of Myles Garrett, right? Name a bigger defensive move. Is it Trent McDuffie?
Yeah, those two.
So then it's number 3.
Same conversation, though. Is it not the same conversation beyond Myles Garrett? It's in the same conversation. He really is he's the best run stuffing defensive tackle, nose tackle in the National Football League.
He would add something that they don't have. And there's not really that many opportunities to add something to that Denver defense that you go, oh, they don't have that in droves or certain versatilities. I suppose you could look at inside linebacker and go, yeah, you could get a difference maker there. Like if you were to put like a Nakobe Dean there, it would make differences. I would do it. I'd kick the tires. That's a disgruntled player in Tampa Bay.
Want to know the best way to compensate for maybe not having great off-ball inside linebackers? Have an ass kicker nose tackle that eats up 2 gaps.
Put a 350-pound guy
Good
in the
luck.
middle.
Good luck climbing to the second level, freaking center and guard on your combination.
303-504-0925 is where you guys can reach us on the Shop Mazda text line. On the other side, if you missed it, Brian Windhorst was on with Moser, Lombardi, and Kane talking about the Nuggets offseason, Peyton Watson, the cap issues, the second apron. We'll play some cuts next. Training camp kicks off on Friday, and all of us at Altitude Sports Radio are going to be there covering every single second for you. All of our coverage is powered by Ramos Law. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, a medical doctor and attorney. Find them at ramoslaw.com. We will see you guys live from Broncos training camp on Friday, starting at 6 a.m. Veterans are reporting today. We've seen some wild photos within the last 15 minutes from the interior, like the players' lounge and the overlooking like food court that is outside and partially covered, the locker room that it like rivals what they have at Empower Field. It just continues to stun me what they were able to do in the time they were able to pull it off.
Agreed, but when you have the deepest pockets of any ownership group in the National Football League, that is very doable. And essentially when you're the wealth that you've accumulated is because of developing massive shopping centers, massive stores. You have the right people to be able to contract out to make the thing as good as it gets. And so, the Denver Broncos are fully moved in, and I can't wait to just see the functionality of it to a certain degree from even our purview in that I believe it's the south end zone. We're on the southeast side of the Dove Valley. We'll see if we end up in the same spot, but I can't wait to be out there on Friday.
You know where I now want to watch practice from the tables? It's not a food court. I think it's outside where you get food in this new facility. And there's like this terrace that overlooks with these picnic tables. And
very Four Seasons looking to me.
Oh, it's very, you know what it screams to me?
It should be called La Terraza.
It screams Cherry Hills to me. Or Cherry Creek Shopping Center.
Yes. Cherry Hill's a little bit more retro.
Right.
It's a bit more modern, but modern. It feels modern, but also a little ski lodgy, right? Look at that, man.
It's just beautiful. If you guys haven't seen this, just hop on Twitter and go to the Broncos account. The weight room is stunning. They just did a spectacular job with this thing. That's where I want to watch camp. I want to watch camp from the cushiness of those seats.
Sean Payton's office would be pretty cool too. Have you seen where that thing's at?
No.
Oh, pretty unbelievable.
The corner office?
Yeah,
I'm sure
it's a real corner office. So if you were back at Dove Valley in the old days and you were watching from the hill, if you were facing the field that you were watching on the hill, Sean's office would be top of the hill, far right of the hill if you're looking down on the field. From the hill down on the field. You're on the far right side. That's now Sean Payton's office, probably about 60 feet higher than the hill was.
If you guys missed any of Brian Windhorst this morning with Moser, Lombardi, and Kane, here he is on the Peyton Watson situation.
You know, I was talking to an owner recently, and he was talking about extending one of his players, and he was using a poker reference. You guys play, I'm not a good poker player, but, he's like, sometimes with the player, you want to see another card. Okay, he's talking, you've seen the first 3 cards, or maybe even seen the first 4 cards. You want to see another card. Sometimes you're willing to make the bet when you've just seen 4 cards. But I was talking to this owner. He's like, yeah, on this guy, we want to see another card. I think with the Nuggets and with some other teams, they'd like to see another card.
That's fair. That's totally fair.
Right.
Totally fair.
And so when you're a restricted free agent and you're a player that is trying to get paid on potential, it's just a hard thing to line up.
Do you still need to see the river on Peyton Watson?
I do. I mean, I a month of January does not make a player
16 games.
Yep. 16 games.
Now it's 16 games without the help of the smartest player in basketball.
The fact that Peyton Watson was not available to find a way to help you get over your nemesis that is the Minnesota Timberwolves in the first round of the playoffs. He and Aaron Gordon were the players you needed healthy because of length and athleticism and frankly, some defensive dog. I think Christian Braun fits into that, and he was playing through it, but he looked half of himself. Peyton Watson is a younger player, not being available for that long of a stretch of season and postseason. That to me might be even more reason why not to just throw an entire bag at him and make him earn it.
So the reports coming out this morning according to The Athletic, a 5-year, $70 million deal, which is 15 a year, has been floated to the Watson camp.
By whom?
By Denver.
But not by, there's nobody else out there that.
There's a couple of teams that are still sniffing around Peyton Watson, namely the LA Clippers. But that's the deal that has been floated to the camp, according to the reporting from The Athletic. 5 years, $70 million. You can't afford to swing and miss on another long-term deal on a young player, right? Like, you can't afford to do the Zeke Naji, Julian Strother, Jalen Pickett type of thing again. It just can't happen.
$14 million a year.
I think that would be worth it, but
I think that's a fair.
But it's a massive gamble on a guy that has not stayed healthy.
I think it's a fair contract.
Rather than watching him play, and again, seeing the extra cards, seeing the river, seeing the turn on him, if we're going to continue with this poker analogy that Wendy played out for the fellas in the morning. Would you rather him just play on the qualifying offer of $6.5 million? Actually, let's hear a little bit more on the RFA process.
It's hard for me to talk about stuff like this because this is my 25th year covering the league, and I have spent hours of my life listening to agents who have restricted free agents who are frustrated in July. I'm just a calloused SOB at this point, and I'm just like, I know. Restricted free agency sucks that you're in the stalemate. Call me when you've taken the qualifying offer because that's really the saber rattle. We're going to take the qualifying offer. We're going to take the qualifying offer. You better watch out. I'm like, sounds good. Call me when you've done it. Have a nice summer.
Yeah.
I'm going on vacation. I know that if you're a Nuggets fan, you haven't had this happen. You're probably like, what is the update? What is the update? I've just been around this too long. I've seen this happen too much. It sucks as a player because you're like, well, why can't I get an offer? Why can't I get this? It's purgatory. And, it might get resolved in 3 days or it might get resolved in 70 days. He can take the qualifier. And frankly, the Nuggets would be fine with him probably taking the qualifier.
I think they would too. I think they'd be perfectly fine with him playing on a $6.5 million deal for one season, walking him up to free agency and saying, prove to us that you can stay healthy for 70 games. Prove to us that it wasn't just a 1 month stint where you were admittedly fantastic. And also prove to us that you can do it in the postseason because it's been too long having a generational talent not get back to an NBA championship series.
$14 million a year, which would be 6 less than Christian Brown, average annual value. But to guarantee that you have Peyton Watson, the length and athlete and developing player on your team for guaranteed the 28 year, or I guess it'd be the 27.
Brown's making 25 average.
I mean, $14 million is a good deal. And
it's a phenomenal deal if he stays healthy.
But the QO, man, if you do that, if you go that route, I don't think that Peyton Watson's a Denver Nugget in 27-28.
Because, okay, so then you're betting on right now, what you're saying is Peyton Watson stays healthy and he plays like he did for the month of January.
I think so.
Or whenever it was.
I think so.
Was it November?
I don't think you have him on your roster. If that's the case. I don't. I think you guarantee that he's on your roster, and you need good basketball players badly for the next 2 years, 3 years, 4 years.
So you're telling me you're doing what you did with Christian Brown
for $11 million less average.
Betting on the come.
$11 million less. I don't think that's an overpay. I don't at all. I don't think that's an overpay if Peyton Watson is available 75% of the year.
Okay.
If he's as long as he's available in the postseason, and then you can guarantee that he's a Nugget the next year, to me that's a win. You find a way to get the $14 million done a year. Don't get into the $20 million conversation. Don't get into the $18 million conversation. You can keep it sub 15, and you long term him. I think that's a win for the Nuggets.
Join us 303-504-0925. You can watch us twitch.tv/altitudesr or subscribe today on YouTube. Just search Altitude Sports Radio today. Hit that red subscribe button. Don't miss anything. Replays of your favorite shows, original podcasts, shorts, and everything of the like. We'll be back for hour number 2 in 4 minutes. Don't go anywhere. We love giving flowers to knowers of ball here on the morning sprint as we welcome you into hour number 2, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Raj alongside Mike Sanford. Elite knower of 2000s pop punk and
ball knower, ball knowledge.
Steve Nelson.
Yeah.
Just ripping it through with the Click 5 to start off hour number 2. My guy. Love having you on the show. We'll have NFL notes coming up in about 10, 15 minutes from right now. PhD will take over from noon to 3. Nate and Andy, 3 to 6. We're going to be out live at Broncos training camp starting on Friday. We will not miss a single second of it. I was out yesterday at the Solich Academy Colorado Golf Association event at Common Ground with Aaron Anderson of Fox 31 and the guys at Colorado Avid Golfer. Man, dude, that place is phenomenal. If you guys are looking for somewhere to go play that is cost effective, that you can utilize a caddy for free, by the way, they cover the caddy fees and the gratuity. Also, like, sauce the kids $20 when you do it. Go out there, go play. It is in fantastic shape. A lot of courses around the Denver metro area are like burnt out because there's no water and we're in a crazy drought. Common Ground hardly uses any water, but it's still green as heck. I'd get out there in a heartbeat. Go utilize those caddies out there. The Solich Academy does unbelievable things for that community. So I digress. Coach, I have training camp, pre-training camp, power rankings, according to The Athletic.
Are we almost done with power rankings?
No, we're just starting with power rankings.
I thought that's all what May, June, and July is all about. I thought August is about football. Altitude Sports Radio loves football.
I can love football and do a power ranking at the very same time.
I'm good. I like a power ranking.
Would you like
Altitude
me to start
Sports Radio loves football.
with the worst of the worst or the best of the best? Top 5 or bottom 5? Where would you like me to start?
I like bottom.
Bottom 5?
Let's get negative.
Coming in at number 32, the Miami Dolphins are the worst ranked team ahead of training camp as it is backup day.
And their new head coach is?
Hafley.
Yes!
Hey!
Steve Nelson, where did Jeff Hafley come from?
I only know about Jeff Holy.
Oh!
I don't know about the half. Sorry, my bad.
What about Jeff Quarterly?
Jeff Quarterly, yeah.
You guys going to continue down the road of fractions?
Green Bay Packers, defensive coordinator.
Number 31, the New York Jets, with Coach Aaron Glenn out there. The Arizona Cardinals at number 30, who, by the way, did sign Jacoby Brissett to a one-year deal.
Kind of a weird presser, though. There's some weird things there. I don't know. I just don't. Doesn't feel like he is. I see Quinn Ewers being the starting quarterback by week 12 in Arizona.
Nathaniel Hackett had something to say about Jeremiah Love when he refused to name Jeremiah Love as the day one starter, like the RB1 on the team, which, again, if you're taking a running back that high, he's the starter. He's your dude.
How does Nathaniel Hackett keep getting these gigs?
On his progression, on the Jeremiah Love progression. I mean, he's definitely a rookie. That's what he had to say about his lottery pick, Jeremiah Love.
3rd overall pick, Jeremiah Love. Is that right?
Is that a 3rd or 4th?
I thought he was 3rd.
Jeremiah Love last year out of Notre Dame was 3rd overall, yes.
He's a real guy.
Crazy. The Arizona Cardinals are going to be terrible. And Nathaniel Hackett is their play caller. Mike LaFleur, head coach. Because you remember, I mean,
I think that's the worst team in the league.
I think they're terrible. I think Miami's actually going to put up a pretty good fight defensively. I think Jeff Hafley's going to have that team playing good defense.
Tennessee at number 29. John Franklin Myers' new home.
That's about right. They'll be marginally better. They did the right thing by drafting a quarterback with the first pick overall.
Will Cam Ward take a step up in year 2?
He has to. It was pretty bad last year.
It was pretty bad.
Head coach of the Tennessee Titans? Got me too.
Robert Saleh?
Yes, you got it. Bob Saleh.
Number 28, the New York Giants, which I completely agree with.
I think that's a that's a hot take from The Athletic because a lot of people are just
I just don't believe in Jackson Dart. I don't.
I don't either.
After the pick that he threw to Jonah Ellis in that fourth quarter and that wild comeback for Denver. Again, I don't know if I'll ever see a game like that in my lifetime, a comeback like that in my lifetime with what Bo Nix and the Broncos did against the Giants that afternoon. But the pick that he threw to Jonah Ellis was unforgivable. And at that moment, I went, dude, that's not a serious number one.
Unserious football player.
Unserious football player. So is the running back that he hands the ball off to. And the fifth best of the five worst, the Cleveland Browns. I think Cleveland, if they get Houston version of Deshaun Watson, can be scary.
Scary as in, like, right around.
Like 500.
Yeah.
Like a team that you can't overlook on your schedule. Now, that's asking a lot of a guy who has not been Deshaun Watson in 6 years.
Here's my prediction on Cleveland. Todd Monken.
Carson Beck is the backup in Arizona, by the way, not yours.
Oh, that's what yours is Miami. Carson
Correct.
Beck. I always confuse those two individuals. Very similar players. Huge recruiting hype. Kind of never really lived up to it in college. My take right now on Cleveland, because of who Todd Monken is personality-wise, he's coarse, he's rough, he's honest, and he's a football coach. It's either going to go, if it goes fairly well early, they're going to be good. If it goes bad early, they're going to be like 1-15, 1-16, 2-15 type level of bad. Because honestly, he's prickly. He's really prickly.
Like, I look at that roster and I go, that's a 500 roster.
They're just young. I mean,
Denzel Boston is solid. Jerry Jeudy ripped you when he left. I'm not saying he does it every week, but like, they have a first rounder in KC Concepcion. They have a first rounder as a left tackle in Spencer Fano. They have a really solid running back. Like, you and I were banging the table for Quinshon Judkins. When it was between the two Ohio State running backs, we loved Judkins coming out of Ohio State. Harold Fannin Jr. was one of the most exciting young tight ends in the league last year.
Very good. Begged for him to be a Denver Bronco. Begged.
And then on the defensive side, like, I know they move on from Myles Garrett, but like, they get Jared Verse back. Jared Verse is a dog. Mason Graham is a dog. Carson Schlesinger might be the best young middle linebacker in the league right now.
Shout out State of Colorado, too, on him.
Denzel Ward is still a solid number one corner. I'm not saying he's like a game breaker at this point in his career, but very solid number one corner. I can see the Browns being a 500 team if Deshaun Watson is a solid quarterback.
And stays healthy.
Again, monster ifs for Deshaun. But that's a team that I do think that come like December, that is not a team you can look over. All right, so that's your bottom five according to The Athletic. Your top five teams in the National Football League from 5 down to 1. Defending champion, Seattle, 14-3 last year. They lose Kenneth Walker III, but they basically retain everyone else. They retained 80% of their championship snaps, especially on defense. Seattle at number 5. New England at number 4, somehow ranked ahead of the team that they lost to.
I feel
pretty
regression.
Convincingly.
I feel regression coming.
A.J. Brown, though. I don't know if we can do that. That feels disingenuous.
It is.
You and I were the ringleaders, right?
We were.
But I think those two teams should be swapped. New England at 5 and Seattle at 4. Number 3, you're going to hate this. Buffalo.
Yeah, I mean, that's fair. I mean, it's a good football team. Isn't it kind of strange to think that the team that is number 3 in the National Football League power rankings going into 26 season fired their head coach last year? That's wild. And don't forget, Joe Brady, young buck, has, once again, like you've said it a million times, just because he's never done it before doesn't mean he can't do it. Just see Mike McDonald. I don't know. I think for that franchise to get over the hump, they needed something a little bit more serious. And that's what I think Mike McDonald, as a defensive coordinator, is more serious.
Is the wide receiver room in Buffalo good enough to make the Joe Brady offense, who, again, like born from Joe Burrow and LSU?
2019.
Is DJ Moore coming over from Chicago and Khalil Shakir and Keon Coleman and like McCole Hardman, is that good enough to make that offense dynamic? Like I know Josh Allen by himself is. That wide receiver room feels
Don't
empty.
forget though, it's
Josh Allen,
the two-headed monster at tight end as well.
Kincaid and Dawson Knox.
That's
and
a
then
huge
obviously
part
having
of
the league's best runner, at least most prolific runner last year
of the 25, 26
in James
season.
Cook.
Yep.
I shouldn't be nervous about the wide receiver core there.
No,
I don't see like a stud there. Is DJ
isn't.
Moore a stud?
He's good, but he also is a malcontent as himself. I don't know. I don't know. I don't
Former
see it.
Bronco Trent Sherfield is still there. Jalen Virgil is still there. All right, that's number 3. Number 2, Denver Broncos.
Whoa.
In the power rankings. You thought when I got you to the Buffalo Bills at number 3, I could see it behind your eyes. You go, oh, Denver's outside the top 5. The Denver Broncos at number 2. What's new? The play caller, obviously, as Sean Payton hands off the reins to Davis Webb. The Athletic has the Broncos at number 2 in the pre-training camp power rankings.
Wow.
Do they deserve to be ahead of a team that they lost to in the New England Patriots, team that they beat in the Buffalo Bills, and a team that won the Super Bowl in the Seattle Seahawks? Do they deserve to be ahead of them?
So Kenneth Walker is that valuable? Because outside of Kenneth Walker, what
Super
else
Bowl
did
MVP?
you really lose?
Not really anything. That team basically returns everything.
I think Seattle's too low.
I think Seattle's too low as well.
Who's number 1?
The Los Angeles Rams.
Yeah.
And I fully, wholeheartedly agree with that. After bringing in Myles Garrett, the chance of bringing in Aaron Donald, that team should be going into training camp the number 1 team in the league.
So what you're telling me is the dinner party at a Greater Walton family turkey dinner on Thanksgiving or Christmas dinner.
AFC and NFC champs, baby.
Playing in the Super Bowl based off the Athletics power rankings.
I didn't even mention
Got
Trent
some
McDuffie.
Walmart on Walmart crime.
Dude, it is nuts that they have the 2 biggest defensive moves in the offseason. They bring in the best defensive player in the NFL in Myles Garrett.
And they probably have actively the best thrower of the football in the NFL, throwing to 2 of the best 7 wide receivers in the NFL.
How does this team not win the NFC? Cam Curl's a stud. Trent McDuffie's a top 5 corner in the league. Myles Garrett is going to go into the Hall of Fame as like a top 3 pass rusher of all time. Nate Landman out of CU is...
Tackling
could you
machine.
imagine Nate Landman on a Broncos defense?
Tackling machine.
He'd be amazing. Can't forget about Poona Ford in the middle of the defense, too.
Yeah, they got his run stuffer.
I don't really believe in Kyron Williams, and I don't believe Blake Corum is a legit NFL back either. That's the one thing that I can look at the LA Rams and go, they don't really have it.
What is it you don't believe in with Kyron Williams? I mean, Kyron Williams now, last year he was 6th in the NFL in 102,052 yards, over 1,200 yards. He was 9th in the NFL with 10 touchdowns, and he averaged 4.8 yards per carry. What's not to like?
I don't know if I see him receiving the ball well enough out of the backfield. They don't really have a receiving threat out of the backfield. Like it ain't Corum.
He had 8 touchdowns in the last 3 seasons out of the backfield. It's pretty good. 8 combined touchdowns. It's a guy, man, Kyron Williams, and he's
I
not
had 12 from RJ Harvey last season alone.
not receiving touchdowns.
Oh, no, Kyron Williams had 5 receiving touchdowns he has 8 in his entire career.
That's what I said.
8 in his 4-year career.
Yeah, but I said the last 3 seasons he's had 8 touchdowns receiving, in addition to 12 touchdowns rushing, 14 touchdowns rushing, 10 touchdowns rushing, and he has been consistent. He's been 1144 rushing yards in just 12 games in 2023. 16 games had 1,300 yards, just shy of it by 1 yard. And then this past year, averaged 4.8 yards per carry.
I don't know. I don't know why I need to see more out of a guy who's got 3 straight 1,000-yard seasons, but I don't know what it is. I'm trying to talk myself out of it.
The Athletics feel and the Denver Broncos, baby. Could you imagine if you add Vita Vea to that? Come on now. Just do it. Why not? Win now. Win now. Win it all.
Mims and a third rounder. Let's do it. Sorry, Troy Franklin and a third rounder right now. Let's do it.
Please.
Be my guest. NFL notes with Steve Nelson as I fumble over myself.
We've had 11 producers in the last 10 days.
I know. I don't know who's behind the glass at any given point. It's either Chris Mitchell, it's Mark Springer, it's Steve Nelson today. He's got NFL notes next. Every day here on the Morning Sprint at 11:20, we go through the biggest stories on the gridiron. We will get to a former Broncos head coach. We will get to the brother of a coach that Sanford coached underneath. But we start down at Dove Valley. No, it's not the Ben Powers restructure. Nelly, the latest on Jonathon Cooper.
Yeah, we have some breaking news. All the Broncos beat writers, Parker Gabriel, Mike Kliss, are reporting that Jonathon Cooper has shown up to Broncos camp with the veterans. He is there right now as all of his legal proceedings are processing.
Okay, still remains to be seen, obviously, as this is just like backpack day and guys are reporting and you're doing your ramp up. It remains to be seen just how much on-field participation Jonathon Cooper will be allowed to have, but he's not being told to stay home.
I'm shocked.
That's big.
I'm shocked. Are you shocked?
A little bit.
I am beyond shocked, and it's not because of the pending legal battle that's going to ensue.
Yeah, not passing judgment.
It's because of the second incident that happened. The restraining order that was placed on Jonathon Cooper and then violating that order. To me, it felt like something that would have been handled, like that the Denver Broncos organizationally would have said, hey, let's let all of the dust settle before we move forward with you moving into the next steps of rejoining the team.
So he has an arraignment scheduled 1 month and 3 days from right now. If you were to hold him away for a month and 3 days, that is the vast majority of camp, right? He is facing felony domestic violence charge. He's facing 2 misdemeanors. Is he going to practice?
This is not, wow.
It feels like he's going to practice.
He's healthy. He's healthy and he's reporting.
So this is, if he practices, this is the precedent that the new ownership group will set, is if you have something happen off field that is even as tough a look as felony domestic violence in terms of the charges, we will not pass judgment. We will allow you to be at the facility practicing, and we will allow the legal process to play out, which is something that was different that you and I were kind of expecting. We thought that this might just be a, hey, we're going to distance ourselves from this situation as fast as humanly possible.
Liker, hater, fall somewhere in between. ESPN analyst Mina Kimes believes the NFL should suspend Denver Broncos edge rusher Jonathon Cooper.
I expect that to happen. They do that all the time. I expect that. I expect there to be a 4 or a 5 game suspension that the NFLPA and Cooper's camp eventually appeal, and it gets taken down to 3 games, maybe 4 games at the most. That's what I expect to happen in this situation. Is it the smart thing for the ownership group to look at the NFL and go like, hey, just like guide us here?
Yeah, you're essentially in charge. But I mean, at the end of the day, Raj, you're an employee of Altitude Sports Radio, right? If you had some type of major black eye that you were potentially bringing to the studio, who's going to, I mean, your direct employer's got to deal with that too.
Mm-hmm.
Your direct employer, who's writing your checks?
Yeah, at some point I am, all of us at some point are a mouthpiece for the organization, sure. What comes out of my mouth and into a microphone reflects directly upon the name on my paycheck. Yes.
I am surprised by this, and I don't agree with it. I don't agree with it.
Nelly, next.
Can I explain my D now?
Jeez.
Dusting off
timing.
Dusting off the old Dempsey and Company board.
Timing. It's so good.
So other news, better news coming out of Broncos camp is that according to that same Mike Kliss, left guard Ben Powers wants to take a pay cut to stay with the Broncos. And some other news that came out about Ben Powers that we didn't know. We knew that he tore his bicep. And you remember he suffered that injury in week 5 against the Eagles. And then the rest of the team flew to London. He did not travel with the team. But we found out that he actually played the final 5 games of last season with a previously undisclosed Liz Frank foot injury. Our old enemy, Liz Frank, she's back, and she came for Ben Powers. This is crazy.
Yeah, playing through both of those injuries is nuts. He was, an above average guard last year. He is, I think he's playing to his dollar amount. He's got 1 more year left on his deal. It's just this season. He is a free agent after this year. So both of the guards are 2 years or less, both him and McGlinchey. But you can see the replacements are in-house. Like, you don't have to go out and draft or sign a free agent to replace either one of those two guys in Powers and McGlinchey. Do I want Paul Chesky and Frank Crum playing this year for the Broncos in starting roles? No, I don't.
No.
Do I want them next year or the year after? Sure. But this is, by many metrics, it's like the best offensive line in football.
Yep. And Ben Powers plays a huge role in that. And one thing that we now know about Ben Powers, we felt this way before, just by kind of seeing his presence at training camp, the shaved head with the beard look that he's got, right? He's felt to me like the tough guy on the O-line. And him playing through torn bicep, post-surgery, and then coming back to a Liz Frank, his old friend Liz, waiting for him in his foot, and then playing through that, he is a certified tough guy. And that's a good thing to have on your O-line.
Now, there is a wrinkle here. We talked about this for about 25 minutes, the power situation, restructuring, giving the Broncos a little bit more cap space. They have about $30 million this year. And we were talking about it in regards to possibly trading for disgruntled Buccaneers nose tackle Vita Vea, 6'4", 350 pounds, he's a wall of a human being and would bring something to this defense that they haven't had since, who's the last stud nose tackle they've had?
There was a good run from Mike Purcell, I thought.
Who was the dude with the long hair?
That was Purcell, wasn't it?
Was it Purcell?
I believe so.
Didn't they have a nose tackle here with long curly hair for a while? His name is escaping me for some reason. But we were talking about it in that sense. Now, the other wrinkle to this.
With the long curly hair?
Yeah, sure.
Mike Purcell, right?
Well, Mike Purcell, I don't know. Is that actually him? It looks like there's two different players there. Okay, I'm sidetracked. The other wrinkle in this is it's not making space for this year. It's making space for overages that you can then roll over into 2027, where you don't really have all that much cap space. That might be a little bit more of what the Broncos are doing. I don't think this is reaction to Vita Vea going hey, pay me Tampa Bay or get me the heck out of here. I think it's planning for the future, and you can roll over those cap savings.
Give me Vita Vea.
Yeah, he would look awesome here in orange and blue, man.
You want to win a Super Bowl, man. That's one really significant step to help you.
Domatah Peko. Thank you, guys.
Oh, yeah, good player.
That's who
and
I'm
he's
looking
now,
for.
Isn't he the D-line coach for the CU Buffs, or was last year, and now I think he's back in the NFL. He's in the NFL as a D-line coach now.
That's exactly who I was looking for. Domatah Peko. Thank you. Nelly, keep it going.
Chris Mannix, who we'll never have on here ever again.
So, back on Saturday, July 25th at 9 a.m. Pacific, noon Eastern, the San Francisco 49ers released a statement saying that head coach Kyle Shanahan, quote, was involved in a car accident last week where he suffered non-life-threatening injuries. And then after this statement was released, ESPN had another article that said Shanahan, quote, broke his nose, 3 ribs, and a hand, and needed more than 40 stitches in his face and suffered a severe concussion. Now, where this gets even weirder is the car accident happened on July 14th, and no one heard anything about this. This was not made public at all until the Niners released that statement on July 25th. And the second that statement went public, I mean, if it was noon Eastern, then at 12:01, Adam Schefter had his report. And then at 12:02, all the Niners beat writers had their reports. I mean, it was the second the Niners made it public, then everything came out. And I'm just blown away how in the internet, in the Twitter era, how did no one hear about this for 11 consecutive days?
It's shocking, really. It doesn't really make much sense. The only thing I could think of is that Kyle Shanahan just wanted to keep it a private matter until he was fully healed, and probably just wanted to return to coaching the football team, but didn't return quickly enough. Because it sounds like, I mean, there's not a lot of evidence to say that there's something fishy going on. Like there's a cover up. Because the accident report, I believe, came out today, right? And it was like the other driver was on his cell phone. Kyle Shanahan was essentially not suspected of doing anything wrong. He was faultless. He was out. It was no speeding. There was no negligence.
They said he almost lost an eye.
I know. I saw like inches from losing an eye.
I feel gross about this thought in my head. I need to see pictures. Like, I need to see a photo of Kyle Shanahan. Because my mind is going wild. Like, his face has got to be busted up like crazy right now, right? 40 stitches, shattered nose, concussion, nearly lost an eye. I do feel a little gross about that thought process, but it's the only thing I've thought about for 2 days. Is like, show me the photos.
And he's been out at practice both days in a row.
Has he?
Yes. Not coaching. He's kind of sauntered out to around the 50-yard line. I guess his mobility looks good. He was there was a deep ball that was thrown in the direction of John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan, and he was able to get away from it. So he's moving around fine. I haven't seen any pictures of it, but all the 49ers beat writers have reported that he's out there. Do you think there was, we get photo guidelines at Broncos practice?
Yes.
Do you think the beat for the San Francisco 49ers is like, hey, no Shanahan pictures?
No, but like if you
No
take
Shanny
a photo
pics.
of Shanny out there and he's out at practice, that's just football guy.
No
that's
Shanny
a hockey
pics.
player out there, man.
Yeah, I agree. You gotta let it eat, man.
Let it eat.
He does have a soft cast on one of his arms out at practice. From what I've looked into this quite a
No,
bit.
Shanny, badass, man. Good on you for being out there. Nelly, keep going.
Go back into the studio. I'm done now. Thank you.
One last note on this Shanahan situation. So 49ers assistant head coach Chris Forster will take over the primary responsibilities while Shanny heals.
Do you mind if I correct your pronunciation on that?
It's not a Samoan name, so I don't know if you do know the correct pronunciation. That's kind of your area of expertise.
Forster.
Chris Forster.
It is actually Chris Forster. And you know what Chris Forster is known for?
That was going to be my pop quiz, so you
Being
might already
the
know.
graduate assistant at Colorado State in 1982.
So you might know. So Raj, this might be the pop quiz for you. He was fired by the Miami Dolphins in October 2017. Can you tell me why?
No, I
When he was their offensive line coach, I'll give you one hint. What's Miami known for?
Oh! He was the guy that rolled up. He had dollar bills and he sent a video.
This photo. That guy's got a job in the NFL.
He is the interim head coach for the San Francisco 49ers in the absence of Kyle Shanahan.
I know exactly what you're talking about. I can see the photo in my brain.
He's been a staple in San Francisco for on and off for the last 20 years.
It's snowing in Miami.
It's now snowing
On the
apparently
slopes.
in Santa Clara. That's not the radioactive material coming from the power plant that gives people torn Achilles tendons and ACLs.
That is insane that dude is the interim head coach of the San Francisco 49ers.
You remember he sent a video of himself, I think it was a self-facing video that I think he intended to send to
a broad,
a female, a young lady. And he's not a young guy. He's in his 60s, I believe. And it was I can't wait to do this, right? It was kind of a gnarly video, I remember. But it was in his office at the Dolphins, snorting blow off of his coaching desk.
Nelly, save us from the double black diamonds.
This is the audio that you were referencing earlier, Coach. Speaking of people that somehow have a job in the NFL against all odds, Nathaniel Hackett was addressing the media in Arizona as I completely forgot that he's the offensive coordinator there. He's not even assistant to the traveling secretary. He is an offensive coordinator in the league somehow. And he was asked how he's feeling about his running back room, headlined by rookie sensation Jeremiah Love.
Do you see this running back room as having a starter as it stands right now?
Right now, it's a great room. I'm really excited about it. Excited for James to get out there and show what he's got. All the guys, right now we're trying to work on that operation. We're trying to make sure we're crisp, we're clean, and we've got a great play style.
Where's Jeremiah at with his progression?
He's definitely a rookie, and as we've talked about, and he'll keep growing every single day. I'm very excited for him. All those guys, not just him.
Dude, just name him your starter. It ain't James Conner. It ain't Tyler Algier. It's Jeremiah Love. It's the dude that you drafted 3rd overall. He's your starter. Praise some love onto the guy. I can't help but just, I can't give the guy a break. I can't give him any slack. And it feels It feels not great to be that type of guy that's not giving Nathaniel Hackett a second chance, but he was such a train wreck here in Denver.
It starts with me.
Thank you. It does. Will he be successful in another stop? Or is it just you had one good season with Aaron Rodgers?
It's sure what it feels like. Do you know who the head coach of Arizona is?
No.
I'll give you a hint. Ties directly into that one good year of Aaron Rodgers and Nathaniel Hackett.
Good.
LaFleur?
It's his brother. Matt LaFleur's brother, who was also, I believe, on that staff as a quality control coach. It feels like now many moons ago. It was like 2021.
NFL notes are brought to you by our friends at Mountain High Appliance. That is Colorado's most complete local appliance store. They've got locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs. They offer every major appliance line and brand, and you can find them at mountainhighappliance.com. Once again, Garth Brooks is coming to Ball Arena on September 4th and 5th, and your next chance to win tickets before you can buy them is with Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac today at noon. So don't miss your shot to beat the crowd before tickets go on sale Friday morning at 10 a.m. Wrapping up things here on a 2K Tuesday. Raj and Coach on the morning sprint. Special thanks to Steve Nelson filling in behind the glass today. PhD is coming up next. Your chance to win some Garth Brooks tickets. I think that we'll be giving those away tomorrow, if I'm correct. Yeah, tomorrow.
Are you jonesing to go to see Garth?
I would love to go see Garth Brooks. I don't believe I'm going to be able to get tickets, but I would love to go see him.
I saw the wifey went to Olivia Dean.
Yeah,
Did you go?
No, I just gave her tickets for her and one of her friends.
I'm doing the same thing tonight. Megan Maroney, ballerina.
I did
Wifey
nothing. I
and
sat at home
daughter.
with the baby and had a night to myself. I caught up on all of the House of Dragon episodes that I have missed on HBO.
Is that good?
Yeah, it's solid. Like it scratches the Game of Thrones itch.
Did they do too much with that series? Like, has it gone on too long?
I think it's only in season 3, so no. I still find myself going, no, yeah, I'm intrigued.
Okay,
so
I was all in, and then I just I was like, yeah, I've kind of.
Well, you have to go. You have to wait like years in between seasons.
I've
and
reached
you forget
critical
what's
mass.
happened.
You get to that point at times.
I'm gonna go back to Ted Lasso on August 5th when it comes back in. What's up?
I love this. Just the Shot Mazda text line talking about Garth Brooks. He said serial killer tickets.
You guys have to go down the Google rabbit hole of the Tom Segura Garth Brooks serial killer joke.
We're probably not going to air that too much here as we market and advertise for tickets to the Garth Brooks show at Ball Arena. That he's a serial killer.
I don't know if you would be part of the missing persons / murders if you go to the concert.
You actually probably are safer.
You're safer at the concert.
So get tickets to the concert if you want to stay alive for all things holy.
Gotta find a way to get out there, man. Hey, training camp kicks off on Friday. Broncos players and veterans have been reporting. Pat Surtain was at the podium. Quinn Miners at the podium. You guys are going to hear some of that when PhD comes on between 12 and 3 today. All of our coverage, every single second of Altitude Sports Radio out there is powered by Ramos Law. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. Again, we will see you guys live from training camp on Friday, starting bright and early at 6 a.m. The biggest notes coming out of Broncos camp today: Ben Powers restructures his contract, some more guarantees, lowers his cap hit this year, which enables the Broncos to go out and make a trade for a big-time player if they want it. It also allows them to roll over some more money this year into next year when they don't have a lot of cap space. A lot of those extensions kick in that season. Obviously, you have to worry about the possibility of a Bo Nix extension starting next offseason and then kicking in the following year. So this just feels like, 4D chess that the Broncos are doing. And then Jonathan Cooper is there, man. Jonathan Cooper has reported to Broncos camp. We don't know if he'll actually be on the field, but it feels like that's what it's kind of hurtling towards, is the Broncos are going to move forward assuming that Jonathan Cooper is the opposite side of Nick Bonito.
That's what it appears to be the reality. And if you think about it from the standpoint of that Jonathan Cooper is going to play at some point this year for the Denver Broncos, if that's their mindset, that the NFL might step in and give a 2, 3, or 4 game suspension, but he still would be eligible to play, say, beginning at the end of September, early October, you got to have training camp, right? I'm surprised by the news. I'm hopeful that whatever happens in the court of law reveals information that supports that this is a good decision for the Denver Broncos to kind of move forward with Jonathan Cooper. As of right now, I'm skeptical, and I don't fully agree with the decision to have Jonathan Cooper in training camp right now.
Now, what this enables the Broncos to do, let's assume he's suspended for 4 games, right? This allows you to look at the opposite side of Nick Bonito and say, what do we have for the future? Who is going to be our secondary pass rusher? Will it be Jonathan Cooper? Will it be Jonah Ellis? So those 4 games, I think, will be a very good, assuming there's a suspension there. Those 4 games for Jonah Ellis are going to allow you to bring in the possibility, like, do you take the potential out in 2027 of Cooper's contract that is $13 million in dead cap? Could you do that? That's what the 4 games at the beginning of the season are going to tell you. Is Jonah Ellis ready to step in? Because it's not like you got a cupcake schedule at the beginning, right? KC, Jacksonville, LA, San Francisco.
What do you think the rotation is going to look like, assuming Jonathan Cooper is actually cleared to practice? What do you think that Vance Joseph, Sean Payton, what is Jonathan Cooper going to get one first team reps?
It should go 50-50. Because you have to prepare for the possibility that you don't have him for 4 games.
Or more. Because if the trial goes in a direction that you don't maybe fully anticipate, you might not be a part of this team at all. It was not just a accusation, and he is being tried as a domestic abuser. He's also being tried as somebody that violated a court-ordered separation agreement. The 2 of those don't add up, I don't think, to anything particularly positive as it relates to very, very clearly him returning to play.
So is 50-50 too much?
I think so.
So does he get 25% of the snaps at first team? And then you split the rest of them between Jonah Ellis and Q Robinson?
Yep. Or even just 2s. He's a backup. Right now he's a backup. Because he's going to get the work to get in shape.
And you don't have to necessarily find out what Cooper is against ones. You know what he is. He's a really solid second rush option. There's no uncovering another level of Jonathan Cooper, the pass rusher. You know that, right? That's a card that's been dealt.
Yeah, Lance has an interesting text right here, and this is following up on the reporting of Mike Kliss, but that if Cooper hadn't shown up for training camp, he would have been fined for not reporting. But if you are told by the franchise not to report, you would probably not get fined for not reporting, I'm guessing. Is it?
Or the franchise eats it.
Yeah. I mean, there are reasons why the franchise can just, as an employee, can hit pause on, hey, let's allow August 31st to come and go, and then we'll figure out what to do going forward.
We had Pete Sampson of The Athletic in last week and was talking about college football and Notre Dame and stuff like that. And we talked about jersey patches, right? You love the Culver's jersey patch on Wisconsin. And we got into these questions of what's the next big jersey patch to go and sully a collegiate jersey? Ohio State gets $17 to $18 million.
Is that average annual?
Yes.
That's
JP Morgan Chase.
That's like a third of their NIL budget on an annual value basis.
And Sampson, who has covered Notre Dame for the better part of a quarter century, was like, yeah, I don't know if Notre Dame will ever do it because they don't necessarily need the money. Lo and behold.
What?
Notre Dame takes in a deal that could be worth between $18 and $20 million. SoFi will be on the front of Notre Dame's jersey as a patch sponsor. Notre Dame, the holier than thou. We will not have anything sully the name, the reputation. But what we do know about Notre Dame is they love that almighty green dollar. SoFi on the front of the Fighting Irish.
Tell you what, SoFi, they've got their name on a couple pretty impressive products, don't they? I mean, holy smokes.
You ever thought you'd see the day?
I know they don't advertise in their stadium. They don't. It's the one collegiate football stadium that doesn't have a Coca-Cola ad on it. Doesn't have a thing other than University of Notre Dame.
You know what, man? Like, if the New York Yankees can put Star Insurance on the sleeve of their jersey, Notre Dame can put SoFi on their chest too. It's a matter of time before it comes into the NFL. Just get ready for it. Like 2 years. It's happening.
Walmart.
It's happening, man. Get ready for it. The Avalanche have had like 3 different helmet sponsors over the last 3 years. It's happening, brother.
What is it, Kiwi? Is it Kiwi?
Kiwit. Kiwis?
I don't know.
Like the fruit? Like the fuzzy fruit?
I don't know if it was a softie.
You a kiwi guy?
Kiwi.
Kiwi's a solid fruit.
Good fruit.
I just don't let the fuzziness on the outside of the fruit. You gotta get rid
I know
of that.
people that eat the fuzz.
Isn't that what you're supposed to do? Aren't you supposed to eat kiwis whole?
Oh, you scoop it out, man. You get a spoon.
Oh, maybe I'll like kiwi more if I don't try and chomp through the kiwi pubes.
You eat the pubes, man? Come on, bro.
All right.
You can't eat the pubes on a ballish fruit.
All right, 4. Mike Sanford.
Phrasing.
For Steve Nelson behind the glass. I'm Alex Ryan. Love you guys so much. PhD's coming up next. Win Garth Brooks tickets. Don't go anywhere. And we'll see you tomorrow morning at 10. We'll give away tickets tomorrow on the morning sprint. You won't miss it.
Pat, there are a few teams that can have a Super Bowl or bust mentality going into the season. With how close you got last year, is that how you and this group feels?
Yeah, our expectations are pretty high, but we just gonna take it week by week. Obviously that's the main goal, but it starts right here in training camp. It starts through early on in the season. I think our main focus is to start off fast, start off hot and early, so that way we could prepare ourselves to get to that stage.
Pat Surtain speaking moments ago at the brand new. Well, I'm not exactly sure what it's called now. Oh, Dove Valley?
It'll always be Dove Valley.
Yeah, I'm sure it's got some sort of Common Spirits, powered by Broncos, Common Spirits. I actually don't know what the corporate name of it is these days. But that being said, it's the facility that is brand new and they're ready to roll.
And Pat Boland, along with the cell and his passing and everything else, that little Pat Boland building is now gone.
Not quite yet.
Well, soon.
Very soon.
Yeah.
Very
so
soon,
there will be nothing reminiscent and or of nostalgia to anybody out there in the name of Pat Boland.
Well, I don't know. That's a good question.
Journal?
I've seen some photos of what it looks like inside, and it looks like they're doing quite a bit of honoring the people of the past within the new facility itself. At least I've seen it. I saw a Hall of Fame lane, and I see where they're displaying the trophies and stuff. And I don't know. That's a good question. We'll see. We'll see.
Because they called the facility, wasn't it Pat Boland?
It was Pat Boland Field House for sure. Yeah. I don't think the facility was there. I think it was just the field house.
It used to be the Boland Center, and the only reason I remember that is they spelled it Canadian, Centre.
Yeah.
They got rid of that though quite a while ago. Yeah. But it used to be.
But that's pretty good though.
They used to spell it like that, which was kind of like.
Well, we know where he hired the placard hangers.
Guys,
straight from Saskatchewan.
We have Garth Brooks tickets to give away. We'll tell you how we're doing that in 17 minutes. We'll get to the Ben Powers situation for sure.
That dude looks like a monster, by the way.
Ben Powers?
I'm sorry. Actually, I was thinking of Quinn Miners is who I was thinking of. But both guys, Quinn Miners spoke today. And when I was looking at him, I'm like, oh, my God, he got bigger, thicker. Like, he looks like a monster.
Well, is it Miners the one that goes out and throws logs and chops trees down as part of his training?
Quinn did go, as Dan Tanner pointed out to me. He did go from the long dreadlocks to he's officially balding and he's got some alleys coming in. That's why you don't cut those things off.
But can you believe that was 6 years ago? Doesn't it feel like Quinn Miners just got here? That was 6 years ago. Crazy.
Well, when he first got here, they called him Buddha or something because he had the big belly.
He called him the belly. And he had his own T-shirts, and then the offensive lineman clearly put him in place, and he was yanking down his shirt under his shirt the rest of the year.
Offensive line monkey court takes care of that real quick.
Yeah. Jonathon Cooper's reporting to camp. Wow. Did not see that coming. What is your reaction to that?
I guess I'm not surprised. I didn't see it coming either, but none of us should be surprised. This is the easiest route to take for any NFL franchise that has got a player that gets in trouble. Mm-hmm. The easiest route is, hey, the NFL will take care of it. Okay, so we're going to go about our business. NFL will go throughout their investigation. When the NFL makes a decision on Jonathon Cooper, well, they're going to make the decision for us, right? We're not going to do anything. And other franchises like the Detroit Lions with the Terry and Arnold deal, they just cut the guy. They got rid of him as quickly as they possibly could. This is our first rodeo with this ownership group with the guy getting in serious trouble off the field. So nobody really knew what they were going to do. And then there was a small indicator earlier that they were going to tell him to stay away because they did do that at the end of OTAs. But nobody should really be surprised because this is actually what most teams do is let the NFL figure it out.
Well, there's legal wranglings and stuff also, so you got to kind of be careful. This is still a court case and nothing's been decided. And it used to be when we cared about law that you're innocent until proven guilty. So you kind of got to accept it in that statute of things. That being said, and we talked about it the other day, I think if they put you on the commissioner's exemption, they still pay you. This way, if this court case in a month doesn't go the way, or the hearing in a month doesn't go the way they think it is, if he's guilty of these things, his contract's void. But if he's not, and you've blackballed him or put him out there, and let's be honest, if this thing goes all the way away, even if the NFL suspends him 3 or 4 games, you said it yesterday, he's a hell of a player.
He's a hell of a player.
So the team almost can not do but just what they do, hope it's a distraction, keep him away from the media and the questions, and let's see what happens in a month.
I'll just throw this out for conversation. What has changed from where they asked him to stay away in June and today?
One thing, I mean, in theory, I don't know that it changes anything, but he's taken steps in theory. The steps that he took was that he checked himself into a facility. It sounds like for a stay. For an extended stay there. What exactly he was working on, I'm not entirely sure, but some sort of mental health facility to work on, I suppose, anger management or whatever else they decided to come with that. So he did do that. You could say, is it proactive or is it reactive? That's probably debatable, but he did do that on his own. So in theory, that's one thing that he did.
Yeah, time. Yes, what's the difference? Time. That was within days, hours of when all the news broke, and I think it was just better for the distraction of everything else just to say, hey, we know what you can do. You know we're going to go. We're here with you when you need it. Don't tell anybody. And we want you to stay away.
Do you think the Broncos changing what they've done previously based on perhaps what you just said and time and perhaps just saying, hey, NFL, we're waiting for you. We're done acting on our own. We're waiting for you. Do you guys think that this gives a better indication that they're hoping he stays on the team, that they want him on the team and he's not about to get cut?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, 100%. I mean, they could have done one of two things by now. They could have cut him entirely and said bye-bye. That's an option, right? The Lions did that. That is something that you can do. Or the other option that if they were even thinking about getting rid of him at all would be, hey, stay away. Just stay away from the facility. You're on the team. You're getting paid, but we don't want you here. Both of those would leave you wiggle room. This one, to me, certainly feels like a strong indicator that he's still a part of the plan.
And you'll figure stuff out before the money starts officially kicking in, and who knows what can break. I would say also, I don't know, but I'm just assuming because we're talking $1 billion industry.
Sure.
We tend to forget that when we talk about NFL teams. We're talking about a billion dollar industry there. I got to believe that his legal counsel, the Broncos, and the NFL have all been in contact with each other and have talked. And
of course,
I'll believe that this was probably they're thinking of the best interest of where we can be and what we need to do.
We'll dig deeper into it in a little bit as the show goes on and more information comes out of Dove Valley. Looking forward to that. Ben Powers. Wow. Now, this was interesting. We knew he had a torn bicep. We knew that's why he missed so much time. When the Broncos went off to London, he got surgery. He comes back with a couple games left in the season in the playoffs, and he plays throughout it. What we didn't know is that after his first game back, Liz Frank made a visit, and she
what week was that?
She is something.
What week was that?
15, maybe 16, something like that.
Okay.
Yeah. He was out week 5, and he came back. I think he played 5 games. So how's my math there? We do 17, then we got a couple playoffs. 19, 5.
Give or take. It's fine.
15, 16, 17, 18, whatever. He has Liz Frank. This was amazing, reading this. He knows he's hurt, but he just says, I don't want an MRI. I don't want to know. And I'm going to guess that gave the Broncos enough wiggle room where they did not have to declare him having any injury whatsoever because he never got examined for it. But he goes in for an MRI after the season's over, and he's got a Liz Frank injury, which puts most guys out for a year. And he played like 5 games with it and didn't even get checked out because I think he was afraid if he got checked out, he wouldn't be allowed to play.
Right.
So instead, he just goes, I'm fine. I'm not doing the MRI. So the Broncos, I guess, Tyler, you can help me out here, but I guess You don't have to put it on the injury report if you don't know it's an injury.
And if you don't get treatment for it.
It gets pretty gray. Yeah, that gets pretty gray, and I'm not trying to get anybody in trouble for anything, and I have no idea what actually unfolded. So I couldn't tell you what unfolded. I'll tell you what I think probably unfolded and why it probably gets a little bit gray is that he did have treatment, right? Like he did go in all likelihood. I would assume, I don't know, I would assume he went in and got treatment on that foot, that they were helping him out with some ice and some stim, that they were doing some sort of maintenance on that thing. So even without an MRI, usually those things do appear on the injury report.
But let me ask you this, because I can just tell you from an NBA locker room thing, you got ball kids, I don't know what you call them, that come in after practice or a game, and hey, grab me a couple ice bags, and they'll come over and they'll help wrap your knees or your ankle up, blah, blah, blah. That doesn't get reported, right?
Bumps and bruises.
It's a little bit different these days. Yeah, I mean, when you walk in that training room, it's all supposed to be documented.
Well, but like I said, the NBA guys will sit in their locker, and the guys just
that is different. Like yes, what you're describing for sure, that does happen. Like if I'm not doing any active treatment, but I'll walk into the training room like, hey, give me an ice pack for my knee. Sure, they'll wrap it up, and I'll go outside and I'll sit in the locker.
Yeah,
but if you're getting stim treatment,
if you got a Liz Frank, that's got to get managed.
Didn't you find it in a remarkable story?
I would think, unless this dude is just like...
Nothing you can do with the Liz Frank except either try orthotics and hope over time. And let me tell you, mine's been going on 2 years and still bothers me at times. Or surgery, and that they put a plate in there, and it's months.
Here's what I'll say, though. And I've long been a Ben Powers defender. We've had these conversations on our own show. Is Alex Palczewski better than Ben Powers? I'm like, no, he's not. Is Alex Palczewski playing at a similar level to Ben Powers? It was pretty close, but he still was not better than Ben Powers. And now I'm talking about a Ben Powers that was playing with a torn bicep and a Liz Frank, right? So that's a good football player.
Pretty tough kid anyway.
That's a good football player that in theory should play at a much higher level when he's healthy. And now you got him playing on a cheaper deal.
And what they did, he had $13 million that he was going to play on, but none of it was guaranteed going into this season. Meaning if he just lost the job, you're out and there's no money.
Didn't they redo it in the offseason also, though? I could have sworn they did something in the offseason.
I read yesterday it was $13 million unguaranteed. It made him a little vulnerable, which makes his decision to take a pay cut that includes guaranteed money make way more sense. That you would say, okay, I'll play for less, but you're going to guarantee me something instead of nothing. So now we really do have a position battle. And don't forget, they drafted Cage Casey out of Boise State, and he spent all offseason playing left guard. OTAs, minicamp, the whole thing. So you got Palczewski, the new guy, Cage Casey, and Ben Powers with a new deal, but guaranteed money. Still starters money, but Tyler, I don't know what exactly would starters money be at guard these days? 6, 7, something like that?
I guess I don't know off the top of my head, but I would assume it's much more than that. All
right, well, it's not 13 anymore for Ben. It's something else, but there's more guaranteed money. Well, he didn't have any from what I read. So it's an interesting decision that this guy's had quite a year, and you can see that he's not quite betting on himself. If he was betting on himself, he just would say, pound sand, I'm not taking a pay cut.
I played hurt for you last year.
I'm going to play, and I'm going to make the team, and you're going to pay me 13. You're going to pay me what you owe me. But if you're the Broncos, you're like, well, we will if we have to. But anyways. All right, we got to take a quick break. When we come back.
Football, man. We got football stuff.
We got a lot of football stuff. Lots of football. We do have some developments with the Peyton Watson situation. Brian Windhorst was on with the morning show, guys. And we have Garth Brooks to give away. Plus, we salute AC/DC, who is playing in Power Field tonight. So look forward to all of it. It's PhD here on 92.5. Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Just because you're getting older does not mean you have to feel like it. If your energy is low, sleep is off, weight won't budge, your mind feels foggy, your sex drive not what it used to be, it is time to switch things up. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, there are advanced medical strategies featuring TRT, GH peptides, NAD+, GLP-1, PDA, and more. Treat low T and other hormonal issues to help you shed pounds, have more energy, enhance your body composition, improve sleep, and improve your sex drive. This is fantastic. So don't be older. Take control. Stronger in the gym, sharper at work, better in the bedroom. Every part of your life can be more confident with my great friends at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com, take the low T quiz, and take it from there. The cost of the additional appointment is only $99. If you sign up for T treatment the day of your appointment, that visit is free. Don't ignore the science. Call today and take the first step towards feeling better again. 720-440-7900. RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Future therapies are compounded and have not been evaluated nor approved by the FDA. Provider prescription required. See website for details.
Garth Brooks, Ball Arena, All My Roots Tour. Blame it all on my roots. Sorry there, Garth.
All on my roots. I woke up in boots.
We have tickets every day for your chance to win.
Boots at a black tie affair.
I don't know. I just went with you.
Yeah, thanks.
Tickets go on sale Friday morning at 10 o'clock.
Interrupt him one more time.
I know we're trying to.
Ball Arena, September 4th and 5th.
Have you seen him live?
I have at Ball Arena. It was coolest concert I've ever been to in my life.
Yeah.
I'm not a huge concert guy. I've been to quite a few, but that was hands down the best concert I've ever been to.
Tyler, this contest giveaway is your idea. Why don't you lay it out?
Well, we thought we'd get a little listener interaction going on here today. These are big time, man. I mean, Garth Brooks, you got to put in a little bit of work to get Garth Brooks tickets. This is not just your average send in something on the text line, right? So here's what we want to do. We got the voice of the people on the app. All you got to do is open up the app and hit the microphone button. It will record. It'll send it directly to us. Dan will receive it. What we want you to do is picture your favorite dream play of next season. Something you think is going to happen. The best magical moment that will happen in the 2026 Broncos season. And give us your most dramatic radio call you can have of your fabricated play of this season's Broncos season. And then we're going to play a little Thunder Rolls over it. And we're going to come up with the winner.
Boy, that's hard.
Could be very dramatic.
Well, it's good you played this, so it gives them an idea of what they want to play with, right?
Right.
Or the fifth caller.
Well, Scott was on the call. You want to give it a shot? I mean, you actually did this. Scott did this for real.
No, I just went, ooh, ooh, ooh.
Now, listen, if Thunder Rolls is not the right Garth Brooks song for your call,
pick your own.
You can pick your own song.
Okay.
If you'd like to pick your own Garth Brooks song, you can do that.
Hey, this goes better with...
Yeah. This is just a generic fallback. This is the default,
Well, I think Thunder, Broncos, Thunder, I think that fits in pretty nicely.
You got Friends in Low Places close? I'll try you one. So it can be any play, and if it's a good call, get in the bag with it.
Oh, you want Friends in Low Places?
Yeah.
I don't have it. Dan, you got it? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right,
There we go. Let me go. This is... Hit it. Second and 7. Stidham under center. Here's a snap, backs up, got open man
Tyler
outside. Looks down, panics, runs out of the pocket, throws it. Oh no! It's a lateral. It's a lateral. Turnover. New England's ball.
Wow. So that would not be like my most ideal dream scenario Broncos call. No. But if you hate the Broncos like Scott Hastings, that could be your call.
I don't hate the Broncos. I got season tickets. You
Scott, we're dreaming here.
You a season ticket holder?
Hey, we're dreaming here.
Well,
nobody said it had to be what you think is realistic.
Hey,
we're dreaming.
How'd you throw that ball back?
No places where the whiskey drowns and the beer chases my blues away. Steady, you'll be okay.
Steady will be okay.
No. Gone throwing laterals down to the oasis.
Well, you could certainly be snarky. I mean, I'm going to say some of the calls will end with, the Broncos win the Super Bowl. That could end, or it could be anything.
Yeah.
Or it could end with
Stiddy costs us the Super Bowl.
It could be that too.
Yeah, it could be that one.
Listen, as far as I know, Bo Nix is about to show up healthy. The Denver Broncos are healthy. Jonathan Cooper's actually in the facility, so if you think that's a good thing, it seems like he might be around. You've got no reason but to dream big here, Scott. Not about fumbles with Stiddy.
I'll tell you this, because this definitely opens up to more humor. It does not have to be a positive call because we're doing a random drawing for everybody that just enters.
Yeah.
So you can be you can be as snarky as you want. This is not like the best call. You just got to have a call.
That's entertaining call.
No, actually, it could suck. And we're just going to do a random drawing from everybody that comes.
It's a random
I thought we were doing the best.
No.
So it's not like we're picking a winner.
No.
It's just,
hold on.
This is how you qualify?
Mm-hmm.
What?
Oh, so the 3 people that actually take the time to do this, one of those 3 could win.
So
Anybody
apparently what DMac is telling you that he didn't really need to tell you, but now that he's telling you that, you got to put 0 effort in. Just like literally do anything.
Well, like I just did.
If it's 0 effort, it just won't get on the air. You won't hear yourself.
But if you don't do it like this, are you still in the drawing?
You got to do voice of the people.
You got to do voice of the people. Yeah. Put in the voice of the people.
Like, hey, this is Scott, voice of people. Put me in the drawing. We have to put him in the drawing.
No. You got to do a play-by-play call.
Yeah.
You
Download the Altitude Sports Radio app.
Broncos
on your phone.
win. Broncos win. The Broncos win. So you could do that.
I guess that'd be boring and won't get aired. But yeah, I mean, that's the way it goes.
But it's a random drawing. You're in the drawing.
What could I tell you?
Listen,
we're in a world
have
of
a little
contests.
pride, people. Put a little work into this.
Exactly.
Don't be the lazy man.
I agree.
I saw Garth Brooks at the Thunder Rolls when he did the Thunder Rolls tour. It was fantastic. That was at McNichols, I believe.
Hello.
I believe that was at McNichols.
Mid-90s.
And then the one where he did 13 straight days, double shows. He did I think set some sort of venue record for most consecutive shows sold out. I mean, he was doing 2 shows a day on some of the days.
He's doing Ball Arena, not in Power Field anymore, though, huh?
Well, this was Ball Arena when I went to.
Well, yeah, but he was doing in Power Field there for a minute. He was doing big.
Well, that was back before he retired and took care of the babies and then came back. But his last big tour in Denver was at Ball.
All right,
and it was like he did 13 or 15 straight days, and there were double shows on some of those days, and he sold out every single show.
It was amazing. I don't think it was that many, but it was a lot. Yeah, it was awesome.
All right, we'll see what we'll see what people come up with. Well, it's a fun idea for sure. We'll see what people come up. We'll see if they're snarky or they want to say Broncos win the Super Bowl. We'll see. We'll see if Jared Stidham is in that call, as he was at the end of the year last year. I mean, you could take that twist on it too. Like, how do you here's the call where their season ended.
Somebody could do a call of Sean Payton taking the headset away from Davis Webb.
Could do that. Third and 7, Broncos week 4.
We got the first 3rd and 7 of the season. It's game 1. Let's see what Davis Webb. Oh my gosh! Is Sean Payton taking the headset away already?
No, they're fighting on the sideline.
Sean is slamming Davis Webb's head to get the headset off, and it appears he is calling.
Sean is
the
aggressively
plays.
pointing to the play sheet. He appears to want that play called.
Well, that was a hell of a 3-play series for Davis Webb's career. What game do you think that changes this year?
I think Davis Webb has got 4 games to prove himself.
So game 5?
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys caught it, but there was a ranking. Actually, the Broncos' strength of schedule, a little surprising. It's kind of mid. It's a little bit above average, but it's not the worst. However, their first 6 games, I don't know if you saw this chart, it was very revealing. Their first 6 games are brutal. By the records of the other opponent.
By the records from a year ago.
But after that, there's 8 very winnable games in a row, and I'm including the Chiefs at home. They're sort of in the middle of that. And if you want to start just the game before the bye week and then after the bye week, there is a 5-game win streak in there. We've talked about this, by the way. And there's a possible, very possible 8-game win streak staring them in the eyes after that 6-game stretch.
That's assuming the NFL, which never does, goes chalk on where they were a year ago.
Yeah.
Which they never do.
Within the first 4 weeks, we're going to have some team that was supposed to be amazing. They've already lost 3 games. And we're going to have some team and Miami Dolphins won 3 games.
Yeah, always does that.
Well, that's the way it sits today. Sure. Listen, injuries, things change dramatically. It's a tough schedule, but it's tough on paper in the beginning, and it kind of settles down after that. We'll dig into it deeper as the show goes along. We'll hear from Pat Surtain and Quinn Miners, and and we'll get into the new facility. We're starting to see some of the designs and some of the innards of the building, which is pretty interesting.
Thank you to Broncos Wives.
Broncos Wives?
Yeah, I saw one big thing where one of the wives was showing all the pictures from when they did their tour.
Oh, DJ Jones went in with his family did a video of that. Yeah. I don't know if that's what you're talking about.
Yeah.
I mean, we're going to see more stuff. It's all going to leak out. And tomorrow they're actually on the field. It's this acclimation period. So it's not officially training camp. Like, we're not allowed to be out there till Friday, but the media, the Muggles, are allowed to be out there tomorrow at 10 a.m. to see him on the field. So tomorrow at 10 a.m., we have Tyler, Scott. We got football on the field, new facility. Bo Nix running around, Scott with a big loogie. I mean, we got it all.
Scott will be watching television at home 10 a.m. tomorrow.
We'll enjoy that.
Well, I think you're about to find out what you're doing tomorrow.
I'll be watching. I got grandkids in town. I'm watching them.
The Denver Nuggets. This Peyton Watson thing is getting more interesting as we hear. Brian Windhorst was on with the morning show today. Aaron Gordon ain't getting traded. It's just, it can't happen. They're in a financial bind with it, and there's not going to be any takers. It's just not going to happen.
Which is what we said yesterday.
Yeah. So.
And we aren't even on national television.
No. Now, there is a seismic gap between what is rumored the Nuggets are offering and what Peyton Watson wants. According to reports, it's a 5-year, $70 million deal on the table for Peyton Watson. That puts him at what, 16, something like that?
I think we said 17,
17, yeah, something like that. You sent us a
analytical breakdown group
of what his real worth is.
His real value.
Yeah. And they had that at 14. He wants 28. The Nuggets want, for Peyton Watson, 2 first-round draft picks. Well, all these other NBA teams, they got analytics too. So do you think they're going to offer 2 first-round picks for Peyton Watson? No way. You think?
Vic on their show yesterday asked, "Why did Peyton Watson win? Why?"
You know what? Nuggets, they've played it perfect. They're going to get him signed on the deal that they want, or close to it, because they read the market right, and they said, okay, all right, we'll wait this thing out. We'll be patient. We'll see how this thing unfolds for you, and it's pretty much well unfolded without very many options that are left.
And as we get more and more into this world of analytics dictating front offices' moves and styles and likes and dislikes and so on and so forth, if you've got groups coming out evaluating his worth at $14 million, you thinking you're putting this guy, we'll bump it up a little bit. We'll give you 17. There's a little bump in case you even get better. Who knows? This will cover the better. But then you got Clutch Sports, who's trying to get him in, wherever they want him at.
Oh, there's only a couple teams, by the way.
Yeah, but say at 28.
It's like Milwaukee and the Clippers, and that's like kind of it.
Yeah, but here's the difference now. And you said just a second ago, everybody else got the same analytics.
Yeah.
So guess what they're doing? Well, we'll give him an offer sheet. He wants what? Well, our analytics says 14.
Yeah.
They're going to offer him 17. Does somebody step up and offer him 20? And when your analytics is saying that's $6 million more, that's a Spencer Jones more.
I think 20 gets it done. It feels like at this moment, 20 gets it done.
I'd stick to my guns.
Well,
you certainly could.
But you're in an odd position that if it was any other year, Peyton Watson probably would not feel like that big of a priority that you would be willing to go over by $3, $4, $5 million. This year, he's the only thing he got left. So they'll pay an extra 2 or 3, maybe 4, maybe 5. I don't know. I think they just want to get within a ballpark that feels reasonable.
When I say 20 gets it done, I think that's like a no-brainer. I think 17 probably gets it done, to be quite honest with you. Well, I think Peyton Watson is going to run into a brick wall.
Unless Peyton Watson looks at that 17 and he legitimately believes that he's worth 28. And he says, you know what? Go yourselves.
Well,
and I'm going to go ahead and play this 1 year on 6.5.
Yep.
And sayonara next season.
He can certainly do that.
But you know this too. Player don't know his worth. Player has no idea what his worth is. You know how he knows his worth? It's what his agent told him.
Mm-hmm.
So when Rich Paul said, we'll get you 28. In fact, I heard between 28 and 32 initially.
That ain't happening.
Yeah. But now all of a sudden these analytic evaluators coming out and saying, well, about 14?
Right.
Well,
that doesn't help.
So why am I, if I'm a Brooklyn or the 2 or 3 teams that have the ability to match that, who I would assume also have smart general managers, sit there and say, hey, let's bet on the come that he's going to even get way better and offer him 25. And then he's a $14 million player. I mean, he plays like he's a $14 million. See, I'm unlike Kreckman, who says pay and pay and pay. I think last year what we saw was the ceiling. I thought he glimpsed it. Now, the key is if you can play at your ceiling for 5-6 years, that's good.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go. That might be worth the $20 million that you throw out there, and then let's go. But I don't think it's all of a sudden going to go above.
I don't think so either.
What we saw last year.
I think it's the timing. He's a victim of timing too. The teams have figured out their salaries. The Nuggets are the only team in this second apron. They're it so far. But do you think other teams want to do this?
Well,
do they want this kind of tax?
Do you think the Nuggets want to stay there? They don't want to stay there.
No, and they have until the end of October to figure that out, until the trade deadline. So there's plenty of time.
Well, the trade deadline's in February.
Oh, I'm sorry. There's some sort of deadline in October.
That's when PWat has to either accept an offer or accept the offer on the table.
My bad. So you got time. And time does not help Peyton Watson get more money.
Now, if you get into...
If he was going to get this offer, if he really was a $28 million deal, he would have already got this offer.
If you get into September, late September, and we're still sitting here doing this today, talking about the Broncos' third game win, starting the season 3-0, blah, 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 blah. To be honest with you, the Nuggets are going to be on the back burner. No one's even going to be thinking about this as far as here in fan base, right?
We're pretty close to putting it in the back of our minds right now.
Well, but that's what I'm saying. So let's get into the season now. No one's doing this.
Yeah.
Well, dude, you ain't knowing. You might as well sign it and say, well, is that 17 still good? Or again, here's what somebody told me. An agent told me this a million years ago. I'm gonna play for $6.5 million this year. The offer on the table is 17.5. For the rest of your career, you ain't making up $11.5 million.
There's that too.
You might get a raise, which you were going to get one anyway, but you ain't making up You're leaving $11.5 million or $11 million.
Yeah.
$11 million on the table. You ain't making that up nowhere. That's now gone money.
Here's what Brian Windhorst said this morning, too. He said he talked to a team president on Peyton Watson, and he said a lot of players are like a poker hand. Sometimes you need to see one more card. And he said Peyton Watson is a one more card player. And that's the fact. That's the truth, Ruth, on Peyton Watson. I think Windhorst said it well.
Has this show been saying that to you for 3 months?
So I think it hurts everybody a little bit, but at the end, this is my guess. I think the Nuggets get him for about 17 or so. I mean, somewhere in that range. I think they get him. I think they get him between 17 and 19, somewhere in there.
They actually played it really, really well. They saw this thing was supposed to unfold, and it's unfolded the way they thought it would.
And he can be jealous of Christian Brown and all, but I don't think it's going to make a difference.
I'm not sure that I don't just leave the offer on the table. That is, there it is. Now, if you want to be good guys, you'll say, okay, here's what we'll do. $17 million, we're going to give you a $5 million signing bonus. Still $17.5 million. But here's $5 million you get to go put in your bank account.
If you say, hey, for the next 5 years, and guaranteed money is an important deal too. But if we're wrapping up, if I'm making $80 million, like say $70 million's on the table, but now they come back and say, all right, man, we'll up it to 80, whatever, 80. Okay, I got it. I got a little bit more. You got a little less. I got a little more. That's not what I want. But you know what? That's $80 million in your pocket, son. And how old's Peyton Watson?
23.
Oh, really? So at age 28, that deal's going to be over? Hey, how about betting on yourself and putting $8 million in the bank? Because if you're really the truth at age 27, 28, you got $50 million coming to you. If you're really that guy. And at 27, you got the prime of your career. I think it's crazy to turn that down if you got that on the table for Peyton Watson right now.
But again,
I think the Nuggets are playing this right.
I think someday, somewhere, somehow, some way, some win, clutch sports is going to be figured out. I don't think they're going to be as
coveted
as they seem to be by especially younger players that want to just, LeBron's agent. You ain't LeBron.
We'll dig into it more as it goes on. We'll hear from Brian Windhorst. We'll have more sound from you, but we'll hear from Quinn Miners and Pat Surtain, and we'll take a peek at the new facility. We're seeing photos and videos that we have not seen yet until today, and it's pretty damn cool. It's PhD on 92.5.
Hey, if you're out there struggling with the bald spot, receding hairline, or thinning hair, they're all bad feelings, but you can do something about it. Simply call my friends over at Advanced Hair Restoration. Do it today. 720-459-HAIR. Call and ask about their Advanced FUE because, guys, nobody can offer anything like the Advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair Restoration. They've already changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine, and I want you to be the next one. Guys, when you go to Advanced Hair Restoration, you're going to be in a calm and relaxed environment with the best of the best. Dr. Tanya Pauls is absolutely legendary. The entire staff at Advanced Hair Restoration, they're simply fantastic at what they do. And guys, they believe in what they do to the degree that they're going to guarantee your hair is going to grow for life. Lifetime guarantee with your own natural hair starting to regrow the very next day. So don't waste time. Call Advanced Hair Restoration at 720-459-HAIR. You're going to get 250 free hair grafts and $250 off, or check out those before and after photos at advancedhair.com.
Oh, yeah. Oh. Top to bottom, maybe my favorite band of all time. I mean, I like a lot of different types of music, and but I don't know, man, whether it was Bon Scott, he choked on his own vomit, the Young Brothers, Brian Johnson, who's done a great job over the years. I don't know if Brian Johnson's still singing with them.
Is Brian Johnson's, he's from Wales or Scotland, right? And everybody else
well, they're from Australia.
Australia,
yeah. But this is Bon Scott. But how many bands lose their lead singer? He dies. They pick up a new lead singer, and it's arguably better.
Right.
It's crazy. I mean, Van Halen, he didn't die, but you know what I'm saying? It's hard to do. But what a legacy, and what a night tonight at Empower Field. Have a great time if you're going. We're getting Romy Bean on with us to give us an insight as to what this facility looks like. Guys, your impressions so far from the photos you've seen of the new facility? What do you think so far?
Well, looks pretty nice, don't it?
It sure does.
I mean, they got a nice little conversation pit in the locker room. Did you guys see that?
I did. It goes
got an old school conversation pit. What era was that? 70s? They built a conversation pit in the house? What era was that?
That does feel like something Don Draper in the late 60s.
I went before we bought our house years ago. We looked at this house, and you walked in, big kind of living room, and it walked down, you had this pit that you walked down. It was in front of a fireplace. But it was that's odd.
Yeah.
But the house was built in 73, 77, somewhere in there.
On the Ramos Law Hotline, Romy Bean from Channel 4. Romy, what do you think? What tell us all about it.
Oh my gosh, guys, all I saw was the lobby of the facility, but let me tell you, it's got that new car smell. I was just sniffing it. And it just looks beautiful. Hopefully we'll see more of it in the coming days, but the facility is just gorgeous. The media room is the old team store, and it's really hard to visualize that was the old team store. But I think the coolest thing was hearing, Quinn Miners and Pat Surtain really geeking out about how much they love this facility. Pat said he feels like he's in college again. We know how good the facilities are at Alabama and how they think this can really bode well for recruiting moving forward, but also how they feel like it makes a difference. Like Quinn Miners was saying, he notices everything's closer, right? And those are the little nuances that help with recovery and not having to walk around as much and all those little things. But just to see their excitement on their faces, how appreciative, how excited they were, I'm hopeful to see more of it because, man, it just looks gorgeous and it smells brand new. Really, I feel like I was in a new car.
What's the lobby like? They still got all the trophies displayed in there and everything?
The lobby looks nice. They had the trophies in there, and then there was a few staircases. The lobby's smaller than the old atrium, but I think it's because that's just the lobby. But the rest of it looks enormous, and everybody said it's very open. Even Quinn Miners said he's still lost. Taking laps, doesn't even know where everything is. So, but they still got the trophies, and it just feels big and open and just gorgeous.
Was it a different feeling vibe period because of the new facility than all the other training camps that you've more or less been to?
It's funny because Quinn Miners actually said that. He said this is the most excited he's been for a training camp. Pat Surtain said that almost those exact words, DMac. He said it gives a different vibe, a different feel. And so I think there is this added excitement. We know the expectations going into this season. We know it's Super Bowl or bust. We know that they're confident. But Pat kind of alluded that ownership and everyone kind of doing this for them, you can tell it means a lot to the players. It does give them a little bit of an extra boost. It does feel a little bit different. Absolutely. Which, it's interesting. You wouldn't think a building, a facility might necessarily do that, but it is certainly having that effect based on the few guys we talked to today.
Did they walk you through so the old team store, which you would always hit for the family.
Connected to the field house, right?
Connected to the field house, and I'd always hit one day of camp to bring home new stuff to the family.
Okay.
So that's your new media room.
Seems like a huge media room.
That does seem well, if they, I bet they cut some of it off.
I'm not sure it's the entire team store.
All right.
They put a wall up, but it's big.
So do you got to go through the clubhouse now as media members to get outside? Do you still go down the steps or take the elevator and go out through the field house to get outside? How do they have you guys getting out?
So I do think the protocol might be changing as the days go on, but we went through security through the main lobby. That's why I got to see and smell the main lobby. And then the media room is in the field house, so just walked across the way. They're kind of across the courtyard. And then, down a hallway, down a set of stairs. And then the podium, the podium used to always be on the opposite side against the old building. So the podium is against the new building, almost, where the garage doors are, kind of right next to the practice field of the new facility. That's where the new podium is. So it's a good spot. Still no shade, if you were wondering. But,
Romy, I saw that. I couldn't believe it. I'm like, you got to be kidding me. Like, the one thing, I'm stunned that they haven't figured that out in this new facility. Because I'm looking at Quinn Miners and Pat Surtain. It looks like they're roasting up there.
Where the players stand, there is an overhang, so they have a little bit of shade.
But nothing for the Muggles, nothing for the media. Suffer.
Nothing for us Muggles.
Suffer.
We gotta get.
Don't show up if you're too hot.
That's right. They're not making it easy. Did they take the Compete Street sign down that Sean Payton had put up?
Great question. I did not see
Compete Street. No. Okay.
However, I don't know exactly where we're going to stand for camp, but, if you've seen in the renderings, there's kind of those doors and that little, porch almost where it looks like, I'm guessing the players walk out onto the field. I don't know if it's over there or not because we didn't get that far. We were really just by the little podium area. So, you know what? I'll have to check on that. That's my homework for tomorrow.
Have they started
in Compete Street?
Have they started deconstruction of the old building?
No, the old building's still up there, and then the fans, where the fans are going to be sitting, is actually the old player parking lot.
Okay,
so,
all right.
Kind of what they did last year.
The south side, but those are covered, so maybe try and get in as a fan.
I've had a couple people reach out to me because those tickets got all snatched up, and you're going to have a ticket to get in. Like, there's not going to be any finagling this year. There's no way. So I don't know what to tell people. I'm not a training camp ticket broker. I don't know. But those sold out like in 5 seconds. You can sense the level of excitement for this Broncos season is Romy off the charts, right?
Oh, 100%. It's you kind of talk to people. It's interesting that even people in my newsroom that are kind of half interested in sports, even then the excitement is palpable with the fans and with it. I had a family friend actually say the same thing, DMac. He's like, I waited 10 minutes to get tickets and they were sold out.
Right.
So I think there is as much expectations as the players have. The expectations for the fans is the expectations that we have come to know and expect of Broncos teams throughout the decades, right? It is certainly all the way back in that sense. And I think the way last season ended, there's a tremendous amount of excitement of why can't this team get, one game further now that they've added Jalen Waddle and health permitting. So it is fun to feel a city be energized. That's what I love about sports, how energized the city gets, and you can feel it.
All right, Romy, we'll see you down at training camp. We really appreciate it. Thanks, Romy.
Bring your sun hat again.
All right.
I don't think there's shade.
All right, there you go. Romy Bean from Channel 4 on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. Well, let's get into the new building, the news about Jonathan Cooper, the news about Ben Powers and everything else going on as acclimation period, really the beginning of Broncos season, does start today. It's PhD on 92.5. You ever wonder why Fanatic Sportsbook is America's fastest online growing sportsbook? Hey, it's DMac for Fanatic Sportsbook. Other sportsbooks, their rewards, same old, boring. But Fan Cash is the ultimate sports currency, and betting with Fanatics lets you stack Fan Cash. With Fanatic Sportsbook, you can get up to 10% Fan Cash back on your wagers, win or lose. And if you want value for bets, Fanatics will always have your back. Don't forget about Fan Cash draws. It's simple. Choose your draw, enter with Fan Cash for a shot at No Sweat Bets, casino credit, premium sports experiences, tickets, and so much more. Extraordinary prize away. Did I mention they're also giving away millions in fan cash this year with games like Fan Cash Drop? Tap in every Friday and see what the fuss is all about. Switch to a sportsbook that will always give you more to play with. Download the Fanatics Sportsbook app today. Winning hits different here. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem. Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. Offer not available in all states. Terms apply. See Fanatics Sportsbook app. And here we go with the Denver Broncos. Tyler, what's it like that first day when you walk in? And here we go. We're reporting, getting ourselves together. What actually happens that first day? Today, what happens?
School's back, man. See all your buddies. What you guys been doing? Who gained the most weight? Ooh, you got fat. You ate a lot of Taco Bell, didn't you? Jimmy's going to have a hard time on the conditioning test.
I bet you don't have as much of that as you used to.
every year you've got one or two guys.
Really? Even nowadays?
Almost. Well, while I was playing, yeah, almost every single year you'd have a guy or two you'd look at like, ooh, he's going to struggle on that conditioning test. But you get the band back together. It's a lot of logistics, weigh-ins, if you got to do any physicals, anything like that. Then tonight it's like a 4 or 5 hour long meeting of the do's and the don'ts and the gambling rules and the expectations of training camp, and here's the schedule, and don't bring your girlfriend to the hotel, and all those sorts of things. So tonight's a big logistical meeting that you kind of want to just fall asleep for and wake up a few hours later. And then, as I recall, that's about it. You'll do a quick install at the end of the day because tomorrow you are going to be on the field.
They are on the field tomorrow.
But it's not going to be much. Like your first install, you'll seriously install like 4 running plays, maybe 2 pass protections for an offensive lineman. Not a lot going on today.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like they haven't been doing this. They did it all spring. You have what, 5-6 week break or whatever. I mean, it's not I'll ask. Are we picking off where we left off, or is it really kind of a brand new thing?
Well, I'm thinking they're hoping it's a pickup from where you left off because you didn't do anything other than waddle, right? You're thinking, okay, these guys know, and I know you're in a new building, but you know the plan, you know what we're doing, you know the expectations. It's kind of like this year for everybody's going to be like when you went from middle school to high school. That first day, and now you got to try to find where your home room is, and now you got to find out where the biology room is, and it's a new building.
Well, you're right.
You're like freaking out. This year's going to be like that for everybody.
Kind of fun, right?
Yeah, well, but it's scary when you're a freshman going in there going, ooh.
Yeah, but everybo's a freshman.
But everybody's a freshman. Well, my daughter was a 6th grader last year, so she had that, and she had 3 days she couldn't get her locker unlocked. 3-4 days she had to get somebody to help her fix her locker. She couldn't get the 2 turns. One back to the,
Well, here's
so everybody's in that today.
Yeah.
Which will add is excitement, but you want it to be exciting and not distracting.
Here's Quinn Miners talking about the new facility.
I got the park underground. When I get done with practice, my truck's not going to be 150 degrees. Like, that's a nice little thing. The locker room is close. The food's right there. The weight room's right there. Field's right here. The ease of everything is just incredible. Greg and Carrie have done an exceptional job, and I haven't even gone to any of the other floors yet.
What was your reaction when you walked into the locker room and kind of described the locker room to us?
Oh, I couldn't stop smiling. It was incredible. I feel like it has more of a social atmosphere to it. It was kind of like a big room with like an underlaid couch, TVs, and so I'm excited to see the flow of it. I mean, the storage I have in my locker is going to be nice. I'm kind of organizing that right now, seeing how the new flow is going to be. That's the only stressful part right now, is figuring out the new flow of everything. I had a good system down for how I was going to show up to here and whatever. But I'll find my new routine soon.
That is so funny.
We ought to do like a pool. Find out the first player to spill their Gatorade on the new carpet.
Well, they got people for that.
Yeah, I think they could spill as much Gatorade as they want, frankly.
Yeah, really?
Yeah, actually, yeah.
Yeah. So
you think they didn't get that moisture-wicking carpet, Scott?
Yeah, well, but still, come on now. When you bought that new townhome of yours or whatever that thing is, brownstone.
But
when you bought that $1 million brownstone of yours,
yeah, I wish.
First time cat cave or the cat threw up or put one of them little hairballs in the corner, you weren't a little guy.
And it was inevitable. It's my house is meant to be peed and puked on by the cats, and locker rooms are meant to be used by football players.
You want good nights.
Well, what can I tell you? I mean, I've seen it all with the cats, but I think it's a gorgeous facility. It is funny, and Quinn was catching himself, because he knows what kind of prima donna that sounds like everything's closer, as if it was like some sort of torture test. But I will tell you, it was not a very efficient facility that the Broncos were in. It wasn't.
Well, think about this now. Now they can practice in the field, still far away from the players, and yet you're right there to get indoors.
They're right there to get indoors. I don't I don't know if they have to go outside to
I
get
think it's
indoors.
well, it looks from the outside like it's definitely connected.
Yeah, I think it might be like underground, maybe a little bit. How they can, you know what? I don't know. I'm not exactly sure. It all looks like it's connected, like you wouldn't have to go outside. So whether it's just incredibly hot or incredibly cold, you wouldn't have to bother with that type of thing. I mean, it was a quirky process that you had to walk across these fields to get into the field house. It was just a weird layout. Locker room, they upgraded the locker room a couple years ago, but it was cramped. It had to be one of the worst locker rooms in the NFL.
It wasn't when they built it, though.
It was definitely not one of the worst. It may be smallest. It was one of the smaller ones, but there's a lot of locker rooms. I mean, they just renovated that thing right after the Super Bowl season.
Years, but my God, look at that in terms of space. That is what.
See, I'm gonna tell you that right there is like what most teams will attempt to do with their game day locker room, like something really, really nice like that. I've never seen anything like that even on a game day locker room.
There's your cafeteria.
Cafeteria looks absolutely spectacular.
Just keep in mind, they're going to build that whole locker room again and do it even bigger and better for when they actually build the stadium.
There you go. Get some lifts in there, Tyler. New weight room right there. Right next to the locker room, by the way. Like, you don't have to walk in. You just have to walk outside of the locker room into the weight room. And snacks aplenty and drinks and whatever you want, nutrition stands. And
that's for the media?
Yeah. We'll see what they're... Oh, that's the one question we didn't ask Romy, gosh darn it. Because today was the lunch. Today was it. Today was the equivalent of... They don't really do the barbecue. But they said they were going to provide a lunch. That barbecue thing, sadly, has just gone away.
Yeah, that was nice, though.
It was really nice.
Other than the tent, and it was always hot as heck in there, but it was nice.
It was nice because it was cool just to see everybody socialize a little bit. Yeah. You did get a good spread. The food was always real good.
You usually got the president, the GM, the head coach, and one player.
They've done away with all that stuff. I mean, I don't know. There may be a moment.
So Sean did not talk today.
He did not. He's going to talk tomorrow for the first time.
Oh,
we got Pat Surtain and Quinn Miners. That's all we got today.
I would have almost thought that Pinner would have talked today.
I
mean, the opening of a facility he's got to be proud of.
They're just doing things different. It's their deal. They can do it however they want. They do not have to. They don't have to go on what happened in the past. So it's up to them. I don't know what they serve for lunch. But look at that facility. Tyler.
Usually the first meal is steak and lobster.
Yeah, there you go. It's going to be in the NFL, right?
Hey, I do miss the meals more than anything else.
I bet.
The 3 meals a day, man. Yep. Even if you didn't want to eat dinner there, you'd usually take some to go, bring it home for the family.
Right.
Didn't want the wife to have to cook or something.
Pretty good, huh?
It's great.
They give you no excuse. When my brother, when he worked on Wall Street, he traded derivatives for Barclays Bank. Free food, drinks, car service. Why? Because they want you working. They want you there. They don't want any reason for you to go home. If you want to be there all day, all night, you can be there all day, all night. You feel comfortable in this place. A lot of players are probably going to enjoy going into work like this. There's no rush to get out of there, right?
I didn't see in the little lounge snack area a coffee machine.
I'm
pretty
confident there's 500 coffee machines.
Here's Surtain on the new facility.
Well, yeah, it's been a long time coming. The locker room is crazy. It's quite unique as well, too. And it just gives a different feel, a different vibe. It's like we're leaving that in the past and we're entering, a new state, a new year. And, I think it's, it's well-deserved for us as players, with the amount of work we put in as well, too. But, everything's starting to come together with the facility. And, I'm looking forward to, building with the guys and, being able to be in this building. It's quite special.
What's funny about Surtain, he said, oh, yeah, I remember how this used to be because he used to be at Alabama. I mean, what are their facilities like? I mean, it's probably on par.
Yeah.
It's probably somewhat similar.
I've seen pictures of Arkansas, and it's
fabulous.
on par, yeah.
But now the Broncos facility is on par with everything else, if not.
Oh, this is the nicest
superior.
one in the world. Yeah, there's no question this is going to be the nicest one in the world.
So all right, does this change anything?
People keep asking me that. Like, what does this do for you? Well, it makes you comfortable. It makes you not want to leave work. I think that's a good thing, right? Like anything that makes you want to be in the building as long as possible and be comfortable, that's great. resources. It does a lot. Like the new training room, guarantee you, they got 500 new toys to rehab guys with. So state-of-the-art facilities. You know, when it comes to like free agents and stuff, pretty overrated. No, maybe like I think it'd be the opposite of what most people think. Like a nice facility like this is going to do nothing for the top flight free agents. The top flight free agents, they're going to where the money is. So if there's somebody that's going to pay me $5 million more to go to Buffalo, I'm going to Buffalo.
Yeah.
If I got to go to the worst facility in the world, I'll go there for an extra $5 million. Maybe a nice facility like this factors in for like the B tier guys that are like, okay, money's pretty similar. This looks comfortable. But I think overall, it's just a quality of life deal. Just trying to make your team feel good and be comfortable.
Yeah, the competing free agent, and one guy's offering 12.3, one guy's offering 12.3. They're basically the same. Now you got choose between things.
Right.
Chance to win, fan base, facilities. But this, I'll tell you, this ain't going to turn nobody away.
That's for sure.
No one's going to walk in there when they're getting there. Because it's the only time you really feel like you're being recruited again, right, is when you're a free agent and they fly you in, take care of you, and stuff like that. You walk into that facility, and that's not even showing the team rooms.
Oh, God, we have no idea.
I
haven't even seen
you
got
to imagine the team rooms
can you
are
imagine?
unbelievable, too.
I'm sure they're first class all the way. This is just what we're able to see right now. I'm sure it even gets better. Oh, that's exciting, man. It is kind of an interesting thing because last year, I won't say it was a disappointing year. How could you be disappointed with that much winning in the AFC Championship game? But it did feel just like the air was let out of the balloon. Like we never really saw what the potential was. God bless Stiddy. But Stiddy time and snow in the second half did not exactly show you the best of the Broncos. So what was that team last year? What was the true potential of that team?
I'd say it was like Peyton Watson. If Scott thinks that Peyton Watson was at the ceiling last year, that team reached its ceiling for what they were capable of. That team probably should not have been in an AFC Championship game, but they were there, you know, and they were a Bo Nix ankle away from being in a Super Bowl.
Well, listen,
like that was the ceiling. That was a one-sided team that overcame a lot with bad offense.
Once they got the postseason, I mean, they earned their way. I mean, was it Buffalo they beat the first round?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, hey, come on now.
You beat Josh Allen.
Come on now. I mean, you earned it to get there.
Yeah, you sure did.
And there's no doubt in my mind. I really believe this. There's no doubt in my mind if Bo Nix plays, they beat New England. I didn't think New England was that good. I thought, talk about a team that reached their ceiling and
Totally.
over. Bo Nix is healthy. They win that game. There's no question in my mind.
I agree.
And I'm going to tell you what. Listen, and I read another article today, Davis Webb and, 31-year-old and boom, 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 and he's taking the hands of a guy, let's be honest, and knows how to call plays. I'm like, your offense has sucked for 2 years that you've been here, 3 years. Come on now. I don't like that thing, but that's another thing. But you put Sean Payton in the Super Bowl? Were they better than the Colts when they beat the Colts in that game? Or did Sean Payton come into that Super Bowl with the Saints and game plan the hell out of that game? And all you got to do is game plan, have your A game on one game once you get to the Super Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
If Bo Nix is healthy, listen, Seattle was fine, but listen, that was a bad representation. New England was crap. They're, in my opinion, fortunate to get where they got. That's an entirely different game, and I'm telling you, the Broncos would have had a chance to beat Seattle in that game.
Wine Time is coming to Elitch Gardens on Friday, August 28th. Sip your way through 14 wine stations with artisan bites and live music. Get tickets at altitudesportsradio.com/wine. Well said, Scott. We'll hear from Brian Windhorst about the situation with the Nuggets. Also, Jonathan Cooper at camp. That was surprising. Details coming up here on PhD.
Hey, if you're in the market for a newer pre-owned vehicle, do yourself a favor. Go to the best dealership in Colorado. It's Phil Long Ford. I've been a customer over at Phil Long for such a long time now. Bought my first vehicle there my rookie year in the NFL, and I've been going back ever since. I know them, love them, trust them. It's all about relationships for me, and if relationships matter to you, you'll probably become a long-term customer after you buy your first vehicle at Phil Long Ford. They're going to treat you right, get you in, get you out, respect your time, give you the best price on the vehicle of your dreams. It's one-stop shopping at Phil Long Ford. Don't drive all over the state looking for that newer pre-owned vehicle. They've got over 8,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles on their lot right this minute. So whether you're looking for a new vehicle or pre-owned vehicle, the vehicle of your dreams is already at Phil Long Ford. They've already got the best prices at Phil Long Ford. They also have an award-winning service department, so once you buy that new vehicle, keep it serviced at Phil Long. You're going to have a beautiful ride for a very long time. Let them know that your friend Tyler sent you on over, and check them out online at phillongford.com.
AC/DC tonight at Empower Field. Dan, you're going back in the day for some of these tunes. Do you know AC/DC? I mean, I love Dirty Deeds Done Dirt Cheap. Don't get me wrong, but we're rolling with like 3 Bon Scott songs in a row. Where's your knowledge on AC/DC, Dan?
I mean, I like them a lot.
Okay.
I know Back in Black from Thor.
What's your favorite song off Back in Black?
Back in Black.
I've had this argument with my friends over the years. Back in Black is the perfect album. Like literally every single song on Back in Black is perfection. Including like What Do You Do for Money, Honey, Giving the Dog a Bone, Rock and Roll Ain't Noise Pollution. I'm going for some of the deeper cuts. Hope you can appreciate that. And never mind, Hell's Bells, You Shook Me All Night Long, Back in Black. Those are the big ones. But like every single song on that record it's just an absolute hammer. I don't want to go now. I'm not gonna lie.
Well,
I'm kind of having a little
how much you got?
AC/DC. I don't got enough. That's for damn sure.
Yeah, listen, I went and saw.
Well, you didn't make it into the soccer game, so you still got that money in reserve.
I still got that. Yeah.
I've seen Rolling Stones twice, and then they came a couple years ago at Invesco. We had 500 level seats, and the sound was horrible, and it was terrible.
Yeah.
Now, when we walked down and Leah left a little early and stuck her heads out in the lower level, the sound was a lot better, but in the 500 section was horrible. I saw AC/DC at the Palace in Auburn Hills, and with great seats, and it was
awesome.
Fantastic. But it was when basically your Thunderstruck came out, or right before. So it was that tour.
That's good.
And it was
a little bit later.
Yeah, it was like 88, 89,
a little bit later.
89, 90, somewhere in there.
Yeah, Back in Black, I think was 80, 81, something like that.
Yeah, so this was like 80, 89, 90, somewhere in there.
Just looking what the weather is going to be there in Denver. I think there is supposed to be some thunder rolling in a little bit later on, but hopefully it's clear for everybody else. All right, we'll get to the Garth Brooks stuff here in a second. We're giving away Garth Brooks tickets today, so hang on. We'll have that for you. Jonathan Cooper at training camp. Wow. Okay. Why do you think Jonathan Cooper was allowed to be back at training camp today?
It's what the far majority of the NFL does when they're in situations like this. Teams, they got a player who gets in trouble off the field. They don't know what to do with it, or they know that they want him to still be on the team, and they know that he's still a part of the plan. And especially when you know that the guy is still a part of the plan, far more times than not, what the franchise ends up doing is nothing. They say, well, as long as you are legally allowed to work, you're going to work. As long as you're legally allowed to play, you're going to play. And then the day that the NFL makes a decision and their investigation closes up on you, we will allow the NFL to make that ruling, and we will abide by that ruling, but we're not going to do anything on our own. So it would appear the Broncos are going the route that the majority of the NFL does.
Mike Sanford said on his show when they were talking about it, he was surprised by it, and he didn't feel good about it, and he thought more about it and said, yeah, I think it's the wrong move by the Broncos to do.
Well, I don't disagree with Tyler that it's probably what a lot of NFL teams do.
What do you guys think?
But you can also, and because of that, you can call it kicking the can down the road and skirting your responsibility or your stance.
What do you guys think?
Well, again, I think you also got to understand that there's probably legal precedents that, as I said earlier, you're innocent until proven guilty. And I'm sure there's a lot of communications and say, we like to do this, and the legal, if you do that, and he gets waived of all these charges, you're going to be responsible for a whole, So I think this, you know what, it does smell bad, probably, especially with the charges that they are. But again, innocent until proven guilty. But it smells bad anyway. But I'm not sure the Broncos really had a lot of other legal avenues to follow.
I guess in theory, I don't have a huge issue with a franchise allowing the legal process to unfold, right? And they've probably done whatever investigation they can do on their own. I guarantee you they have. They've looked into it on their own. And if there was anything like unbelievably egregious that was just so obvious to them, they probably would not have made this decision. So my guess is that this is actually the team saying, hey, after we've made our own investigation, it's hairy enough that we will allow the process to unfold.
I just don't know what has significantly changed from when they said you should not be here for OTAs and minicamp till today. I understand he's working on himself and perhaps that's a slight difference, but I don't think anything significant has changed that you know about, as far as I can tell. But we do bat. I remember Parrish Cox, guys. I remember the Parrish Cox case. And while he was waiting to go to trial, he played for the Denver Broncos. And that felt icky too, because we knew what the allegations were, and it was terrible. But that thing went to a very dramatic trial. And leading up to the trial, he was out there. He was out there practicing and playing, and it was like, wow, that is wild. That dude is being accused of what he's being accused of, and there he is.
Did you see Kobe Bryant playing during the things he was accused of?
Kobe Bryant was accused of rape in Eagle, and throughout that trial, during the trial, he played, which was wild. So, yeah, that's a good example right there, and he would just fly back and forth. He played before it. He played during it. It was unreal. Because, all right, to that point, that happened because they wanted to keep Kobe Bryant. Also, it is reasonable to say this. There may be stuff, there definitely is stuff we don't know about that they know about behind the scenes. So I'll give people the benefit of the doubt on this one. Perhaps there's things we do not know that the Broncos are clear on, and it's making it more palpable for him to be there. Maybe that's a difference. Things we don't know. Because on the surface, I don't know what's changed. And everybody was surprised by it today, by the way. Everybody was caught off guard.
The main thing that has changed is time. Okay? So when something happens, everybody wants a reaction. And something happened, and then there was a reaction from the team. And now time has gone by, and it got a little bit more quiet, and it makes it a little bit easier to kind of just hope that he'll get right back into the fold. Not unnoticed, but without as much fanfare behind it. And another thing that in theory has changed, I'm not saying it should change your opinion, I'm not telling you how to think, but he did, I guess, on his own. I say I guess on his own because he checked himself into some sort of mental health facility to work on himself for 30 days. And he did do it on his own, but, is that proactive or is that reactive? I don't know. That's probably up to you to decide.
There's that, hey, look, I'm not a bad guy.
Exactly.
I'm trying, whatever. I don't know. Listen, I always hate talking about these things when it's still active because I've seen too many of them go sideways the other way.
It's just an interesting twist because something has changed from 5 weeks ago. Something's different.
Yeah, the dummy called back. The dummy called back 55 times and broke a restraining order and all that stuff.
Something has changed from the Broncos' perspective, from the mini camp where he was told to stay away and today. Something has changed.
Well, guess what?
He was let in the building today.
Yeah, something has changed. Probably, I guess you look that way. One, the OTAs don't. It just shows the OTAs don't mean anything.
Well, do not forget how this really played out. When he first was arrested, he did participate in the OTAs.
No.
Before the second time he was arrested. It was the second arrest that changed everything. There was going to be a trial July 22nd and 23rd until he got arrested again. So he was out there. He did practice, after the first time. The second time was too much. Interesting twist for the story today. We do have Garth Brooks tickets to give away. And listen every day for your chance to win tickets right here. Win them before you can buy them. It's Garth Brooks. Blame it all, as I got my thing here. Blame it all on my Roots tour at Ball Arena September 4th and 5th. Tickets go on sale Friday morning at 10. Tyler, what were people supposed to do here to win these tickets?
Well, you got to get the Altitude Sports Radio app down on your phone and open that sucker up. Look for the microphone on the bottom. It's called The Voice of the People. If you want these tickets, these are big-time tickets. You got to put a little effort in, right? You got to put a little effort in and showcase yourself here a little bit. And imagine season's beginning, right? We got training camp beginning today. Everything's fresh. Everything's good. Give us your most dramatic radio call of what you can envision being a huge moment in the season for players, game, whatever it is. Make it dramatic. Make it fit with the Garth Brooks song. Thunder Rolls will be the default unless you choose your own. We will play Thunder Rolls over your radio call unless you tell us, hey, this call is made for X, Y, or Z Garth Brooks song.
Dan, how's the participation level been with this so far?
It has been fantastic. I've been combing through them. Our listeners are awesome. And we've got some fun stuff here.
Well, let the calls roll.
Bo Nix drops back. 2-yard pass to Marvin Mims, and Sean Payton is losing his mind. He rips off his headset. He walks straight over to Davis Webb, punches him right in the face. It looks like Sean Payton will be taking over play calling now. Back after this.
Although he will be suspended shortly after the game.
All right, that's good. What else we got there, Dan?
And here's the snap. Oh, Crawshaw picking it up. He tosses it to Troy Franklin on the outside. Oh my God, they got a first down. He's headed down the sideline and he gets tackled out of bounds. What a play call in the second quarter. Incredible. Crawshaw with a little toss to Troy Franklin on the sidelines.
I like it, a little fake punt action.
Right, that's a really clever one right there.
Yeah.
Because it's based off Sean called a fake play, and then Tyler Bidet had a mutiny on the field and called it off against the Bills. I give that guy a little extra credit. That's a good one right there. All right, Dan, one more?
Welcome to Arrowhead, where we have replaced your Monday night announcers with Jim Nance and Tony Romo. Jim Nance, so Tony, what do you think the keys are for the game? Well, Jim, I'm not allowed to possess those right now.
Well played. That was great.
Tony Romo cannot possess the keys to the game.
Yeah.
Because he is not allowed to have any keys. Good one. Do we have one more, or is that it?
We do, but we got DMac. I put Friends in Low Places on your page.
All right. Okay.
So let's stop this song. Here we go.
There you go.
Blame it all on our bow. I showed up in boots and ruined the Raiders' affair. The last one to show, the last one to know. Nix was the last one you thought you'd see there. And I saw the surprise, the fear in Josh's eyes when Bo took the ball down the field. Now we're toasting Bo, said Allen might be through, but the Broncos will always come through. Well, I've got friends in Bo, places where the Broncos win and opponents lace up their cleats, only to suffer defeat.
All right, that's okay. Jeez. Talk about not understanding the
Oh,
assignment.
don't hate.
What was the assignment?
Well, it was a little convoluted.
Well,
but,
you
I
did
mean,
make it pretty ambivalent when you said that you could literally do anything.
I did not say do anything. You had
the
to
one
do
to
play-by-play.
But, you know, it's a radio show that used to be based on creativity.
If that was play-by-play, that is a stretch.
What if Garth Brooks was doing the play-by-play? What if he was singing it?
So he's going to do play-by-play and do a parody of one of his own songs?
Yeah, that could have been Garth.
Hey, if you guys liked it, you guys liked it.
Well, guess what? It doesn't matter whether we liked it or not. It's a random pick.
Yeah, well, what are you bitching about?
No, it's not about whether we like it or
We're
not.
defending the guy.
I mean, they're in it now.
I say he's not in it. That was not play-by-play.
No, that ain't
you gotta
the rule.
do. You gotta do.
You can't change the rules.
You gotta do play-by. That one.
Don't change the rules.
How the hell was that play-by-play?
He called on the button app,
Listen,
whatever.
All right.
I think you do whatever the hell you want. Just send in something on Voice of the People.
What do you got? You got any more, Dan, or is that a wrap?
I'm combing through them. We'll play them throughout the show.
Okay. No, you got time. We got till the end of the show. You can throw it in there. And yeah, get the app and give it the best. The Crawshaw one, that's pretty good. That was a moment, man. I'm kind of dying to talk to Tyler Bidet and be like, so what?
That whole story got so convoluted. That's not the way that it works. You don't get to call something off. The way that it works is you call the fake play. And then when you get up to the line of scrimmage, there's indicators of what you're looking for.
Uh-huh.
When the indicator indicates, hey, it's not time to run this fake, we got to punt it, then you punt it.
The Wickersham article, Sean said in the Wickersham article, they gave us the look to run the fake.
All right, well, then Tyler Bidet went rogue.
Yeah, it's quirkiness, man. It's Sean. He said
and Tyler's still here.
It didn't hack him off, though, did it?
Hey, man, that article, if you haven't read that article yet, there are just so many little moments in there and that's one of them. That's just like, wow, really? But we'll hear from Sean tomorrow, and they'll be on the field tomorrow. Hey, let me play we'll have No Dumb Questions coming up here in a little bit. Let me play some Brian Windhorst for you about Peyton Watson and the Aaron Gordon situation. They had him on the morning show today. And yeah, here we go.
This is what happened with the Bucks, and the Bucks ended up, I called it mortgaging their mortgage to buy a sports car with what they did with Damian Lillard. And boy, do not want to do that. Where they waved and stretched him, and now he's on their books for years when they're in when they're in a rebuild. I mean, let's just be honest. That trade last year for Cam Johnson for Michael Porter, there was a reason why the Nuggets put a pick in that deal, because that was a salary dump. Because of the differential in the salary that Cam is making this year versus the salary that Porter is making this year. That was a salary dump move. And it was a creative salary dump. It was a nice piece of business, even though I know Cam didn't have the year that everyone wanted. They've been trying to do this. In the case of Aaron Gordon, because of how much he's owed, I mean, he's owed around $100 million for the next, and you have to assume he's picking up that player option. He's extraordinarily valuable to your team. But when if you were to call and try to trade him, people would be like, well, he's owed $100 million and you're in trouble. We're going to hold you up. So it's impossible to get value for that.
Plus his hamstrings are bad, right? Oh.
Of course. And so like you can't, obviously I know that there have been some conversations with Aaron Gordon, but it's a very, very hard trade to make because he's so valuable to your team and you can't get value for him.
Painful, man.
Painful
to think that a guy that nobody even really wants to get rid of, like in terms of like, we all love Aaron Gordon, but we get it. We understand why you need to get rid of him. He's a guy that you value so much that it's painful to get rid of him. And there's not value for a guy that it's painful to get rid of?
No.
But there's value, except the injuries. If he'd have played out the last couple of years, they'd had a little bit more success because he did play.
They may have had more sex as well. We would have been a lot happier.
But he would be valued, and they could make a possible move if that was a salary they want to move.
It was a sobering, objective comment from Windhorst, who is a big Nuggets fan, by the way. And during that interview, he was like, man, LeBron to the Nuggets makes a lot of sense. Like, he really, really believed that. So there's no anti-Nuggets coming here from Brian Windhorst. It's just a sobering reminder that you're stuck. Because no team is going to take on the Aaron Gordon money. It's got nothing to do.
I'm trying to figure out what the hell that means. Like if you really cannot get rid of Aaron Gordon, we're already in the second apron. We're trying to get a deal done with Peyton Watson for 17 per. Call it 20 at the end of the day where they find some middle ground. Add another $20 million to that. Now, getting rid of Cam Johnson, is that enough to get us under the second apron? I don't think so.
It would be right now.
No, I'm saying assuming that we get Peyton Watson done.
Well,
no, there'd have to be more to it. You'd have to dump others. It couldn't just be Cam. It'd help. It's the most realistic thing to do.
Is Peyton signed for the 6.5 or the 17?
So I'll give you one cross.
What is it? Yeah.
I'll give you one cross your fingers, and you just got to hope scenario. And that's that, you don't have to do anything technically to get under the second apron until the trade deadline, which is October.
It's February.
February. So by then you got to be under the second apron. Well, you can cross your fingers and hope and pray that Aaron Gordon gets healthy and plays good basketball, and all of a sudden he looks healthy and the value's back.
Let me give you one more from Windy.
I was talking to an owner recently, and he was talking about extending one of his players, and he was using it. He was using a poker reference. You guys play. I'm not a good poker player, but he's like, sometimes with the player you want to see another card. Okay, he's talking. You've seen the first 3 cards, or maybe even seen the first 4 cards. You want to see another card. Sometimes you're willing to make the bet when you've just seen 4 cards. But I was talking to this owner. He's like, yeah, on this guy we want to see another card. I think with the Nuggets and with some other teams, they'd like to see another card.
That's
on
fair.
Watson.
That's totally fair.
Right.
Totally fair.
And so when you're a restricted free agent and you're a player that is trying to get paid on potential, it's just a hard thing to line up.
This is an interesting game of chicken going on right now.
Smart.
I think Peyton Watson, he's going to play this out at $6.5 million. I don't know, man.
Well, it is crazy, right? Because if you're Peyton, if you're Peyton, even if you're mad and you're like 17, hell no, I'm worth 28. Okay, here's what I could do. I could risk playing it out on the 6.5, and I could get hurt or not play great basketball and not see anything in return. Or I could sign this contract that's in front of me and get myself, how much was it? 80? Is that what we said?
No. Well, 5 for 70
5
was
for
the
70.
rumor, but that's only 14 per year.
Yeah, but it's still 70. It's 70.
It is.
70 is the key number, right?
I thought it was 4 for 70.
If you're Peyton Watson, I'm passing on an opportunity for $70 million. He's going to sign that thing. It's too much money, even if you are angry.
Yeah, the first thing I heard, Scott, was 4 for 70, and then today it came out that it was actually 5 for 70. These are all rumors, by the way. There are no facts here. So if you want to round up, round down, if you just want to ballpark at 14 to 17, whatever.
4 years at 70 is 17.5. 4 years or 5 years at 70 is 14, which is kind of strange because that article I sent you today was the evaluation.
Correct.
Analytically, the league has.
Well, why would the Nuggets negotiate against themselves? They're going to give you a low ball offer until you get something more. Every company's going to do that.
But let's say it's a 5-year deal. I bet it's I bet the 4-year 70 is pretty close to what they offered. A little more than what it is, betting on the come on the end that he is going to get better. And there's a fifth option. It'll be your option, for whatever it is. But listen, all I'm saying is you signed the 6.5 and say it was a 4.17.
Mm-hmm.
That's $11 million you ain't making up. If it's the 5-year that you don't turn down for 14 and you sign for 6.5, that's $7.5 million.
Yeah.
Guess what? You ain't making that up.
If he stayed here for $6.5 million, there'd be injuries popping up left and right where he wouldn't be playing.
I don't know about that, DMac. I know you said that yesterday, but he's still got to get paid. Okay, so if he's going to have injuries popping up left and right, he damn sure better have had a career season. Because guess what happens to guys with injuries? You don't get paid like you think you do.
Yeah, but he won't care. He'll just want to get out of here.
You're averaging 14.
He'll still want to be paid.
You're averaging 14, 15, and 7, and all of a sudden you bump your toe.
Yeah.
You might miss a couple games, but because it's the numbers. Shooting 51%, 39 from 3.
How do we know he didn't do that last? How do we
7?
know he didn't already do that last year, by the way? How do we know that wasn't the case last year?
Well, he might have.
Yeah, he might have. Maybe rightfully so. I mean, I get it. It's a lot of money. It makes me, I want to vomit thinking about having $70 or $80 million on the table and me turning it down because I'm looking for another $30 million or something like that. I don't even know what to say.
And you made a good point too. And if you had a legit agent, he would sit there and go, listen, take the 4-year 70. You could probably get it to that. 4-year 70.
Right.
When this is done, you'll be 27 going into 28.
Then you're making 40 plus.
Then you're going to, and if everything goes like we think it's going to be, you're going to be making 45, 50.
Right.
There you go.
You're
going to be good. And you know what? If you stay healthy, your team stay healthy, you're going to compete. You're going to be one of the top 3 or 4 teams in the West for the next 5 years.
You're going to play with Nikola Jokic the entire time.
Then when Nikola leaves in 5 years, your exit can be in 4.
I don't care how much more money I want than $70 million. If all I got to do is sign a piece of paper and I can get 70,
that's what he's looking at.
I'm going to sign that piece of paper.
Well,
But if you're a young guy, just telling you, if you're a young guy and your advisors and your agent are saying 30, 30, 30, 30, here comes 17 offer, disrespected. You're disrespected. And listen, how many guys have you seen in your career? And I don't know if it's as prevalent in football as it is in basketball. That are the outside voices of hanger-ons and buddies and family members have ruined dudes' careers.
Well, I just showed you that video of them getting into a nightclub, and he's hanging out with MPJ and Jalen Brunson. Well, what are those conversations like, you think? What do you think they're saying to him? You want to talk about being in outer space and out of reality. Hang around with guys that make over $30 million a year and see what they say to him. That's who he's hanging out with. He ain't hanging out with us. I think the Nuggets have the upper hand here, though. I do. I think if they hold the line, they're going to get him to sign. He ain't going to be happy about it.
He ought to sign. He ought to be happy. Buy your new car. You'll be good. $17 million. Ain't nothing to sneeze
Buy your
at.
new car. Buy a new island.
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah, it's a lot of money,
But let me ask you this, seriously.
Yeah.
Is Windhorst and all the video or the audio listened to it? Did he say anything in the morning show that I ain't been saying for the last 3 weeks?
Oh, you're right up there with Windhorst. You should get yourself
Well,
on.
I'm not anymore.
Well,
I'm not.
You should work harder.
But I'm just saying, did he say anything that I haven't been saying?
Not really. In fact, the whole thing, no, he hasn't. And there's legitimate questions whether Peyton Watson is really one of them guys. And as time goes on, it doesn't feel like he is, actually. And this probably helps the Nuggets with Peyton Watson. Now, they're still going to have to get under that. If they, by the way, they're not getting 2 first-round picks. That's what they want for him. They're not. That's not happening either, by the way. And now that they're in the second apron, all they can get back is picks.
Well,
they can't get another player. All they can get is picks.
Here's what you get. And you always talk about this with the Broncos by having a rich owner, and the Nuggets have one too, right? We're gonna match. We'll do a sign trade, but it's cost 2 first round. We ain't gonna do that. Well, then we'll just match. We're gonna already pay $68 million. We got that. And guess what? We'll do something before February that gets us just below that second amber and cuts that in half anyway.
Yeah.
So go ahead. If you really want him, make him the offer, give us 2 first rounds, and here you go. Or we're gonna match it. Who cares? He'll be happy, we'll be happy. Because guess what we got? We got money.
Here's my guess after today, especially with the Broncos. I think this is going to be the end of the Peyton Watson conversation for a minute, guys. I really do. I don't see anything changing.
No.
I think today was an interesting
you know what?
day.
When I said October, you know what I was thinking with? I think Peyton has until October to make a decision on the exclusive rights.
And I think also from the offer sheet, I think. That's right when season starts.
So in theory, we could have a minute here.
Quick break, come back. No dumb questions coming up next.
All right, guys. Hey, it's never too early and it's never too late to get your financial life coordinated. The fiduciary advisors at Trajan Wealth, they're going to build one plan for you around your investments, taxes, and estate. All 3 of those in the same house, all working on the same plan. So wherever you are at right now, just start the conversation at TrajanWealth.com or call 1-855-TRAJAN-1. If you just want a second opinion on your financial plan, Trajan Wealth Fiduciary Advisors, it's a great place to start. They're going to look at the full picture, your investments, taxes, and estate plan, and tell you honestly whether the pieces are actually working together. Schedule a complimentary meeting today at TrajanWealth.com or call 1-855-TRAJAN-1. Guys, choosing the right advisor might be one of the most important financial decisions you will ever make. The fiduciary team at Trajan Wealth coordinates all 3 phases in the same plan. I keep emphasizing that because it's what makes them unique, so you can stay focused on living your life. Just visit them online at TrajanWealth.com or call 1-855-TRAJAN-1. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Do me a favor. Keep up. You're entering a judgment-free zone. Do not worry about your lame sports IQ or your other IQ.
Could you repeat the question, please?
This is No Dumb Questions with PhD on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Any interesting questions in that bunch?
Brought to you by Trajan Wealth. When it comes to your retirement, there are no dumb questions. Call Trajan Wealth today at 303-900-1189.
All right, we're in a quirky time crunch here, unfortunately. When it comes to your retirement, there are no dumb questions. Call Trajan Wealth today at 303-900-1189. This is really horrible, but we have time for maybe like a quick question and a quick answer, and then we got to take another break.
Listen, we've been all doing sports talk radio for a million years. You talking about this during the break. The World Cup, I think we would all deem was pretty successful, TV viewing and everything else like that.
Yeah.
Did it make the summer kind of go a little faster and a little easier?
I love the summer. I love sports this summer. It was awesome.
But we don't.
I love the World Cup. I love the Tour de France. I love the British Open. I loved all the sports that were going on.
I thought it really filled a gap that we usually don't have filled.
Yeah.
I don't know about you. I mean, I don't think I've watched a World Cup event. I mean, a World Cup, a Tour de France event since Lance Armstrong stopped racing in it.
It was fun to watch. You kind of got to get into it. If you're just looking at like one bike race, you're going to be bored. You're not going to really understand. It's not overly complicated. It's just that if you don't follow it, it's going to be a little tricky to understand the nuances of why.
Well, and you can pick it,
cool.
and you can pick. Well, you call it a European sports a while ago. It's like that. You start learning when you watch stuff.
Yeah.
Soccer, World Cup, or Tour de France. The strategies you had no idea existed.
Exactly. And if you know the storylines a little bit, I guarantee you, and I'm never going to root against Arsenal, but I'm going to be paying attention to Man City because of Hovland a lot more this year.
They may be getting relegated because their upper
Man City's going to be relegated. Well, really?
Their upper management's got like 100 charges on for.
If Man City gets relegated, that's going to be wow. World just fell apart.
But their upper management's got 100 charges through World Soccer because of unscrupulous financial dealings to bring players in. So
look at you.
There's a chance they could just crush them this year. And if
So
that's the case,
are you saying they're pulling a Kawhi? Is that what you mean?
Stuff like that. I mean, stuff like that, except 100 charges.
Dude, it just got more interesting to me.
There's a storyline. So now, if that happens, does Holland, financially to help them, does Holland get sold?
Well, if he gets sold, I'll just follow whatever team he goes to. There's nothing special about Man City. I'm following that player. That, to me, was the guy. Out of all this World Cup, that is the one athlete I want to watch more of. Out of all of them, he was the most interesting dude to me.
That guy. Didn't you say he gained something like 30 million followers?
Yeah, at one time in the middle of the World Cup,
I mean, he was
everywhere.
26
you couldn't
million. Open up X without seeing him 100 times on your timeline.
All right, we will go for the big story of the day, and that's Broncos more or less opening up training camp with the reporting and the building. Vic Lombardi was there. He'll give us an insider's peek as to everything happening with the Broncos from where the Broncos were at today, coming up next. What is up? It is DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Erectile dysfunction can affect far more than your sex life. It can put strain on relationships, impact your confidence, leave you feeling frustrated, anxious, embarrassed. But the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has licensed medical providers that'll take the time to understand your unique medical situation and recommend a plan that's right for you. These advanced medical therapies, they work. And with treatments having success rates well over 90%, you can enjoy intimacy again without the stress and uncertainty that ED can bring. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they use medical science to empower male performance with therapies that go far beyond pills. So call today and find out why their advanced strategies offer so much more. Choosing the right provider matters. Try the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Your initial visit, only $99. You get a consult, a T and a PSA test. If advised, a test dose. If it doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call today. 720-440-7900. RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Yeah, I've done a lot of reflection on this. There were a lot of things that I was struggling with internally that wasn't necessarily like football related, and so I spent this offseason really kind of nailing those things down. And I'm really excited about this season coming up. I would say this is the most excited I've ever been about camp. It's been really good to reflect on all those things and come up with a better plan moving forward. And it couldn't be better with a new facility and new place to park. Everything's just kind of new, and I'm really excited about that because I think there is some power to when you're trying to get to that next chapter of life of having more new things around you. So I'm excited.
Vic Lombardi will join us in moments. He was out there at Dove Valley. I do understand it was a Chick-fil-A meal box. We can ask Vic what came in the Chick-fil-A meal box.
Well, they put a franchise inside the new facility.
Did they really?
Yeah.
Are you being serious?
Yeah, brand new Chick-fil-A right inside the facility.
I can't tell if you're joking or not.
No, it's like Devontae Adams of the Taco Bell.
Let's see, I can't.
That was a sense of humor.
Is that a joke?
Humor.
Okay. It's fine that it's not there in the facility because they use the stadium on Sundays.
How do you know that?
Yeah, I got my Sunday joke in there. All right. Anyways.
Well, that would be smart.
Well, because it's closed on Sundays, so they have to go down to the stadium.
Yeah, they're going to be in the stadium anyway.
Okay. They're
going to have Pasta J's on Sunday.
We'll hear from Vic here in just a second. The big question of the day, do you think the Broncos needed a reset? Do you think last year ended? So, all I'm hearing is about how new everything is and how different, and I need to reset this and reset that. Listen, man, nobody thinks that was a disappointing season last year. It just didn't end the way we wanted.
No, but I don't know if they needed a reset. Matter of fact, Broncos, Sean Payton and George Payton told you they do not need a reset. They didn't want to reset anything. They brought the whole thing squad back, so they don't want to reset it. I will tell you, though, at the beginning of every year, it didn't matter what team I was on, in training camp, I always thought I could win a Super Bowl. Always, and then by preseason, you're like, well, I think I win a Super Bowl. And then after 4 weeks, you're like, yeah, we're probably not winning a Super Bowl this year.
Go ahead, sorry.
But can you imagine that feeling that comes with the new season and starting in a facility like that? Like all the glitz, the glamour, the shine, the stars. It's all just so optimistic.
Vic Lombardi joining us on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. What was in the lunchbox from Chick-fil-A? What did the new building look like? And what do you think about Jonathon Cooper being in attendance?
Let's tackle all three here as quickly as I can.
All right.
Chick-fil-A had the chicken sandwiches, chicken nuggets, or veggie wrap. I got the veggie wrap, of course.
Good for you.
The building is to die for. It's beautiful. The official tour won't take place until Saturday. We just got a brief look at some of the parts, so we haven't had an in-depth look at the building yet. Just some pictures and some descriptors and all that stuff, talking to players. Not surprised about Jonathon Cooper because he intends to play. Now, whether or not his suspension will take place at the beginning of the season, the middle of the season, if he anticipates a suspension, I don't know. But to be there while he can be there, that's not much of a surprise because he still intends on playing football this year. I hope that captured all three of those questions.
Well, DMac asked them all at once. What's left?
Yeah. That was A back to A back to A right there. Feelings hanging around today. What was the vibe around the building?
I heard you guys as I came on talk about the building and the facility, and obviously we're all enamored with new, right? We all want, when we moved into that new radio studio there, we were like, oh my gosh, it's so cool, right? Everybody loves new. Let me ask you guys this question. Do you think in a sport like football, where sometimes, you got to sweat, you got to pay the price, do you think being a little too high-tech and a little too spoiled hurts that cause? Is that possible to go in that direction?
I don't think by the facilities, no. I don't think the facilities are any indicator of how hard a team's going to work. I mean, I certainly know what you're saying. When you get spoiled, what's the trickle-down effect? But, where that comes from is the leadership in the weight room. Where that comes from is the vets and your strength coaches and the conditioning and practice and Sean Payton, right? So I don't think the facilities need to do that, but I think they can. If it could be a slippery slope if things aren't managed right.
Well, who was better prepared, Drago or Rocky?
Well, I always go back to that. I always go back to Drago with the high-tech workout and Rocky running in Siberia with Paulie chasing him. And
yeah, but
one guy won that fight.
What if you had Rocky's work ethic with Drago's?
Oh, you think Drago had a bad work ethic?
Well, it wasn't Rocky. He wasn't running up steps.
But maybe your work ethic wanes a little bit when you get everything handed to you. That's all I'm saying. I mean, listen, man, I think there's something to it. I really believe that. And I'm not saying it's a bad thing to have a new facility. I'm just saying let's not go overboard here and think that just because you get a new facility that everybody's going to be better. Sometimes it's not better. A bunch of players were asked this today, and I want to get your answers to this. The players were asked, do you think it's going to be make it easier for this facility here now to get people to come here in free agency? I laugh when stuff like that is asked. I laugh. I snicker. Let me tell you what makes it easier to get free agents. Money makes it easier to get free agents, not a new hot tub. I've never understood that.
Okay.
Do you agree?
I
100%.
I do agree, but I'll also say this. There has to be a certain standard in the NFL to your facilities, and sometimes it's an all or nothing sort of deal. Like if we need to make improvements, what are we just going to make a little improvement, or are we going to go all the way with it? But I know what you're saying. It's I don't know. There's a lot of things that go into it. How many times are you competing for Peyton Manning? A guy like Peyton Manning. You know, in Peyton Manning's case, I think all of that stuff kind of mattered a little bit.
Yeah. I think what matters is the room, the people that run the place. That matters more than anything. And I can tell you this, though. This place, this facility is flawless. And if it's any indication, this new stadium, when it's built, it is going to be
Can you imagine?
one of the nicest in the world. It is going to be one of the nicest in the world because they don't skip any steps. I mean, they got an underground parking garage now, and the players, of all the things that they were talking about, they said that's their favorite aspect. They could just park underground and go to their locker room. Don't have to deal with anything outside anymore. Remember the old days? Remember when Peyton showed up there and all the media was outside? And, oh, my gosh, a lightning bolt just came real close here, boys.
Oh,
sorry.
careful. Careful.
I was outside my front yard, and now I'm going inside.
All right.
But do you remember the old days when we would wait outside the Broncos gate?
Yeah.
And players would come in and out, and that's going to change because now they got indoor parking.
The new facility, as far as free agents, here's what it does. It's not the facility itself.
Yeah.
It's a reminder that this group, this ownership, this management, nothing's not good enough for our players. That we do everything to make you comfortable, to make it easy for you.
Yeah.
The message isn't, oh, look at this shiny building. I want to come here so I can sit in a cool lunchroom. It's this ownership ain't afraid to get behind and give the players and this team everything it needs. That's what
Scott,
the symbol of the building is.
Yeah, that's a very good point. And you're right. When someone sees that and they hear players say that, that means everything. That's what a player wants to hear. I mean, let's be honest. The first priority is paycheck. And if you got the paycheck handled, are you going to give me everything else I can to compete and to win? And I think a facility like this sort of proves, they're all in on that.
Well, they go, hey, bro, ownership paid for this.
Yeah.
So that $10 million signing bonus you're going to get, they got it.
Well, I don't think anybody has any doubts about that.
Dog, they got it.
Hey, we enjoyed your interview with Brian Windhorst today, by the way,
that was a good get.
The Nuggets real quick. And it was interesting here, a very objective guy who definitely likes the Nuggets. I definitely got that impression. Give some realistic terms. And what I took away from it is AG ain't no way to trade him. Never going to happen. And the Nuggets have a little bit of an advantage here with Peyton Watson. And they're probably going to, I'm not going to say they're going to stick it to Peyton Watson, but they can draw a pretty hard line.
Well, the reason why they can draw a hard line is because just look at the paycheck. Look at the payroll. All they have to do is point to the second apron and say, hey, what do you expect us to do? Where do you want us to go here? We sort of painted ourselves into a corner, and the timing of this is terrible. But at the same time, if you're Peyton Watson, you are always left with the reminder that, gosh, darn it, man, if I had my chance to make my bag, I would have made my bag. You can't I'm not going to penalize Peyton Watson. He's getting a lot of heat on social media, and it really bothers me. Oh, can't believe he's doing this and that. What's wrong with this kid wanting his? Everybody else got theirs. Joker got his. Jamal got his. Aaron Gordon. Christian Brown certainly did. I mean, Zeke Najee got his. Why can't this kid get his? And who's to say he should be limited?
But it's not about Peyton Watson. Here's the way I look at it. There's a great comedian that went around all the memes and the things. He do a thing, and he goes, hey, let me talk to the ladies in the room. Remember all you little girls when you were growing up and your daddy said, hey, you're going to be a princess? No, you ain't. So this is an agent and hanger on said, dude, you're going to make $30 million. No, you ain't. I don't know if you guys saw the analytic thing report that came out that I sent the guys today, but the NBA people have him evaluated as a $14 million player. So
but, here's the deal, though, Scott. You are what someone's willing to pay, and I guarantee you this. If he were an unrestricted free agent, not restricted, if he were unrestricted, there is a team out there that early in free agency would have paid what some of those numbers that Rich Paul put out there, they would have paid that. But because he's a restricted free agent, it just made it much more complex.
Well, maybe. I think he's overevaluated in some people's eyes. I don't think he would have ever saw 28, 32 million.
Nothing is stopping Peyton Watson from betting on himself, playing for 6.5.
And he can get 28 next year.
And be an undrafted free agent and going for it. Nothing. But boy, oh boy.
Who knows? At the end of the day, that's exactly what might happen. And the Nuggets figure, well, we'll get 1 year out of him. And Peyton figures, well, I got 1 year to up the ante here. But there's a lot of risk involved there. There's injury risk. There's, there's trust risk. What will the locker room feel about it? There's a lot of things at play there that could impact that decision. But you know what I learned most from Windy today, listening to that interview? It's twofold. The Nuggets overpaid a lot of guys, all right? That's just the case. But it's not their fault that they did that. They're in a market where you have to overpay. Who's the biggest name free agent the Denver Nuggets have ever landed in the history of the Nuggets? It's Paul Millsap.
Is
not
it really?
Exactly a Hall of Famer. Yeah.
Well,
Iverson was traded.
Kenyon Martin.
Kenyon Martin was a sign and trade. That was a sign and trade. Yeah, go back and look at it. The biggest name unrestricted free agent the Denver Nuggets have ever landed is Paul Millsap.
Wow.
So what does that tell you? And even the allure of Nikola Jokic. I mean, who's the biggest name free agents that they landed recently? Who? Tim Hardaway? You tell me.
That's wild, Paul Millsap.
Well, Bruce Brown was traded on their first chip. Is KCP a free agent?
They have Alpha Diablo.
Jeff Green?
KCP was a trade. Remember, it was the Monte Morris and.
By the way, hey, did that sting just a little bit to see KCP go off with LeBron to Philadelphia? That just
obviously he's chasing LeBron and LeBron's chasing rings, so it didn't surprise me at all.
No.
But back to what I was saying is, a lot of people will say, well, how'd the Nuggets get themselves in this situation? They got here because they were successful. And when you're a successful team with really good players, at some point you have to pay those players to keep them here. Okay, so it's nobody's fault. It's just where they are. Oh, they shouldn't have paid Jamal Murray that much. So what do? You let Jamal Murray walk after you win the championship? What do you do? Oh, you can't pay Aaron Gordon that much. So you win it. What do you let Aaron Gordon walk? What do you do in the eyes of the Denver Nuggets outside of pay these guys? They got you to a place nobody else did here in Denver, and that's worth something.
And when Windhorst said it's like poker, and the owner saying we need to see one more card, that does feel like the NBA right now when it comes to Peyton Watson, because I don't see anybody jumping up to pay him 28 per and daring the Nuggets to match it like Presti did with Spencer.
Well, is the card meaning we're waiting to see if somebody else is going to pay, or is the card we don't know enough about you, Peyton?
I got on good authority that there's a team that exists that is willing to pay Peyton Watson what he wants. But the hang-up is they're just not ready to give the Nuggets what they want. And if I'm the Nuggets, I would do exactly that. I'd say, hey, man, we ain't going to do this unless you open up your pocketbook and give us an exchange that is fair. That team is looking at the Nuggets and saying, well, we know you're screwed by the salary cap, so we're going to just play a game of chicken and wait this one out. And I think that's where they stand right now.
Okay, great stuff, Vic, as always. I think the Nuggets, at the end of the day, do have the upper hand here. because I just do not know how you turn down $70 to $80 million in your bank account.
Well, they have the upper hand when it comes to Peyton, but remember, they're still in the second apron. So the Nuggets still, even with Peyton Watson and his qualifying salary, they still have to shed some salary.
Yeah, but not till
Somebody's
not till the trade deadline. And we can see how the season's working out, whether we want to pay that tax bill or not, right? We can sort of just see. I mean, I'm sure they don't want to, but you have a lot of time to figure it out.
Well, we'll find out. I mean, remember, you're still paying those salaries in the months of October, November, December. It's not like it's free.
Yeah,
those monies are going out.
All right. Great stuff, Vic. We'll listen to you tomorrow. Thank you, Vic.
All right, boys. Take care.
There you go. Yeah, but I think this is I don't know what else to say to this story. I don't know where else it goes from here right now. I think it goes into a holding pattern is what I think.
It's either is the $17 million legit or Peyton Watts will be here for 6.5.
And I don't think there's any other big Nuggets news to be had, to be quite honest with you. I don't see it. Do you?
No. He may wait until training camp ends.
Why wouldn't he?
And sign 6.5 and just go.
Yep. That would not surprise me either. I mean, by the way, if he does that, I mean, I guess money changes everything, right? But you are signing Joker to that deal next year, right? Next offseason, we are signing Joker to the monster of all monster deals, correct? That's what Joker's hanging out for. By the way, you get everybody realizes Joker's going to be an unrestricted free agent next summer, right?
Yeah.
I know he's made promises and he wants to be here and all that.
Yeah, we better hope that nothing changes.
Nikola
Promises can change.
Jokic will be now. He'd be leaving a lot of money on the table if he left the Nuggets. I mean, like $100 million. But it's still a lot of money.
Yeah. He'd only be able to sign for $280 million as opposed to $360 million.
Correct.
Oh my God. What are we talking about?
What are we talking about? It feels ridiculous. It feels the guy is happy river rafting with his homeboys.
Apparently not, though.
Drinking in a bar and winning the same sparsely attended horse race in Serbia seems to make him happy as a clam.
But apparently not. I mean, apparently, like, he does actually like money a little bit. Yeah. Or else he wouldn't be doing this.
I think he wants to see what's going to happen here. I think he wants to keep his options.
So this goes back to what you said earlier. No dumb question. I'm over. Just win 45. Get in there. If you're a struggling team that's going to win 30, 43, 44, 40, that keep him happy?
I think there's going to be a lot of drama with the Nuggets this entire year, frankly.
Yeah.
But, you know, I don't know if you saw it, but the over-under on the wins and losses was like 49.5, which is down 4 from last year. Yeah, last year it was like 53.5. I'd be 49 wins to me is fine.
Yeah, it's wild to me. It's insane that we are the only team in the NBA that is currently in the second apron, which would imply you've got a hell of a roster. And yet I've got like zero hope that this roster could win a championship this year.
Because of injury.
Correct.
Your thoughts on Dave Jogger, the new assistant coach for the
Dave Jaeger.
It's Jaeger.
I believe it, and it's just like the J, like a European J.
Well, it does look like a soft J.
Joegergar.
Close. Joerger. Jaeger.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's been a head coach in the league
twice.
Yeah.
With Sacramento and Memphis.
Sacramento was it?
That's what they said.
Okay.
I don't know. He is your new number 2. Thoughts?
Good dude. I like him a lot. Nice dude. Good dude. And he's got head coach experience. So now you add somebody on the side of the bench that's who's gone.
Why will this matter?
Well, the big complaint on David Adelman was they wanted they felt, if you read all the social media stuff, that he needed another voice on the bench that had been there, done that.
It's more important on the bench or preparation for the games?
Bench, probably. Both. I don't know. Both.
Okay, because I don't know.
And also you got a Signori that can, when things are going tough, that can
This is
talk
not
you down from ledges, and
he's been a head coach for more years than David Adelman's been a head coach.
So there,
is it a threatening?
So you've added experience to a young head coach. Is all you've
So
done.
it's not a threatening position.
No,
it's supportive.
No.
All right. We'll take a quick break. Let's football go. The latest from Broncos as they open up training camp coming up next. Hey, you ever wonder why Fanatic Sportsbook is America's fastest online growing sportsbook? Others, their rewards, they're just same old, same old. But Fan Cash is the ultimate sports currency, and betting with Fanatics lets you stack Fan Cash. With Fanatic Sportsbook, you can get 10% Fan Cash back on your wagers, win or lose. If you want value for bets, Fanatics will always have your back. And don't forget about Fan Cash draws. Simple. Choose your draw and enter with Fan Cash for a shot at no sweat bets, casino credit, premium sports experiences, tickets, and so much more. Extraordinary prizes await. I also mentioned they're giving away millions in Fan Cash this year with games like Fan Cash Drop. Tap in every Friday and see what the fuss is all about. Switch to a sportsbook that will always give you more to play with. Download the Fanatic Sportsbook app today. Winning hits different here. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem. Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. Offer not available in all states. Terms apply. See Fanatic Sportsbook app. Let's Football Go brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. Visit them at mountainhighappliance.com. Dan, how many more cuts do we have to play?
I got 3 more to play.
3 more to
here in a little
play?
bit.
And
then
we've
we'll
had
pick
a
our
lot
winner.
of people enter.
A lot of people enter.
Okay,
Yeah.
well, we look forward to that. What do we got?
All right, guys, big surprise today as the Broncos report to training camp today. Jonathon Cooper joined his teammates after spending more than a month completing an inpatient therapy program stemming from his arrests in June. Starting outside linebacker, he's had 27 sacks over the past 3 seasons. He was arrested twice in early June and eventually charged with felony assault in an incident involving his then girlfriend. The legal process may not resolve his case until after the Broncos finish their 2026 season. How surprised were you guys that Jonathon Cooper reported to camp today?
I was shocked. I did not see what really has changed from now till then. So, yeah, I was stunned.
Well, I don't think any of us should really be shocked by it because this is what the NFL usually does. I know that teams can and have told guys to stay away. Teams can and have straight up cut guys. It just happened with Terry Arnold. The Detroit Lions just cut him. More times than not, when a guy gets in trouble off the field, the team just says, look, we're going to wait for this process to unfold. NFL's going to make a decision eventually. And while we're in that interim period, if you're supposed to be at work, come to work. If you're supposed to be at the game, go to the game. And when the NFL makes a decision, we'll abide by that.
And here's another thing to look at with the NFL, NBA, Major League Baseball. If he were the third string defensive lineman as opposed to the starter,
yeah,
see you later.
It is funny looking at the people to take his spot, and I'm not saying they're bad football players. They're just not him. Like,
But he wasn't him until he was him, right?
Well, he's him now. I'll tell you that. That guy's a damn good football player, and he's unique. So, because he's quick enough to go around the edge, and he's strong enough to be strong. He's more of a power guy anyway. He's a big dude too. Like, hey man, whatever. I'm surprised. We'll see if he practices. Just because he's in the building doesn't necessarily mean he'll practice.
I think so.
Well, we'll know at 10 a.m. tomorrow morning, won't we? They'll be out on the field, and we'll see. This is this acclimation thing. We got to get used to it. They did the same thing last year, where training camp doesn't open until Friday.
It's like a restaurant with a slow opening.
It's
weird. If you've ever had a kid in youth sports and youth football or anything, it's literally the exact same thing. It's you go out in shorts and t-shirts, then you put the helmet on, and then just start ramping it up slowly and surely.
Yeah. Okay. It's but it didn't used to be that way.
But this is why OTAs and the rookie mini camp and Leggy was talking about this the other day with Nate and Andy. They brought everybody back. You're going to make this team. You better, day one, you be ready to go. So we're going to give you a little acclimation. We'll show you where the locker is, where the meeting rooms are. Let you come out there and do it. But when they start going, what, Saturday?
Friday,
then be ready.
I think that's a note. And for fans that have tickets, it's like they're going to be going. It's going to happen relatively quickly.
Friday will be fun.
Yeah. Next story, Dan.
All right, guys, Patrick Surtain talked to the media down at the Broncos' new facility today. How can the defense improve this season? Here's Pat.
I think with us, it's like I mentioned before, starting off fast early on, not allowing anything to go by. I just feel like that's our next step. And sort of just staying committed to the process, trusting, what VJ got for us, trusting us, our defense as a unit. We got the right pieces in the right places. So, it just feels right now. So.
Okay, so Broncos had one of the top defenses in football last year. What would you guys like to see the Broncos do better defensively this upcoming season?
I don't remember what the turnover margin was last year, but if anything, it would just be
wasn't great.
It would just be takeaways, and it would be big plays. Like Pat Surtain, I don't know if he's ever going to be a big high interception guy because he doesn't get targeted enough. But Champ Bailey, when he did get that interception, he got touchdowns. Aqib Talib, touchdowns, right? So we need those big moments.
Yeah, the Broncos were, if you look at their giveaway takeaway numbers, they were like with the bottom of the barrel teams in the league. Like intercepting the ball just right there, that would be a big difference.
Well, but also think about this. You're absolutely right. Bottom of the league in interceptions, but number one in the league in sacks.
Yeah, see, that doesn't make sense.
Well, it means a lot of guys hate the ball instead of trying to throw it because maybe you got Surtain out there.
All right.
No way I'm going to force this. I'm screwed up. Take the sack.
But pressure should lead to interceptions, though, logically.
Blind pressure. You get hit throwing and ball goes up.
I mean, listen, very rarely do you see a quarterback throw an interception when he's not under pressure.
But go back and look. That's true. Go back and look how many times the sack was step 1, 2, and all of a sudden this guy's already moving. Now there's no way he's throwing the ball.
The takeaways it literally did not make statistical sense based on how much pressure was if you're
based off how good they were.
Yeah, asking the question, it's like that's what I want to see. You know,
you want a few more takeaways.
I want a lot more takeaways.
Would you take 15 less sacks for 5 more interceptions?
Oh my God, I would always trade a sack for an interception. Oh, my God, yes. Interceptions, listen, sacks can be great, and there's nothing better than the sack, fumble, scoop, score. That's like the absolute best.
Yeah.
But in general, interceptions are a way more powerful thing than a sack. You get the ball.
Go back to the first game of the year, Tennessee, pretty big sack, got you the ball back.
Well, you're looking at quarterback.
Come on now.
You're cheating a little bit, but that's good.
Got you the ball back, didn't it?
Next story, Dad.
Guys, Vita Vea has requested a trade from the Tampa Bay Buccaneers after negotiations on a contract extension have stalled. His agent told ESPN the two-time Pro Bowl defensive tackle had been a holdout in the team's mandatory minicamps last month due to his contract situation. He's entering the final year of a 4-year, $71 million contract. He's set to earn $17 million this season, though none of it is guaranteed. Would you, if you're the Broncos, kick the tires on acquiring or efforting to acquire Vita Vea?
Gosh, I don't know if we're in the market for another high-priced interior defensive lineman as good as he is. Are we in the market for that? We already got a Zach Allen. We already got a DJ. You know?
And acquiring the big guys makes me a little bit nervous because...
I mean, look, on the surface, would I love to have him? Hell yeah.
Yeah, I'd have a lot of questions about that one. Like, that's a tough one. On the surface, I'd say no. Because...
if we were acquiring anybody right now, it'd be an edge guy.
That would make more sense, wouldn't it? No, I think they're good there. I think they're good there. Are we hopeful that, well, see, Vita Vea is just a plug. He ain't moving. He ain't going anywhere. That's just your guy, right? Like, he's not rushing the passer, but he's a big dude. And what do you think Vita Vea goes? 330, 340, something like that?
Monster.
In that realm?
What do you weigh now?
250-ish.
You're bigger than him.
Bigger than Tyler?
Yeah.
He's got 100 pounds on Tyler.
Well,
another human being.
He's bigger than Tyler. Tyler's the same size as a linebacker. Well, taller, way taller. But like
he's a tight end right now.
Yeah, kind of.
I'd be a big tight end, but yeah.
Well, they got a big tight end.
Big tight end.
Yeah.
What is our
be an interesting outside hand in the ground pass rusher. Like on the outside, the ends.
I don't think I quite got the bend for that one.
You don't?
I never had the bend for that one.
What's our basketball player tight end? What's his measure?
Caleb Lohner. He's a little. He's right there with you, Tyler. Caleb Lohner. I think he's like 6'8". You know, like something like that. He's got a 40 vert though. How's your vert?
33.
Today?
No, at the combine.
Lohner's 6'7", 250.
Oh.
I was proud of my 33
close.
though. When I rocked that, I didn't even know I could do that.
Hey, we have a story of Kyle Shanahan. I'm just seeing this, Dan. I don't mean to cut you off there, Dan, but this literally just popped up. Kyle has explained the accident. He went to reporters today, and I'm reading from the article. According to David Lombardi of the San Francisco Standard, Shanahan said his phone fell off his lap and got stuck. He took his eyes off the road to find his phone when he, not the other driver, crossed over the lane and crashed into the incoming car.
Yeah. Well, because the report earlier today on one of the shows I heard here said it was the other driver that was on the phone.
Yeah, matter of fact, I mean, Kyle said that the police made a mistake. They attributed the crash to the other driver, and Kyle said that they made a mistake. It was on him. The phone fell into the crack, and he was looking for the phone and then took his eyes off the road.
Here's the quote. I was driving. I was going 20 miles per hour. I was not on my phone, but I dropped my phone. It's stuck in my seat. Who has this not happened to? I took my eyes off the road for my phone, and my car veered into someone. It's one of those roads where there's no forgiveness. It's one of those roads where I'll teach my kids, you don't drive in the left lane for no reason. You're only allowed a foot. When I hit her, I'll never forget how violent the impact was.
Yeah,
Oof, that's scary
You know,
stuff.
first off, good for Kyle for doing that.
Yeah.
He invited the beat reporters, I guess, like into his office and had a conversation about this and said he wanted to correct the record because the crash was getting attributed to the other driver. He also said that, you know, despite all the stitches and whatever happened to his eyes, the concussion is still giving him residual trouble. So very, very severe traumatic brain injury, it sounds like.
Chris Simson said on the podcast he almost lost an eye and said the photos that Kyle sent him were unbelievably graphic and whatever. I can't believe Kyle even spoke to reporters today. But he wanted to set the record straight.
Especially when the reports came out, it was the other person.
Yeah, and she was a young person.
In a legalistic society that we live in today, that was pretty courageous of Kyle.
It was.
She wasn't injured at all, as it turns out. And that does kind of make sense because the severity of the injuries, I was like, well, what? But if you're, you know, bending down and the airbag goes off, which apparently the airbags did deploy, boy, if you're looking in the wrong direction, those things get you. Goodness gracious. I'm good for Kyle for doing that, man. That's a good thing to do.
Listen, I'm bothered by the severe concussion. By now, I've had my share of concussions, and by now you should be coming out of that thing. And so, if he's still dealing with that, he clearly had a very traumatic one.
Whew, okay. Well, hey, good lesson for everybody driving around out there too, man. The phones, holy cow, with the phones and the driving. Oh my goodness gracious! Just let it go. The phone drops between your seats. Phone drops, period. But either pull over or just whatever.
You don't need your phone anyway.
You don't need your phone. You don't. My wife has the worst habit. It drives me freaking nuts. If you know she's driving and she'll just like have to look at Facebook or look at her. I'm like, I just say, oh, pull over. As soon as she grabs that phone, I'm just like, oh, you can pull over. I'll drive. Then we get in a little fight and whatever. But it's a bad habit.
That's a good fight. That's a good fight to get in.
We do it. Because
that's a good fight to get in.
You don't need it. If you
cat cave, Kit Kat. Kitty litter.
Kitty litter?
Well, when she's on her phone driving, she's kitty litter.
Oh, okay.
To me.
All right.
Quit.
We'll give away our Garth Brooks tickets and hear our final play-by-play calls coming up next. Man, this is appropriate. Have you guys looked outside? Oh
What's
my
going
God.
on? We're in the dungeon.
Oh my God. It's that weather, man. It's that kind of it's like training camp weather, man, for the Denver Broncos. That used to be such an issue. Like those afternoon practices.
Oh my gosh, we used to pray for it as players. Get me out of this 2-a-day. Please give me some rain. No, give me lightning.
Oh man. Our guy Alfred, man, one cloud would appear and it would be like,
dude, he was coming home.
He's for
Dude,
the
I did
hills.
shows with him. I know. Yeah. I did show. I said,
He did not want to mess
I said,
around
go
with
on
that.
back, and then I'll do the couple seconds by myself, and then hop on when you get there.
It was one of the most. Again, there used
Herb
to be
and Joe were like that too. Now.
Oh, I know. There used to be so many stupid things with training camp. They've gotten rid of almost all the stupid stuff. Like all the stupid stuff is kind of gone with training camp. And anyways, AC/DC tonight at Empower Field. Hopes everybody has a good time. But we are giving away Garth Brooks tickets. Speaking of Thunder, and it's play-by-play. It's supposed to be play-by-play. Although I guess if you can do your own parody song, then okay. But how did you phrase it? What should this be?
Well, this is your dream scenario play call of the upcoming season for the Denver Broncos. Whatever you can envision, whatever game you want, whatever situation, good, bad, indifferent. You hate the Broncos, you love the Broncos.
All right, Dan, what do we got?
Here comes the snap. 3rd down. 10 seconds left. Nix is scrambling around. He's going to the left side. There's nothing open. Boom! Here comes Dobbins with his Liz Frank with a big block. Oh no! They're going to get... Oh, Powers comes back with his Liz Frank. Makes another devastating block. Nix, the ankle looks great. Going around the left side to the 5, to 4, to 3, to 2, to 1. And your Broncos repeat as AFC West champions. Moving on with home field advantage. Bring on whoever's next. Go Broncos!
That's an interesting, that's the best call of the season. Because that just gets us to the playoffs.
You know, what he's saying is, health be damned, our guys are good.
Yeah, but it also says our guy is only healthy till the end of the regular season. Why not just have that in the Super Bowl? But he's like, we're AFC West. Is that where it ends this year? AFC West Championship? You can't imagine that, at SoFi Stadium? All right, it's his play-by-play. What else we got, Dan?
3rd and goal from the 8. Nix from the shotgun. He's chased, rolls right, and he'll have to just throw it out the back of the end zone. No, wait. Loner goes skyward and comes down with it. How does he come down with that? Touchdown, Broncos. Loner's 3rd of the day.
Whoa!
3rd of the day!
Come on now.
Red zone killer. Remember that?
Well, I hope he turns
Well,
into that.
I tell you, at the end of last year, weren't we all kind of like, when they activated him?
If Caleb Loner ends up to be a star, that means that Evan Ingram was a complete bust again.
He is a unique red zone threat. All right, last one. Go ahead, Dan.
Josh Allen drops back, sees a man downfield. He throws it. It's caught. No, wait. It's an interception. Patrick Surtain wrestles the ball away from none other than Joshua Palmer. The game is over. Let's now go down to the field for an interview with Josh Allen. Josh, thoughts on the interception?
Okay, that's pretty creative.
Okay, thanks, Josh.
You know what I love about that, too? That guy clearly was doing that at work with other people around him. Oh, my God. This is the most exciting thing I've ever seen in my life. Interception. Yes, it's interception. Let's go down to Josh Allen. Congratulations to Mason Metzler, who is our winner. Way to go, Mason Metzler, who wins those Garth Brooks tickets. But Nate and Andy will have Garth Brooks tickets. Everybody on the station will have some Garth Brooks tickets as the week goes on, so way to go. A reminder, Garth Brooks, win them before you can buy them. Tickets go on sale Friday morning at 10 a.m. for Blame It All on My Roots Tour, Ball Arena, September 4th and 5th. Oh, good timing. Song's over. Let's have thunder. And time that out nice. There you go. Oh, what a radio show this is, indeed. Training camp kicks off this Friday, but it kind of got going today. Altitude Sports Radio, we're going to be there covering every second. Coverage powered by Ramos Law. Car accident, you need Ramos Law. Medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. See you live from training camp, starting at Friday at 6 a.m. Overall, how do you think about this soft opening for the Broncos today?
Well, we got to see the shiny toys a little bit. We saw a few photos that popped out from the Broncos, the new facility in the locker room, which is stupid nice. The whole facility is stupid nice. And, the guys that we heard from, and Quinn Miners and Pat Surtain, well, apparently the new facility will lead to a Super Bowl.
Well, that and the new training room keeps Bo's ankles healthy.
New toys, new lasers.
They
got sharks.
The new equipment they got there can keep them, what do they call them, Chucky milk, soft ankles,
chalky,
healthy, and
chalky white milk.
Are you nervous about Bo Nix's ankles?
Yeah.
Forever. Yeah.
You know why, Darren? Seriously, we talked Nuggets earlier today. Should we have been more worried about Aaron Gordon's hamstring than we let on last year?
Yeah, of course. Now, the difference is Bo's younger. And in theory, it's easier to bounce back from injury when you're younger. But the problem is he's already got repetitive injury on the same ankle. On both ankles, but one in particular. So, I mean, look, you start having 2-3 surgeries on one body part, things start to change.
Bone's different than hammies, though? Soft tissue different than bones?
I guess it's supposed to be. I mean, I guess it's supposed to be, right? Here's the interesting thing. Bo's only 4 years younger than Aaron Gordon. I mean, 30 is supposed to be your prime, right? 27 to 31, 32.
As a what?
As a player.
Depends on the sport. Basketball, those are hard miles in basketball.
I don't know anymore. To me, 27 to 31, 32 is supposed to be prime.
Aaron Gordon. I don't know.
Now, he's a jumper, and I think that's what gets you. I talked to a orthopedic surgeon one time. He said, guys that rely on their athleticism and jumping never last in basketball.
Yeah.
Is on the other. I don't know if the NFL is the same way. Bo relies on his ability to escape. The beauty of Bo, the strength of Bo's game is his ability to get out of the pocket, make something happen either with his feet or on the move. And you don't want anything encumbering that. So, yeah, my concern, I'm worried. I'm worried until I'm not. But it just made me think, we were just talking about, should we have been a little bit more worried and talked more about it last year with Aaron Gordon? And we really weren't until it happened. Early in the season, like game 11 or 12.
So why should we?
It's interesting the Broncos are telling us that we should not be that worried about it, because you would think if they were concerned, they probably would have brought in a better backup quarterback, and they didn't do that.
That's true.
So we're rolling with Jarrett Stidham. So whatever information the Broncos know, they appear to be pretty comfortable.
Well, there's a promo running, and I think it's Tyler's voice. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Hey, one of us made it.
My man.
Good. Would you? I think you
2
said
or 3 more decades, you'll make it.
If Bo Nix goes down, this season's over. I mean, I think that's your line in the promo. That's where we are.
Yeah, but what team in the NFL, if their quarterback goes down, is okay?
49ers.
They are?
They were last year.
I mean, Scott brought up about as good of an example as you could possibly get. Yeah. That team, because it's scheme, it's coach, and it's the backup quarterback. They got all 3 of it.
Yeah.
Okay. How many?
But your point's also taken.
Yeah.
There's 30 other teams. Not counting the Broncos and 49ers. I mean, or 31 other teams. It might be a little.
Do you think there's any bigger salary discrepancy in sports than starting established quarterback to backup quarterback?
Well, I don't know. Backup quarterbacks still make a lot of money in comparison to most backups. Every other backup position, the discrepancy is far bigger.
And currently, does Bo Nix make that much more than Stidham?
No, he does not. But he's not there yet. He's okay. It's either you're there or you're going to be there. I mean, Jarrett Stidham is not staring down the barrel of $60 million a year. Bo is.
Backup QBs, though, man. You make $10, $12 million a year doing nothing.
That'd be an interesting thing to go down and look at maybe the next day or two, backup quarterbacks, because we talked about challenges or competitions at quarterback for different teams. In essence, if there's competition, you got 2 quarterbacks that whatever. So is Minnesota, if their starter, whoever they pick, goes down, are they going to be okay
Well,
with JJ?
but see, they're different.
Is Atlanta going to be okay? Is
they're-
Oakland going to be okay?
Well, but they're different because, well, Oakland's a little different. But teams that
Vegas.
don't have well-established quarterbacks are just in hell. I mean, it is kind of like the Nuggets. What you want to avoid, and again, Windhorst is talking, you don't want to be Milwaukee.
Right.
Like, you don't want to be there. And you lose your superstar, you've overspent on somebody else, and you're just screwed. Like, Milwaukee is screwed. Like, what are they going to do?
It's funny, reading some articles last 24 hours, that's one of the big suitors they think could go after Payne Watson.
Yeah, because they got money, because that's kind of an availability for them. But, it's not good. That's for sure. So, we'll see where it goes. But, yeah, today was an interesting day. It's KKSE FM HD1, Broomfield, Denver, Boulder. Fascinating day for the Broncos for interesting reasons. And that's the Jonathon Cooper situation. Nate, were you caught by surprise? And Andy, that Jonathon Cooper is back for the Broncos. At least he's reporting to camp today.
Is that just like this thing hasn't met some criteria by which the league can tell him to go away because he's not on the commissioner's exempt list?
I think it's the Broncos putting it back on the league. I think it's the Broncos saying, okay, we've done, because what the Broncos did with telling them to stay away from OTAs and minicamp that was on their own. They didn't have to do that.
Right.
Well, when you don't listen, I don't know what all took place, but I got a pretty good feeling that Sean had said maybe stay away from her 24 hours prior, and then whatever happened in the second thing happened. And so I'm sure somebody was probably mad enough they didn't want to get a look at you at that point. So that's why they told you to stay away. I think this tells you.
So you think time heals all wounds, or at least
this
a few
tells
wounds?
you the team does still include him in the plans unless something uglier happens. That's what I think this tells you.
I mean, he could be suspended for 6 games.
He could be, but again, I just don't. I think
it's not a good look.
Well,
it really is not a good look for the Broncos right now.
I think it tells you that he's in the plans until something.
But the
else
other part of
happens,
this is, there is a players' association. There are policies that do have to be followed. Like, I don't think they're going to put Jonathon Cooper on the podium anytime soon. I don't even know if he's, going to be out there for football practice.
Well, the way camp goes, because they're kind of off the hook on that one. Because once it's an open locker room, if you're on the team, you've got to be made available.
You have to
for at least a minimum time
once.
a week. But you don't in training camp, because they just do that different. They bring players out. So they're kind of off the hook with that.
They're kicking the can down the road, really, is what they're doing.
And we'll see if he's on the field or not tomorrow. We'll see. That will be interesting.
Yes.
Well, I bet you he's suited up. Listen, right now, if everybody's waiting for the legal process to play out, then there's nothing they really can do, because you've got to let it. When there a situation once where they had to let a guy work if the commissioner hasn't stepped in, like I think there's something where
maybe
to your point about the PA saying, well, if you're not suspending him, then you got to let him practice.
I don't know. The craziest thing I saw was Parrish Cox, and this goes back a long time.
Oh, yeah.
Because his trial, and it was a rape trial, and he was out there practicing with the Broncos. This is a long time ago, but it was very memorable that, like, why is this guy out there? And eventually he wasn't, but he was accused and the trial was coming up, and he was playing for the Broncos. Again, this is a million years ago, but that did happen. Listen, it caught me by surprise.
Yeah.
Did it catch you guys by surprise?
This line here, I think, does a lot of heavy lifting. This was in Parker and Luca's story on it today, and I read about it. It remains unclear if Cooper will practice in a full capacity and to what degree he'll be around the team. So there's a lot of ambiguity there. Again, to DMac's point, we'll get answers tomorrow.
We will, but
it's not a good look to have that guy in the building. It's not a good look to have that guy around the team, but there is the part of this, and this is where I want to be fair to all parties involved in all of this. Because of the league policy, the Broncos' hands may be tied a bit.
Yeah, well, again, I think because of the PA, I feel like unfortunately, we've covered probably more of any of these things for varying reasons.
Yeah.
But the criminal, the criminal process takes hold of proving guilt or innocence, and then I believe the PA has they've kind of drawn the line where you've got to let him practice unless you're going to suspend him or
Right.
you're going to cut him. But if you're not, then you need to let him do his job until something else happens that doesn't allow that.
So this again from the piece in the Denver Post. Cooper made a virtual appearance last Friday in Douglas County Court for a hearing as a judge set an arraignment date where Cooper will hear his charges and enter a plea for August 31st. If the case proceeds to trial, then Cooper's legal situation could still be playing out well into the start of the Broncos season, as Denver is set to play its first game September 14th against the Kansas City Chiefs. Now, here, and he faces 4 total charges, with a felony charge of assault by strangulation and 3 additional misdemeanors compiled over the course of 2 June arrests. So I could he start this season, and then if there is a conviction or if it ends up in a deal, whatever it is, could the league then step in and could the suspension start, or does that?
Yeah, everybody believes that I've talked to that he will be suspended for some length.
For
but
something.
Again, does it go to court? Do all the do all the details come out? Do what? Listen, this is always tricky for me because I try to give everybody their day.
Of course, there's a legal process.
Right. So I'm not trying to paint it one thing or another. But I do think let's you and I, this is the PR damage to the league is what they're going to be worried about for the most part.
Yeah.
How much ugliness comes out in court about what all went down. And if they never makes it to court for whatever reason, I talked about a deal or something someone had written in yesterday and said you can't, this is a criminal situation now, so that can't happen. I don't claim to know. All I know is this: if bad details come out in court because this thing ends up in a trial, then he's probably going to get a longer suspension than what he would get if this thing never goes to trial and all those details aren't heard publicly. How about that? Whatever it is. And maybe it comes from both sides. I want to be fair to all parties here. All I know is the more this makes headlines, the longer that suspension is probably going to be. Is that fair to say?
Yes. Which again, I believe it's a minimum 6-game suspension if found by the league, not by the criminal court in Douglas County, but by the league to have violated the policy for domestic violence related reasons. A couple of other notes on here, and again, Parker and Luca, these guys are just pros. An NFL spokesperson told the Post Monday Cooper's incident was still under review of the league's personal conduct policy. So the league is apparently still gathering information.
Oh, they're watching like a hawk.
Yeah.
For those, Nate, you and I know when this changed. This all changed for the league.
Ray Rice.
During the Ray Rice situation. I don't even need to get that far. You know where I'm going.
Yeah.
Because they thought it was a domestic dispute situation, and then the video came out of him treating her like a Mortal Kombat character, and I'm not saying that lightly. That's literally it looked like some sort of video game kind of situation, not only in the elevator but out into the hall. And then all of a sudden, what they had decided would be the suspension was not. It wasn't strict enough, and they had to go back. And so I feel like ever since that happened, they now wait. So they make sure everything's out there before they then levy their decision.
6 games is the minimum suspension, which could scale up or down depending on what the league finds in their investigation. As of Tuesday, this is from the Post, as of Tuesday, Cooper has not been placed on the league's commissioner exempt list, which would require Cooper to remain away from the team while his legal proceedings unfold. So they haven't gone that far yet, which, quite frankly, I'm a little surprised by. And when all of this initially went down some time ago, that's what I assumed would happen. Because Andy, and look, I'm sure the league has a stringent chain of command and policy that they're supposed to follow on all of this, but we also know this is the ultimate old boys club, and this is one where it's like, okay, if Broncos ownership placed a call to Roger Goodell and said, do us a solid, just get this guy out of here. This is a bad look for us right now. I'm assuming that gets done.
I believe
that's Roger Goodell being told to do something at work by his boss.
I believe the Penners have enough power for that to happen.
Right.
And look,
I think every owner does.
By what I've been told, I don't believe that the Penners are happy about any of this.
I can't imagine.
But again, they also are in charge of a massive business, and I think they have their own process in their heads too, which may be let the legal process play out as well. I don't know. Again, we're going through this for the first time with them. We don't know the reaction.
That's just it, Andy. It is like almost every NFL owner has their own degree of tolerance for all this. Like there is the, well, I'm not going to win with a bunch of choir boys.
Sure.
Well, everybody's got a criminal on their roster. How are we any different right now?
I just think, look, I don't know any specifics about this situation.
Yeah.
I've been told Greg Benner could be a very scary man to deal with.
Sure.
So I don't think this is something that, and I think when the courts are done with this or whatever it's done, I think I would bet, I don't know, I would bet Jonathan Cooper is going to have a one-on-one meeting with Mr. Penner when this is done.
Well, and along those lines, like this is also one of those situations, and this ownership group is still in some ways establishing their foothold within the league, within this community. Like they're still all kind of new here. As much as they have done already, and as much of an outsized splash that they have made as the owners of this team, but like this is the first big one of these that I can really remember, and it's one of those where you read through it and you're like, this is some ugly stuff.
Yeah,
like this is when you read, the details of. A forensic nurse who evaluated Cooper's girlfriend the night of the original arrest reported to Parker police that the woman experienced strangulation with hypoxia and traumatic brain injury, and the injury involved a substantial risk of death. Okay, so that was, and we should note here, Andy, first incident. They talked to him after that. Sean Payton said they spoke to him after that. And then he went back over there. In some ways, I almost think, and follow me on this for a moment, in the eyes of the NFL, where you have to be the ultimate team first, good soldier, logo, emblem above self, and all of that, when it's out there and they've given you a directive and you violated it, that in some ways is almost like, oh, now I got to wonder, like, are you a good locker room guy? Are you a team first kind of guy? Do you fit into the Denver Broncos culture? Do you know what I'm saying right now?
Yeah.
I'm not trying to be flippant about what he did in the first one, which is horrendous, but it's wait a minute, dude, we talked to you.
Yeah, the first one at first, the description we've got of the argument. I don't know what else to put it.
Incident.
Yeah.
Yes.
Where both people were very fiery.
Yes.
Both people had their
physical confrontation.
Their roles in it, if you will.
Sure.
But we weren't privy to these details. And then later on, after the revisit, we got some of the details that apparently were not revealed after the first one, which made it look uglier.
Right.
But I'm with you.
The Broncos also, they investigate this stuff.
Oh, they do.
So they were privy to a lot of those. I'm assuming they were privy to a lot of those details.
I don't know Sean Payton at all. I've had about a 2-minute one-on-one conversation with the guy one time in camp last year, and it was because he was being polite to me as he waited to talk to Tyler, honestly, as we were walking off the field.
At least he was polite to you.
He was very polite to me. But the reality is, I don't need to know him well to know this is the kind of guy, and all you have to do is read Seth Wickersham's article. If he tells you to do something and 24 hours later we find out you're not even following that directive, I can't imagine he's thrilled with things. So there's something going on that they've decided to hold their water for the moment.
What football coach is going to be okay with this, let alone Iron Fist Sean Payton?
That's my thing. Sean McVay, maybe some of the modern guys maybe would be a little softer, but there's not a single one. But we're talking about the oldest of the old schools.
Yeah.
We're talking about a school in England that was one of the first schools when we talk about the old school was Sean Payton.
Hogwarts?
Which was, I tell you to do something, you're going to do it. Not I hope you do it, you will do it.
Yeah.
And you didn't do it. So, and again, the things I've heard about how Greg Penner could be a very nice man, But he didn't make it to where he is in business, nor has that family, by not being a little scary. So, again, there's something. I don't know what it is. Something has got them holding their decision for the moment. Thus, he's back at camp. So,
yeah.
Now, again, as Luca wrote, as he said, Luca and Parker, we'll see if he's on the field for drills.
Right.
Now, however, if he's in the building, I guess, why let him in if you're not going to let him practice? You're already taking the slings and arrows at this point. What's the difference?
I would say this. If he's on the practice field, then that appears optically as that's a tacit endorsement of Jonathon Cooper, the Denver Bronco, right? Sean Payton is going to talk to the media tomorrow.
Yep.
For the first time.
And he'll probably lead with that.
Like if Cooper's not on the practice field.
Right. But what if he's on the sideline?
If he's what
if he goes through the warm-up stuff they do, but then he watches with the helmet in hand? Well, I probably won't even have the helmet.
I think that almost even makes it more confusing. I don't know. I think it's going to be one or the other. Either it's going to be like, dude, you're in the weight room. You're on the treadmill during this. Or he's going to be out there for football practice. I think it's easier for Sean Payton to explain his way past the situation if Cooper's not out there. We're going to let the process play itself out. That's all I'm going to say about that. The league, it's a league matter. We're going to let the process play itself out, and that's all I'm going to say about that. And then Chris Thomason of the Gazette will try to ask a follow-up question, and Sean will belittle him, and Jeff Legwold will try and ask another follow-up question, and Sean will go, guys, and then we'll move on, and somebody will ask him about Bo Nix's ankle.
How sweet's that new facility?
There you go. The guy from DenverBroncos.com. How about that cafeteria?
That is the palate cleanser that allows you back into football, I guess. But
if Jonathon Cooper practices, then it's like, is he good? Oh, did he? What additional information do you have, Sean, that you feel comfortable putting him out on the football field right now and having him wearing a Denver Broncos jersey amongst his teammates? My lean would be, and the Broncos are run by an extremely good PR department. Patrick Smythe is very good at what he does. My lean would be they don't want to touch that. But we shall see.
Yeah, but I don't think the hardcore stance is coming if he's allowed back in the building. Do you not feel the stance is softened when he is going to be allowed there tomorrow?
I don't know.
When he was not allowed.
I don't know what that means, because again, Andy, they can lean on it's the policy. And because he hasn't been ruled exempt by the commissioner,
sure,
he's here.
Yeah. And again, step 2 is what do we see tomorrow?
Yeah.
And maybe what happens Friday when everyone's allegedly then, because tomorrow we got acclimation stuff the next 2 days.
I
don't think it's going to be, it's not going to be too saucy out there.
Right.
The first day that they really kind of get the camp going is Friday.
It's Kreckman and Lindahl. We're with you here. It is a beautiful Tuesday afternoon. Hope you're all driving safely out there. We have a lot of sports talk to do with you until 6 o'clock. Andy, I want to delve into another Bronco topic when we come back. And actually, Jonathon Cooper is a part of this conversation, but a bigger conversation that I want to have because of two things that I read about old teammates of Jonathon Cooper's here in Denver this week.
The days we shall revisit.
Let's talk about how friggin' far the Denver Broncos have come next.
Guys, Andy Lindahl for Wahoo's Fish Tacos just hit the Park Meadows location yesterday. Monday ended up being my day for lunch with Legwald over there because we got training camp starting. And this is a place I go to on the weekly. Love Wahoo's Fish Tacos. Now, usually I go there for lunch, but I'm telling you, it's a great place to go and have a little bit of dinner. Don't forget about dinner, whether it's in Highlands Ranch or Longmont or out here at Park Meadows. They've got a fourth location as well. I should hit wahoos.com so I can tell you where that is. But go and find the one nearest you. They've got great happy hours. They've got triple margaritas. How does that sound? Or a frosty cold beer. You can also pair it with their chips and queso. I think they've got the best chips and queso in the state. I really mean that because I like it. I just think it's great. I think it's a unique unique flavor to the chips and queso, and it complements so well with everything else they've got going on. I'm trying to find you the locations, but somehow it wants to take me for some reason to Hawaii. We're not in Hawaii. You can get it in Hawaii if you'd like to. So, but anyway, go to wahoos.com. You can find all the locations nearest you. And don't forget, they've got kids eat free on Thursday, but they're a great option any night of the week, especially for dinner.
Training camp kicks off Friday, and Altitude Sports Radio will be there. We'll be covering every single second. Our coverage is powered by Ramos Law. Car accident? You need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. RamosLaw.com. We will see you live from training camp on Friday, starting at 6 a.m. Had this note passed along. Shout out to Andy for looking at NFL Twitter and getting little news notes like this. Former Broncos wide receiver KJ Hamler had a tryout today with the Raiders.
The Raiders.
Remember KJ Hamler?
Yeah.
Second
barely.
round pick?
Not for anything football related, unfortunately.
Yeah, he was. He was.
Remember, he admitted he had the high anxiety or whatever that he kind of suffered from, and he was really, he had the nice moment where he let us into just the stress of trying to make it in this league and the doubt and all this other stuff. But yeah, that's
the football thing.
But unfortunately, I mean, there was a guy that just couldn't stay healthy. Man, had a lot of good speed, but
second round pick. He has in 3 NFL seasons since 2020, 80 total catches. Or excuse me, 42 total catches, 80 total targets, 42 total catches. He was a second-round pick out of Penn State, KJ Hamler, wide receiver. And the first-round pick was Jerry Jeudy. Did you see the Jerry Jeudy news note this week?
Well, I tried to digest it. What did he do? Did he put something out there that suggested is this like DJ Williams where he sort of gave away who the starter is or something?
No.
For those that don't know, DJ Williams once put out an iPad picture that showed him playing middle linebacker when he wasn't the middle linebacker yet.
So this was Jerry Jeudy on a TikTok live.
Okay. Because why not?
Because that's what you need.
I feel like, because his Instagram cul-de-sac running wasn't available, let's try TikTok.
So Jerry Jeudy appears to be sitting in the front seat of his car or some automobile and is answering questions on a TikTok live.
Okay. Ask me anything.
And he was asked by a fan who he thinks should be the Browns starting quarterback this season.
And who did he give us?
Well, this is what's confusing is there's a clip of the question going up, and then there is a clip of Jerry Jeudy holding up 4 fingers in front of his face.
Which would be Deshaun Watson.
Number 4, Deshaun Watson, who is currently competing to be the starting quarterback of the Browns with our old buddy Shedeur Sanders.
Sure.
Now, there's definitely a cut in the video.
Okay.
And so the ongoing internet conspiracy-brained, somebody smash me in the head with a frying pan, please, response to it was, it was edited to make it look like Jerry Jeudy wants Deshaun Watson to be the starting quarterback. To which Jeudy then tweeted in response to the clip being posted,
fault.
Y'all cut the clip perfectly for that narrative. Y'all can never get in between this bleep, LOL. I don't know who Jerry Jeudy wants to be the starting quarterback of the Browns. I, quite frankly, don't really care. The point is...
But did he have an off-season workout with Deshaun that started all this earlier?
Yeah,
where it's like, he's working out with Deshaun.
Right.
He's not working out with Shedeur. And then he went and worked out with Shedeur almost...
But this was the kind of nonsense you always dealt with Jerry Jeudy.
Yes.
There was always
right.
something.
You were right.
There was like dancing and behind the NFL Network crew because Steve Smith was mad at him. And there was always something with this guy. It was always something.
The great Jay Cutler line. There's always something with this guy.
And he just was... And this is where you and I raise our hands and we go, we were both the dopes that were watching training camp every single day going, this guy is awesome. Which he was.
Runs great routes, gets open, all that.
Catches the ball when it's thrown in his direction.
Sometimes.
And then you watch a game and you're like, is he playing?
Yeah, you're right. At camp, the dropsies weren't the problem.
Although he had that one great game catching the ball from Jameis Winston against the Broncos.
Yeah, he found a way to held on to him all that day.
Until Jameis Winston, what was it, deliver me from pick sixes?
Yeah,
that whole thing.
Wasn't that to Benito?
Yeah.
The weird one to Benito?
That game was awesome. God,
But
that
that
game
was
awesome.
that still might be the most fun game of the Bo Nix era.
That
Because
game
Bo
ruled.
was dealing that day too.
That was the 93-yard touchdown to Marvin
Bo
Mims.
was like, hey, touch this.
That
What do you think
game
of that?
ruled. Oh, that game was awesome. So just to do a little exercise, I went and I looked, and for the sake of some good old-fashioned symmetry, I went and looked at the 2021 Broncos.
Which I pulled up this roster.
2021 Broncos 5 years ago. Vic Fangio, his last year as the head coach of the Broncos, they went 7-10. Their quarterback was Teddy Bridgewater. Their OC was Pat Shurmur. The DC was Ed Donatel, Fangio's defense. We know that. And as I started looking at this team, I couldn't help but note, and I said it at the time, and I will continue to say it now 5 years later, my God, the talent level was awful on that team. It was horrible.
I'm seeing some names. You want to talk about remember this guy from a little while back. Holy cow.
Andy, those were the training camps, those Fangio years where we would just stand there and be like, why don't they have any good players? They don't have any good players.
Yeah, it just was brutal, man.
Okay, so holdovers from that team 5 years ago that are still on the Broncos. Cortland Sutton.
Hit.
Garrett Bowles.
Yep.
Patrick Surtain and Quinn Miners were both rookies. And then, Jonathan Cooper. Because I believe Cooper was a rookie that year, too. 7th-round pick out of Ohio State.
Yes.
So those are the 5 holdovers on the team. This is from 5 years ago. Is there anyone on that team that you would rather have than the current starter on the Broncos?
Great question. Now, you'd warned me this was coming.
Yeah.
So people remember. Let us jog you. Let's give you some names. Remember him? The starting 11, for offense. At QB.
Bridgewater.
Teddy Bridgewater. Much to the chagrin of the Drew Lock cult. Melvin Gordon was your running back. Melvin, don't ask me to hold on to the football in a crucial situation, Gordon.
Yeah.
At wide receiver, all of our favorites. He now is a Saint, I think, although maybe he's moved on. Tim Patrick. As you mentioned, Cortland Sutton's still here.
Yeah.
The once number 1 pick of the Denver Broncos, Noah Fant at tight end, along with Albert Okwuegbunam, who I still don't think we all really know how to pronounce that name.
Right. What was the O-line? It was Bowles,
Reisner, Lloyd Cushenberry III, who also was in Hamler and Judy's draft class, Quinn Miners, and at right tackle, everyone's favorite, Bobby Massey. Remember Bobby Massey?
No.
Yeah, I want to say he was like a Bears veteran that they picked up late, started 13 games, was a 9-year vet when they got him, but he was out there. Playing on the defensive line, Draymond Jones, Mike Purcell, Shelby Harris, Vaughn Miller, Baron Brown, and Kenny Young. Remember Kenny Young?
Not really.
Barely. Malik Reed played some outside linebacker.
Out of Nevada.
Yeah, okay. Patrick Surtain. How about our good friend Ronald, don't call me Trent Darby? Kareem Jackson and Justin Simmons. So no, I think some people, if you were to pick somebody that the fans would maybe pine for, I think they'd like to see Justin back in the fold somehow, some way.
Like, I would take 5 years ago Justin Simmons over current day Brandon Jones. And I guess that's what I mean, 5 years ago.
Sure.
Like that year, like what they were. I would take Simmons over Brandon Jones. And that's like no diss. Like Simmons was an all-pro. Brandon Jones is a good player, but Simmons was an all-pro. So I would just simply take him.
You want some other dudes that we spent time talking about? How does McTelvin Agene grab you? You like a little McTelvin Agene?
Where did that guy go to college?
Arkansas. He was Scotty's guy. A D tackle.
Okay.
He was,
he
never
was on
worked
the team.
Out. Your favorite Andrew Beck. We were supposed to interview him. That never happened. He played fullback, tight end. Remember that?
Yeah. Why didn't he call us?
He decided he didn't want to.
Dead to us forever.
Won't be the first one.
Screw you, guy.
Decided to pass on Kreckman and Lindahl.
Yeah.
Won't be the last.
No, I just it's so funny because I think it was scheduled. And then we started the segment.
Oh,
and
yeah, we thought for sure we were getting this guy.
Spring did the like put his highlights together thing, and like we had a whole thing,
played the whole intro and everything.
And then guy never
20 minutes went by.
Never
he didn't
called
call us. He'd received some award. like the two-way player of the year from the U.S. Army or something like that.
That sounds vaguely familiar.
Decided he didn't want to.
Yeah.
Another one of these. There's some guys that are just Kreckman and Lindahl, mainly Lindahl, urban legends on this show, and one of them gave me the booner, Mike Boone. Remember him?
I think
the
he had-
running back.
How many times did he carry
Before
the
you
ball
had a
that year?
Bonix, I had a booner.
Our show is so stupid.
Can't believe it's in year 7.
It's been stupid for years, man.
Or what is this, year 8?
Why are we still on?
Well, that can be solved real easy.
Mike Boone had 4 carries. 4.
Yeah, but he was another one of these guys in training camp where you're like, man, if
You know
I
what,
could see
though?
that on the field.
Andy, 4 carries for 35 yards.
Oh, he got some done. We got the ball.
He averaged 8.8 yards per carry.
Yeah.
Why didn't they give Mike Boone the ball more?
Well, because they were too busy trying to see how long it would take. Who did I say the starting running back was? Our little fumbler guy?
Melvin Gordon.
Melvin Gordon. We were going to trust him over any. You know what happened? I think Boone had a pretty good couple of snaps there when they finally played him. Then he got hurt.
Yeah, he really did. He had, again, 4 carries.
Yeah,
and
but then I think
35
he blew
yards.
a knee out, and that was that. He wasn't even an option.
All right. Here's a name for you.
Sure.
Javonte Williams.
Yeah. He was pretty good that rookie year. 21 was the rookie year.
I mean, even last year, he rushed for over 1,200 yards, 11 touchdowns in Dallas.
That's why I didn't see so much of the Boone.
Not much. I mean, but this is just it. Is it an upgrade over J.K. Dobbins?
No.
Not really. When J.K. plays,
Sure.
he's at that level.
To be fair to the conversation, you had said 5 years ago Justin Simmons. I'd probably take 5 years ago Javonte over J.K. because he wasn't hurt. And he was a beast.
Pre-injury. He was
Remember
a monster.
that Dallas run where then Miners got involved? He ran through like 2 Dallas tacklers and Miners came and torpedoed 3 guys and he ended up keep going. They were fun. I'd take some Javonte Williams' rookie year in my life.
All right, let me ask you another question about that 21 team versus 26, and I will give you numbers to try and curtail some of your head exploding when I ask you this question. Is 2021 Noah Fant better than current day Evan Engram?
Oh, that doesn't make yeah.
68 catches, 670 yards, 4 touchdowns. Last year, Engram 50 catches, 461, and 1 tutty.
Yeah, because, again, what I've been told by those in the know this whole offseason is Ingram's problem is there's no pull away.
Yeah.
He can get open on the initial quick twitch stuff.
Right.
But he's getting reeled in by most coverage guys real quick.
Yeah,
Noah Fant, if he won a matchup, he was staying open.
The quick jerk route stuff, he can make those catches.
Yeah. I'd take
okay.
Yeah. Now,
but that's Andy, like I'm telling you, that's it. Go through the numbers. That team was so unimpressive in the talent department. The Broncos have come so far in 5 years. And I know 5 years is an eternity in the NFL. Hell, the Broncos have come a long way in 3 years. Sean's first season with Russell Wilson.
Under Sean Payton.
They really have. But like that team was so unimpressive in the talent department to the point where as I was going over it today, I was like, you know what? In hindsight, it's pretty respectable that Vic Fangio won 7 games with that team.
Yeah, it'd be respectable if he didn't have a heavy hand in deciding this is what we're doing with some of these guys. You know what I mean? You don't like just some Regesterman Ferris? Or I guess it's, Regesterman Ferris.
That's not a real name.
Yeah, it is. He's out of Hawaii. You should know him.
Regesterman.
He was a DB.
Like Shelby Harris led the team.
He started a game, Nate. Regesterman Ferris, according to what I'm looking at. He started. No, he didn't start. He played a game.
Shelby Harris had 6 sacks to lead the team.
Our guy Shelby once upon a time.
We liked him.
He was a good interview.
Draymond, 5.5. Malik Reed, 5. Von Miller was on the team for half the year. That was the year he got traded to L.A. And George Payton's kids were mad at him.
Ooh, you know who else is on that team? Would you take 2021 Josie Jewell as a backup linebacker to what they have now?
Sure.
I just found him in some of the deeper stats.
Okay, a backup inside linebacker.
Good old Josie Jewell. Does he have to still wear that weird 47 number for it?
I suppose I will. I don't know. Do I want him over Red Murdoch?
Well, we don't know yet.
I don't know. That's just, like, you wouldn't take. I'll take Lutz over McManus.
Yeah.
I'll take Crawshaw over whoever that team's punter was.
No, well, hold on. That's who I was going to bring to you. Are you sure?
Sam Martin?
Sam Martin was the punter.
Yeah, I would still, yeah.
Well, who was his famous girlfriend? The gymnast?
Nastia Luke.
Yeah. Yeah.
Fist bump, bro. Well done.
Hey, does that push him over Crawshaw?
You know, Andy, it would.
Just to give you the chance to maybe have a brush with greatness in the press box?
It would, if not for the part where I watched Crawshaw in OTAs, and Andy, he was so good.
Yeah.
That dude might be an all-pro this year.
Now you've got the Mike Booner?
I got the... I got the Groshaw.
The show Shaw?
I do. That guy's good.
Yeah.
Jeremy Crawshaw is...
This is why you don't necessarily complain about drafting kickers, period.
Yeah, you had the one bad training camp.
Sure. Well, I mean, look, he had some shanks, and I think even Sean Payton was a little worried about it, but it all worked.
He was maybe the best player on the field in the AFC Championship game. He was a weapon.
Would you not pour one out for Brett Ripien? He was on that team. Our guy, Brett Ripien.
Over Stiddy?
Well,
I guess Locke was
how
technically
I
the
feel
backup.
about it. Yeah, I'd probably take some Brett Ripien over Stiddy.
So Ripien versus Ellinger for the number 3 quarterback job?
Well, dude, I mean...
That's just it, man. Like that team was so horrendous, and as I'm, just as the names Jerry Jeudy and KJ Hamler floated back into my consciousness this week.
With all the training camps we watched.
Right. It really dawned on me of like, holy crap, the Broncos are just a complete team. They're a load.
Well, and again, what makes the Cooper situation so interesting is, for the most part, under Sean Payton, none of the Jerry Jeudy stuff like you mentioned to start the segment with the weird segments has Jerry Jeudy, has he ever played for a team that just had the quarterback? He's been dealing with Cleveland quarterback competition since he got here, and that's all he knew in Denver.
Yeah, he was here for just a lot of dreck. It was just a lot of bad. I guess he had Rust for a year, didn't he?
He played with Russ for a year. You're right, because it was the Russ year where he did the weird Steve Smith dancing and making sure he got seen on camera as much as possible.
With Hackett as his coach.
With Hackett apparently just allowing it all to go on.
And then
because he was too busy figuring out next week's gold member clip.
Yeah, he was allowing everything to go on. Nice job, George Payton. Nice job, Sean Payton. Nice job. It wasn't that long ago that these were things that the Broncos dealt with regularly, and now today, little power ranking preview. I crack open the Athletics power rankings, and they got Denver at number 2.
Are we ranking some power today?
Well,
is it too early?
There was only one that I saw today. I clicked on the only one that I saw, and they had the Broncos at 2.
Could we do it? Wow, just way to ruin it.
2?
He could have played the open. We could have got a little original He-Man in our life.
It's a number 2.
Instead, you're dropping the deuce on us right away. All right.
It was the only one I had.
Who was it again?
The Athletic.
All right.
A respectable outlet.
Well, we know who they are.
We've heard of those guys.
See, that's the thing. I felt like if you dug deep enough and made sure you
turned
on your virus protection, you could have found other rankings.
I bet I could have. My virus protection.
God knows what Russian bot has infested the site of BoonesFarmRankings.com from the basement or whatever it is.
It's the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. It's Altitude Sports Radio. Hey dudes, Nate Kreckman here for Roller Auction. Oh, it's on the way. It is the August 2026 Government Fleet Vehicle and Equipment Auction. It is opening up tomorrow. So get to roller.bid. That's their website, roller.bid. Right now, make sure you get signed up to be able to bid. Roller.bid/altitude. That's where you sign up to bid. Then you get entered to win tickets, concerts, games, all that good stuff. But buying a used car for your next vehicle, it's a wise decision. Well, with the roller auction, you skip the salesperson, you buy online, and these are well-maintained. They're straight from government service. They've got a service history. And like we said, you skip the dealership hassle. There's nowhere better to buy a used car. Again, that August 2026 government fleet vehicle and equipment auction, it's going to open up on July the 29th. That is tomorrow. And we'll roll through the first week of August. So make sure you get signed up right now. Go to roller.bid/altitude. It's the best place to buy a used car, guys. Seriously, go check it out right now. Auction's going to begin closing on August 6th, so get on this quickly. Tomorrow on the morning sprint, we are sending another listener to see Garth Brooks. Listen for your chance to win before tickets go on sale Friday at 10. Garth's Blame It All on My Roots tour comes to Ball Arena September 4th and 5th. So make sure you tune in tomorrow 10 to noon, and you can win tickets to go see Garth Brooks. Okay, so there's been more information leaking out, being reported, et cetera, on the Peyton Watson thing that we're all just eagerly awaiting some kind of resolution to.
I don't think we're getting it anytime soon.
Doesn't seem so. So first off, Jake Fisher of the Stein Line reports this. He writes, one source briefed on Peyton Watson's situation said Monday they see the Bucs as the most likely external suitor to swipe Watson away from Denver. The Nuggets' overall financial outlook certainly became a bit more complicated after their decision Sunday night to match OKC's 2-year, $12 million offer sheet to Spencer Jones, which hauled Denver into the second apron. Sources say Denver is still holding out for the equivalent of at least 2 first-round picks in any side in trade in which it loses Peyton Watson.
I don't think I'll make you happy.
2 firsts?
I'd probably take the 2 firsts.
I would too.
Okay, I thought that might upset you. When I first saw that, I'm like, I think I might have the picks.
I would too, because who's going to do that?
Well, but even if they do, you
2 firsts?
You could use a couple of first rounders right now.
The Nuggets really could.
So
I would love to see the Nuggets get 2 first-round picks right now.
Yeah,
that might set you up for get you the right amount of ammunition you would need to build up Nikola Jokic 2.0.
Well, and depending on the team, that might help you unload the Zeke Najee deal as well.
So now
the second doesn't seem to be doing it.
Now additional information today. Shams Charania on the NBA Today on ESPN, and he compared it to the Walker Kessler situation that Utah had going on. Here was what Shams had to say today.
But in a potential sign and trade, the Nuggets initially had set a price this offseason of similar to the Walker Kessler deal of 2 firsts and 2 swaps in any potential deal. Now that price, my understanding, is a really good high-level player as well as a first-round pick. So we'll see between now and obviously the deadline for any type of restricted deals, as we saw with Jonathan Kuminga last summer, was basically up until training camp. So we have about a month and a half before that period starts to come around.
Good player and a first-round pick.
I can live with that too.
Like, I would take Jaime Jaquez here.
Sure.
He's on Milwaukee's roster.
I'd take that.
I like him a lot. Again, another guy that goes out and good player, good culture guy, does the gritty things, and is the kind of player you want around Nikola Jokic and Jamal Murray. I would take Jaquez here.
Sure. Would you take him? Would you even need would you settle for a second if you got Jaime Jaquez?
I'd prefer the first.
Sure, but
keep the asking price high. But to your point, Andy, or then it gets into like the protections and swaps and blah blah blah,
all that kind of stuff.
Yeah,
but yeah, man. I like Peyton Watson. I like the player. I would have liked to have seen him in the playoffs. I would have liked to have seen how that changes the dynamic of the roster. But we didn't. And all I've seen is about 6 to 8 weeks of his top level of basketball. And I want to make sure there's no drop off from that.
Yeah.
And I feel like, quite honestly, other teams around the league are telling you the same thing, are they not? Because if anybody wants to go north of the Nuggets don't seem to want to go north of $20 million. I give you a little birdo there.
Oh, not even just that. Tony Jones of The Athletic.
Yeah.
5 years, $70 million. The Nuggets have offered Watson, according to The Athletic, 5 years, $70 million, according to league sources who spoke to The Athletic. $14 million a year.
Well,
there's no planet on which he takes that deal.
No. So, yeah, because he wants more than Christian Brown, but I think he needs to realize he's not getting that this year, at least this year. Now, you can play on your deal. You can go show us a full season or at least a majority of the season. You look like the guy from 6 weeks ago, and guess what? You may be above $30 million.
Well, and that gets to the place where if he plays on the qualifying offer, the Nuggets have to trade him at the deadline.
Sure.
Move him at the deadline and get as much as you possibly can for him at that time. But you would have to, because he'd be an unrestricted free agent at the end of the season, and the Nuggets are.
You're going to get nothing.
Yeah,
it's going to Dikembe Mutombo you.
Yeah, you don't want to do that. So, and that would not be an ideal scenario. Him playing on the qualifying offer.
It's not an ideal scenario, but it may be the one that all sides can live with the best at the moment.
It might be.
Let me ask you this, because again, this is where I get lost in the weeds of the stinking collective bargaining.
I'll see if I can help you. I'm right there with you.
Once we get to the season, is it October? I thought Vic said this morning, I went and played some golf. Shout out to the Saddle Rock folks. Kevin and Jeff from Aurora Golf were a lot of fun. Did you ever play Saddle Rock?
No.
We're going to have to get you out there. It's a great course. Great course. I used to live near there, and it's a fun course to play. Anyway, I was out there en route early, and I caught the first segment of their show, of the 7 o'clock show of Moser, Lombardi, and Kane.
Wow,
And
you
Vic,
were up early today.
It was. Well, you know.
A serious golfer.
Sure.
Listen to this
You
guy.
saw me play. I literally skipped 3 holes for fear I'd owe somebody a new window.
Did you do stretches?
I did. I did do a little bit of a warm-up.
You should.
I did. My dad is a chiropractor, so I did some of his old don't throw the back out stretches.
Good job.
Did not help the golf game at all. No, but seriously, Vic was talking about, I think there's like an October 30th deadline that they have to resolve this. They can't. My main question to you, Nate Kreckman, is if he agrees to the qualifier and they're going to play on that for now, is there like, did they not get to negotiate another deal till after the year? Could they? Is there any way that like they could trade someone else at the deadline, sign Watson to a new contract, and all can be well for the playoff stretch?
I think it's September 15th.
So if he doesn't sign one by then, he can't have a new one till next offseason? Is that it?
I think that's...
So then you're truly risking him if he goes into this year playing on the qualifier. There's nothing you can do prior to July of next year.
Yes, I believe so.
Okay.
It's sticky. It's tough.
Why, though? See, why is that a rule? Why can't the player and the team agree inside the season to a new deal? That makes no sense to me.
I don't know.
If they like what they see by the deadline, they're not allowed to sign him?
I don't know.
Why? That gives him security for the roughest of the NBA season we're seeing the last 2 months and into the playoffs is when you risk injury the most. He could get his security prior to hitting that time. Who the hell wrote this deal? God, I hate you. I really do.
It sucks. It is tough to be able to win. Meanwhile, like in all seriousness, okay? Follow me on this for a second. The Milwaukee Bucks.
Yep. Who don't have Giannis anymore.
They don't have Giannis anymore, right? And you would look at it and you would go, you're in a world of pain. But like they have the resources.
Yes.
And the cap space to get better now. In some ways, because number one, I don't think their roster is, recent vintage Washington Wizards bad. I don't think it's good, but I don't think it's that bad. But in a lot of ways, like once you stock up on those kind of assets, you can get better pretty quick.
Well, and that's what I think is going to be interesting as we watch this maybe next 3 years of this CBA. What we know that what they want, what Adam Silver wants, is parity.
Sure does, and he's
it
got
helps
it.
His TV ratings.
Yeah, he's got it.
I get that, but the
That's what he
problem
says.
is we keep seeing teams are showing that it's kind of like it's becoming so much like the NFL. You don't have a quarterback, then you got to reset, I guess, to find one.
Yeah.
If we don't have the dudes, then you're going to pull a Milwaukee, you're going to pull a Utah. Philly's tried this a couple of times. We'll just get rid of everybody and we'll just stink for a couple of years. We'll eat it at the box office.
But here's the other thing about the parity, right? Because it's supposed to be for the TV product.
Right.
Yeah, it's great when the Knicks are in the finals.
Sure.
What happens when it's the Pistons and the Rockets?
Right. Or we could go even worse somehow if we really thought about it.
That's what you got to wonder about. So how great is parity really? They're just hoping beyond hope that somehow Philly ends up there right now.
When it's Toronto and Memphis, when you get the old.
I mean, Toronto, like it's not that outlandish. Memphis is outlandish, but Toronto, not that outlandish. They could win the East next year.
No, I know, but
in a
that's
planet
a TV
in which
market.
Kawhi is allowed to play on him, but like he could, and then right, they were in the finals 2019.
Right.
How are those numbers?
I don't remember. That was our first year going together. I don't.
Willing to bet they weren't that good.
Right.
Probably didn't look like Knicks numbers.
For sure.
Yeah.
Do you like a Toronto New Orleans? Does that float your boat more? Is that what you're hoping for?
I'm going to go out on a limb and say the New Orleans Pelicans are not going to win an NBA championship in my lifetime.
Well, they even beat New Orleans in a couple of years.
Great point.
Is that the next team to move?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. The Smoothie King Center is where it's at?
Yeah.
Is it still that?
I think ownership is committed enough to that market.
I'd really like a free Smoothie King smoothie if I go to a game.
Smoothies are
you
nice.
Get one? Is there a Smoothie King
There has to be, right?
Inside the Smoothie King Center?
There has to be. Although I did once sit in a section at Coors Field.
That had Bud?
They didn't have Coors. They had Coors Light. They didn't have Coors. I need a banquet. I
need the full array.
Yeah, I'm not a silver bullet guy. I'm a banquet guy.
Your product.
Yeah.
I'd like to choose it.
Give me the thing that the place is named after.
Was there a Coors Ice ever?
Not that I remember, but I'm sure.
Yeah.
Let me do some research.
Or
in the
did
break.
Coors do the Ice House?
I'll find out for you in the break. I bet somewhere in the Molson Coors conglomerate.
There's Molson Ice.
Yeah,
Molson and Coors weren't a thing when the ice came out.
All right, I'm going to do some research on this. I'll find out next. Coors Arctic Ice. Arctic. Not Arctic. Arctic.
No C?
They intentionally omitted the C. Coors Arctic Ice, released in 1994, existed roughly 3 or 4 years. An ice version of Coors' flagship lager and light variant, released the same year as the more popular Bud Ice. Wasn't that the doobie-doobie-doo?
With the penguin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The misspelling Arctic was intentional, as Coors wanted a name that was unique and could be trademarked, citing Absolute Vodka, because that doesn't have an E at the end.
Well, there you go.
Arctic Ice.
Did you know?
I never had an Arctic Ice.
I didn't either. Now, I didn't turn 21 until 95, so maybe this thing was so short-lived that it wasn't around by the time I was
I totally never
legally in
had a beer
places.
before I was 21. No, that's I wouldn't.
Well, I wasn't having no ice beer. I could tell you that. I had a lot of Michelob. You know what the parents used to have? Lowenbrow.
MGD.
Stupid song.
MGD was the dad beer in Wakanda, Illinois.
Oh, I liked a little MGD.
Every dad had a fridge full of MGD.
Was that the gold one, right?
Yeah, it's kind of like black and gold with some red lettering on there.
Genuine Draft.
Yeah,
Oh,
genuine draft.
That was my introductory beer. That was my gateway beer. For sure.
Champaign, Illinois, kegs of Ice House were $29
Really?
at Piccadilly Liquors. $29 for a keg of Ice House. So that was all anybody drank.
Yeah, I had a
God, those headaches. Whew.
So I just was not a big drinker prior to being 21. Still not really the biggest drinker today. So when we went out for my 21st, one of my good friends ordered 2 fingers of scotch because I didn't know really what liquor I might like.
Uh-huh.
And when it came to the table, he goes, "Yeah, that's a shooter. Have it." And I didn't know any better.
You pounded it?
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
He was like, "What'd you do that for?" I go, "Because you literally just told me."
Because it's your 21st birthday.
Well, but I know, but he didn't get...
Nobody's looking to sit around and sip a fine liqueur on their 21st
but
birthday.
He was like, "Oh, this is what this is going to be like." And I was like, "Yeah, apparently. I don't know."
No,
and then the next thing I know, we were in Boulder that night. And
I was going to say, your 21st birthday is for waking up in a gutter.
I got introduced to something called a liquid cocaine and lots of spinnies that night. Anyway, did you know Coors had a bourbon? 5 Trails Coors bourbon.
Do they have a 5 Trails Arctic bourbon?
I don't know. Can I get a good... Do you ever ice your bourbon? Like in the freezer? I used to do that with the Screwball back when you had... Boy, Nate was so good at Screwball of the Day. It was flowing like wine around here for a while.
Screwball peanut butter whiskey, yes, I have. I've refrigerated it. I've never put it in the freezer.
Oh, it's good in the freezer.
All right.
Yeah, it's
good to know.
They used to love us. I don't know what happened. That was that girl where we were like hot and heavy for a while, and then I don't know.
Quinn Miners talked today.
He's
Andy.
heavy. Is he hot?
Is he Arctic? Quinn Miners talked today. And Quinn Miners, some interesting stuff from Quinn Miners. Let's get to the good stuff. Guys, the building's great.
Yeah.
Okay.
Everybody liked the building. You know what really
Cool,
would,
Carl.
Yeah.
Rich people bought and paid for a very nice building, and they got it. Shocker, it's terrific.
And it's light years ahead of what they had.
Yes.
Here would be the headline. Wow. Yeah. Dog bites man is not a headline. Man bites dog is a headline. The guy who doesn't like the building is really the only headline, because otherwise you could tell from the outside, this thing is next level. There's not another NFL team that has that.
Let me put it this way for Broncos fans, okay? As every slobbering reporter can't stop tweeting about how great the building is, you're not allowed to go there. It's not for you. Who cares? It's a great building. You're not allowed to go. Now, when they build the sick new stadium, you get to go.
Sure.
You get to go,
We'll
so that
all
matters.
be there.
Yes, that matters. The beautiful, gorgeous, gold-plated facility that they have built, none of you can go. You can look at it from the outside.
Tyler said in the locker room there's a conversation pit, which I guess was a 70s thing.
Oh, yeah. Like a sunken couch situation.
Where you go and
it's like Don Draper's living room.
Yeah, you get on down into it.
That is
talk
cool.
out some stuff.
That is cool. Does it have a mirrored table in the middle of it?
I don't know if it's weird like that.
It should. If you really want to get the conversation flowing, let me tell you.
Yeah, well, that's where you end up with John Travolta and what was her name from Pulp Fiction?
Uma Thurman.
Yeah, the beautiful one.
Well, make sure you don't. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, let's not get that deep into it.
Yeah, don't buy from Eric Stoltz in his bathrobe.
I was gonna say. Anyway, please
find a more reputable.
Aside from talking about how
find a more reputable cocaine dealer if you have to.
It does. But aside from all the players loving their new locker
Quinn
room.
Miners really likes the new building. Great. But he also talked about Davis Webb's offense. Now, you, the football fan, you actually get to watch Davis Webb's offense. So let's hear about it from Quinn Miners.
Yeah, it was awesome to get to work with him and the other coaches on the staff. We can all tell as players how much time they put into. It's not like a complete overhaul of the offense, but there's a lot of new fun elements, new wrinkles, new stuff to it. Because when you get used to a system for so long, there's some of that that beginner learning that you kind of miss out on. So it's kind of nice to have a little refresh of things for us to have to learn on this offense, for us to relock into, and kind of. It's not necessarily monotonous when you have the same. So it's nice to have there's still some similar elements to this offense, but then there's a nice little sprinkle of additions of what Davis has come up with, what Coach Streif has come up with, what Chris Morgan has come up with. So it's going to be good.
It sounds like Quinn Miners is really excited about a rebranding of the Sean Payton offense.
And yet you and I have talked about it. I like the rebranding idea.
Right.
And yet
it's the Arctic Sean Payton offense.
Sure. But again, it's still his plays.
Right.
I still don't.
But maybe it's more fun to learn the play when it's got a fun new name.
Well, and it's a quicker name. By all accounts, this is all speed up. Instead of a sentence of a play call, let's get a couple of code words.
Yeah.
Banana cherry zip or something, and everybody knows what we're doing.
Andy, I'm programmed to this is the time of year where my skepticism of things that get said in NFL training camps is through the roof.
Right.
Right now, everything's the greatest. Everyone's in the best shape of their lives. One player is going to have the best season of his career because he put on 20 pounds of muscle. Another guy is going to have the best season of his career
because he lost 20 pounds of fat.
Exactly. He slimmed down and it was.
Oh. One guy hit the weight room, the other guy left the table.
Yeah, exactly. So that's what's going on in the NFL right now. But, and this is where I think that there is truth in what Miners is saying. He's one of the leaders on this team. He's been here through the entirety of the Sean Payton exercise. He plays every single game for this team. And when that guy can stand in front of you and go, you know what? It's kind of fun to dive into the offense because it's coming from a new voice, and it's got some new terminology, so it's a little more exciting rather than the monotony of getting beaten over the head with Sean Payton's play calls again.
Okay, I'm going to ask you a question, and maybe it's a bigger discussion on the other side. I don't really know. But do you think we're going to see a play and be able to go, well, that's a Davis Webb play?
Right.
Because I'm not sure that we will.
Yeah, because when I watched OTAs, I was like, wow, they throw a lot of screens.
This looks like what we've been watching.
Yeah.
Because as you and I have talked about, Sean Payton didn't agree to give up his playbook. He just agreed to give up the play calling.
Yeah.
And again, I don't think Sean Payton's making all that money to not have his playbook in play. It's a pretty cool playbook. I think we can all agree.
I think it's mostly going to be
guys open.
Yeah, I think it's mostly going to be a stylistic change.
Now you call it, you stack it, you sequence it, all that kind of stuff.
If it's freshened up for the players, though, that's not a bad thing.
Will there be some modern twists? If you were to think back to all the plays last year, what would, maybe this is a Mike Sanford
And again,
question.
one of my biggest disappointments, though, and I am thinking back on last year, is what was last year their inability to get Marvin Mims involved in the offense the way that we saw the back half of the 24 season. Okay, can you now rediscover some of that with Jalen Waddle, or does the existence of Jalen Waddle open up some of that for Marvin Mims when he's on the football field? That's what I'm hoping to be able to see out of this offense. Again, other than that, largely, I don't have a lot of complaining because Like you just said, Sean Payton gets guys open.
Yeah, there were a lot of plays that worked that, frankly, they didn't execute, and it was a bummer because
Yeah.
guys were wide open.
Yeah.
Just the pass wasn't there, the catch wasn't there.
Yeah.
So, gosh, does it need to be modernized? Does he need to add? Was there anything where you felt like you weren't watching a modern offense? Should there be more motion, stuff like that?
No.
I thought he was pretty good with the eye candy.
No, Sean Payton is...
He knows how to design a play, man.
The man
he really
is
does.
friggin' brilliant.
Yeah,
he is brilliant at this stuff.
He needs to get it called quicker.
He is as good as anybody in the history of the game, and his track record suggests that. And the fact that he's got a second act now happening with Bo Nix in Denver, it's all the proof that you need. The guy in 3 years, he took a second-year quarterback to the AFC Championship game. He's pretty good at this.
Do you wish he was a little less good at the pass plays? And would that get him to call more run plays?
He's at times his own worst enemy, but I can't complain about the design of the thing, man. It's good. It gives opposing defensive coordinators headaches, and that's exactly what it's designed to be able to do. So I'm glad that Quinn Miners is having fun, having to relearn things. To your point, though, what about the Broncos run game, and what is J.K. Dobbins going to do this upcoming season, and how much does that then open things up for Bo Nix in the middle of the field? We'll dive into that after this.
Guys, it's Andy Lindahl for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. You know, I just went and walked Saddle Rock today. I was talking to you guys about that a little bit earlier, and it was fun. I guess we did take a cart. I can't say that we walked the whole time, but there are a lot of times where it's easier to just get up and down the hills of the golf course because I was able to lose 50 pounds, 48, almost 50 pounds. I guess by the time I got down to my low point, it was 50 pounds through the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic and help with their GLP-1 programming. It started with me by getting in there and having my testosterone checked. Now, my testosterone was low. Did a little something about that, but the GLP-1 that is one that really kind of, matter of fact, it was this time last year where I thought I've got to change the way my body looks. It wasn't just about testosterone. It was wanting to look different, and it wasn't happening for me, and the GLP-1 was able to cause that. We were talking to Alex Palczewski when I had this side shot in the video that made me horrified. If you would like help like this to look better, feel better, get back the gains in the gym, get the brain fog erased, get back to feeling your old self and motivated in the bedroom, go get your low T checked at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic because they now have a number of programs that can help you. I told you about the GLP for me. They've got TRT, GH, peptides, NAD+, and PDA, plus more so that you can get the full body kind of remake that you're looking for and feel like yourself again. Just go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com and you can take a quick quiz if you want to answer a quiz about low T, and it's just 10 questions, yes or no answers. Doesn't take very long. Your first visit, $99, includes a T and a PSA test. And if you decide to sign up for testosterone after talking to a Colorado licensed medical provider, they'll waive the fee, so that visit is free. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic served the Fur Range of Colorado for nearly a decade and have successfully treated tens of thousands of men. And not only did they help me by getting the GLP-1, they helped me with guidance on how to get it effective and get the weight loss going in the quickest time possible. Call them today, 720-440-7900 or RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Featured therapies are compounded and have not been evaluated nor approved by the FDA. Provider prescription required. See website for details.
Wine time. That's right, wine time. They're coming to Elitch Gardens Friday, August 28th. Sip your way through 14 wine stations with artisan bites and live music. Get tickets at altitudesportsradio.com/wine. W-I-N-E. Not W-H-I-N-E, which is what we all do every single day from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. And then, you know what, they even consider, they continue to do it between 6 and 7 on the Blitz. No, this is wine time. So again, sip your way through 14 wine stations. Great food and live music. Friday, August 28th at Elitch Gardens. Going to be a very cool event. Let's listen to more Quinn Miners. Not whiners, miners. Quinn Miners talked about the Broncos' run game, which now we hope is going to be leaned into. Like maybe there's a world where the Broncos actually have leads and can lean into the run game. Maybe there's a world in which the Broncos, well, I don't know, maybe in the first 28 minutes of the game, just lean onto it and be able to consistently move the football. Let's find out. Here was Quinn Miners today.
Oh, yeah, I'm super excited to have JK back. Yeah, I think we really got a flow of the game. It was super fun to, have those conversations at lunch of like, hey, how do you see this play, this week against this front, or if they bring this blitz, like, how do you want us to do that? Because, when you're getting coached how to do the play, that's one perspective, but us as actually playing the game and like understanding how we can be better as an O-line for the running backs and how the running backs can be better for the O-line and working together in that sense. So it's been really fun, to work with JK. I mean, he's got an unbelievable spirit that, gives us some juice on the offense. So, yeah, I'm excited to have more fun in the run game with JK.
Stay healthy, dude. That's it.
Yeah.
Stay healthy. If he's healthy, when he plays, he's really good. He was 5 yards per carry last year. In terms of on a per carry basis, like rushing yards over expectation was good from him last year. Good player, J.K. Dobbins. Stay on the field. That's it. Just stay on the field.
Just that simple.
It really is.
Aaron Gordon, don't hurt your hamstring anymore. That's it.
Yeah. If he's on the field, he's dynamic. He's a weapon. If he's not, well, then the Broncos are in R.J. Harvey and Jonah Coleman territory, which I don't think is the worst place to be. I think there are a couple of talented young players, but like Dobbins is the difference maker. He's the guy that you hope is your James Cook, your Derrick Henry, your guy that deep into the postseason in cold weather games you rely on. You didn't have him last year.
You didn't, and look, he has a sense for where the hole is going to be, even if he doesn't go there right away. You know what I mean? Like, again, I think towards the end of the year, I think what we saw to R.J. Harvey was a guy that was trying to run more like J.K. Dobbins, and why not? He set a great example beginning of the year with his ability to, maybe head to the right, but then noticing that the crease is going to come to the left.
Yeah.
And then being able to sudden change and get over there, and then nobody's there. And I think R.J. tried to copy some of that running style, but he just didn't have it. Instead of, there's a difference between patience and then not hitting the hole. And
right.
I think R.J. Harvey got to the point where you're not hitting the hole, dude. You got to get there because it's not there for long.
I would call it a difference between patience and hesitation.
Fair enough. Whatever it was.
I think Harvey was just doing a lot of thinking last year.
Well, and look, he's a rookie.
Yeah.
I wouldn't doubt.
That's what rookies do.
I'm not speaking for him. I don't know. But again, he wouldn't have been the first rookie that once you get popped a few times because there's some bigger linebackers waiting over there in that area, then maybe that's not your favorite place to have to pick to run.
And it's just a lot of like looking around and being like, holy crap, there's a lot of guys and they're really fast. And boy, these opposing defensive coordinators are really smart and they figure out a way to get somebody in my lap on every single play.
Yeah, we got to see how Jonah Coleman adjusts to that. Now, that's one of the things when Jeff Legwold's talked up Jonah Coleman to us, he has said he's got the body and the running style to handle this, which is something that gets me excited because we heard about Javonte Williams. But Coleman both Harvey and Coleman are built like NFL players. They like those guys for good reason. I think they bring as much, funk and bass to the proceedings of a collision with a linebacker as some of the veteran guys. But again, I think it is like you talked about. That's one of the things rookies always are shocked by. You don't get that. In college, R.J. Harvey just needed the one crease, and when he was through it, nobody was catching him.
Yeah.
And some of the guys that could, they didn't want any part of tackling him anyway. That's not the NFL. That's not the NFL. You get through that, there's still 2-3 people to deal with.
By the way, I'm looking at the next gen numbers. Rush yards over expectation. This is what the play is blocked for. And do you do better than that? That's where it comes down to running back talent. Because if it's blocked for 3, we'd like it if you can get us 5.
You're expected to get another yard or 2.
Yes. Dobbins last year was 4th in the NFL. The only 3 backs above him, rush yards over expectation, were Ramondre Stevenson, James Cook, and Derrick Henry. That's it.
Pretty good class.
Devon Achane?
Devon Achane.
Achane?
I don't know. That's another one. He's the Dolphin player that, you go back and forth as to what that is.
Spring, what was it?
Well, now that Travis Achane has entered the conversation, now I can't remember either of them. I struggle with both.
Achane.
I remember.
I think it's Achane. I think it's Achane.
I heard the most
Devon
from
Achane.
the national people. That doesn't mean we know, but I'm assuming the Sports Center guys.
I think
and
it's
the ESPN.
actually pronounced Yolis Chassin.
Aches and pains.
Right. Either way.
He's aching.
Yes. Devon Achane. Achane, whatever it is this year.
Achane.
Is tied with J.K. Dobbins. That being the point. That's why he came into the conversation. Those were the only 5 backs in the NFL that averaged more than a yard over expectation, according to Next Gen. That's the kind of stuff of the Broncos have this data. They're well aware of it. That's why they wanted Dobbins back on their team.
Yeah.
Even with the injury situation, and they considered it a fluke because of a hip drop tackle, and they don't think that he's always, or let me put it this way, they don't think his body's breaking down to the point where he's not reliable.
Which is a fair assessment.
Sure.
The guy has had some weird catastrophic injuries, but the problem is he
always has one.
Yeah. He's got bad luck then. I don't know what it is. Because it's always like a big one. It's not some hamstring that keeps him out. He had his knee destroyed.
Mm-hmm.
It exploded on him.
Yeah.
2 years into his career.
Ugh.
Then he's got the Liz Frank deal, which is what the midfoot sprain is.
Which apparently Ben Powers had last year, too.
Yeah, how about that?
We've learned that. Ben Powers was playing through a Liz Frank for the last 4 games while he came back healthy.
I'm shocked.
That's tough.
Remember, that was something Ryan Clady never could get past that, if you remember.
That's tough guy stuff.
He was never the same again when he got his Liz Frank.
Is that the sign of a kind of a desperate athlete in Ben Powers right there, of okay, he came back from the injury. He immediately suffers a foot injury. He's deep into the contract. He knows what the number looks like. He also, and I don't want to just be flippant and make it only a financial thing. He also just, I'm sure, desperately wanted to play football. The Broncos were really good.
Yeah.
They were entering the postseason. He wanted to be out there for that. That's what those guys play for. I'm sure he desperately wanted to be out there with his guys on the offensive line and be able to play in those massive high leverage games. That's what you do it for. And then there's also the financial component of it. I think Ben Powers just felt an awful lot of pressure of just tough it out, dude.
Yeah, I think there's part of that. I do think, I guess for my money, I think there probably is more motivation where this is going to be a special team. We get a chance to do something special, and I want to make sure I played as many snaps.
I want to get a chance to do it.
Right. So I probably, but look, to your point about the financial and the job security, first off, offensive linemen are the worst. You and I know a lot of them. They don't ever think anything's safe. I don't know an offensive lineman that's ever really felt great about anything. I don't even know if Gary Zimmerman felt confident, and sometimes he's in the Hall of Fame. But he already had Polcheski playing there. Polcheski already did a pretty good job of filling in.
Yeah.
And he knew what his number was. So I'm sure there was some of that. But
you're competitive. You want to be the guy that's out there.
But it felt like they kind of had everything lining up their way, and I'm sure he just wanted to make sure he was a part of it.
Good on him.
Plus, he came from Baltimore, man. You're not allowed to not be tough when you play for the Ravens, is what it seems like.
And then he took his pay cut.
Yep. To stay with this team.
Yeah.
Because I think he likes it here.
Now, maybe there's a world in which Polcheski beats him out for the job. I don't know.
Maybe.
Or Cage Casey beats him out for the job. I don't know.
There you go. Could be.
It's a fun name to say.
That is a cool name.
Cage Casey. Cage.
By the way, do you need just a little note?
Do you have a little note for me?
I do.
Okay.
Can I get a little? Hey, you want to?
I'm not a size queen when it comes to the notes. What do you got?
Can you pick me out just whatever your favorite Taylor Swift song is there, Spring? You went and saw the concert.
Oh, he's a Swiftie.
You're a Swiftie. Give me your greatest Taylor Swift hit.
Quite frankly, it was an upset that Mark Springer was not invited to the wedding.
How did you not find your way into Madison Square Garden?
Oh, I was there.
You won the Taco Bell 50K, for all we know.
I sat next to Dean Blandino.
Okay, nice. Yes. You guys were seat fillers? Could you see Spring where he's got to run and fill the seat in case somebody gets up and leaves just for TV? Give me a little T Swift and I'll drop the note for you.
Okay.
I don't really have a favorite one. This one's fine.
Yeah, you got Cruel Summer?
Oh. All right. Okay. Well, just when NFL fans thought that we were done with the old magical athlete, singer, engagement.
Oh, is there more?
Well, we just had the wedding of the biggest power couple in the NFL. Well, guess what? It's not going away. Raj Goodell said, you know what? I kind of like all these Swifties getting into football and rooting for Taylor's boyfriend. So Raj said, who can I look up in the Rolodex to keep this little storyline, this little dog and pony show going? And he dialed up the beautiful golden locks of Justin Herbert, and he goes, young man, we kind of need the old singer football player crossover. It's like Dawson's Creek in real life.
Okay.
And so we've learned today via ESPN, Justin Herbert has asked and Madison Beer has accepted. They are engaged.
Yeah!
Nate is speechless. Oh, I got a picture of it, Nate. Look at those two little lovebirds right there.
Yeah, I was confused because I'm looking at the same ESPN article that you are. He's down on a knee,
but so she,
and then she's kneeling lower than him.
Awesome with a capital A.
He's a big guy,
but she's not standing.
No,
she sat down for her engagement.
Well, she's got her hand over her heart. I think she just.
There's no
she
staging
didn't see
of
it
this,
coming.
Of this perfectly lighted photo.
You
at
know
all.
what? Justin said to himself, he goes, I need me a photographer. Who got the pictures of Rossini and Vrabel? Get that person to me. I need that kind of high quality, high powered equipment for my engagement photos. That way, this person can be 200 yards out and still get the perfect picture.
Do you know any of the music of Madison Beer?
I don't know any.
I don't either.
But remember,
I'm sure it's lovely.
Remember what like I guess Jim Harbaugh offered Justin a ride to the airport right during minicamp to go see her because he had an itching.
Attacking with an enthusiasm unknown to mankind.
Yeah.
He was attacking the proposal.
Sure.
With an enthusiasm, the likes of which, did he name Justin's? He loves Justin's parents. He always cites his parents.
So does Jim Harbaugh get in on this? Does he expect the first?
Was McDaniel in the back seat while they were on the way?
Oh man, I got a whole bunch of pictures now.
I have no idea.
Oh, I picked her up and carried her off. None of these are all natural. She's somehow looking at the camera. Look at the ring. We got a close-up of the ring. Looks like my DirecTV satellite dish, which is doing nothing for me now. So that a heck of a purchase.
Herbert and Beer were first. I feel like there's a lot of stories about myself that start that way. Nate Kreckman and Beer.
Yeah. How would you say the car ended up in the lake? Well, Nate Kreckman and Beer.
Herbert and Beer were first spotted together in August 2025 on the set of a music video Beer was shooting, which began to spark dating rumors. Beer would appear at Chargers games throughout the fall, with the dating rumors seemingly confirmed when the two shared a kiss on the sideline before the Chargers' Week 5 game against the Washington Commanders.
Now, what we're talking, I mean, this feels it's a little quick, but I wonder if Raj had to dial it up and just said, look,
we need any Madison.
This NFL season needs some, we need Beer showing up now. And it is weird with that being the last name.
Is there not like crossover in Taylor Swift and Madison Beer fandom?
I assume.
Are there Madison Beer fans out there that are just like, I don't like Taylor Swift. She's too commercial.
Yeah.
I'm a Madison Beer fan.
Right. Beer did it better. She got a quarterback. Is beer worth $1 billion every time she goes out on tour?
I don't think so.
One tour,
I don't know.
She rack up $1 billion.
What venue like so obviously like Taylor Swift, she would play Mile High. Like where does Madison Beer play?
I don't
when she
know.
comes
People
to
are
town?
gonna, not to
The
besmirch
Ogden.
it.
I was gonna say
The Ogden. I
the
don't think she's
Bluebird.
Ogden. I think she's Red Rock. She's Red Rocks quality. Maybe Ball Arena. She might be big enough for Ball Arena.
Lions Lair.
So the Lions Lair.
Play dirty punk shows on Colfax. Opening for Spells.
Our first show was at the Toad Tavern, which no longer exists. We could reopen that for
Oh,
her.
that place isn't there anymore?
No,
I
drove
like
by
that
it
place.
the other day. Well,
place
you're going
was
to have
good.
to like something else.
All right, I'll find something else.
Listen, did they go get that soccer stadium the Chargers were borrowing for a while for their wedding? You can't have Madison Square Garden, but can I offer you whatever that soccer stadium was that they were playing in?
Dignity. It was Dignity Health Sports Complex.
Which sounded like you were about to have some afterlife decisions or something.
Did
End
you-
of life decisions there?
Did you do a game there?
No.
You never. You were off the beat by then.
No, I didn't have enough dignity or pride. This is Dignity Health Field. We can't let anybody in.
Sorry, that's a Susie gig. She has dignity.
Yeah.
Andy,
She has
Andy,
dignity.
you're out of here.
You out. You know what? Tyler might have.
All right.
Tyler might have.
I remember that play. Like what?
Oh, it seemed like a great place to
looked
watch a football
cool.
game.
Yeah.
It was not a. Would you not take the Broncos and Raiders at Dick's Sporting Good Park? That'd
be
be pretty
sick.
sweet.
Yeah.
You wouldn't have a bad seat.
Those MLS stadiums are like a very good size.
Yeah.
Yes.
The field's big enough.
There I am being a size queen again. On a little note.
Can we have the Cronkies? They've got some LA connections. Does Stan drop on down to the locker room of SoFi and just say, Justin, if you want Dick's Sporting Good Park, we've got it.
We can do that for you.
Right?
You can have your wedding at Dick's in Commerce City, Colorado.
Does Madison play a concert?
At
Fill the
Dick's.
lights.
I was gonna say they could do the wedding there.
Right, but I'm saying concert's over.
Oh, okay.
And Here Comes the Bride is played
And
by
then Justin Herbert.
somebody.
Okay. Does Bo Nix get invited to that? Him and Herbert are probably bros.
You think?
Yeah, they're both Oregon guys.
Maybe.
Yeah, I'm sure they're bros.
I'm like, boy, you really are confident.
I think the NFL quarterback fraternity.
But inside the same division?
Yeah, I think those dudes are all cool. I think they're so
Did
rich.
Bo, you know what?
They're just
What's
like-
kind of crazy? I wouldn't be surprised if we would have found out Bo went to the Kelsey wedding because Travis seems to kind of have a lot of respect for him. Always talking about what a dog he is and whatnot.
Sure.
So I wonder if Bo went to the. Is someone gonna have the guts to ask Bo if he went to the to the
Travis
Kelsey
Kelce
Swift wedding?
Taylor Swift wedding? Did you get the invite? I don't know. I didn't see any pictures, but I saw very few pictures of it.
Chicken or beef
or beer.
Did Kelsey and Swift have was there a reception or did you just get some Madison Square Garden popcorn? I mean, what happened?
One of the only notes about it that I read, there was like they were like raffling off luxury goods at the reception.
Really?
Yeah, because some player's wife tweeted a photo of like a handbag that she won in the raffle, and I'm pretty sure that T Swift's people were all over that. I don't think they cared for that. This is a very controlled environment over there at MSG.
Was it Bo Nix's wife?
It wasn't.
Did Izzy Nix win a handbag?
It was
from
not
Gucci?
Izzy. Let me again. I'll do some like Arctic Ice. I'll do some research in the break. Hey, speaking of that, the NFL season is right around the corner, and we will continue with the Kreckman and Lindahl 2026 season preview when we come back. A very fun edition of Who the Hell Is There, Coach? That's coming up next.
Guys, Andy Lindahl for Southern Steer just hit the shop today, was out there. Tuesdays are great to go. Great day to go to Southern Steer because you can get about $5 a pound off of the steak tips if you wanted to, and you can get some great deals on their vacuum tubble-infused chicken, marinated chicken, wings, whether it's the breast, the wings, the thighs, whatever you may want. It all tastes great. They've got some great Parmesan chicken fingers over there right now. I'm a big fan of their beer can wings. They also have the buffalo wings that are very
Madison
good.
beer can wings.
Madison beer can wings. You know what? We may have to call old Ben up there and say, got to change it. What do we care? Hold on. Why do we care at all? We don't. Never mind. No, but if you're looking for great quality meat, this is the place to go. And there are a lot of customers in the shop when I went there today. And whether you want Ben did a couple videos for me. He cut up some great fresh T-bones. He also had some porterhouses going. He's got a couple of bone-in pork chops, more than a couple over there for you if you'd like. Big, thick bone-in pork chops, double boned on a couple of them if you'd like. He can cut the size. He can do whatever you like. He can help you pick a seasoning so that you season it just right. And, of course, he can even offer some grilling tips. They've got great fresh-made sausage, great fresh-made house burgers, fresh sausage in-house, fresh brats in-house. I'm telling you, I had friends over this weekend. Everybody always notices how much better the fresh meat tastes. It's Southern Steer Butcher. They're 2 blocks south of I-25. They're catty corner from Fay Myers on Dayton Street. Go and check them out. It's a great place. You can find them on the web at southernsteer.com.
2026 NFL season is here. And I don't remember all that much that happened in the months of March, April, and May in the NFL, but a lot of stuff did happen. And we're here for a refresher on it all with Broncos training camp opening. Well, they're acclimatizing starting tomorrow, but they will officially open things up to fans on Friday, the first official day of training camp 2026. Therefore, in order to help catch you up and, quite frankly, catch ourselves up as well, here's another edition of the Kreckman and Lindahl 2026 NFL season preview. This time around, we're going to call it, Who the Hell Is Their Coach?
By the way, before we get into this, shout out to these listeners. We've really trained our Kreckman and Lindahl people well. Everybody coming in with these small venues that Madison Beer could play, like El Chapultepec. You remember that?
That place back in the day, that place was so sick.
Yeah. Lion's Lair. Cracker at the Bluebird. You like the Bluebird?
Love the Bluebird.
And
Great
Cuban
venue.
Benny's always funny. He said the replay showed that Kelsey's knee wasn't truly down, so the engagement was overturned.
Doesn't call. Okay, here we go. Who the hell is their coach? 10 new coaches in the NFL this year.
10?
10.
Let's do this.
New head coaches in the NFL this year, Andy. Let's see how you do. Andy, who is the head coach of the Arizona Cardinals?
Oh, you know what? That's a Hackett. It's a Hackett. No, it's a LaFleur. Hackett went to, my bad, I had the wrong family. Who is it, though? What's his name?
You do have to get the name.
Well, it's LaFleur.
It is. You
but
have
I don't
the last
remember
name.
his name. He was the Rams OC.
He was the Rams OC. What is that guy's first name?
I don't remember. Mike LaFleur?
Mike, well done.
I had to go to Matt because they're one of those
Yeah.
families like
his parents were not creative.
They all like the same first letter of the name.
They went a Matt and a Mike. There's
we
a
talked
Mitch,
that one
but
out.
he doesn't.
There's a Mitch LaFleur,
but he doesn't have a job in the NFL.
That's good. See, you could sell me on that. You could sell me on that. And Hackett's now what is he? Is he OC? But he's not going to call plays, right?
In Arizona, I believe.
Right.
Yes, I think that's right.
What is? Does Hackett know some deep bad secret about the LaFleurs?
He knows something.
Yeah.
Also,
about the LaFleurs.
Mike LaFleur, he knows something about somebody because he's gotten NFL jobs. Mike LaFleur looks exactly like Alex Ryanemi.
Really?
Yeah. Especially if you go and check out the group picture from this year, the NFL head coach group picture from the league meetings.
Right.
Spitting image. He's Alex Ryanemi.
Who's our guy? You're going to ask me about him. I'm going to have to remember his name. Our Cleveland coach that didn't know when to get his hair cut at the right time.
Who is the Browns head coach, Andy? What's that guy's name?
I'm trying to remember it now.
He's been talking a lot. He loves both Deshaun Watson and Shedeur Sanders.
But he was the Baltimore OC. And the defunct Baltimore OC. And I cannot remember his darn name. Oh, it's driving me nuts. It's going to kill me the minute that you say it because Todd Monken.
Todd Monken.
There you go. That's how you buy yourself enough time, kids, to jog your memory.
Big college guy. He was at Georgia before Baltimore. Todd Monken.
Not Modkins.
Not Modkins.
I did do a Modkins one day.
Curtis Modkins?
Todd Monken.
Todd Monken.
Yeah. And he loves both quarterbacks.
Yeah, he was the Ravens
and he
OC.
was psyched to have Deion Sanders visit him. Remember that?
Speaking of the Ravens, who's the Ravens head coach, Andy?
Oh no, who is it? It's a Mike McDonald
clone.
No, it's off his tree. Is it Brandon something?
We were looking for Jesse Minter.
Jesse
Minter,
It's
former Chargers defensive coordinator.
Jesse Minter is a good linebacker name.
Remember, he was at Michigan with John Harbaugh, and then he was in Baltimore with Michigan with Jim, Baltimore with John. Then he went to Chargers with Jim, and now he's the head coach of the Ravens. Because, Andy, who's the head coach of the Giants?
John Harbaugh.
John Harbaugh. That was an easy one. Who's the head coach of the Atlanta Falcons?
The head coach of the Atlanta Falcons is another. We just like recycling guys in the NFL. Kevin Stefanski. It didn't work well in Cleveland, so come on down to Atlanta.
He was the Browns head coach, and now he gets to go and coach the Atlanta Falcons and coach Tua.
Did he go full? Who was the old LSU guy that was at Notre Dame? Brian Kelly.
Did he change
Did Stefanski come up with some fake Southern accent the moment he showed up down there?
Down here in Georgia.
Hey, y'all, I really thank y'all for welcoming me. By the way, have you heard of the comedian Derek Yells?
No.
Okay. I don't know his last name. Apparently, he lives here in Denver. Derek, if you happen to ever catch the show, please come on at any time. He
yells?
sounds not as much.
Oh, all right.
He's extremely funny.
Okay.
He's a Nate Bargatze guy,
Uh-huh.
but he sounds just like Brandon Evans, our sales guy.
Okay.
I'm not kidding. They literally sound the same because he's from Arkansas, too.
All right.
He's extremely funny.
Andy, who's the head coach of the Tennessee Titans?
The head coach of the Tennessee Titans is, man, who did take over? It's a retread.
It is. Who is that guy? Hard Knocks a couple of years ago.
Oh, it's not. It's not. Is it Dable?
We were looking for Bob Saleh.
Oh, Robert Saleh.
Robert
that's
Saleh,
right.
former.
Okay.
He was the Niners DC
I had the wrong
last year.
New York coach.
Yeah,
My bad.
former Jets head coach.
Because
Robert
Brian Callahan is no there.
Saleh.
Did Callahan get another job as OC or something?
Sure,
He must have.
They always
I
do.
know his wife. She was a cheerleader.
Who's the head coach of the Miami Dolphins?
Oh, that's right. It's the Green Bay Packers. I'm never going to remember his name because I couldn't remember who he was to begin with.
I wouldn't be able to pick this guy out of a lineup of one. Jeff Hafley.
Yeah. You could have given me
Jeff Hafley.
Jeff and the first initial, and I wouldn't have gotten it from you.
He was the head coach at Boston College.
Well, but he was that who the hell is that guy when they hired him?
Right.
He was the who the hell is that guy? He was the Nick
Jeff Hafley.
Sirianni of this coaching cycle, was he not?
Who's the head coach of the Buffalo Bills?
The Buffalo Bills head coach. God, who did they end up going with?
Replace Sean McDermott.
Oh, it's the OC, isn't it?
It certainly he was the OC.
Joe Brady?
Joe Brady. Nicely done. Who's the head coach of the Las Vegas Raiders?
Oh, that's our friend Clint Kubiak.
Clint Kubiak.
Who today announced Kirk Cousins will be the starter.
Oh, that's a quick announcement.
It was quick.
All right. Who's the head coach of the Pittsburgh Steelers?
It was the weird one. Mike McCarthy.
Mike
What
McCarthy.
the hell are you hiring that guy for?
Mike McCarthy. Former Cowboys and Packers head coach. Another guy who you're like, what information do you have on
now
everybody?
Remind me. Did Aaron Rodgers agree to go back and play for him?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
After he made fun of him relentlessly?
In Green Bay.
Okay.
And now he wants to go
Just so
play.
we're all clear.
I mean, he did win a lot of stuff with the guy.
Could have all
been
been
terrible.
It also came out the dude was relentless. I don't know. Maybe he's used to his players making fun of him. Maybe that's just something you deal with as a coach.
My favorite Mike McCarthy anecdote is the one where, remember, after he left between Green Bay and Dallas, and he told everybody, like, oh, man, I dove into the analytics.
Yeah.
I got hardcore into the data, and I'm bringing all of that back. And that was like a big part of the push when he was trying to get back into the league. And then he got like the job as the head coach of the Cowboys, and the reporters asked him about it. He was like, oh, yeah, I didn't do any of that stuff.
I lied.
I didn't.
Like many of us at a job interview.
I lied.
I lied
on my resume. Jerry went for it. What does it matter? And then he got to keep the job for quite a long time and make a lot of money.
Jerry didn't mind it.
Let's see. Did we do them all? Yeah, I think we did them all.
That was all 10?
Yeah. You
did
did.
all right?
You did
70, 80% somewhere?
You did fine. You
Took a minute
middled.
to get to some few. We had to talk it out a little bit.
It's sometimes you have to.
Yeah, we had to workshop a few.
It was good B-
Jeff
work.
Hafley, though. Will I ever forget the name Jeff Hafley?
Jeff Hafley. You will forget it. You will forget it by 5:20. I promise you.
Probably.
It's the Kreckman and Lindahl show. We do have the high five biggest stories of the day from around the NFL right after this. We begin hour number 3 with the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. Things are going on, and we had some Broncos talking today, Mark Springer.
Celebrate $10 Tuesdays at Papa Murphy's. On Tuesdays only, get any large pizza for just $10. Order online now at papamurphys.com. Let's hear from Pat Surtain talking about a couple of defensive areas where the Broncos might need somebody to step up this season. Let's start with the defensive front. John Franklin Myers is now a Tennessee Titan. Who can step up? Here is Pat Surtain.
Yeah, I mean, that's part of the business, as it says. Obviously when great players leave, you got to count on other guys to step up. But like you mentioned, Savion and any those guys, they've been, working very hard. Obviously Savion, young guy, was stepping up last year in his role, and he's been a baller as well too, stepping up in his role too, year in and year out. So, I feel like the expectations stay the same. Even when JFM was here, I know that room hold each other to high standards, and I feel like they expect the same out of both those two.
Andy, John Franklin Myers, the classic example of you can't pay everybody. And the Broncos have paid a lot of their own guys, but JFM got a 3-year, $63 million deal to go play for Robert Saleh in Tennessee and got $42 million in guaranteed money. And yes, he's a big loss, but also really his departure, it's just this is the way the NFL machine is supposed to work, the churn, okay? Now there's supposed to be a younger, cheaper player to be able to step into it, and generally the Broncos have drafted well, and Vance Joseph has had a profile, and the Broncos have put good players in place. I think JFM was awesome, but I don't expect much drop-off out of the play, out of the front seven and the D-line specifically.
Yeah, and maybe they just lighten up the rotation a little bit. Maybe Savion Jones is ready to play. Onyeda maybe is ready to play. You'll have to wait and see. But again, this is also, not only is this you can't pay everybody, but you can't pay everybody when a quarterback contract is pending. And right now it is.
Yeah. So. It's on the way. And so, look, the Broncos they've invested heavily. DJ Jones has been paid. Zach Allen has been paid. Those guys they're really good down there on the defensive line. You're going to miss John Franklin Myers. That's a solid veteran football player, and it was a good, savvy acquisition to get him brought in here. But I still think the Broncos defense is going to be awesome. Spring.
High five.
What about backup safety behind Talanoa Hufanga and Brandon Jones? PJ Locke is now a Dallas Cowboy. Who does Pat Surtain have his eye on?
Yeah, I mean, we got a lot of great pieces, to fill that void. Obviously PJ was a great player, a very instrumental part to our team. So, we obviously, you got JL, Devin Key, and a couple other guys as well, too, to step up and fulfill that spot. So I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be a fun camp.
He's no Russell Wilson or Von Miller when it comes to naming every football player that's on his team. But also, I just want to point out really quickly, the things that he were asked about were, hey, you lost one really good defensive lineman, even though there's a very good veteran in Malcolm Roach ready to step in and move into his starting role. And hell, Roach even, played more snaps than I think JFM did down the stretch last year. And then backup safety. Those are the two, hey, how do you deal with these holes as a defense? That's the kind of continuity and the setup that the Broncos have had on that side of the ball. Let's just take a moment and bask in the glory of how friggin' talented the Broncos are on that side of the ball.
Yeah, they really are. Although now that you've got me, I'm trying to think who are the backup safety. Who is the candidates here? Don't they have a rookie?
Skinner, Devin Key. I don't know.
Thank you.
Tyson Anderson, that was the guy they got from Cincinnati. He's a safety, right?
Yes.
Tyson?
Sure. Yeah, that's right. But he was more a special teams player, we found out.
That's what most of these guys are supposed to be.
Yeah, you're right.
It's
you're
Jones, it's Hufanga,
on him and
Skinner and Key. Devin Key's a good player. You're fine. They're fine. The secondary is absolutely loaded. Broncos are good to go.
Tyson Anderson, Talanoa Hufanga, Brandon Jones, Parker Robertson.
Who's Parker
Miles
Robertson?
Scott, J.L. Skinner. Those are your candidates to play a little safety for your Denver Broncos in 2026.
Spring.
The Broncos!
High five.
Aaron Rodgers said today that there is zero debate. This will be his last season. But why wasn't last season his last season? Here's Aaron Rodgers today.
I thought last year might be it. And then Mike got hired, and I talked to the wife, and she said, you can do one more year. So I said, well, let's see if it works out. And then it kind of all came together.
Are we ever going to learn the name of his wife?
Is she a pop
She's
star?
still kind of a mystery woman, and he wouldn't say the name there.
Her name is Brittany.
Okay. Brittany Rodgers?
Brittany with an I.
Good.
Yeah, Rodgers and his wife, Brittany.
Did you see that?
They got married in the spring of 2025.
Did you see that Aaron's reconciled a little bit with some of his family as the family was posting pictures of him with them? They were estranged for quite a while.
They got invited to the wedding?
I don't know if we went that far.
Okay.
I just believe recently they shared a vacation trip or something.
Because
together.
I remember the brother Jordan Rodgers, and he was on The Bachelor.
Well, he also does a little NFL
Sure does.
quarterback chatting.
Yeah.
By the way, you want me to tell you something about Parker Robertson, who I mentioned for the Broncos?
Okay.
He's a rookie. He's 5'11". He weighs 193. He went to Oklahoma State.
Okay.
And I know nothing else because there's the biography.
White guy.
There's literally nothing there.
Yeah.
I don't think his chances are great when they haven't even bothered to put the bio up. So I don't know who he is, Nate. Although, let's see if we can recognize him without his helmet on tomorrow.
His brother also played at Oklahoma State. His brother, Chase.
Chase Robertson?
Chase Robertson and then Parker Robertson.
Oh, well, you know what? That family has decided they don't all need to be. There wasn't a Peter Robertson?
Parker Robertson.
Wasn't a Paul Robertson?
Played
Philip Robertson?
at Dallas Christian High School. He wears number 36, apparently, for the Broncos. He was number 8 at Oklahoma State. That's all I got.
Boom.
Okay, so there you go.
Sure.
Here's the real question on Parker Robertson. Will he be drafted in the Kreckman and Lindahl preseason fantasy drafts on the defensive side of the ball?
It's the most look forward to thing of preseason.
I can't wait.
When we start doing fantasy drafts for preseason games so that you get interested.
Especially when you have to draft one defensive guy.
Yeah.
Will Parker Robertson warrant a selection?
I may have to just go ahead and take him just because he's been brought up. There's always a guy that you seem to make fun of for not knowing who the hell that is, and he ends up making the team being pretty good. Maybe that's Parker Robertson's turn.
Let me give you a prediction on Parker Robertson.
Yes.
Okay.
Number 36 in your hearts.
Parker Robertson is going to make an interception.
Okay.
In the preseason, and it's going to be nullified by a penalty.
That is wow.
That's what happens.
That isn't. Look, you're not just trying to be a tarot card reader there.
You
went specific.
He might even go pick 6,
and it'll be nullified
like down the sideline, ball extended, and yes, because of a defensive holding well on the other side of the field by some other dude. That we'll get to know during training camp. The play will be erased.
So are we?
And poor Parker Robertson will not get his moment.
You don't think it'll be him? It won't be white guy PI causes.
No, he will not commit the penalty.
He won't get the Riley Moss treatment.
No, it'll be or like somebody was lined up at the neutral zone or something.
I love it. I love how deep. See, this is what I like.
Illegal hands to the face.
Maybe this needs to be a new addition to our pre-gaming in preseason.
Yes.
The very specific prediction. Can't be bland. Can't be just could happen anytime.
No.
Because you said not only will he get a pick 6, but it will then be nullified by another teammate's penalty.
Yep.
That's going all
I'm
in.
gonna go defensive holding by a linebacker completely on the other side of the ball against the tight end.
Yeah.
Yep. Uh-huh.
Okay.
Yeah. Who was and the tight end was a college teammate of Parker Robertson's at Oklahoma State. Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
Browns cornerback Denzel Ward today agreed to a 2-year contract extension. It's a $62.2 million deal, $52.3 million guaranteed. Makes him now the highest paid defensive back in the NFL.
Well, they don't have Myles Garrett anymore. They got to spend that money somewhere. I guess they're going to spend it on Denzel Ward. By the way, he is going to make more than Patrick Surtain this year.
But it's only a 2-year deal.
But it's a 2-year deal, which honestly, like if you're Denzel Ward, it's kind of smart. Like You do the 2-year deal, and then somebody surpasses you next year, and then you surpass them again down the line. How old is Denzel Ward?
29.
29. Yeah.
Thanks to Spring in his article.
Okay, he'll get one more deal. One more deal as a corner.
Denzel Ward was picked one ahead of which Bronco? Former Bronco.
Bradley Chubb.
Boom.
Yeah, it was because the Browns, they took Baker Mayfield at number 1, they took Denzel Ward at number 4.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a good player. He's not better than Surtain, but he's a good player.
And I agree with you. It's smart
player.
to sign the 2-year deal because it's Cleveland. I wouldn't be locking in. That's a place where you rent, you don't buy.
Or they can just trade him in a year.
Sure.
Hell, they could trade him at the deadline this year. Who knows? And finally, Spring.
High five.
Tense situation over the last couple of days as Chiefs offensive coordinator Eric Bieniemy's wife was shot by their 27-year-old son Elijah at their home in Virginia. Here's Andy Reid talking to the media yesterday.
This is our hearts go out to Eric Bieniemy and his family. Thoughts and prayers are with them. I can't get into details on it, but things happen sometimes, and Eric will work through it. He's got a great support group here, as does his family, as needed, and then we'll just let time take care of it from there. But Mia is stable, which is a plus, and so is Eric Jr., and that's all important. All right.
Yeah, a horrific situation. Elijah Zion Bieniemy, 27 years of age, arrested and charged with malicious wounding, use of a firearm in commission of a felony, and discharge of a firearm inside of a dwelling, according to the Loudoun County Sheriff's Office. Sources told ESPN that Mia Bieniemy was shot in the chest and the arm. Andy, I know you've spent time with Eric Bieniemy. I have as well. Just an absolutely horrific situation. He's a Buffs legend. He's a Colorado legend. So that part of the story is, it's awful what has happened as his family has been torn apart. But really quickly, why was Andy Reid talking about her gunshot wounds like they're like a high ankle sprain?
Yeah.
She's stable. That's a plus.
Yeah.
She's been upgraded to questionable to play this week.
Yeah. Yeah. The wording in some of that was odd,
also,
to say the least.
There was, and these comments are here on ESPN.com. Here's another one. This Nate Taylor had this on ESPN.com. I know things will work out. Let's see. He says these kind of things happen, but there's always a blessing in there somewhere. Gonna go out on a limb and say probably not.
Not yet. This one feels like that's going to be hard to find.
He adds, I know things will work out. The most important thing is that EB has an opportunity to spend some time with his family and take care of that business. Yeah, again, like it's not quality time. She's in intensive care.
Yeah, again, it is, it's like, to your point.
He footballified this.
Exactly. He's coach speaking a son shooting his brother and mother. Is that how it was? Because you said Eric Jr. was okay too. I thought it was just the mother. Right?
Eric Jr. is the other son. He's okay. The other son shot
just the mom, right?
The mom.
Why did was Eric Jr. in the house? Did I miss that part?
Must have been. Yeah, must have been.
I don't know. I guess I don't understand why Eric Jr. was mentioned because I didn't think anything was going on with Eric Jr. But
apparently he's okay.
I guess this is why you see coaches just say, hey, man, rough situation. Our thoughts and prayers go out to the family. We'll give him as much time as he needs before he gets back.
Yeah.
That's probably all that needed to be said.
Yeah.
Because to your point, that felt like a
Heartbreaking.
football injury report at some point and just sort of landed weird. And I'm noticing not just with us. Some other people on Twitch caught the same.
It was
it
was oddly worded.
Because it's a horrible situation. It's a terrible situation inside his own family.
And Andy Reid has dealt with multiple tragedies.
He's had his own issues.
With his own children.
Yes.
I would have thought there would have been maybe just some softer, maybe more
Again,
empathy.
That's why maybe you just go ahead and say thoughts and prayers and we give him as much time as he needs. Terrible situation.
Football coaches they're different. Tough one. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl show. That's the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. We are getting you all set for the upcoming Broncos season. Today we get to hear from Patrick Surtain. We get to hear from Quinn Miners. Big day out there, opening up the new building. There's so much happening as Broncos training camp is about to get underway. We're going to come back. We're going to tell you between an ankle and another dude that is oddly or maybe not so oddly inside the building because, again, football. We'll talk about all of that coming up next. Hey, tomorrow morning sprint, 10 to noon. We're going to send another listener to see Garth Brooks. Listen for your chance to win tickets before they go on sale Friday at 10. Garth Brooks' Blame It All on My Roots tour comes to Ball Arena September 4th and 5th. Broncos training camp comes to Denver tomorrow. Well, they acclimatize tomorrow and Thursday. They ramp and they acclimatize. Or acclimate. I don't know which one it is. Either way. They got light practices the next couple of days, and then Friday is like the first day of training camp.
Of another light practice.
Yeah.
I was just laughing because they all look the same to me. They just put on different various levels of pads, but they do about the same stuff every day. So
these, like the OTA practices that we watched, Andy, let's be honest, they're not that much different from what modern training camp looks like.
Right.
Modern training camp is almost more of a mental exercise than it is a physical exercise.
Yeah.
Because the belief is, and not just the belief, the strategy is the players they're in shape. This is a 365-day-a-year job, and they come in ready to rock. None of these guys were selling insurance and ripping cigs in the offseason. Like
stocking warehouses,
right.
driving forklifts.
Exactly. Like these guys, this is what they now do for a living, and they show up in shape and they're ready to go. And so the Broncos' mission is to, callous up a little bit, but more than anything, it's just know exactly what the hell you're doing for week one. So it won't look all that much terribly different. But there is a lot going on as they get this thing going. First off, Andy, there is a new building. They have a new building. We've been watching the construction of this thing from the opposite side of the field, and now apparently we'll get to stand right over by it now and see what it all looks like. But the Broncos are posting numerous pictures of the beautiful new facility today. This is a big, like, pat yourself on the back moment for the NFL's wealthiest owners and for the organization. And look at us. We are now the gold standard of NFL facilities.
Patrick Surtain compared it to Alabama. Now, the reason why I pulled that one out, because we had said, no, there's not going to be, it'll be a headline if a player says it wasn't good enough. I don't know where they would have come up from. But Alabama, as we know, Alabama does.
That guy doesn't play for the Broncos anymore if he says that.
That'll hit the cut list. But Alabama has nicer facilities than most NFL teams. That used to be the joke. Texas, Alabama,
Andy,
some of these major college football programs.
A lot of SEC and Big Ten schools right now, they do have better facilities than NFL teams.
Than a lot of the NFL.
Yeah.
So, but it's funny because you and I went over the roster last hour and talked about, how they've grown as a talented football team, and look at all these good players, and how about these guys that we used to have to sit and try to talk ourselves into being, guys that'll get them to the playoffs. This building does represent a complete shift in what they were, because as nice as the Paul D. Bolin Center was, and the many times they renovated it, it is nothing compared to what they just built across the way.
Yeah, that thing's pretty sick. And
it's attached to the field house. Miners did talk about, I think it is a good point. You don't want guys who get paid to be physically at their best. I know it probably sounds stupid to the blue-collar fan, and I completely get it. But there is science that says you don't want these guys walking around any more in the season than they have to.
Optimization, and it's one of the things that they talked about. They talked about traffic flow and things like that. Like Sean Payton had mentioned that when they were talking about, they hadn't necessarily decorated yet because they didn't know, like, where do they want to put the championship photos, where do they want to put the motivational slogans and all of that, because like they didn't know exactly what foot traffic patterns were going to be inside the building quite yet. They're now getting a sense of all of that, and again, it's all just based on being optimized. That is the stuff where it's like, okay, we've seen what they've done with the turf and everything else. It's all you can ask for as a sports fan. Just like, do you guys put winning first? Do you put giving yourself the best chance to win football games number one? And what I like about this Broncos ownership is they have used their considerable means to do that.
No dollar has gone unspent to help them win. And that's what I think we all wanted when we knew they would be the owners. Yeah. And they've also taken those same dollars and spent them into the community. Now, I do think with this, everyone is loving it right now. The players are loving it right now. The coaches are loving it right now, and they should. But again, just the vibe I get off of Greg Penner. I don't think he minds spending the money, but this is
winning.
This is a hardcore. This is maybe one of the top businessmen in the world. The family is. They know something about spending money to make money. They're showing them willing to spend the money to make some money, and winning brings money, and I think he's going to want the winning. So I think it's all feel-goods right now, and I think you should feel good. It's a cool building. I'd be happy to, but you better understand, if you don't get results, you're not going to be enjoying that building very long, I don't think.
No, there's
a pressure that comes with this.
They made the commitment to Sean Payton, and, he went from 8 to 10 to 14 wins. Like again, everything is going in the right direction, but
you got to win.
How hot is that seat going to be? Total on the Broncos this year is 9.5.
It's interesting, isn't it?
What if they hit the under?
Yeah, There's not a contract in that place, and we saw it with Russell Wilson. There is not a contract on the docket from coaches to players that they can't afford to buy out if they don't like something.
Right, exactly. They will pay you to go away. And
they did.
Yeah.
The largest check in history at the time.
Bo Nix is cleared. He's medically cleared and ready to be out on the football field after an offseason of confusing and, quite frankly, bungled messaging when it comes to his injury, coming from the coach, coming from the owner, coming from the general manager, coming from the quarterback himself, conflicting reports and all of that. The Broncos now have an opportunity over the next couple of weeks to make that all a footnote, to make that all forgotten. And with Bo Nix being able to go out there, and I don't think there's a single Bronco that has more pressure on them this upcoming season, both because of what the team is capable of being able to do, because of his responsibility as the quarterback, and the part, by the way, where if he has a good season, they gotta hand him $200 million next offseason if he has a good year. But the Bo Nix ankle thing and being physically ready to go, it's not only the story of early training camp, it's the story of training camp, it's the story of preseason, it's the story of this season of whether or not Bo Nix can prove himself to be in the zip code of the highest paid quarterbacks in the NFL.
Yeah, now here's something I think for the Bronco fans rooting for him to get there, and I think there are plenty.
You should be.
Look, we all are, because if you've got the guy, we all know that's what changes things. Jeff Legwall did tell us last week that from what he understands, that this is just, it's not like Bo may have a couple more of these, but ultimately Bo should be okay. I think that's why Bo keeps getting the messaging out there that, yeah, I've had a few of these. I've always been able to play just like I did the year before, the year after these surgeries. It doesn't hinder me. It doesn't take anything away from my game. It doesn't change my style. There's some unique problem with his ankle with that, and I don't know what else to call it other than a problem. I don't know whether it's a deformity or whatever. There's something going on.
Well, Andy, he's predisposed, only he's not predisposed.
Yes, exactly. But the bottom line is, as Jeff said it should not affect future, like, the ankle surgery itself, we shouldn't notice if things go the way they have, Gimpy Bo, because he's had these in the past. So if that holds, then he should be fine. Now, that doesn't mean he's done getting these things, but it should not affect the performance, allegedly. Now, we'll see if that's how it plays out. Everything's allegedly in the NFL, though, right?
Yeah. It's also, this is a unique circumstance this year because this is the contract year.
Yeah.
And so is Bo, who I think is insanely competitive anyway and is always going to push himself to play no matter what. But again, knowing the carrot that's dangling, how is that going to be an impact? There's a lot of factors going into what kind of year this guy is about to have and what he's going to have to be able to push himself through to be able to get through it all.
Did they give him the best offense for them to get the best read as to whether the 70 million watershed mark is worth being broached?
They have one of the most well-compensated offensive lines in the league. They have one of the best offensive lines in the league. They have a receiver room full of continuity with an already good 1A receiver in Cortland Sutton, and you just added a weapon in Jalen Waddle, which should hopefully completely change this offense. You paid real dollars for a running back. You didn't just say, oh, it's RJ Harvey, will be fine. No, they paid to bring back J.K. Dobbins to put a veteran pass protector and good solid back in place. It's all there for him. It's directly in front of him. And oh, by the way, they gave the play calling duties over to his buddy Davis Webb. There's really no excuses for Bo Nix outside of if the ankle doesn't hold up. That's the one thing. But other than that, it's now on him to perform. And I think he will.
So you just laid all that out. Is there any chance Bo Nix is willing to take a little less to keep this kind of stuff around him? Because the minute he gets the contract, I don't know if you get to have a Jalen Waddle and the most highest paid compensated, the best compensated offensive line in the business, and a J.K. Dobbins because he was hanging out there at a higher price than you expected. And you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Oh, and by the way, all those contracts on defense. Do you think there's a part of Bo Nix that realizes maybe keeping his salary in the 50s or whatever by the time he gets there, the 60s is better for him?
Let me tell you this, okay?
In longevities?
Let me tell you this. He's not going to trade in a single penny.
Okay.
Although we don't have pennies anymore. But
a single nickel.
He won't. But they will be smart enough, if all goes well, they will be smart enough to structure this contract in a way where they can do a Tom Brady type sales job on it. And tell, he's taking less because he's team first. They did that with Mahomes early on in his deal. It's gone now.
Sure. He's making a lot.
But early on in his deal was out. Look at the length of the deal, and he took less in the in the immediate future because he just wanted to be able to win. They'll figure out a way to be able to do that in the messaging.
I will say this: if Bo puts up the numbers and he's earned it, I mean, the thing where I would caution everyone to jump on his back for not going for the biggest bag possible is, again, it goes back to that. If you haven't heard, he's pretty old for a rookie deal. So this may be, now again, if you're a good quarterback, you could have a couple, 3 of these contracts where you really.
Did he start 61 games in college?
Is that what it was?
I think it was. Yeah. I think that's what it might have been. Mm-hmm. Oh, and then there's Jonathan Cooper. He's there.
He's a part of camp right now.
We don't know what he's doing, but he's there. He's in the facility, or I don't know if he technically is at this moment, but he's there. The Broncos had him show up. According to a report today from Parker Gabriel and Luca Evans, Cooper has been around the Broncos building the past couple of days. Veterans officially reported today. It remains unclear if Cooper will practice in a full capacity and to what degree he'll be around the team. Sean Payton will talk with reporters after practice tomorrow. Andy, revisiting, and we had a long conversation about Jonathan Cooper to start the show today. But on a day tomorrow that is supposed to be about shiny new, pristine, palatial building, and our savior quarterback has had his ankle repaired, and he's ready to
do it.
Ride us to the Super Bowl.
He's ready to practice and get Waddle dialed in.
Yep. George Payton has gotten paid. Sean Payton has gotten paid. I mean, the messaging to kick this whole thing off is the strength, the continuity, and the commitment to winning, which you can see everywhere around us. I think they really want to put felony domestic violence guy out there at football practice so that the first 5 questions are about that to Sean Payton tomorrow?
It's a great question. I don't know. I don't know. I really don't. I don't think Sean does.
It doesn't.
And Sean knows that's what it's going to be.
It doesn't feel to me like that's the PR move that you want anybody talking about tomorrow, the first time Sean Payton addresses the media at training camp. I think tomorrow is supposed to be about, look at how great we are.
Well, and let's get going. This is the old Shanahan at the barbecue, can't wait for the season presser that's supposed to be. Frankly, these used to be the longest pressers of the year for Mike Shanahan.
Right.
Because he would take any and all questions.
Mm-hmm.
And he would usually give us pretty long answers. And Sean has done that a few times in his past as well. And could this be they put him out there and Sean just decides it's the opening statement and that's all you're going to get from me and we have a cantankerous presser the rest of the way?
I know, right?
I don't know.
It doesn't jive.
Well, it doesn't.
It certainly does not sound like a media event that Patrick Smythe would organize.
No, but he's in the building. So what are you going to do? I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess my question becomes,
if he's in the building, I think it's a very simple, Yes, he's in the building. He's not practicing right now. We're waiting for the league's investigation and the process to play itself out, and that's all I'm going to say on that next.
Is he visible on the practice field?
I don't know. Good question. I don't know.
Is he visible on the sidelines?
Or do the Broncos merely just tell him, hey, for the first week,
you're watching film?
Skedaddle, okay? And then we'll deal with this all eventually. I think they're waiting for the league to do something, and I have a feeling it's going to happen relatively quickly. But it's an awkward situation for the organization, and it's a bad look right now to have him inside the building at a time where I think they want to project 100% positivity, optimism, commitment,
stability.
Right. By the way, we're working on a beautiful new stadium, et cetera, et cetera. We are the shining beacon.
Yeah, tomorrow probably is a little bit of, you think that's cool.
Right.
Just you wait.
Exactly. Kreckman and Lindahl, we'll take a quick break. When we come back, the last thing you ever want to be accused of in football and any sport of is being soft. Andy, I've got a story of a dude that I don't think anybody will ever be calling soft for the rest of his life. I will tell you about that next. Wrapping up a Tuesday edition of the show. Again, Broncos will have a ramp-up practice tomorrow. We'll be there to cover it all and tell you what's going on and tell you how Bo's ankle looks and all that good stuff. I would never call Bo Nix soft, and I certainly wouldn't call the guy who is the star of our next story soft in the slightest bit. Andy, I read this story today in the New York Times. Here is your headline. Hiker trekked 10 miles to safety after impaling himself on pole.
Okay.
Here is your...
That's a big yikes.
Sub-headline. David Cifaldi was hiking up Granite Peak, Montana's tallest mountain last week, when he slipped and fell on one of his trekking poles. He's a wound nurse, and he went into survival mode. Spring, if you could please, on the back wall here, give us the photo at the top of the story on the New York Times. Andy, just take a good look, a quick gander at what we've got going on here.
Yeah,
that's not tucked into his backpack.
No.
That's going through his side.
Yeah, that is merely a flesh wound.
So here's your story. David Cifaldi and two of his friends had been hiking for about 7 hours up Montana's tallest peak, July 20th, when he slipped on a rock and fell. He saw one of his trekking poles on the ground. The second was nowhere to be found. Then he rolled over. Something wasn't right. Oh, he recalled, this thing is sticking out of me. He had impaled himself on his trekking pole. However, he is a wound nurse at St. Vincent Regional Hospital in Billings, Montana. The pole, and again, Andy's looking at the picture right now, the pole was jutting
Not anymore.
at an angle into his left latissimus dorsi muscle below his armpit and then out through his back. He was not in pain. There was no blood. He was able to take deep breaths and could feel the trekking pole through his skin. He was 2 to 3 miles from the summit of Granite Peak, elevation 12,800 feet. The three friends had started their ascent at 2 a.m. They had planned to camp overnight at, listen to this Montana stuff. They were planning to camp at, I'm not making this up, Andy, Froze to Death Plateau.
Yeah, of course.
And then summit the mountain. Mr. Cifaldi had made it to the plateau a number of times, but he had never summited the peak. His friend, Jesse Ross, who had reached the top successfully, was leading Mr. Cifaldi and another friend, Brad Reich, up the mountain. They made it to the plateau by sunrise. They were like, okay, we're going to make it. Everyone was cruising at that point. Weather was perfect, mid-60s, sunny, no wind. Summit was in reach. And then he lost his footing. While one friend sent an SOS signal on a GPS phone, the other took pictures of the wound so Mr. Cifaldi could assess it. Again, he's a wound nurse.
But he needed to see it, and it's going through his back as the picture is showing, so thus photo time.
He said, I was pretty confident it was not in my chest or lung. Listen to this. Hoping to avoid an expensive lift off the mountain via helicopter, he walked around and found he wasn't lightheaded and told his friends, I think we can get out of here. And so they went. Search and rescue were on standby. The three friends slowly made their way down the mountain, taking about 6 hours to reach the trailhead at Mystic Lake. Mr. Ross went ahead, warning any... I love this part. Mr. Ross went ahead, warning any hikers that Mr. Cifaldi was coming down the trail with a gnarly-looking injury, but assuring them he was otherwise okay.
Yeah.
That's actually pretty smart.
It is.
Go up and be like, hey, my buddy's about to walk past you. You're going to be grossed out. Don't worry. He's cool.
We're all good. So we hope.
He's impaled currently. Mr. Reich was close behind, monitoring the puncture after Mr. Cifaldi gave him a crash course in emergency medicine. They crossed boulder fields and stretches of snow, taking breaks every so often. By 3:30 p.m., after trekking about 10 miles, Mr. Cifaldi was in an ambulance on his way to the nearest hospital. This is wild.
Dude, this is like something you'd see in a movie where you go, that doesn't happen. That wouldn't have happened.
Apparently, he knew he was going to be okay when they stopped about halfway down for a snack and started making shish kebab jokes. By the end, they were calling me Bob on the way out. They reached a small hospital near the mountain. The pole had been inside him for 7 hours.
Ugh.
He begged a nurse practitioner to take it out, but she told him, if you bleed, I can't help you. Spring, if you can give me photo number 2 now. Let Andy just take a gander at that. So they transferred him to a hospital he knew well.
Oh, there it is. There it is.
Shirt off.
All right. Do I need to tweet this?
He refused an ambulance, and his friends drove him to the hospital. When he arrived in the emergency room, he was a very popular guy. They got to work on him quickly, took x-rays, ran blood tests. His doctors wanted to book him for surgery, but there was another trauma case ahead of him. He had to wait 2 more hours for surgery. He said, at that point, I was fed up. I was like, please, somebody just take this damn thing out of me.
Was he in pain?
He said he wasn't. The doctors induced conscious sedation in which the patient is anesthetized yet awake. They pulled the pole out. As they removed it, doctors inserted a tube to drain the area. He said, when I came to, that was the first time I felt pain.
Interesting.
Listen to this. He was adamant about returning to work the next day, but doctors told him to take a week off. He returned to work on Monday, a little sore, a little tired, but grateful. He talked to a therapist about the accident to help him process it all. 3 centimeters further in, he said, I'd be dead or at least in grave peril. His biggest takeaway from the ordeal, have a way to contact emergency services. Yep, this dude hiked 10 miles impaled by a pole.
That's a stud.
That dude rules.
Yeah. Free beer at the bar for him.
How about don't send the chopper? I can't afford it.
Well, that might be
Which is
the saddest thing we heard today.
True.
Yeah. Welcome to American healthcare.
Exactly.
I can't afford it. Let me try the 10-mile hike.
And then I don't need the ambulance ride. I'll just go in the car.
Yeah. Since we made it this far, let's go ahead and save another couple bucks and just taxi it up. My gosh. What a stud, though.
That guy rules.
How
Unreal.
about the feeling of, where is my other pole?
Oh, it's in me.
Wait a minute.
It's sticking in me. Terrifying.
Dude, if you're... The one time I saw, I was a kid. I was like 10 years old, and my next door neighbors had a little girl that was like 4 years old. She fell off like their little play set,
yeah,
and her arm had twisted the wrong way at the elbow. And all I remember when she first walked out, because I was the first one that sadly saw her, and she wasn't like screaming and hysterical, I guess is the word I'm looking for.
Yeah.
And I just remember my brain going, that doesn't look right, but I can't quite, that's not right. And it took like a minute for it to kick in. That's not pointed the right way.
It's going the wrong way.
How about your friend going, the pole, how is the pole in, the pole's in him?
You know the other question they didn't answer in this story? Did he keep using the other pole?
The
whole way down?
Yeah, because you're probably leaning that way, right? I don't want to fall on this side again.
I mean, you want the pole. You need the support, especially if you're going to get lightheaded. But feels risky now.
Is there any kind of marketing for the pole from the company now? Does he team up with them?
You know, and I don't use trekking poles when I hike.
And now you won't.
And now I don't really ever want to. I'm good. Because I tell you what, I wouldn't be able to do what that guy did.
Yeah. I'm just telling, this feels like something you'd see in a movie where you're like, nah, like Bond. That's like the James Bond, right? Well, it's just all right. I'm going to keep going.
Just a flesh wound.
I guess they prove that. Oh, well. Hey, we get to go camping tomorrow.
Be a wound nurse. Yeah, we're going to go watch football practice. We'll tell you about it tomorrow. Good night, everybody.